Master, can I only read the big characters and skip the small ones? In the sweltering heat of midsummer, the study's windows and doors were tightly shut, making it as stifling as a steamer. The lattice windows were covered with curtains to block out any light from outside. Thus, while it was bright daylight outside, the study was as dark as night. On the rosewood desk stood a tall white porcelain lamp, its single wick producing a flame no bigger than a bean, casting a dim yellow glow that barely illuminated the scroll of the spring and autumn annals in the hands of Wu Ling, the young servant. No, first read one line of the main text, then read the commentary beneath it. On the desk sat a lacquered folding screen, dividing the workspace into two halves. Wu Ling and the porcelain lamp were on this side, while the master remained hidden in the shadows behind the screen. Wu Ling, around 13 or 14 years old, was somewhat delicate-looking but could pass for handsome. He frowned at the book in his hands and complained, "There are so many small characters, master. My throat feels like it's on fire. I think I'm going to lose my voice. Aren't you drinking the mulberry chrysanthemum and almond tea I prepared? It's very soothing for your throat. Keep reading, don't be lazy. If you finish this scroll today, it'll reward you with 1 silver coin. From now on, you'll read 1 scroll every day. There are 30 scrolls in total in the spring and autumn annals. When you're done, they'll give you 3 silver coins." The master, hidden in the shadows, dangled the reward before him. Unable to refuse, Wu Ling took a few sips of the tea, wiped his sweat with his sleeve, and began reading under the dim oil lamp. After 4 or 5 pages, he felt his mouth drying up and his forehead sweating profusely. Droplets fell onto the pages, soaking through and leaving large wet spots. His palms were slick with sweat. The room was unbearably hot, and with the oil lamp nearby, he couldn't fan himself. Meanwhile, the master behind the screen rhythmically fanned himself with a folding fan. "Master, I can't do this anymore. It's too hot. I feel dizzy, nauseous. I think I'm getting heat stroke." Wu Ling decided to mimic Zhang Kai's trick earlier. Otherwise, the master would keep listening to readings endlessly. Who could endure that? He might as well forfeit today's silver coin. Zhang Kai said his throat was sore, and now you're saying you have heat stroke. What am I supposed to do? Am I just supposed to suffocate here? Master, take a break. Listening to books all day must tire your ears too, right? How about we go cool off under the stone arch bridge by the back gate? It's very pleasant there, and we can hear the opera troupe from the Westerjong mansion singing. What do you say, master? The sun is too strong, it might hurt your eyes. But I have an eye mask for you, master. Let me fetch it. Wu Ling, fearing the master might change his mind, quickly found the dark blue cloth eye mask and brought it to the desk. The master sat upright, squinted at him briefly, then closed his eyes and said, "All right, help me put it on." Wu Ling stood behind the master, tying the eye mask securely while sizing up the back of the master's head and his profile. The master was 15 years old, just a year older than Wu Ling, but much taller. Even seated, he wasn't much shorter. It seems like a book boy should always be shorter, Wu Ling thought. All the young masters in Shanyin County are at least half a head taller than their servants. Occasionally, there's a tall servant, but they're usually hunched over. There's no way a servant could be taller than the master. With these thoughts, Wu Ling deftly tied the eye mask. The master stood up, placing one hand on Wu Ling's shoulder, and said, "Let's go." Wu Ling bore the weight of the hand, slowly walking to open the door. As the door opened, sunlight flooded in, instantly brightening the dim study. The master remarked, "The sun is blinding." Wu Ling also found the sun harsh, but it was still better than being cooped up in the study, and it meant no more endless reading. "Master, follow me. Under the stone arch bridge by the back gate. It's guaranteed to be cool. Watch your step, master." Guiding the master like a blind person, Wu Ling led him toward the back gate. He felt relieved. Freedom from reading was liberation indeed. Over the past month, he and Zhang Kai had taken turns reading the 4 books and 5 classics in their entirety. It wasn't because they were diligent scholars, but because the master wanted them to read aloud to him. The master had an eye condition, and according to the renowned Shaoxing Dr. Liu Yugu, the master needed to rest in a dark room for at least 100 days for his vision to recover. Out of boredom, the master had made Wu Ling and Zhang Kai read to him endlessly. "Lilac bushes by the eastern fence, are they blooming yet?" the master suddenly asked as he leaned on Wu Ling's shoulder. Wu Ling glanced back. Indeed, the jasmine flowers along the eastern fence had blossomed, their petals snow-white against lush green leaves. A few purple jasmine flowers stood out vividly. "Master, how did you know they bloomed?" "Yesterday, they weren't open yet. Listen to bees are buzzing. Smell the fragrance of jasmine." Wu Ling tilted his head and glanced at the master. The dark blue eye mask was still in place. Wu Ling thought, The master's hearing has become incredibly sharp, notices even the slightest sound. But this isn't necessarily a good thing. They say blind people develop heightened senses. Will the master's eyes ever heal? Wu Ling felt uneasy. If the master's eyes didn't recover, it would be difficult to serve him. Forget everything else, just the daily reading sessions with Zhang Kai would be unbearable. It was strange before the master lost his sight. He didn't care for books, but now, with his eyes afflicted, he suddenly wanted to listen to them. Wasn't this tormenting everyone? And if his eyes didn't heal, what use would all that reading be? Could he even take the imperial exams? Wu Ling also noticed that since the master's illness, his temperament had changed. At first, he cried and raged uncontrollably, which was understandable. Anyone would panic upon suddenly losing their sight. Later, he became silent and withdrawn. Then, he started having Wu Ling and Zhang Kai take turns reading to him. His tone of voice had changed to it now, carried a maturity and seriousness that made Wu Ling feel both unfamiliar and awestruck. The Tulao River flows west into the Fu River and south into the Miao River. After passing the Shaoxing Prefecture Confucian Academy, it makes a wide bend. In the 21st year of the Jiajing era, the Zhang family funded straightening the river, leaving this bend as an inner river in front of the Zhang estate. The Zhang clan lived on both sides of the river, connected by a three-arch stone bridge. Those on the east bank were called Eastern Zhang, and those on the west, Western Zhang. The Western Zhang were wealthy, while the Eastern Zhang were poor. Beyond occasional ancestral rites and clan meetings, the two groups rarely interacted due to their distant blood ties, fading familial bonds, and vast differences in wealth and status. It was now the dry summer season, and the river bend was only about 2 zhang wide. Beneath the outer arches of the stone bridge, where no water flowed, it was a perfect spot to cool off on a hot day. Zhang Yuan sat on a large slab of bluish stone beneath the arch bridge, listening to the sound of flowing water, inhaling the scents of moisture and wildflowers, and feeling the gentle breeze. The dark blue eye mask he wore emitted a faint medicinal aroma. This mask, specially made for him by the renowned Shaoxing physician Lu Yugu, contained herbs to clear heat and improve vision. Master, ill-fetch the fishing rod. We can fish while enjoying the cool breeze. As Zhang Yuan listened to Wu Ling's footsteps running back and forth, he felt an unprecedented calm. 2 months ago, he had inexplicably awakened as a member of the Zhang family in Shanyin County, Shaoxing Prefecture, with failing eyesight. The shock, anxiety, pain, and confusion were unimaginable. Who wouldn't be shaken waking up 400 years in the past? This body wasn't his original night, belonged to a teenager. Their names were the same, Zhang Yuan. In this life, he also had a courtesy name, Zhang Yuan, styled Jiz. Born in the 26th year of the Wanli era, he was 15 years old. The two souls of Zhang Yuan, one from the past, one from the future, had merged, though the latter dominated. Over the past 2 months, Zhang Yuan had pondered deeply in the darkness. The chaos had settled, and his agitation had given way to calm. Reflecting on his former life filled him with regret, but since he was here now, he resolved to live well. The Zhang Yuan of his previous life loved reading. Had studied a history of the late Ming Dynasty by Fudan University professor Fan Shuji and knew a bit about the Wanli, Tianqi, and Chongzhen eras. Had also read Huang Renyi's 1587, a year of no significance, which detailed events of the 15th year of the Wanli era 1587. Knowing he was born in the 26th year of Wanli and was now 15, Zhang Yuan deduced it was 32 years before the fall of the Ming Dynasty. Late Ming Jiangnan, the Zhang family of Shaoxing, what else? A small frog leaped out from the grass and rocks by the riverbank. Mistaking Zhang Yuan, seated motionless with his eye mask, for an inanimate object, it boldly jumped onto his ornate shoe. The shoe twitched slightly, startling the agile frog, which sprang away. However, a large fan-like object suddenly descended, striking the frog and sending it tumbling to the ground. A large foot hovered above, ready to stomp down. Spare you this time. The foot paused midair as the startled frog hastily leaped away to safety. From the riverside, Wu Ling, who had been fishing, turned and asked, "Master, what happened? What did you spare?" "Nothing," Zhang Yuan replied softly, lowering his foot and shaking his head. A faint smile played on his lips as he murmured inwardly, perhaps to himself, "In times like these, what can I do? I'm only 15, and I don't even know if my eyes will heal." The late Ming, the prosperity of Jiangnan, the elegance of its scholars, will take it all in slowly before considering anything else. A breeze wafted from the western bank, carrying a faint melody that seemed both sweet and decaying, like lotus flowers emerging from mud and releasing their scent under the scorching sun. Excitedly, Wu Ling exclaimed, "Master, listen." The Katsan troop from the Western Zhang mansion has started singing again. Zhang Yuan tilted his ear to listen. The music of flutes and pipes accompanied a soft, melodious voice, each word clear and distinct. The flowers bloom in resplendent colors, yet all are left to broken wells and crumbling walls. What can be done on such a fine day in a beautiful land, whose courtyard holds joyful pleasures? How can my lord and lady never speak of such sights? Morning clouds and evening mist swirl around emerald pavilions. Rain threads and breezes caress painted boats. Those behind gilded screens waste these fleeting moments. Zhang Yuan thought, this is Tang Xianz's The Peony Pavilion, the masterpiece among his 4 dreams of Linchuan. Is it already being performed everywhere at this time? Chapter 2. Summer fishing. For reasons unbeknownst, the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments from the high walls across the river soon fell silent. In the past, such performances would linger for quite a while. Wu Ling, the young attendant, found the abrupt quietude somewhat tedious. Fearing that the young master would soon tire of this and return to his reading, turning to glance back, he observed the young master seated, gently tapping his knee with a folding fan, seemingly lost in thought. The young master appeared to be quite contemplative and studious at this moment. Wu Ling made a face at him and resumed his fishing. Impatient by nature, he would jerk the rod at the slightest nibble, thus failing to catch any fish. Frustrated, he muttered curses at the fish, his foot incessantly kicking small stones into the water, which only served to scare the fish away. Zhang Yuan approached slowly and said, "Little Wu, let me try my hand at fishing." Wu Ling promptly rose, assisting the young master to sit upon a large round stone. He rebaited the hook and handed the rod to the young master, stepping aside to watch, thinking to himself, if I cannot catch a fish, perhaps the young master will. Moreover, the young master could not see the bobber on the water's surface. How could he know if a fish had taken the bait? Wu Ling contemplated reminding him. But just then, he heard the young master say, "Do not speak, little Wu." Wu Ling nodded in response, sticking out his tongue, thinking, the young master has become so perceptive that he knows my thoughts. He immediately kept silent, crouching beside the young master as he fished with his eyes covered. The young master held the rod steadily, occasionally giving a gentle flick of his wrist, causing the bait to dance in the water. After a while, the bobber, made of goose feathers, began to dip beneath the surface, indicating a fish had bitten. Wu Ling desperately wanted to alert the young master, but remembered his earlier instruction to remain quiet. He bit his lip, watching the bobber shift anxiously, while the young master remained calm and steady, seemingly unaware that a fish was on the line. At that moment, the young master lifted his right hand, and with a swift motion, a grayish-black fish leaped out of the water, fluttering gracefully in the air, its tail thrashing about. "Ah, it's a shad. Quite a sizable catch, measuring over 4 inches. Wu Ling exclaimed with delight, rushing to retrieve the fish while praising, "You were truly remarkable, young master. To catch a fish even with your eyes covered." The shad flopped energetically in the bamboo basket, bringing Wu Ling great joy as he hastily rebaited the hook with another piece of bait for the young master to continue fishing. However, the young master then remarked, "There are people approaching from the direction of West Zhang. Let us see who they are." Wu Ling stepped out from under the bridge to glance across the river, quickly returning to inform Zhang Yuan, "It's a troop from West Zhang, around a dozen individuals, and young master Zhang San is among them. Could they be coming here to enjoy the coolness? There are so many pavilions in West Zhang." Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. This young master Zhang, named Zhang Yi, was 16 years old and ranked 3rd among his cousins in the younger generation of West Zhang. Zhang Yuan belonged to East Zhang and did not partake in the rankings of West Zhang. East Zhang was impoverished, albeit a prominent family. Their poverty was merely relative to that of West Zhang. The Zhang family, while not lacking servants or food, stood in stark contrast to Zhang Yi's opulence. Zhang Yi's family was renowned for their wealth in West Zhang. Young Zhang Yuan had little knowledge of the clan uncles and cousins from West Zhang, only aware that his great-grandfather and Zhang Yi's great-grandfather were full brothers. Zhang Yi's great-grandfather, Zhang Yuan, had topped the imperial examination in the 5th year of the Longqing era, while Zhang Yuan's great-grandfather had remained a mere scholar throughout his life. It was from that generation onward that the gap between East Zhang and West Zhang began to widen. As for Zhang Yi's father, Zhang Baoxing, Zhang Yuan knew him to be a successful candidate in the imperial examinations of the 24th year of Wanli, skilled in calligraphy and painting, with a wide circle of friends, including the likes of Dong Qichong and Chen Meigong. He was a foremost collector in Shaoxing, amassing an impressive array of treasures. Yet, his only son, Zhang Yi, was known to be quite the spendthrift, intelligent but excessively playful. Earlier in the year in Hongdao, Zhang Yi had spotted a household selling 5 colorful goldfish and insisted on purchasing them for 30 taels of silver, a sum equivalent to 25,000 renminbi in today's currency. By the time he returned to Shaoxing, all 5 fish had perished, and he showed no remorse whatsoever. Zhang Baoxing had once spent 50 taels of silver on a Xuanda bronze censer, which Zhang Yi, unimpressed by its antiquity, attempted to refine in a charcoal fire, ultimately melting it down. He simply rolled his eyes, unfazed by the incident. Zhang Yuan had witnessed this event firsthand. He had followed his cousin, who was over half a decade older, and envied his extravagant lifestyle, wishing he could have been born into the affluent family of West Zhang. Although Zhang Yuan's mother, Lady Yell, doted on him, their family's circumstances could not compare to those of Zhang Yi's mother, Lady Wang. Zhang Yi could demand as much silver as he pleased, while Zhang Yuan's mother provided him with only 6 coins each month for pocket money, sufficient for a modest household for half a month. Yet when mingling with the lavish Zhang Yi, it felt woefully inadequate. "Shall we return now, young master?" Wu Ling suggested, approaching Zhang Yuan. He felt a twinge of apprehension towards young master Zhang Yi, who was known for his capricious nature. He had previously tormented Zhang Yuan and even slapped Wu Ling once for no apparent reason, only to toss him half a tael of silver as if it were a charitable donation, laughing heartily as he departed. Although Wu Ling was a servant and had received the silver, he still felt humiliated. Zhang Yuan acknowledged with a slight hum, resting his hand on Wu Ling's shoulder as they stepped out from under the stone arch. Just then, a boisterous voice called from the bridge, "Ah, it's you. Jiazi, I've heard you've had trouble with your eyes. I apologize for not visiting sooner. How are they now?" The voice belonged to Zhang Yi, whose voice had deepened and become somewhat raspy as he entered adolescence. Zhang Yuan stood his ground and replied, "Much improved. Thank you for your concern, third brother." Zhang Yi, twirling a bamboo fan, squinted as he appraised Zhang Yuan, particularly intrigued by the blue cloth mask he wore. He inquired, "Jiazi, has Lu Yunga suggested that you might go blind?" Zhang Yuan replied, "No, that won't happen." Zhang Yi remarked, "That's unfortunate." The group of carefree young performers behind him erupted in laughter. "Unfortunate?" Wu Ling, who was supporting Zhang Yuan, scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Then why don't you blind yourself?" Zhang Yi continued, "Being blind isn't so bad. The troupe has a blind musician who plays the sanxian beautifully." Seeing that Zhang Yuan remained silent, Zhang Yi leaned closer and said, "Jiazi, let me have a look at your eyes. I can tell if they're healing just by looking." He reached out, attempting to remove Zhang Yuan's mask. Zhang Yuan stepped back. Wu Ling quickly interjected, "Third master, my young master's eyes cannot be exposed to light." It is what the renowned physician instructed. Zhang Yi was not a brutish sort, and being relatives, he understood the implications of forcibly removing Zhang Yuan's mask. He closed the fan with a swift motion and opened it again, saying to Zhang Yuan, "Jiazi, if you take off the mask, I will give you this fan. It is a fan you have long desired, crafted by Shun Xiaolu from Suzhou." Zhang Yi was fond of enticing others with material gifts, often using silver to sway people's intentions, and he was not averse to allowing others to gain tangible benefits, provided they yielded to his persuasion. Zhang Yuan recalled an incident from the previous year when he accompanied Zhang Yi to the Grandview Pavilion in Xiqing. There, in a fan shop, they encountered exquisite folding fans crafted by the renowned Suzhou artisan Shun Xiaolu. Zhang Yi promptly purchased one, and although Zhang Yuan yearned to possess such a distinguished fan, he could only admire it from a distance, for his financial constraints rendered him unable to buy it. The folding fan crafted by Shun Xiaolu was priced at 2 taels and 8 coins of silver, an extravagant cost indeed. "What say you, Jiazi?" Zhang Yi urged. Zhang Yuan was well aware of Zhang Yi's tenacity. She would not relent until her goal was achieved. In the past, he might have simply observed, for he was untroubled by the light upon removing his blindfold, and he had gainfully acquired a splendid fan. However, Zhang Yuan had undergone a transformation. He was no longer the same man, seemingly divested of his previous naivety and unwilling to be manipulated. "Let us do this, my brother," he proposed. "I challenge you to a game of chess. If you win, I shall gift you my blindfold. If I win, you shall read to me each day with 2 individuals of your choosing." Zhang Kai and Wu Ling, both lacking in literacy, would certainly find it a challenge, as their reading would be riddled with errors, making it a laborious endeavor for Zhang Yuan to listen. Chapter 3. Blind Chess. Zhang Yi listened to Zhang Yuan's intention to play chess and inquired, "Have your eyes improved?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Not yet." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. "How can you play chess if your eyes aren't better?" Zhang Yuan countered, "Have you not heard of blind chess?" Blind chess, also known as blindfold chess, is played without looking at the board, relying solely on verbal instructions and mental calculations, requiring extraordinary memory skills. Zhang Yi was intrigued. Have you learned to play blind chess? Zhang Yuan affirmed with a nod, while Wuling, standing by, appeared puzzled, wondering when the young master had learned blind chess, as he hadn't touched a single piece in recent days, be it Xiangqi or Weiqi. Zhang Yi laughed. You've become quite audacious after not seeing me for over 2 months, daring to challenge me to a game of Xiangqi. Have you forgotten that I taught you both Xiangqi and Weiqi? Zhang Yi was right. Zhang Yuan had indeed learned both games from him. Zhang Yi was exceptionally clever, adept at various refined skills and games, excelling at them almost effortlessly. Zhang Yuan had never won a game against Zhang Yi before, often struggling to even achieve a draw. With a calm tone, Zhang Yuan stated, "This moment is different from the past. Let us simply decide whether to play." Zhang Yi sensed a change in Zhang Yuan's demeanor, scrutinized him closely, and chuckled. Have you recently acquired some secret chess techniques, perhaps from Dreams Enter the Divine Machine or Transforming Xiangqi manuals? Noticing Zhang Yuan's composed expression, which revealed no sign of embarrassment or panic, Zhang Yi was left guessing where Zhang Yuan's confidence stemmed from. He turned to instruct, Wang, run back and summon the servants to swiftly bring the Xiangqi set here. He then asked Zhang Yuan, what books do you wish to be read to you? Zhang Yuan replied, certainly the 4 books and 5 classics, along with the 8-legged essays. Zhang Yi was taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, you truly are remarkable. Only after your eyes have worsened do you think of reading, aiming to pass the examinations for scholar status. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Zhang Yuan remained silent, listening to Zhang Yi's exuberant laughter. After a while, Zhang Yi said, all right, if you win, I will arrange for 2 literate attendants to attend to your bidding daily, reading whatever you wish until your eyes are healed. How does that sound? He paused, glancing slyly at Wuling beside Zhang Yuan, and continued, however, if you lose, I shall take Wuling as my own. He is quite stubborn, and I fancy him. In the sweltering summer heat, Wuling felt a chill run down his spine. The young masters on the western side were known for their fondness for young boys, and with Zhang Sin already 16, he likely had learned the same inclinations. Wuling exclaimed, no, young master, please don't agree to that. Zhang Yuan smiled, and said, third brother, you were the one who insisted on seeing my eye mask. If I lose, I will only give you this blue cloth eye mask, nothing more. If you refuse to play, please excuse me, I must take my leave. He understood Zhang Yi's nature well, akin to fishing, steadfast and unafraid of failing to hook him. Zhang Yi, frustrated yet amused, responded, what would I want with your eye mask? You're wishing misfortune upon me. How vile. Then, after a moment's thought, he added, well, even if I win, you cannot decide to give Wuling to me. Your mother would surely go to the ancestral hall to weep about how the western Zhangs have bullied the eastern Zhangs. Thus, if I win, I will toss your eye mask into the Tuolao River, and you shall never wear it again. Your masked appearance irks me. He concluded, and if we draw, we shall continue until a victor emerges. Zhang Yuan nodded. Agreed. Wuling helped Zhang Yuan back to the large blue stone under the stone arch, whispering, young master, you cannot possibly win in Xiangqi against him. The sunlight is glaring, and removing your eye mask would not be wise. Wuling doubted Zhang Yuan's ability to play blind chess, convinced that even if he could, he would not surpass Zhang Yi. As footsteps approached, Zhang Yi, anxious, instructed the servants to hurry. They rushed to prepare the Xiangqi set, which included a Wanli wood table, a beechwood board, intricately carved double-sided Xiangqi pieces, and 2 ebony official hats, all arranged neatly beneath the cobblestone arch. Zhang Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, took his place at the right side of the table, while Wuling assisted Zhang Yuan in sitting at the opposite end. Zhang Yuan was well aware of Zhang Yi's strategic maneuvers, particularly his penchant for aggressive cannon plays, intense assaults including the head-on cannon, nest cannon, and flanking cannon. Zhang Yi had previously bested Zhang Yuan without fail, often leaving him incapable of counterattacking, thus missing Zhang Yi's defensive weaknesses. However, this time was different. With the blue cloth eye mask on, Zhang Yuan calmly began. Pawn 7 advances 1. Wang promptly moved one of Zhang Yuan's red pawns forward. Zhang Yi was taken aback. Zhang Yuan had learned from him, and typically opened with the head-on cannon, later transitioning to the screen horse. This pawn advance, known as the immortal points the way, was a complex opening that balanced offense and defense, not easily mastered. Zhang Yuan must be improvising, he thought. Cannon 2 moves to 5. Zhang Yi established his favorite central cannon, seizing the initiative in response to Zhang Yuan's slow advance. Accustomed to winning against Zhang Yuan, he dismissed him entirely, especially since Zhang Yuan was blindfolded. He expected that he would soon lose track of his own pieces, relishing the prospect of mocking him. As the game progressed under the scorching June sun, the heat shimmered above the water, creating a hazy atmosphere. The vegetation along the banks appeared wilted, and two youths, unable to comprehend the game, playfully dipped their bare feet into the water but quickly retreated from the scorching pebbles. The match continued as Wang Siren followed Zhang Yuan's instructions, relaying Zhang Yi's moves back to him. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's mind was crystal clear. 2 months of blindness had served as a rigorous mental training, sharpening his focus akin to a freshly honed blade. In this state of mind, he absorbed the strategies as Wuling read aloud, committing the 4 books and 5 classics to memory effortlessly. Now, as he played blind chess, he envisioned an expansive board, the red and black pieces arranged with precision, each move vividly clear in his mind as he executed over 50 moves without faltering, gaining the upper hand with his double rooks and linked horses closing in on Zhang Yi's center, securing an inevitable victory. Zhang Yi's brows drew tighter, his folding fan fluttering as he fixated on Zhang Yuan, unable to fathom that this was the game played by a blindfolded Zhang Yuan. He seemed to be losing his grip and had no opportunity to offer a draw. After a few more moves, Zhang Yuan's double horses cornered Zhang Yi's king, leaving him with no escape. Zhang Yi stared at the board in disbelief. Wang Siren and Pan Xiaofei exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The proud and temperamental young master was bound to become furious at losing to a blindfolded Zhang Yuan. Caution was imperative to avoid provoking his wrath. With a loud crash, Zhang Yi overturned the Wanli chess table, sending 32 chicken wingwood pieces scattering across the ground. "You've driven me to madness," he shouted, glaring at the unperturbed Zhang Yuan before storming off. Most of the youths followed him, leaving only Wang Siren, Pan Xiaofei, and a few servants who had come to set up the chess pieces, now busily gathering them from the rocky shore. Displaying indignation was a sign of weakness. Zhang Yuan shook his head and, with Wuling's shoulder supporting him, leisurely made his way home. Wuling, filled with joy, could hardly believe that his young master had triumphed over Zhang Yi while blindfolded. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Wang Siren caught up, saying, "Young master, your chess was truly exquisite. Winning without a hint of hesitation is quite impressive." Wang Siren possesses considerable skill in chess. Otherwise, Zhang Yi would not have invited him to engage in a match. Wang's speech carries the melodic intonations of Suzhou and Kunshan, delivered softly and tenderly, so much so that one might easily mistake him for a woman solely based on his voice. In the opera troupe, Wang Siren also performs as a Dan role. The young vocalists of the Siren troupe were acquired from Suzhou several years ago by Zhang Yi's grandfather, Zhang Rulin, who is referred to as Da Fu in Shaoxing. Zhang Rulin, a third-degree scholar of the imperial examination during the Wanli era, served as an official for many years before being dismissed from his post 5 years ago due to impeachment. Disheartened by the political landscape, he turned to the cultivation of gardens and the nurturing of vocal talents, leading to the Siren troupe's renowned reputation in Shaoxing. Zhang Yuan remarked, "Third brother must be vexed. I merely won by chance this time, so please convey my apologies to him." Wang Siren replied, "Though the young master of Yank may be displeased, he will surely keep his word. Farewell, young master Jizai." Chapter 4. Rabbit Pavilion. Entering through the back door and traversing a small garden, one encounters a spacious rectangular courtyard. Flanking the courtyard are 2 potted yellow hawthorn trees, their yellow and pink blossoms now wilted. To the southwest of the courtyard stand 2 interconnected 2-story wooden buildings. Zhang Yuan's mother, Madame Lu, resides in the southern building, while Zhang Yuan occupies the western one. On the opposite side of the passageway lies a row of earthen-walled houses, serving as the kitchen, storage, and quarters for the servants. The young girl, Rabbit Pavilion, peered over the railing, elongating her neck to call out, "Young master, madam is looking for you." In Jiangnan families of officialdom, servants refer to their masters as old master and their mistresses as grandmother or madam. In Zhang Yuan's household, there are only 2 maidservants, one of whom is Rabbit Pavilion. Zhang Yuan finds the girl's name peculiar, likely bestowed by his father, Zhang Ruiyang, upon purchasing her. Madame Lu had already appeared at the second-floor railing, inquiring, "Yuaner, where have you been? It's such a hot day." "Oh, wearing a blindfold." Though 2 souls now coexist within Zhang Yuan, his affection for his mother, Lu, remains untouched. Her maternal love permeates deeply into his being. Due to Zhang Yuan's ailment, Lu had tirelessly sought remedies, her hair turning gray in her worry. Fortunately, the renowned physician, Lu Yonggu, assured her that he could cure Zhang Yuan's affliction, which offered her some solace. For several nights, she sat by her son's bedside, cooling him with a fan made of palm leaves, repeatedly chanting the white-robed bodhisattva incantation, praying to Guanyin of the South Sea for her child's recovery. Zhang Yuan would drift into a deep slumber amidst her prayers, feeling an unparalleled sense of peace. I went to cool off under the arch bridge at the back. Does mother have any instructions? Zhang Yuan asked, tilting his head. Lu replied, your father has sent a letter back through his cousin, the Western Zhang family. I will read it to you. The young girl, Rabbit Pavilion, came down the stairs with a thud, saying, young master, let me assist you upstairs. She extended her hand to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan grasped the small, delicate hand of the 10-year-old girl, having been unable to open his eyes for over 2 months. He could scarcely recall Rabbit Pavilion's appearance. His vague memory was of her hair styled in 2 buns, her large eyes curious yet timid, peering about like a little rabbit, a possible origin of her name. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the heat made the room unbearable. The elder maid, Pavilion, had arranged 2 bamboo chairs on the balcony for Lu and Zhang Yuan to sit. Through the gaps in the railing, Lu noticed the servant, Wuling, grinning broadly at the edge of the courtyard and inquired, Yuaner, what were you playing under the stone bridge that made Wuling so merry? Zhang Yuan replied, I played a game of chess with Zhang Yi and won. Lu exclaimed, you've taken off your blindfold. Zhang Yuan explained, I haven't tea. I played blindfolded chess. Lu, unfamiliar with the intricacies of chess, did not grasp the challenge of playing blindfolded, nor did she concern herself with it, merely advising her son to heed Lu Yonggu's warning to avoid light for 100 days. She then proceeded to read the letter to him. Zhang Yuan's father, Zhang Ruiyang, had once aspired to rise through the imperial examination but remained an unsuccessful student until the age of 30. Disheartened, he sought an alternative path, enlisting the help of his cousin, Zhang Rushan, to secure a minor clerical position in the Wang family estate in Kaifeng. For over a decade, Zhang Ruiyang served there diligently, eventually earning a promotion to a higher clerical rank. With an annual salary of 60 stones of rice and 30 taels of silver, equivalent to the cost of 5 small goldfish for Zhang Yi. This income proved invaluable to Zhang Yuan's family. Zhang Yuan's family owned 120 acres of land on the eastern bank of Jinhu Lake, subject to 2 forms of taxation, summer taxes on wheat and autumn taxes on rice. In the early years of the Wanli era, Zhang Zhuzhing reformed the taxation system, implementing a single whip policy, converting all summer and autumn taxes into silver payments. While this was beneficial for some, it posed a challenge for self-sufficient households without silver resources, as they had to exchange their grain for currency. During tax months, the value of grain plummeted, resulting in significant losses. Zhang Yuan's family faced a substantial tax burden, compounded by labor obligations and daily expenses for servants and hired help. The remittances sent by Zhang Ruiyang alleviated their financial strain significantly, as he managed to send back 60 taels annually, indicating that his position in the Wang estate was somewhat lucrative. Due to the distance, Zhang Ruiyang returned to Shaoxing only once every 2 to 3 years, staying for less than 2 months before departing again. Consequently, Zhang Yuan felt a certain emotional distance from his father. When Zhang Yuan fell gravely ill with his eye condition, Lu had initially contemplated sending a letter to Zhang Ruiyang for assistance, but after receiving treatment from Lu Yonggu, she decided to postpone the correspondence until after her son's recovery. Thus, Zhang Ruiyang remained unaware of his son's ailment. The letter expressed concern for Zhang Yuan, now 15, urging him to cease his excessive play and attend the local school. The letter outlined that in 3 or 4 years, he should aim to excel in the county examination held annually, with the goal of passing before turning 30, thus securing a position that entailed stipend and exemption from labor. Zhang Yuan could not help but shake his head. Is the expectation to become a scholar before 30 too lofty or too modest? Seeing her son's reaction, Lu assumed he was reluctant to attend school and hurriedly reassured him, your father is unaware of your current situation. The matter of your education can certainly wait until your eyes are well again. If you are disinterested in studying, that is of little consequence. As long as my son's eyes recover, the rest is secondary. Lu was terrified by Zhang Yuan's eye ailment. If he could not recover, his prospects for marriage would be bleak. Thus, she only wished for her son to be free of illness, dismissing all other concerns. Zhang Yuan smiled. My eyes will surely heal, and I shall study, mother, do not worry. Good child, good child. The silver-haired Madame Lu beamed with joy, grateful that her son had matured through this ordeal, becoming more respectful and composed, fervently hoping for a swift recovery of his sight. The elder maid, Pavilion, observing Lu's delight, added playfully, the young master is already studying. Does Madame not know? Zhang Kai has been reading to him until her voice is hoarse. Living in the same compound, Madame Lu was well aware of her son's studies, yet despite her happiness, a shadow of concern lingered. Like the young servant Wuling, she felt uneasy about the signs. Her son seemed to be adapting to life without sight. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yuan had found tranquility and insight in his blindness. Capable of reciting texts he had only heard once, an innate talent that would be wasted if he did not pursue education or the imperial examinations. Madame Lu assumed her son's desire to listen to books was merely a means to alleviate boredom and suggested, Zhang Kai and Wuling are not well versed in reading. It would be better to hire 2 scholars to read to you, costing about a penny a day. The Zhang family can afford it. Zhang Yuan was about to interject, urging his mother not to trouble herself, when Zhang Kai's voice called from downstairs. Madam, Granny Ma from Zhishui Alley wishes to see you. Madame Lu replied, invite Granny Ma in. Please ask Pavilion to greet her. Zhang Yuan inquired, Mother, who is Granny Ma? Madame Lu explained, she is the kind lady we met at the Deshan temple during our incense offering. Hearing about your eye troubles. She mentioned that the Guanyin of Putuan Mountain could relieve suffering and suggested we travel there to pray for your health. She likely wishes to discuss whether we should make that pilgrimage on the 19th of February next year. Zhang Yuan hurriedly responded, Mother, my eyes are not severely impaired. With a little more care, they will recover. Putuan Mountain is distant, with unpredictable weather. It would be unwise to go. The divine presence exists in various temples. Sincerity bears fruit. If we have surplus funds, it is best to assist the needy and perform good deeds. Elle observed her son closely, reflecting on how his past suffering from eye ailments had transformed him significantly. She nodded and said, in a few years, when you have grown, you shall visit Putua to offer incense and fulfill your vows. As the mother and son conversed, Granny Ma ascended the stairs, appearing to be in her 60s. Moving with remarkable agility, without any need for assistance. She greeted with a smile, Zhang Granny, my apologies for intruding. Is this the young master of the household? Indeed. He is quite handsome, with a noble forehead and clear brows and eyes. Has his vision improved? May the Bodhisattva bless him. Surely, his affliction will be cured. Granny Ma spoke with a briskness akin to the sharp snip of scissors. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang's mother, Elle, she mentioned having important matters to discuss, prompting Elle to lead her into a private room for a confidential conversation. Zhang Yuan sat in a bamboo chair on the balcony, gently fanning himself. His hearing had become exceptionally acute, allowing him to overhear the hushed dialogue between his mother and Granny Ma quite clearly. To his surprise, it turned out that Granny Ma had not come to invite his mother to Putuan Mountain for prayers, but rather to propose a match for him. Chapter 5. Noble Families and Beautiful Daughters. Madame Ma advised Lady L that Zhang Yuan was currently afflicted with an eye ailment, and thus it would be prudent to hasten the arrangement of a marriage as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. What Madame Ma insinuated was that should Zhang Yuan's condition not improve, he might find it difficult to marry a girl from a reputable family. It was wise to secure a marriage while he was still undergoing treatment, and before outsiders were privy to the details. The Zhang family of Shaoxing was prominent. Once a betrothal was set, reconsidering it would require careful deliberation. Eager to address the issue, Madame Ma recommended the daughter of a family residing in Zhishui Alley. Extolling her virtues, a well-mannered girl skilled in needlework and domestic arts, hailing from a lineage of farmers with a pristine reputation, she suggested that with an appropriate dowry from the Zhang family, a favorable outcome was assured. Zhang Yuan could no longer contain himself and called out to the maid. Rabbit Pavilion. The young girl hurried over, inquiring, Young master, what is it? After receiving a few instructions, she nodded vigorously and approached the doorway of her mistress's chamber, cheerfully asking, Madame Ma, what is your husband's surname? Madame Ma, taken aback, replied, It is Niu. The girl pressed further. Is the girl from Zhishui Alley surnamed Niu or Ma? Caught off guard, Madame Ma responded casually, Niu. Rabbit Pavilion then scampered back to report, Young master. Madame Ma said that the girl's surname is Niu. Zhang Yuan nodded in approval, same surname, that is splendid. Lady L then asked, Madame Ma, is that Miss Niu a relative of your husband? Madame Ma felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had not intended to reveal too much so soon, yet could not conceal the truth once questioned. She smiled and explained, Madam, let me elaborate. When I met you at the Daxian temple and learned of your son's eye ailment, I thought it unwise for the esteemed Zhang family to hastily arrange a marriage due to such a condition. I recalled my husband's niece, who is of good family, and more importantly, gentle in temperament. Should your son's condition persist, she would never turn her back on him. Zhang Yuan silently smiled to himself, reflecting on his plight, deemed a defective product, a pitiful creature due to his ailment, now faced with the prospect of being offered a match. As if it were a benevolent gift, he mused on the irony of being grateful for not being scorned. Lady L interjected, "My child is merely 15. There is no rush for marriage. His eyes will surely heal, and I appreciate your concern, Madame Ma." Her tone conveyed displeasure, as any mother would bristle at the implication that her son might remain unmarried. Madame Ma, realizing her plans had been thwarted by the young maid's inquisitive nature, felt disheartened. "Indeed, Madam, rest assured, young Master Zhang's eyes will recover," she said, attempting to change the subject with trivial neighborhood gossip, before taking her leave as evening approached. Rabbit Pavilion approached and asked, "Young Master, why did Madame Ma glare at me so fiercely upon leaving? Did I ask something inappropriate?" Zhang Yuan chuckled, "You asked nothing amiss. Madame Ma was merely astonished by your articulate nature at such a tender age." Delighted, the young girl walked away, while the older maid, Yiding, who had escorted Madame Ma back, informed Lady L, "Madam," as Madame Ma departed. She muttered something about missed opportunities for good matches and predicted that young master would regret it later. Lady L understood the implication behind Madame Ma's words. Feeling a pang of discontent, Zhang Yuan remarked, "Mother, Madame Ma may preach about virtues, yet her heart is filled with malice, wishing for my condition to worsen. We need not entertain her further. Rest assured, my eyes will heal. I can already see, albeit through a veil, and soon I shall cast it aside, returning to my studies to earn a name and marry into a noble family, thereby bringing honor to you. Pursuing honor is no mere verbal exercise. It demands effort." Yet, hearing such resolve from her typically carefree son filled Lady L with joy. The following morning, at the hour of Qin, Wang Siren arrived with 2 scholars from the Shizhong family. The young servant, Wuling, had been eagerly anticipating their arrival, relieved that he and Zhang Kai would not need to study today. The 2 scholars, surnamed Zhan and Fan, were both in their 30s, of student status. Zhang Yuan's father, Zhang Ruizhang, had once held the same title, which should not be underestimated. Achieving the title of student required passing examinations at both the county and provincial levels, a feat not easily attained. Those who succeeded and subsequently passed the rigorous selection for the next rank could be called scholar, thus earning respect beyond that of the ordinary. As outsiders, Zhan and Fan could not simply shut themselves away to study. Zhang Yuan, still wearing his mask, met them in the study of the West Wing. Though unable to see them, he listened intently. Zhan Xuan spoke in a slow and measured tone, occasionally coughing, while Fan Zhen's voice was sharp and high-pitched, reminiscent of a eunuch's. Fan Zhen inquired, "Young master, the esteemed Yank has sent us to read and entertain you. What literature would you prefer? Historical records or fictional tales?" Zhang Yuan responded, "I appreciate your kindness. I have recently begun reading the Spring and Autumn Annals with commentary. The 30 volumes are laid out on the desk. Please proceed." He then directed Wuling to prepare tea for the 2 gentlemen. After Wuling served the tea and exited the study, he conversed with Wang Siren in the corridor. Wang Siren whispered, "The 3rd young master's esteemed uncle has over 30 scholars eager to come and read for young Master Zhang. Zhan and Fan are among those vying for the opportunity. Do you know why?" Wuling shook his head. Wang Siren explained, "It is because the 3rd young master has offered 5 coins per day to each scholar." 5 coins per day? Wuling exclaimed, "If they read for a month. That amounts to 30 taels of silver. My goodness, your Shizhong family is affluent." Wang Siren chuckled, "That wealth belongs to the 3rd young master, not to me. But tell me, Wuling, has your young master changed so much? Not only is he excelling in chess, but his demeanor has also transformed significantly, don't you think?" Wuling replied, "His eye ailment has altered his temperament." Wang Siren asked, "Will young master be able to recover? It would be such a pity otherwise." Wuling confidently stated, "He will surely recover. He can already see, albeit cautiously, and merely needs time to recuperate." In the study, Zhan and Fan took turns reading the Spring and Autumn Annals with commentary, switching every 15 pages. When it was Zhan Xuan's turn, Fan Zhen began pacing back and forth, casting a critical eye toward the young Zhang Yuan, who sat quietly at the opposite end of the desk, seemingly attentive. Was he truly listening, or had he fallen asleep? If so, their efforts would be in vain. Though they would earn their 5 coins, the monotony was wearisome. Fan Zhen, silently devising a plan, decided to skip lines during his turn, making the task considerably lighter. Zhan, distracted by his tea, would not notice. And given the complexity of the Spring and Autumn Annals with commentary, even the most focused listener could not discern missing words. Fan Zhen read aloud, In the spring of the 5th year, the Duke of Qi sent forth fish and mulberry. In the 4th month of summer, the Duke of Wei was buried. Autumn, the esteemed teacher. The Spring and Autumn Annals is one of the 5 classics. While the Zhua commentary elucidates the Spring and Autumn Annals, the Western Gene scholar Du edited the compendium The Spring and Autumn Classics with commentaries, which also consolidates the annotations of earlier scholars on both the Spring and Autumn Annals and the Zhua commentary. Fan Zhen was even lazier than the young Shi knew of Wuling. For while Wuling merely avoided reading the minuscule annotations, Fan Zhen would skip over large passages of the Zhua commentary entirely, gently tapping his mahogany desk with his fingers. Zhang Yuan spoke. "Mr. Fan, have you perhaps overlooked a section?" Startled, Fan Zhen thought, "How does this young man know I neglected a passage?" He inquired. "Has young Master Jietzi read this book before?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I have only heard of the Spring and Autumn Annals recently, and am aware that the Zhua commentary explicates it sentence by sentence. You recited, in the 5th year of spring, the Duke shot a fish with a mulberry, yet did not read the explanation provided by the Zhua commentary for this line." Fan Zhen, being an astute and cunning individual, erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing this, saying, "I was merely testing your attentiveness. Since you, young Master Jietzi, are so earnest and studious, how could I not read with utmost concentration?" Chapter 6. Knowledge gained from books is ultimately shallow understanding. Zhang Yuan's profound dedication to learning. Fan Zhen and Zhang Xiwan approached their task with utmost seriousness. They took turns reading, and within an hour and a half, they completed the 1st volume of the Spring and Autumn Annals with exegesis. Zhang Yuan insisted that the 2 gentlemen join him for lunch, but they firmly declined, stating they would return in the afternoon to read for young Master Jiezi, as per the instructions of young Master Yan Ku, which they could not neglect. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of joy. After nearly 2 months of listening to readings, this morning was particularly delightful. Previously, Zhang Kai and Wuling had read haltingly, often mispronouncing words, requiring him to guess their meanings, which was quite taxing. Now, with Fan and Zhan reading smoothly and clearly, he could easily recall each page of the 1st volume, as if it were vividly present in his mind. He pondered that despite Fan and Zhan being mere students, their scholarship was commendable. They had at least thoroughly studied the 4 books and 5 classics. This led him to conclude that becoming a scholar in the Ming Dynasty was indeed no simple feat, akin to attaining a prestigious university degree in later generations. In the following days, Fan Zhen and Zhang Xiwan visited Zhang Yuan twice daily, reciting the Spring and Autumn Annals with exegesis, often finishing 2 volumes in a single day. Sometimes, after completing a volume with time still on their hands, Zhang Yuan would pose questions to them regarding the difficult concepts in the texts, demonstrating that he grasped the material and was capable of critical thought. What astonished Fan Zhen and Zhang Xiwan even more was Zhang Yuan's ability to quote the original text from memory during his inquiries, reciting them with remarkable accuracy. In addition to seeking clarification on the classics, Zhang Yuan also engaged Fan and Zhan in discussions about current affairs, government policies, customs, and livelihoods. Interacting with the learned class, which included officials and merchants, allowed him to glean insights that textbooks could not provide. This was essential for Zhang Yuan, who had previously been somewhat naive and inexperienced. Although he had acquired knowledge of significant historical events of the late Ming, such as the Battle of Salhu and the 3 major court cases, he realized that knowledge derived solely from books was inherently limited. The vast river of history is formed by countless small events, without a comprehensive understanding of his contemporary world. How could he navigate the tumultuous times and distinguish himself? Fan Zhen, being quite talkative, found discussing anecdotes and experiences more engaging than merely reading. Zhang Xiwan, the less loquacious, offered insightful remarks, such as the notion that the 3 western provinces, Shaanxi, Jiangxi, and Shaanxi, were unfavorable for officials due to their harsh conditions and aggressive populace, which often resisted taxation. Conversely, Jiangxi, with its dense population and limited land, saw many of its people seeking livelihoods elsewhere, leading to a prevalent practice of fortune-telling and geomancy by Jiangxi natives, which resulted in tax evasion. As Zhang Xiwan spoke of the 3 western provinces, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but reflect that figures like Li Ziqing and Zhang Xianzhong from Shaanxi were likely emerging around this time, both formidable adversaries. One evening, after Fan and Zhan had finished reading a volume for Zhang Yuan, they prepared to return via the 3-arch stone bridge. However, they observed Zhang Ao supervising workers as they constructed a bamboo pavilion beneath the arch, claiming it would provide a pleasant reading and chess-playing spot. Fan Zhen and Zhang Xiwan exchanged glances, realizing that a heavy rain could easily flood the bridge, sweeping away the pavilion, an imprudent expenditure indeed. Yet, Zhang Yuan, the third son of the Zhang family, was determined to pursue his whims without delay, valuing fleeting pleasure over financial concerns. Old Fan, Old John, called Zhang Ao. The two gentlemen hurried to the bridge, bowing respectfully. What instructions do you have for us, young Master Yin? Zhang Ao, fanning himself, inquired. How has your reading for Zhang Jiezi been progressing? Fanjin replied, very well. Young Master Jiezi possesses an exceptional intellect and a remarkable memory, rather. He never forgets what he hears. Oh, when did Zhang Jiezi become so clever? Zhang Ao scoffed, rolling his eyes in disbelief. What book are you reading? Fanjin responded. The Spring and Autumn Annals with Exegesis, and we have completed the 10th volume. Zhang Ao nodded but remarked, tomorrow morning, you two should refrain from reading to him. I shall do it instead, heh. On June 22nd, with the heat of the summer solstice past and the hottest period of the year upon them, Zhang Yuan's mother, Lady Lu, set out at dawn with the maid Yi Ting and Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Kai to oversee the collection of wheat rents from the tenants at the estate outside the city. At home, aside from Zhang Yuan, Wuling, and Tooting, there were only Zhang Kai's mother and two elderly servants in the kitchen, totaling but a handful of individuals. In stark contrast to the throngs of servants in West Zhang. Yet, among the 8 households in East Zhang, they were considered relatively affluent, as some families lacked even a single servant, with the housewives handling all chores themselves. Young servant Wuling had already tidied up the study early in the morning, preparing it to a pristine condition. After attending to young Master's breakfast, he hastily consumed 2 bowls of rice porridge and a piece of sweet cake before waiting at the door for the arrival of Fan and Zhan. Outside the grand gates of the residences of wealthy officials in Shaoxing stood walls, either 6 or 4 panels wide, adorned with intricate bamboo screens secured with gilded nails, exuding elegance. In contrast, ordinary households merely enclosed their entrances with bamboo fences and 2 wooden doors. Wuling leaned against the wooden gate, waiting. After more than half an hour without seeing Fan and Zhan, he glanced at the sun, realizing it was nearing the end of the hour. Did they perhaps have other matters to attend to today? As Wuling contemplated entering to inform young master, he spotted Zhang Ao approaching. Clad in a fresh silk robe and adorned with a square cap, fanning himself as he walked, followed closely by a handsome young servant. Little Wu, Zhang Ao called. Your lady has gone to collect rents, correct? Indeed, Wuling replied. And Jiezi? Young master is waiting in the study for his reading. Zhang Ao chuckled. How pitiful. With his eyes ailing, he must sit indoors all day, staring blankly when no one reads to him. The young servant behind him stifled a laugh, quickly covering his mouth. Wuling quietly protested, my young master's eyes have already improved. Improved? Yet he still wears an eye patch? Indeed. Then he is not better, Zhang Ao retorted, casting a glance at the young servant and signaling him with his eyes. I will go in and read to your young master. You need not accompany me. I find you rather clumsy. With that, he entered with the young servant. Wuling glared at Zhang Ao's retreating figure, thinking to himself, you call me clumsy. Yet you are even more so. My young master can win at chess even with his eyes covered. Humph. He harbored a deep disdain for the young servant, who walked with an exaggerated gait, suspecting him to be a sycophant. Oh dear, may the deities protect my young master from being led astray by the third son. I earnestly pray for his well-being. Zhang Yuan rose early to practice a simplified version of Tai Chi twice. Although he was resolute in becoming a scholar, maintaining his physical fitness was essential. A scholar lacking strength was undesirable. Now was the time to cultivate his physique, and Tai Chi was the perfect exercise. With his mother and Yi Ting at the estate, Wuling awaited the arrival of Fan and Zhan. In the inner courtyard, only he and Tooting remained. The little maid moved so lightly, akin to a cat, that even Zhang Yuan's keen hearing barely detected her presence. Yet, upon calling her name, Tooting would promptly peek her head around the door, asking, what is your command, young master? Footsteps approached from the hallway, and Zhang Ao called out, Jiezi. Jiezi, Tooting's timid voice replied, third young master, my young master is in the study. Zhang Yuan stepped outside the study and bowed. Why have you come, third brother? Zhang Ao nudged Zhang Yuan's elbow playfully, grinning, today, I shall read to you. I read better than Fan and Zhan. Zhang Yuan anticipated that Zhang Ao would not adhere strictly to the reading, but he was unafraid of any mischief, replying, very well, I appreciate your efforts, third brother. He detected another presence behind Zhang Ao, faintly scented with powder, and asked, who have you brought with you? Zhang Ao replied, a young servant you have not seen before. Zhang Yuan ceased his inquiries and entered the study, taking a seat. Wuling presented 2 cups of fragrant tea before discreetly exiting, concerned that Zhang Ao might play tricks on their young master. After lingering in the corridor for a moment, he felt reassured upon hearing Zhang Ao begin to read aloud. Chapter 7. Reading forbidden books in daylight. Zhang Ao read with remarkable speed, without a moment's pause, completing 20 pages of the 11th volume of the Spring and Autumn Annals before slamming the book onto the desk, exclaiming, "I am utterly exhausted and sweltering." Zhang Yuan suggested, "Brother, take a moment to rest and sip some tea." After drinking a couple of mouthfuls, Zhang Ao waved his folding fan and remarked, "Focusing on a single book is rather dull. Today, I have brought another book that will surely captivate your attention." Zhang Yuan smiled faintly and inquired, "What book is it? And who is the author?" Without answering, Zhang Ao asked, "Do you remember Yuan Shigong, the second of the 3 Yuans from Gongan? He visited my grandfather 3 years ago while passing through Shanyin. You were too young to recall." Zhang Yuan replied, "I remember Yuan Zhonglong, a renowned scholar. In the late Ming, he was akin to a character from The Deer and the Cauldron, who never met Ming Jiangnan." Zhang Ao chuckled, "You truly remember. Then let me tell you. This book is penned by Yuan Zhonglong himself." Recalling that Yuan Hongdao passed away in his 40s, Zhang Yuan asked, "Is Yuan Zhonglong still alive?" Zhang Ao responded, "He has passed on, dying 2 years ago at the tender age of 43. His indulgent youth depleted his constitution, leading to his early demise. At 16, Zhang Ao critiqued Yuan Hongdao, oblivious to his own excesses with youthful companions, far more extravagant than Yuan Hongdao in his youth." Zhang Yuan lamented silently, "What a pity that Yuan Hongdao is gone. I had hoped he would mentor me." Given that the book was authored by Yuan Zhonglong, Zhang Ao would likely favor Shang Zheng or Ping Shi. Zhang Yuan had perused both works casually and thought that hearing Zhang Ao read them aloud once more would solidify his memory, as he intended to pursue the scholarly path. It was essential to familiarize himself with the refined interests of the literati, otherwise he would feel out of place. To change, one must first assimilate. Zhang Yuan said, "Then please read for me a masterpiece by Yuan Zhonglong. This book is quite extensive. I shall select a passage to recite for you. Listen closely. For this extraordinary work is not something just anyone can access." Clearing his throat, Zhang Ao began to read aloud. 2 days later, it was the 1st of June, and the weather was exceedingly hot. At noon, the blazing sun hung in the sky without a cloud in sight, truly a moment when stones shimmer and gold flows. One verse encapsulates this heat. Zhurong descends from the south, wielding a fiery dragon. Flames and clouds scorch the sky. The sun hangs high, refusing to depart. As nations languish in a furnace, the 5 mountains lose their verdant mist, and the sea's depths lament in parched waves. When will a golden wind arise to dispel this heat across the land? As he read the name Shiminqing, Zhang Yuan involuntarily murmured in surprise. Zhang Ao asked, "What is it?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Nothing, please continue." Zhang Ao continued. Shiminqing, affected by the heat, refrained from venturing outside, choosing instead to loosen his garments and seek respite in his garden. There, within the emerald pavilion, he observed his servant watering the flowers. Before the pavilion stood a pot of fragrant flowers, blooming splendidly. Shiminqing ordered Inner to fetch a small watering can and attend to the flowers. Pan Jinlian and Li Ping'er were clad in silver-threaded gauze dresses, with intricate colors and golden embellishments. Li Ping'er wore a bright red skirt, while Jinlian donned a silver-red one. Intriguingly, Jinlian did not wear a crown and let her hair fall freely, adorned with 3 emerald flowers on her forehead, accentuating her delicate features and radiant smile. At this juncture, Zhang Ao lifted his gaze to Zhang Yuan and asked, "What do you think, my friend? Does this description not come vividly to life?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Indeed, it is exquisitely crafted prose." Zhang Ao declared, "Allow me to read you another tantalizing excerpt, featuring Shiminqing and Li Ping'er," and lowered his voice as he continued. Shiminqing, noticing her red silk trousers beneath her gauze skirt, beheld her exquisite form, revealing her flawless complexion. Unable to contain his desires, and with no one around, he pressed Li Ping'er onto a cool chair, lifting her skirt and removing her trousers. Engaging in a prolonged moment of intimacy, untouched by time, the two reveled in their pleasures, unaware that Jinlian had not summoned Yulo, and had stealthily approached the garden's corner, intending to deliver flowers to Chame before quietly eavesdropping outside the Emerald Pavilion. After a while, she overheard their passionate exchange, where Shiminqing affectionately declared to Li Ping'er, "My dear, you desire nothing else but your lovely figure." Zhang Yuan rapped his fingers on the mahogany table. "That is enough. Do not continue." The fragrant maidservant giggled softly. Zhang Ao laughed heartily. What is it? Are you feeling overheated and restless? In this era, young men became easily stirred by slightly risky descriptions. A consequence of lacking proper education in such matters. Understandably so. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Fortunately, I can still exercise restraint. Zhang Ao, in a mysterious tone, asked, Do you know what book this is? If you can name it, I shall grant you a beautiful maidservant. Ah, the fragrant maidservant exclaimed, No, no, my lord, please don't. Silence. Zhang Ao commanded fiercely, Do you wish to be punished? The maidservant fell silent, not daring to breathe. Zhang Ao was exceedingly harsh with his attendants, resorting to violence if they displeased him, leaving them rolling on the ground, too fearful to intervene. Zhang Yuan shook his head, unwilling to gamble with Zhang Ao. They were kin, and there was no need for such rivalry. The last time he had won against Zhang Ao was to have someone read to him, and during this pleasant time, he only wished to enjoy the reading. Yet, Zhang Ao insisted on provoking him, and he had no choice but to oblige. Zhang Ao chuckled mischievously. This maidservant is but 17, fair and slender, possessing a certain charm, much like the lines I just read, delicate features and a radiant smile. So, what do you say? Shall we wager? If you can name the book, I shall gift her to you as your personal maidservant. You are 15 now. Surely you understand the inclinations of a man, The intricacies of this matter are not easily conveyed. You must experience it for yourself. Zhang Yuan could not help but laugh, likening Zhang Ao to a middle school student showing off. If you wish to wager, simply state what you want from me. As for what I desire upon winning, that should be my prerogative. Very well, Zhang Ao replied, striking his folding fan against his palm. Speak, and whatever I possess shall be yours. Zhang Ao firmly believed that Zhang Yuan would not know the title of the book. There were no printed copies available, and the volume he held was a handwritten manuscript by Yuan Zhonglong, lent to him by Xie Zihong, who in turn had borrowed it from Zhang Ruolin. He had discreetly taken it from his grandfather's bedside. Zhang Yuan was well aware of what books Zhang Ao had read and would certainly not recognize this one. Zhang Ao smugly thought, Zhang Jiezai will likely guess that this is Water Margin, as it features Shimenqing and Pan Jinlian. He has not fully read Water Margin, and I have successfully ensnared him this time. Haha. Zhang Yuan stated, First, tell me what you desire if you win. The feeling of certainty is quite delightful. Zhang Ao replied, 2 things. First, you must give me the chess secrets you possess, and second, you shall no longer wear a blindfold in my presence. Zhang Ao was still bothered by having lost to Zhang Yuan in chess and believed that Zhang Yuan's newfound skill must stem from some secret manual. By the way, Zhang Ao added, One more thing, my friend. I do not appreciate the manner in which you speak to me currently. You must change it, or I shall become quite irate. Previously, Zhang Yuan had followed closely behind him, speaking with deference and admiration. Now, with a blindfold on, he spoke slowly, lacking any respect, which was unacceptable and needed to be amended. Agreed, Zhang Yuan replied readily. If I lose, I will certainly hand over the chess secrets and no longer wear the blindfold. As for my demeanor, if you find anything amiss, you may reprimand me at any time. Zhang Ao was delighted, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. That is the attitude I desire. Now it is your turn to state what you wish from me if you win. In my heart, I thought, this fool, Jiezi, surely believes that this book is the Water Margin, displaying such a confident demeanor, pretending to possess the wisdom of a celestial being. Heh. Soon there will be a delightful spectacle to behold. How exhilarating, how delightful. Chapter 8. Innate wisdom. The oppressive heat of the summer morning was already unbearable. With the distant banks of the Tua Lao River alive with the incessant chirping of cicadas, occasionally the cicadas would fall silent in unison, creating an uncomfortable stillness that pricked the ears. Zhang Yi, her face glistening with sweat, furiously waved her fan before suddenly tossing it into the arms of a maid dressed in the attire of a scholar's assistant, commanding, Cool me down. The maid, grasping the fan with both hands, vigorously fanned Zhang Yi. Despite Zhang Yi's volatile temperament, which sometimes led her to lash out in anger, there was an unspoken prestige that accompanied her status as the daughter of the wealthy Zhang family. In contrast, the servants of the Eastern Zhang household bore the burden of menial labor, subjected to toil and drudgery, as evidenced by the maid Yi Ting, whose hands were raw from washing. Surely, the young Master Yin will not be defeated, the maid thought resolutely. Zhang Yuan, however, was not sweating much at all. He found tranquility in his thoughts. He contemplated what he might win from Zhang Yi. Speak up. What is it that you desire from me? If not this maid, I could also offer 30 taels of silver, Zhang Yi urged. Zhang Yuan finally spoke. I have guessed the title of the book correctly. I require neither maid nor silver. I simply ask that you, my 3 elder brothers, heed my words in the future, coming and going at my beck and call, and that you suppress any semblance of your noble demeanor in my presence, for I shall reprimand you if you do not. You, Zhang Yi erupted in anger, leaping to her feet and gasping with rage. Zhang Yuan remained composed, gently waving his fan. After a moment of huffing and anger, Zhang Yi suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "Very well, I shall comply with your wishes, ha." Zhang Yuan cautioned, "But what if someone breaks their promise, reneging on the wager?" Zhang Yi retorted defiantly, "I, Zhang Yi, am not so base and despicable. I will not go back on my word. I am eager to see how you intend to win." "All right," Zhang Yuan replied. "Let me tell you what book you just recited. Go on, speak." Zhang Yi held her breath, her previously unwavering confidence now shaken. Zhang Yuan slowly enunciated 3 words, Jin Ping Mei. Zhang Yi's breath caught momentarily before it grew heavy. She fell silent, merely panting, and seized the fan from the maid's hands, fanning herself furiously. After a pause, her voice hoarse, she stammered, How do you know this book?" "It is impossible." Zhang Yuan replied calmly, "Not only do I know the title, but I also recall the chapter you just read." "Chapter?" Zhang Yi's mind began to swirl. "Then tell me, what chapter is it?" Zhang Yuan recited, "Li Pinger whispers in the jade pavilion. Pan Jinlian drunkenly wreaks havoc in the grape trellis." The explicit descriptions in Jin Ping Mei left a profound impression on Zhang Yuan. The sound of flipping pages filled the air as Zhang Yi found the corresponding page. Deep down, she knew Zhang Yuan's recollection was accurate, yet she felt compelled to verify it herself, her mind reeling. Have you read Jin Ping Mei?" "Indeed, I have." "Where did you come across it?" Zhang Yi could hardly believe it. How could Zhang Yuan know Jin Ping Mei? A book she had only stolen a glance at from her grandfather's bedside 2 days prior? Zhang Yuan replied, "No need to pry into details. I ask you, have I won this wager?" Zhang Yi remained silent, fervently fanning herself. The maid, relieved that Zhang Yuan had spared her from being a wager, felt a touch of resentment. Thinking to herself, the Eastern Zhang is a miser. I wouldn't attend even if invited. Seeing Zhang Yi's face flush crimson and sweat bead on her forehead, the maid approached her with a handkerchief, sweetly saying, "Young master, allow me to wipe your sweat. There is no need to become agitated. Young master Jia is merely jesting with you. This wager is not binding." With a sharp slap, Zhang Yi knocked the maid to the ground, shouting, "When have I, Zhang Yanku, ever been untrustworthy? Some may call me a scoundrel or a wastrel, but I am no rogue. How dare you, you lowly maid, insult me? I shall make you pay for your insolence." In a fit of rage, Zhang Yi unleashed her fury upon the maid, who writhed on the ground, crying out in distress. Wuling, who had been waiting outside the study, rushed in, standing beside his master in fear of Zhang Yi's wrath. Young maid Rabbit Ting peeked in at the door, her face a mask of terror. Zhang Yuan rose, slapping the table, and called out, "Zhang Yanku, if you claim you are not a rogue, how can you still lack integrity?" Zhang Yi, filled with indignation, replied, "I am punishing my maid. What concern is it of yours?" Suddenly realizing he had lost the wager, he understood he must obey Zhang Yuan's commands and suppress his anger. With the ferocity of a wild horse, Zhang Yi struggled to contain his inner turmoil, his voice gravelly. "I will not go back on my word. Jiazi, tell me, what is it you wish me to do?" Zhang Yuan said, "No rush. You may return for now. Just remember what you have promised. Come and go at my beck and call." Zhang Yi's face burned with embarrassment. Without another word, he turned and left. Rabbit Ting quickly stepped aside to avoid being knocked over by Zhang Yi. The maid, still recovering from the shock, struggled to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she straightened her hair and dress. She bowed to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Young master Jia, I shall take my leave," wiping her tears. She was about to exit when she saw Zhang Yi striding back towards her, fearing he would strike her again. Her face turned pale as she sought refuge beside Zhang Yuan. Ignoring the maid, Zhang Yi approached Zhang Yuan and asked, "Jiazi, please tell me where you read Jin Ping Mei." He shook the manuscript in his hand, desperate to uncover the truth, fearing he would go mad if he did not. Zhang Yuan answered, "After suffering from an eye ailment, I fell into a stupor, awakening my innate wisdom, allowing me to recall many books from my past life." Zhang Yi gasped, thinking to himself how extraordinary this was, yet he could not dismiss it. Zhang Yuan indeed seemed transformed, his demeanor and speech imbued with an authority that commanded respect. Young maid Rabbit Ting timidly announced, "Young master, Dr. Lu has arrived." Zhang Yuan quickly responded, "Please invite him in." "Wu, go ahead." The servant Wu Ling hurried out to greet Lu Yungu. Zhang Yi lingered, eager to observe how Lu Yungu would treat Zhang Yuan's ailment. In Shaoxing, the literary culture thrived, and most reputable families would send their sons to study in communal schools. By the age of 20, if they had not passed the examination for the title of Shaoxing, they would often turn to other pursuits, be it commerce or wandering. Lu Yungu was no exception. After failing in his studies, he self-taught in medicine. He possessed a natural talent for healing, unbound by tradition, daring to employ new remedies with remarkable success. His expertise lay in treating children's ailments, and in just a few years of practice, he gained renown across the 8 counties of Shaoxing. Beyond his medical prowess, Lu Yungu was well-versed in tea culture, skilled at playing the flute, and cultivated rare orchids, disapproving of smoking, drinking, and spitting in public. To avoid such sights, he rarely made house calls, preferring to treat patients at home. His visit to treat Zhang Yuan's eye ailment was an exception, initially compelled by the heartfelt pleas of Zhang Yuan's mother. But he later returned voluntarily, drawn by the young man's engaging conversation, which seemed far from mundane. Seated in the main hall of the Zhang residence, Lu Yungu recognized Zhang Yi, the notorious wastrel of Shanyin County, whose reputation was well known. Lu Yungu held a deep disdain for Zhang Yi, stemming from an incident earlier that year at the Long Mountain Flower Fair, where a prized pot of May-petal spring orchid was for sale. Lu Yungu had intended to purchase it, only to be thwarted by Zhang Yi, who snatched it up first. Not only did Zhang Yi buy the orchid for 5 taels of silver, but he also crushed it underfoot in a fit of spite. Furious at this act of destruction, Lu Yungu confronted him, only to be dismissed with a flippant, "What business is it of yours?" as Zhang Yi strutted away. Chapter 9. Flower Arranging and Shortcuts. Mr. Lu, I am grateful for your visit on this sweltering day. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Yuan bowed deeply, instructing Willing to hastily bring tea. Lu Yungu stood and returned the courtesy, avoiding any glance at Zhang Ao, and remarked, "I have come for a follow-up examination to assess the recovery of your eyesight. I kindly ask that any unrelated individuals step aside." Zhang Ao, well aware of Lu Yungu's disdain for him, scoffed derisively and retorted, "Step aside for unrelated individuals? Do you think you are the magistrate of Shanyin County?" Lu Yungu, incensed, rose and clasped his hands toward Zhang Yuan. "I take my leave." Zhang Yuan hurriedly exclaimed, Mr. Lu, please wait a moment." Seeing Zhang Yuan approaching him with his eyes covered, Lu Yungu, concerned he might stop, quickly stepped forward to support him, saying, "I shall return another time." Zhang Yuan replied, "Mr. Lu, please hold on. Allow me to say a word first." He then turned to Zhang Ao, "Third brother, do you remember what you said before?" Zhang Ao's confidence faltered, and he responded dejectedly, "I have not forgotten." Zhang Yuan continued, "Mr. Lu is here to treat me. How can you be so disrespectful? Apologize to Mr. Lu at once." Lu Yungu widened his eyes in disbelief. Zhang Ao was notorious for his rebellious nature, and even his father, Zhang Baoxing, would find it difficult to compel an apology from him. Would Zhang Ao heed the words of his cousin, Zhang Yuan? Zhang Ao's face flushed with indignation, his head swiveling as if attempting to escape from an unseen restraint. Suddenly, he lowered his head, approached Lu Yungu, bowed deeply, and muttered, "Mr. Lu, I beg your pardon. I take my leave." He then turned abruptly and dashed out of the hall in a flash. Lu Yungu stood there, momentarily stunned, before asking, "Cousin Ji, was that truly Zhang Ao, the renowned Zhang Yanku?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. "How could I be mistaken? He is indeed my cousin. Please, Mr. Lu, have a seat." As Lu Yungu settled down, he shook his head and smiled. "Zhang Yanku has changed his surname and has actually apologized to me. This is quite the curious tale." The servant, Willing, unable to contain his glee, chimed in, "Mr. Lu, you are unaware that my young master just won a bet against young master Yanku. From now on, young master Yanku must heed my young master's words." "What wager? What victory?" Lu Yungu was baffled. Zhang Yuan explained, "It was a challenge to read a passage and have me guess the title of the book." Lu Yungu burst into laughter. It was no easy feat to make the infamous dandy, Zhang Yanku, submit. He inquired, "What book was wagered?" Zhang Yuan cleared his throat and replied, "Jin Ping Mei." Lu Yungu pondered for a moment, having never heard of such a book, and asked, "Is it related to Yuan Zhonglong's Ping Shi? With a bottle and a plum? Does that not pertain to flower arranging?" Zhang Yuan, mid-sip, sputtered tea, coughing uncontrollably. The young maid, Tu Ting, rushed to pat his back. Lu Yungu, adopting a physician's tone, advised, "When drinking or eating, one must not speak. If speech is necessary, do so calmly and unhurriedly." He then inquired, Is it indeed about flower arranging? Zhang Yuan reluctantly replied. It is somewhat related, as it does discuss flower arranging. Lu Yungu asked, May I borrow Jinping Mei for my perusal? Zhang Yuan said, I apologize, Mr. Lu, but that book belongs to young Master Yin Ku. Lu Yungu acknowledged this with a soft "oh," refraining from further inquiries about Jinping Mei. He approached Zhang Yuan, instructing him to sit with the light behind him, and then removed the eye mask to examine Zhang Yuan's eyes closely. After a lengthy inquiry, he nodded and said, Cousin Ji, it is commendable that you can remain calm. Your eyesight troubles stem from a childhood fondness for sweets, coupled with an overly excitable temperament. To restore your vision, we must first calm your liver. A balanced temperament leads to tranquility of mind, resulting in clear senses. Your eyesight will recover swiftly. Today is June 22nd. By the 15th of July, during the Ulambana festival, you may remove the mask. In the meantime, avoid direct sunlight and refrain from gazing at candle flames. Indoors, you may forego the mask, but reading is forbidden. Remember, even after recovery, minimize sweet consumption and avoid straining your eyes. Eye care is a lifelong endeavor. Zhang Yuan replied, I will remember. Thank you for your attentive diagnosis. He thought to himself, it seems I will need a pair of sunglasses. I wonder if those Westerners in Macau sell them. Lu Yungu had leisure time today and came to conduct Zhang Yuan's follow-up examination while also wishing to converse with him. The two sat in the corridor outside the main hall, fanning themselves and engaging in light-hearted conversation. On a long summer afternoon, gazing at the blinding sunlight outside. The green bricks on the ground seemed to exude heat. In such weather, sitting in the shade, fanning oneself, and chatting is undeniably pleasant, especially with the occasional cool breeze. Lu Yungu felt quite content. Each conversation with this 15-year-old youth left him feeling enlightened, as if a fog had lifted. Many things that puzzled him were effortlessly articulated by this boy, such as the curious phenomenon of a chopstick appearing bent when inserted into a cup of water. Lu Yungu mused, how is this youth previously so inconspicuous? It is said that Zhang Zonzi from the west and Qi Huzi from the south are the two prodigies of the county. In my view, this Zhang Yuan, Zhang Zhezi, is certainly their equal, if not superior. In the evening, Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, returned from the Jinhu fields, reporting a poor harvest. Only 60% of the tenants' wheat rent was collected, and yields have been consistently low in recent years. Zhang Yuan contemplated, wasn't the first half of the year marked by favorable weather? How could the harvest be so poor? The fields by Jinhu are fertile, barring floods. How could the harvest fail year after year? He suspected that Zhang Kai's father, Zhang Dachuan, might be profiting from this situation, as his father, Zhang Ruiyang, had been away for years, and his mother, Lu Shi, being a woman, had entrusted the management of their land rent to Zhang Dachuan. These doubts remained in his heart. For now, he should not overthink, as his eyesight still required care. He would attend to these matters once the mask was fully removed, and he would remain vigilant in the meantime. The following day, Fan Zhen and Zhang Xuan arrived as usual to read the spring and autumn annals to Zhang Yuan. After finishing a volume, during their leisure chat, Fan Zhen inquired, Young Master Ji, are you aware of the events concerning young Master Yin Ku? What events? Zhang Yuan asked. Fan Zhen replied, Young Master Yin Ku was utterly intoxicated last evening, brandishing a bamboo whip and striking at passers-by. Later, he had someone blindfold him, claiming he wished to meditate and unlock his innate wisdom, rambling nonsensically and staggering about. Fan Zhen and Zhang Xiwan knew that Zhang Ao had visited Zhang Yuan the previous day. Upon returning, he had gone into a frenzy. They wondered if Zhang Yuan's words had triggered this behavior. Zhang Yuan remarked, Third brother is indeed a clever person, akin to a spirited steed. Such steeds are rarely tamed. But in time, he will be well. Days passed, and Fan Zhen informed Zhang Yuan, Young Master Yin Ku has been practicing meditation these days, still wearing the blindfold. Though he does not explicitly state it, it is evident he is emulating young Master Ji. I wonder what the reason is. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Third brother likely heard me say that a calm heart breeds wisdom. Listening is more effective than seeing, and one retains knowledge better through listening. This must be the reason. Fan Zhen and Zhang Xuan both laughed. Observing Zhang Yuan's half-squinted eyes, Fan Zhen thought, this 15-year-old youth, without the mask, possesses an elegant appearance. Though still somewhat youthful, however, his demeanor remains steady and composed. Fan Zhen pondered, could it be true that listening enhances memory? Yet this boy truly seems to have a remarkable ability for retention. From Fan Zhen and Zhang Xuan, Zhang Yuan learned that to qualify as a child scholar or to take the examination for a Xiaocai, the following texts were essential, the 4 books with commentaries. The Book of Filial Piety, Elementary Learning, the 5 Classics with Annotations, the Rites of Show, the Rites, the 3 Commentaries on the Spring and Autumn Annals. The Discourses of the States, the Strategies of the Warring States, the Principles of Surnames, the Literary Selections, the 8 Families' Writings, and the Authenticity of Articles. It was estimated that mastering these texts would require at least 3 years, after which one would choose one classic from the 5 classics as the primary text for county and provincial examinations. Zhang Yuan chose Spring and Autumn, and he had already committed the 30 volumes of Spring and Autumn Annals to memory after listening to Fan and Zhang read them. However, he had not anticipated the need to read so many texts. The path to becoming a child scholar or shiozai was indeed not an easy one. Yet, I heard Fanjin remark, there are indeed those who cunningly gain admission as scholars, neglecting all other texts, focusing solely on the 4 books and their annotations and the classics, then meticulously studying the essays of the 8-legged examination. Many have succeeded in this manner. Such unlearned scholars are hardly superior to myself and old Zhang. Chapter 10. A pear blossom weighs down the crabapple. Zhang Yuan had already listened to the 4 books and 5 classics commentary, and he had read the Discourses of the States and Strategies of the Warring States 400 years later. Since he intended to specialize in Spring and Autumn, he could not neglect Dong Zhongshu's Spring and Autumn's Profound Du and Yang Shixuan's commentary on the Spring and Autumn of Guiyang. However, Zhang Yuan did not possess these 2 texts at home and had to borrow them from Fan Zhun to listen to them. It was already early July in the lunar calendar, and Zhang Yuan's eyesight had nearly recovered. He had tried reading a page himself versus listening to someone else read a page. The retention was vastly different. He could only remember a fraction when reading alone, whereas listening allowed him to recall nearly tenfold. Zhang Yuan mused, it seems the heavens want me to cherish my eyesight for a lifetime. It's not rare to memorize what one reads. It is indeed precious to remember what one hears. However, I must have 2 individuals nearby who can read to me. Old Fan and old Zhen won't last long. I need to find others. Perhaps a girl to read to me at night would be delightful. But I am still young and have no money. I shall take my time and plan for the long term. Zhang Yuan's family did not seem surprised by his transformation. His mother, Lady L, believed that his ordeal with his eyes had made him more mature. Meanwhile, Wuling, the young servant who spent every day with Zhang Yuan, felt quite happy and favored the current version of his master. He had managed to embarrass the young master of Xizang twice, which was quite exhilarating. 10-year-old Tuding remained indifferent, while Yiting, who could not read, saw no difference between a scholar and a non-scholar. As for Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Kai, they had yet to experience the capabilities of the young master of the Ji family. On the afternoon of the Qiqiu festival, the 7th day of July, Zhang Yuan was in the study, listening to Fan and Zhang recite Spring and Autumn's Profound Du. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking at the small door in the back garden. Typically, those who entered through the back door were servants seeking convenience. Zhang Yuan instructed Wuling to investigate. A short while later, Wuling returned with a young maid, 17 or 18 years old, who knelt outside the study, weeping sorrowfully. Young Master Ji, I beg you. Upon hearing her voice, Zhang Yuan recognized her as the beautiful maid who had accompanied Zhang Ao to place a wager that day. He asked, what is the matter? Lady L also heard the knocking and sent Yiting to check. Upon seeing the maid kneeling outside the study, Yiting exclaimed, Oh, Qiuling, what brings you here? Qiuling, who usually held herself with pride, was now sobbing. Yiting remembered how, while washing clothes by the river Talao, Qiuling had once playfully compared their hands, boasting of her delicate touch, while Yiting's hands, worn from labor, were rough. Yiting had retorted that she had never been beaten by their mistress, who treated the servants kindly. Infuriated, Qiuling had ignored Yiting thereafter. Now, however, Qiuling was clearly unable to maintain her usual pride, crying, Sister Yiting, please help me plead with young Master Ji. My master intends to give me to the old gatekeeper. Fanjin could not suppress a laugh and remarked to Zhang Yuan, it appears that the young master of the Yin family has taken to imitating you, sitting blindly in silence for days without gaining any wisdom. He has someone read to him, but it only stirs his anxiety. I do not know how Qiuling has offended him, but she has been beaten frequently. However, I have not heard of the plan to give her to the old gatekeeper. Qiuling interjected. It was this morning that the 3rd master ordered me to marry the old gatekeeper. Fanjin laughed and said, is it that old gatekeeper surnamed Wu? Over 60. Indeed, a pear blossom weighing down a crabapple. He clicked his tongue in mock admiration. Qiuling cried, I beg you, young Master Ji. Yiting remarked, this is quite strange. The young master of the Yin family wants to marry you off to a servant, And yet you come to plead with my master? Xiaoling replied. The young master of Yin had a wager with young master Ji. I am willing to serve young master Ji. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt rather uncomfortable. Xiaoling had previously protested vehemently against being given to him, and now she wished to serve him simply because she feared being sent to woo the old gatekeeper. He shook his head and said, I do not require your service. Xiaoling wept, Young master Ji, please save me. That old gatekeeper is not only old and ugly but also covered in sores. I would rather die than marry him. Please. Only you can persuade the third master to change his mind. Fanjin, puzzled, asked, What wager? Xiaoling, no longer able to contain herself, recounted how Zhang Ao had lost her to Zhang Yuan that day. Fanjun and Zhang Shuan exchanged glances, realizing the source of the young master of Yan's drunken rage. Fanjun smiled. This mate speaks pitifully, and she is indeed mismatched with the old Wu. If young master Ji can retrieve her from the third master, it would be a noble deed. Zhang Yuan looked at Xiaoling. Though she possessed some charm, she was rather vulgar and materialistic, and he had little interest in her. He shook his head and said, I do not want her service. Wuling, take her away. Wait, Fanjin said, bowing to Zhang Yuan. Young master Ji, may I speak with you privately? Zhang Xuan, understanding Fanjin's intention, said with a smile, I shall take my leave now, Fan brother. You may converse with young master Ji. Once Shan Xiwan departed, only Zhang Yuan and Fanjin remained in the study. Fanjin bowed deeply and whispered, Young master should know that my wife passed away long ago, and I have not remarried. If young master could convince the third master to grant Xiaoling to me as a concubine, I would be eternally grateful. Zhang Yuan smiled, appraising Fanjin, who was nearing 50 with a thin, goat-like beard. Very well, a gentleman's benevolence is commendable. I shall see what I can do. Fanjin was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Zhang Yuan then called Xiaoling back in and conveyed Fanjin's desire to take her as a concubine, asking her thoughts on the matter. Fearful of being paired with the old, ugly, and filthy Wu, and facing the disdain of the other servants at Xizhang, Xiaoling considered her options. Fanjin, though not young, was far preferable to Wu. There was no reason to refuse. Zhang Yuan promptly wrote a letter for Xiaoling to deliver to Zhang Ao. Xiaoling hesitated, but Zhang Yuan insisted. Whether it succeeds or fails depends on this letter. Only then did Xiaoling accept the letter and return to Xizhang. Zhang Yuan said, Mr. Fan, the hour is still early. Please continue reading the 7th volume. Fanjin began to read, and after about 10 pages, Zhang Kai came to report that the third master of Xizhang had arrived. Fanjin thought, indeed, he comes at a beckoning. Yet he heard Zhang Yuan say, Mr. Fan, please step into the side room for a moment. I must maintain some dignity for my third brother. Fanjin nodded inwardly, impressed by Zhang Yuan's maturity and composure, which surpassed that of many young men. When Zhang Ao entered the study and saw only Zhang Yuan, he felt relieved and relaxed. He clasped his hands and asked, GZ, what do you need? Zhang Yuan replied, Third brother, please have a seat. I wish to discuss something with you. Zhang Ao, pleased by Zhang Yuan's polite tone, said, Speak freely, GZ. What is on your mind? Zhang Yuan said, I have heard that third brother intends to give Xiaoling to the old gatekeeper Wu. She came to me in tears, claiming she would rather serve me than marry that old man. It seems I, Zhang Ji, am still more appealing than old Wu. Zhang Ao laughed heartily, saying, That lowly maid has come to plead with you? So, do you desire her? Zhang Yuan replied, Yes, send her to me. Surely, I must be better than that old Wu. Zhang Ao laughed, Very well, I shall have her come to you shortly. But first, let us play a game of chess. Zhang Yuan, still blindfolded, played chess with Zhang Ao and emerged victorious once more. Zhang Ao felt a burgeoning respect for his younger cousin, saying, GZ. Tomorrow I shall challenge you to go. Will you still dare to play blindfolded against me? Chess has seen its share of blindfolded players. Yet the intricate and infinitely variable nature of Go, with its multitude of pieces, has seemingly precluded such feats. Nevertheless, let us endeavor to ascertain, Zhang Yuan responded. Very well. Until tomorrow then, Zhang Yi proposed. As evening descended, Xiaoling arrived, bearing her indenture, duly endorsed by Zhang Yi. Chapter 11, The Bamboo Pavilion, Blind Chess. And watching the rain, the small bamboo pavilion beneath the arch bridge had long been completed. Zhang Yi, recently engaged in blind meditation, had not visited the pavilion, but fortunately, it had not been subjected to heavy rains, and the river had not washed it away. On an afternoon in the season of autumn, Zhang Yi invited his companion Wang Katsai to join Zhang Yuan for a game of chess in the pavilion. The weather was particularly sultry, reminiscent of late summer's heat. In the distance, dark clouds gathered ominously. Despite the arrival of autumn, the heat was unseasonable, hinting at an impending storm. Upon arriving at the archbridge, Zhang Yuan removed his blindfold. Unlike sunglasses, wearing it for prolonged periods was uncomfortable, as no one wished to navigate the world in darkness. Haha, my friend. Zhang Yi greeted with hearty laughter, noticing that Zhang Yuan was still accompanied by the young servant Wuling. Why is it still little Wu by your side? Where's Jiling? Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to respond, he leaned in and whispered with a chuckle, my friend, how does that beautiful maid serve you? Zhang Yuan replied, what beautiful maid? She left me bruised all over from our sparring. I felt nauseated just looking at her. I've already given her to Fan Zhan. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. You just gave her away. My friend, you were even more extravagant than I am. Such a young maid must be worth at least 100 taels of silver. A few bruises are nothing. A few days of care would restore her to her former beauty. Zhang Yuan dismissed the matter, stating, it's done. Let us play chess. They entered the bamboo pavilion. Zhang Yi was indifferent. After all, he was lavish with his possessions. It was not uncommon for him to discard items bought at great expense once they lost their novelty. Shaking his head, he remarked, Shaoxing is now yours. How you handle her is your concern. Even if she is a bargain for old Fan, she is still quite agreeable in intimate matters. They stepped into the pavilion together. The bamboo pavilion, though small, was elegantly constructed from freshly cut green bamboo, exuding a refreshing fragrance. However, its setting was incongruous, surrounded by rocky riverbanks and overshadowed by the bridge above. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi found it delightful. Inside, a delicate Wanli wood chess table was set with 2 ebony round stools, topped with a millennia-old cypress chessboard and exquisite pieces from Yongchang Prefecture, with 4 seats already arranged diagonally. Zhang Yi inquired, my friend, shall we wager on the outcome? Zhang Yuan declined. Zhang Yi chuckled, not insisting on a bet. His curiosity lay in observing how Zhang Yuan would play blind chess. Since Yao created Go to teach his son Danzhu, no one had claimed the ability to play blind chess. After determining who would go first, Zhang Yuan, playing white, turned his back to the water of the Tuolao River, half closing his eyes as he announced, Go position, Ringuan. This first move was essentially a small flying attachment at the star point, but the ancient notation system categorized Go into 4 major areas, northeast as the Go position, northwest as the upper position, southeast as the entry position, and southwest as the flat position, further identifying the 19 lines with 19 characters. Due to the nature of blind chess, Zhang Yuan had prepared the night before, familiarizing himself with the moves. Zhang Yi nodded, impressed. You truly dare to play blind chess. He placed a white stone on the designated point, announcing, Go position, Rin, followed by this is a low clamp from black. Initially apprehensive, Zhang Yuan feared he might confuse the complex moves of Go, as playing blind chess was exceptionally challenging. Even top professional players struggled with it. To his knowledge, only one amateur, named Bao Yun, had ever played blind chess. As the game progressed, confidence surged within Zhang Yuan. He could clearly recall each piece's position. Unlike chess, where pieces could move after being placed unless captured, Go pieces remained fixed, making it somewhat easier to remember. The challenge lay in the sheer number of stones and the need to avoid complex captures that could lead to confusion. Zhang Yi, playing black, grew increasingly astonished. Similar to chess, Zhang Yuan's Go skills were learned from him. Previously, Zhang Yi would allow Zhang Yuan 2 stones, but now they were playing even. After merely 50 moves, Zhang Yi's black stones found themselves at a disadvantage. He stared at Zhang Yuan's back, perplexed. How could Zhang Yuan's Go be so sharp? While chess might improve through studying secret manuals and learning a few strategies, Go was evidently not a game one could master merely by perusing texts. It appeared that Zhang Yuan's calmness had awakened his innate wisdom, evoking a mix of envy and admiration from Zhang Yi. Despite his own weeks of blind meditation, he had gained no insight and felt restless, with blisters forming on his lips. A gust of wind stirred, and the dark clouds amassed ominously, swelling as if blown by an unseen force. The color deepened, turning to black, as thunder rumbled and lightning crackled, heralding an imminent downpour. 2 figures approached silently from the bridge, arriving at the pavilion. Zhang Yuan, with his back turned, was unaware of their presence. However, their arrival seemed to alter Zhang Yi's strategy, as his moves grew noticeably weaker compared to Zhang Yuan's, whose skill had evidently improved. In the context of future evaluations, Zhang Yi's skill equated to an amateur weak 2nd Dan, while Zhang Yuan now exhibited prowess akin to a strong 4th Dan, capable of allowing Zhang Yi 3 stones. Someone was advising Zhang Yi, a person whose skill was roughly a weak third dan. Zhang Yuan did not expose this, continuing the game, with white pieces gaining a decisive advantage. At this moment, even Ye Weiping would pose no threat to him. The dark clouds enveloped the sky, casting the arch bridge into twilight, making it difficult for them to see the board. They leaned closer, peering intently. Zhang Yuan remained relaxed, opting to close his eyes to shield them from the blinding flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a sound akin to a flock of ducks approaching on sandy ground echoed as the downpour began. The once stagnant Tuo Lao River erupted with life, resembling a hidden dragon awakening beneath the surface, thrashing its tail as it surfaced. Wuling softly urged, "Young master, we cannot remain here. The water will rise soon." Zhang Yi insisted, "No, we must finish this game, even if it means playing through the night." Zhang Yuan, unwilling to indulge Zhang Yi's stubbornness, remarked, "Third brother, are you facing me with all of you?" Zhang Yi remained silent, but another voice chuckled, "My friend, truly, one cannot help but see you in a new light. When did you acquire such excellent chess skills? I fear I may not be your match." As Zhang Yuan turned, the rain had brightened the surroundings slightly, revealing two figures beside Zhang Yi. One was the musician Pan Xiaofei, and the other, a bright-eyed youth of about 16 or 17, of average height, with slightly prominent cheekbones, a pointed chin, and strikingly spirited eyes. "Ah, it's brother Zongzi." The appearance of this brother made Zhang Yuan recall the past, as the two lives intertwined. Zhang Dai, Zhang Zongzi, a celebrated figure in late Ming literary circles, highly regarded by Zhou Zuoren, Lin Yutong, and Huang Shang. Zhang Yuan had read many of Zhang Dai's essays, particularly admiring his humorous and candid nature. In Self-Portrait, Zhang Dai self-deprecatingly mused on the futility of fame and wealth, the fears of loyal subjects, and the burdens of authorship, revealing a melancholic yet profound reflection on life after the fall of the Ming Dynasty. At this moment, Zhang Dai was merely 16, a member of the Shaoxing Zhang, the eldest grandson of the West Zhang lineage, a young man of taste and a lover of life's pleasures, enjoying opulence, beautiful maids, fine wines, exquisite clothing, sumptuous foods, swift horses, bright lanterns, and antiques, alongside a penchant for poetry and literature. This was the essence of Zhang Dai, the elder cousin of Zhang Yuan, just a year his senior. Chapter 12. The White-Haired Prodigy Jiezi. I have been studying in Wanli for the past few months. I wonder if your ailment has improved? Zhang Dai smiled as he appraised his cousin, Zhang Yuan. He had just returned from Hongdao and was intrigued by the news he had heard from Wang Siren about Zhang Yuan's blind chess. Upon discovering that his younger cousin Zhang Yi was playing against Zhang Yuan under the bridge, he hurried over to observe. To his astonishment, Zhang Yuan was indeed playing with his back turned to the board, relying solely on memory. This revelation left the self-assured Zhang Dai quite amazed, for he understood well the challenges of playing Go blindfolded. Observing the game closely, he noted that Zhang Yi's black stones were in a disadvantageous position. Although he attempted to assist, he found himself powerless to change the outcome. Zhang Yuan regarded his illustrious cousin with admiration and replied, "It has improved considerably. Thank you for your concern, brother Zongzi." He then remembered that Zhang Dai had traveled to Hongdao to prepare for the provincial examination. This year, being a Rinzi year, marked the time for the examination, occurring every 3 years in August, hence referred to as the autumn examination. Successful candidates would then advance to the capital for the metropolitan examination the following year. Zhang Dai, a child prodigy from Shaoxing, had accompanied his grandfather Zhang Yuan to a villa by West Lake at the tender age of 8. There, he encountered the famous scholar Qinjiru, who rode a majestic deer along the lakeside, appearing almost ethereal. One day, upon visiting Zhang Yuan, Qinjiru spotted young Zhang Dai and remarked, "I hear your grandson is adept at couplets. I must test him." He pointed to a painting of Li by riding a whale on the screen and posed the upper couplet, Tai by rides the whale, fishing for the moon on the banks of the Qinshe River. 8-year-old Zhang Dai promptly responded, Mei Gong rides the deer, gathering autumn breezes in Shanyin County. Qinjiru, known as Mei Gong, laughed heartily and patted Zhang Dai's head, saying, "Such quick wit. My young friend indeed." At the age of 12, Zhang Dai excelled in the county, provincial, and Dao examinations, becoming the youngest scholar in Shanyin County. The people of Shaoxing proclaimed that another Zhang was destined to produce a top scholar, as Zhang Dai's great-grandfather, Zhang Yuan, had been the top scholar 40 years prior. Due to his youth, Zhang Dai did not participate in the GU year examination, but this time, he was determined to succeed. Zhang Yuan, possessing memories of the future, understood well that despite Zhang Dai's talent and early fame, He would remain an old scholar with unfulfilled ambitions by the time he reached old age. The imperial examination system, though seemingly equitable, often led to the lamentable fate of exceptionally gifted individuals languishing in obscurity. In Shanyin alone, figures like Su Wei, known for his extraordinary talent, failed to achieve the title of Jinshi, and even the renowned Chen Jiru only attained the status of a scholar. Of course, Chen Jiru, having renounced the examination system to live as a recluse, found a certain contentment in his chosen path. In this world, Zhang Yuan could not envision a life of rebellion among the disaster-stricken, nor did he aspire to be a founding minister of the Ming Dynasty like Fan Wenqing. He certainly did not wish to emulate Chen Jiru's leisurely recluse lifestyle, especially since Chen Jiru had passed away before the fall of the Ming Dynasty. At the mere age of 15, Zhang Yuan believed that he had no choice but to pursue the imperial examinations, taking each step with care, hoping to preserve enough energy to enjoy life. However, from the experiences of Chen Jiru and Zhang Dai, he recognized that vast knowledge and exceptional talent did not guarantee success in the examinations. The 8-legged essay format certainly held its own secrets, and he resolved to uncover these mysteries. Moreover, he understood the importance of early recognition. To achieve the title of Jinshi in the 16th year of Chongzhen would be a lamentable fate. As Zhang Dai observed Zhang Yuan lost in thought, he called out, "Jezi." Zhang Yuan, suddenly aware, responded, "Oh, Brother Zongzi, are you not participating in the provincial examination on the 9th of next month? Why have you returned?" Zhang Dai replied, "I have come to seek guidance from my grandfather and to take a leisurely journey before returning to Wulin at the end of the month." Zhang Yi chimed in, "Brother, this examination should be a breeze for you. What is there to worry about? It is merely a matter of ranking. If you can achieve the position of Jiyuan, that would be splendid." With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Zhang Dai modestly replied, "The title of Jiyuan depends on fate. It cannot be forced." The 16-year-old Zhang Dai was evidently filled with confidence, believing that while achieving Jian required fortune, securing the title of Jinshi was practically assured. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan secretly sighed, contemplating that this spirited cousin of his would continue to pursue examinations until the fall of the Ming Dynasty, failing to attain even the status of a Jinshi after 30 years of effort. Ultimately, the nation would crumble, and he would retreat to the mountains like a wild man, only able to reminisce about the past glories through his pen. It was a truly tragic scenario. If only I could assist this cousin of mine, he thought. Yet, he also considered, the misfortunes of the nation bring fortune to the poets. It is through the pain of witnessing the collapse of one's homeland that true artistry is born. Without the experience of national ruin, Brother Zongzi would surely be unable to craft those ethereal and poignant masterpieces, such as Viewing Snow at the Pavilion, West Lake in mid-July, Night Performance at Golden Mountain, and Moonlight at the 24 Bridges. These exquisite essays are treasures that must not be lost simply because of a change in Brother Zongzi's fate. As the rain poured more heavily, the sound of raindrops on the bridge created a soothing symphony, the water trickling down the stones from the crevices, first in gentle droplets, then cascading in streams. The Tualau River began to roar and churn, and amidst the wind, rain, and thunder, conversations under the bridge became a cacophony that necessitated shouting to be heard. Zhang Yi, reluctant to abandon the game, called out, "Jiezi, can we continue the match?" Zhang Dai shook his head and shouted, "There is no point in continuing. You cannot win, third brother." Though Zhang Yi felt defiant, he recognized that his elder brother, Zhang Dai, possessed a superior skill, and thus conceded that the match was indeed over. This time, rather than expressing frustration by overturning the chessboard, he sighed but then suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "Brother, why not play a game against Jiezi and experience his prowess?" Zhang Dai felt a spark of eagerness but replied, "The water is about to rise. If we linger, the pavilion may be swept away." "Yes, this bamboo pavilion was built by my third brother, wasn't it?" Zhang Yi laughed. "Who else but me could create such elegance?" Zhang Dai chuckled. "We shall see if this elegant pavilion can withstand the surging river." At that moment, a young girl named Tu Ting approached, holding 2 oil paper umbrellas. Under the arch of the bridge, there were 7 people: Zhang Dai, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yi, Wuling, Wang Siren, Pan Xiaofei, and Tu Ting. 2 umbrellas were hardly sufficient. Tu Ting remarked, "There aren't that many umbrellas at home." Pan Xiaofei said, "I will fetch some more." She took off her blue silk shoes and ran through the rain. Though her name resembled that of a woman, she portrayed a male role, while Wang Siren resembled a woman in mannerisms. Soon, Pan Xiaofei returned, followed by 2 sturdy servants. each carrying 3 umbrellas, while she herself ran in the rain with her head exposed, moving swiftly. Zhang Dai suggested, "Let us not rush back. Let us first observe the water from the bridge." Zhang Yuan joined Zhang Dai and Zhang Yi on the stone arch bridge, looking down at the Tuolao River. 2,000 years prior, King Gojian of Yu vowed to attack Wu, and the elders of Kuaiji offered sweet wine in a jar. King Gojian knelt to receive the wine, instructing his men to pour it into the river, where soldiers drank deeply from the flowing stream. This was the origin of the Tuolao River's name. After a heavy downpour, the Tuolao River surged with might, particularly in the bend where the water rose swiftly. They could see that the 3-arch bridge was already submerged, with the bamboo pavilion half-drowned. Zhang Yuan and the others stood on the bridge, holding umbrellas, watching to see when the pavilion would be swept away by the water. Zhang Dai inquired about Zhang Yuan's blind chess, but Zhang Yuan did not elaborate. Instead, Zhang Yi eagerly boasted about Zhang Yuan, stating that he could memorize the 30 volumes of Spring and Autumn after hearing it just once, and that his eye ailment had awakened a latent wisdom, allowing him to recall all the books he had read in his past life. Zhang Dai was secretly astonished, well aware of Zhang Yi's proud and rebellious nature, and wondered why he was so generous in his praise. Zhang Dai declared, "I must witness Jiezi's remarkable memory. Let us visit Jiezi's home now, and I will also pay my respects to my 5th aunt. Is that agreeable?" Since Zhang Yuan's father, Zhang Ruyang, was the 5th in line, Zhang Dai referred to Zhang Yuan's mother as 5th aunt. Look, the pavilion is floating," Pan Xiaofei exclaimed. Zhang Yuan leaned forward to take a glance, and saw the bamboo pavilion beneath the arch bridge drifting gently, swaying as it floated away. Zhang Ao exclaimed, "How amusing, how delightful. Someone downstream will surely find a pavilion." Catching sight of the young girl, rabbit pavilion, standing beside Zhang Yuan, he added, "They might just find a rabbit pavilion," though the jest lacked substantial humor. Zhang Ao burst into hearty laughter, for this fellow was indeed extraordinary in his ways. Chapter 13, The Difficulty of the Shu Road Once Again. Thunder rumbled and rain poured down. The young girl, Ting Tian, had taken an umbrella and ventured out for quite some time without seeing Zhang Yuan's return. Zhang's mother, Mrs. L, felt a twinge of concern. Accompanied by Yiting, she carefully navigated the uneven, waterlogged garden, standing at the back door, peering toward the Tola River. Just then, she spotted Zhang Yuan and the others approaching, which eased her worries. "How is Aunt Wu?" Zhang Dai respectfully greeted Mrs. L. The youthful Zhang Dai was extravagant and flamboyant, sharing many tastes for fine clothing, splendid horses, and beautiful maidens with his cousin Zhang Ao. However, he lacked Zhang Ao's reckless and irrational demeanor. He was well-read and courteous. In the past, when Zhang Ao visited Zhang Yuan, he would hastily greet Mrs. L with a simple aunt, without a moment's pause for a bow. Seeing Zhang Dai perform a proper greeting now prompted Zhang Ao to follow suit, indicating that he had indeed been spoiled by his mother, Lady Wang. Mrs. L smiled and asked, "When did you return, my esteemed nephew? Come in, and seek shelter from the rain." Zhang Yuan, along with Zhang Dai and Zhang Ao, settled in the study on the west side. Wuling served tea, and as Zhang Dai lifted his cup to take a sip, he wrinkled his brow slightly, revealing his distaste for the inferior quality of Zhang Yuan's tea. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Ah, Cousin Zhang, you find fault with my tea. I am well aware of your background. You indulged excessively in your youth, and now in your old age, you find yourself impoverished, reduced to laboring in the fields, subjected to the commands of 2 elderly concubines." Zhang Ao then proposed, "Elder brother, shall we engage in a game of Go First?" Zhang Dai readily agreed, saying, "It is still early. Let us play a game before assessing your remarkable memory." He inquired, "Do you still play blindfolded Go?" Zhang Yuan confirmed, "Indeed." This was not meant to belittle Zhang Dai, but rather because playing blindfolded Go required immense concentration and patience, serving as a great exercise for memory and imagination. Zhang Dai was somewhat displeased, stating coolly, "Very well, then I shall witness your blindfolded skills." The rain continued to pour heavily, the sound from the rooftop akin to a swift melody, enhancing the atmosphere for their game. After over half an hour of play, Zhang Dai, playing as white, ultimately lost by 5.5 stones. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Zhang Ao laughed heartily, saying, "Elder brother could not even best our cousin." With youthful pride, Zhang Dai, unable to bear the humiliation, declared, "Cousin, let us play again." Zhang Yuan interjected, "Esteemed cousin, let us conclude our games for today. I still wish to consult you on poetry and literature." Zhang Dai, possessing a sharper intellect than Zhang Ao, reflected on the game and realized that he had never had a chance to win, It was clear that Zhang Yuan's skills surpassed his own. Continuing would only lead to further losses, particularly in a match driven by frustration. Zhang Dai said, I have heard that you can recite the spring and autumn annals after hearing it just once. Allow me to test you. In the 4th year of Duke 1. What events are recorded? Zhang Yuan recited. In the spring of the 4th year, the Duke himself came to Jin. In summer, the wife of Jiang was brought back from Qi. The Di invaded Qi. In autumn, the people of Chu destroyed Jiang. The Duke of Jin attacked Qin. The Duke of Wei sent Ning Yu to offer a marriage alliance. In winter, in the 11th month, on the day of Renin, Lady Feng passed away. This was a record of the significant events that transpired during the 4th year of Duke Wen's reign, and after reciting the text, Zhang Yuan also recited the corresponding explanations from the Zhuozhuan with clarity. Zhang Dai exclaimed with delight, not a word amiss. How is it that I never noticed your extraordinary talent before? Zhang Ao chimed in, did I not tell you? Cousin attained enlightenment after suffering from an eye ailment. Zhang Dai remarked, then cousin can truly be considered a seed of scholarly potential. Surely you will seek fame through the imperial examinations? Zhang Yuan responded confidently, indeed. Zhang Ao scoffed, how mundane. He believed his daily escapades were far from ordinary. Zhang Dai laughed, saying, securing a place in the highest ranks of the examinations is the greatest pursuit in the world. Once the yellow list is published, even in the most remote mountains, everyone will know your name. Tell me, who among the scholars can claim to be above such pursuits? Zhang Ao retorted, I am above it. I regard fame as mere refuse. Zhang Dai shook his head, chuckling, unwilling to engage in further argument with his cousin. He turned to Zhang Yuan, asking, have you begun studying the 4 books yet? Zhang Yuan replied, I am eager to seek your guidance on the writing style. Zhang Dai stated, you are using the spring and autumn as your primary text, I presume? I focus on the Book of Songs. The 8-legged essay is not difficult. Once you grasp the 4 books and the 3 commentaries on the spring and autumn, you can learn to compose the 8-legged essay. However, we scholars must not solely devote ourselves to this form. Such narrow focus limits our perspective and dulls our intellect, inviting ridicule from the likes of Han, Lu, O, and Su. I greatly admire Su Shi's words. In writing, one should draw from an abundant source, allowing it to flow freely without choosing the ground from which it springs. On level ground, the flow is swift and unfettered. But when faced with hills and stones, one must adapt to the circumstances, yielding to their shape. As for what is known, one must persist in what is necessary and cease when it is essential to halt. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, understanding that these words came from Su Shi's literature, and recognized the brilliance of the literary theory. He mused to himself, now I comprehend why talents like Su Wenchong, Chen Jiru, and Zhang Zonzi have repeatedly failed the examinations. The 8-legged essay has many constraints. If one's talent is abundant and one writes with an overflowing spirit, one is bound to break through the confines of the 8-legged form, which would be deemed irregular. The examiners are strict about these rules, and thus, you would not be selected. Then Zhang Dai added, yet there are those who excel at the current style of writing. Wang Jizhong and Lu Qidong are both masters of this form, demonstrating literary flair within the confines of the rules. Both have already achieved the status of Jinshi. Zhang Yuan inquired, Wang Jizhong is Wang Siren, I presume? And who is Lu Qidong? Wang Siren also hailed from Shaoxing, known for his prideful integrity and humor. Lu Sun once quoted this fellow townsman, stating that Kuaiji was a place of vengeance and honor, not a place to harbor filth. As for Lu Qidong, Zhang Yuan could not recall his identity. Zhang Ao interjected, Lu Qidong is Lu Zhongzhou, a mere impoverished scholar. Ah, so it is Lu Zhongzhou, Zhang Yuan responded. Realizing that Lu Zhongzhou was a renowned Confucian master of the late Ming Dynasty, known for founding the Xishan school, with Huang Zongxi as one of his students. Just then, Zhang Dai exclaimed, third brother, you must not be rude. Master Qidong is a person greatly respected by our grandfather. Zhang Ao huffed. He was the one who disrespected me first. Zhang Dai asked, perplexed, in what way did Master Qidong disrespect you? Zhang Ao replied indignantly. Is he not teaching at the great good temple in the east of the city? Last month, grandfather commanded me to seek his tutelage. I went, but within half a day, he dismissed me, telling grandfather that I was unteachable, earning me a severe reprimand from grandfather, truly infuriating. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Dai burst into laughter. Zhang Ao's frivolous and impetuous demeanor would certainly not have been welcomed by the strict and principled Lu Zhongzhou. However, Zhang Ao soon became self-satisfied, proclaiming, that impoverished scholar rejected me at his door, but I did not let him have an easy time either. That very night, I took 2 young servants to the great good temple and threw stones at his window, even smashing his door. I bet that impoverished scholar was terrified. He glanced at Zhang Yuan and fell silent. Zhang Dai shook his head repeatedly, finding his cousin's behavior utterly absurd. With their uncle absent and grandfather unable to intervene, Zhang Ao appeared to be rather intimidated by Zhang Yuan. What could be the reason for that? Zhang Yuan inquired about the county examination, to which Zhang Dai replied. The questions for the county examination are quite challenging. The county, prefectural, and provincial examinations each consist of only one round, requiring 2 8-legged essays per round. The county and prefectural exams focus on the 4 books, while the provincial examination may include questions from the 5 classics. This year's county examination has already concluded, and if you wish to take it, you must wait until next year. The examinations occur in the years of the rat, dragon, goat, and dog, while the years of the tiger, snake, monkey, and pig are for the imperial examinations. Next February, the county examination will take place, followed by the prefectural examination in April. In the provincial examination the year after, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, even the Shurdai examination occurs every 3 years. This truly is a significant delay. Zhang Dai continued. The county examination is the most difficult. As far as I know, roughly 1 in 50 is accepted, while the provincial examination is 1 in 30. And the imperial examination is 1 in 10. Given that our Shaoxing prefecture boasts a thriving literary culture with many scholars, the competition is particularly fierce. With only about 1 in 60 or 70 being accepted, this felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhang Yuan. A mere 1 in 60 or 70 acceptance rate was indeed disheartening. Zhang Yi chuckled. My dear friend, you are now aware of the difficulties of the shoe road, aren't you? How about playing the flute and singing a tune, or indulging in a game of chess? With your extraordinary skill in blindfold chess, you could traverse the martial world, journey to Jinling, or explore Guangling, ensuring a lifetime of carefree enjoyment, unencumbered by the burdens of official duties. Chapter 14. The Rabbit. Let us wait and see. As evening descended, following a rain shower, the oppressive heat that had enveloped the air dissipated, allowing a hint of autumn to emerge. The saying that summer rain is like a pardon holds true, as it indeed feels like a great relief. Zhang Yuan accompanied Zhang Dai and Zhang Yi to the Sangong Bridge, where the evening glow painted the sky, revealing a clear atmosphere, devoid of any traces of the earlier thunderstorm and fierce winds. Only the swelling waters of the Tulao River, which filled the banks, bore witness to the recent tempest's might. The air was fresh after the rain. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zongzi, for your guidance. I wish you success in the upcoming autumn examinations. Zhang Dai replied with a smile. If I succeed in the autumn examinations, I must hasten to the capital for the preliminary tests next year. Thereafter, I fear it will be rare for us to gather again. On the 18th of this month, I plan to invite our cousins to the Xie Garden, and I will also invite a few classmates from our county who are about to take the provincial examination. The troupe will perform the new play The Peony Pavilion, The Resurrection at Xie Garden, which promises to be a feast for the eyes and ears. Will you be able to join us? Zhang Yuan responded. Mr. Liu Yungu has said I may go freely after the Ghost Festival. I must see the Peony Pavilion and take the opportunity to meet some distinguished youths from Shanyin. One cannot remain cooped up at home, buried in books. Zhang Dai nodded. Very well, I shall send someone to invite you. With that, he gestured to Zhang Yi, and they walked across the arch bridge, followed closely by Wang Kukan, Pan Xiaofei, and others. Upon reaching the west side of the bridge, Zhang Dai glanced back and saw Zhang Yuan standing alone under a tall locust tree. Lost in thought, behind him stood the slightly dilapidated residences of Dong Zhang. Their brother, Dong Zhang's Jiezi is truly remarkable. He plays chess with his eyes covered and can recite passages he has merely heard. How come I never noticed this talent before? He has always been your faithful follower. And now, after a bout of illness, he seems transformed. It's simply unfathomable, Zhang Dai mused, shaking his head as he walked. Zhang Yi, hearing his elder brother praise Zhang Yuan, felt inexplicably pleased and remarked, perhaps the tides of fortune are shifting. It may be Dong Zhang's turn. Zhang Yi, known for his bluntness, received a sharp glare from Zhang Dai, who retorted, if fortune shifts to Dong Zhang, how will you continue your indulgent lifestyle? Zhang Yi chuckled. It won't change overnight. I still have 20 years of enjoyment left. After I'm gone, I'll leave the fate of Dong Zhang and Shi Zhang to others. Zhang Dai scoffed, dismissing Zhang Yi's words, silently resolving that, as long as he, Zhang Zongzi, was around, Shi Zhang would not fall into decline if Jiezi could succeed in the examinations. It would also be a matter of pride for the Zhang family of Shanyin After all, Dong Zhang and Shi Zhang are of the same lineage. Young Zhang Zongzi was both open-minded and confident. On the other side of the stone bridge, Zhang Yuan stood alone beneath the locust tree for quite some time. The examination statistics were grim. In Shaoxing Prefecture, the ratio of successful candidates was about 1 in 70 for the first level, which was merely for the title of Xiuzai. The provincial examination yielded a mere 1 in 30 for the title of Jiren, and the final examination for Jinshi was a dismal 1 in 10. This meant that to rise from a mere scholar to the esteemed Jinshi, one had to carve a path through tens of thousands of aspirants. Akin to a bloodbath on a narrow bridge, an analogy that was far from exaggerated, far more brutal than the college entrance examinations he would face in later years. What to do? Living passively, as Zhang Yi does, seemed like a way of life, but it was not one he could adopt. The days of Huma crossing the river, shaving his head, and sporting a long braid would not be easy to endure. Wang Siren starved himself to death. Lu Zhongzhou starved himself to death. Zhang Dai aspired to be a loyal minister, yet feared the pain of execution and the hunger of starvation, contemplating retreating to the mountains to survive. As the evening glow gradually dimmed, the once boisterous waters of the Tu Lao River quieted, and twilight fell. Zhang Yuan lightly kicked a stone into the river, producing no splash, and suddenly exclaimed, "Rabbit, let us wait and see." A voice called from behind. Did the young master call for me? Turning around, Zhang Yuan saw the young maid, Tu Ting, standing by the back gate, her wide eyes fixed on him. Her hair styled into 2 little buns that resembled rabbit ears. Zhang Yuan laughed. "I didn't call for you. I saw a wild rabbit running across the riverbank." "Oh, a wild rabbit. Where?" The young maid became animated, rushing to Zhang Yuan's side, stretching her neck to peer across the river, but saw no rabbit. Zhang Yuan playfully flicked her ear-like braid and asked, "Tu Ting, who styled your hair?" "It was my sister, Yi Ting," she replied. After dinner, the elder maid, Yi Ting, brought a bamboo basket of clothes to wash at the well near the corridor. These were the garments that young Master Zhang Yuan had changed out of after playing in the rain with the young masters of Xizang. Yi Ting only washed for Madame Lu and young Master Zhang Yuan, but would also help Tu Ting because of her youth. As for Wu Ling, she received no assistance from Yi Ting, as Wu Ling had the 2 kitchen maids help her with her laundry. On the left side of the corridor was a small door. Passing through it, one would find a row of earthen-walled houses, which served as the kitchen, storage, and quarters for the servants of the Zhang family. This area was connected to the back garden, and the well was located at the edge of the back garden, providing water for the garden's irrigation and the family's needs. The round well was surrounded by a circle of stone railings, with varying patches of moss beneath. A wooden bucket, lacquered with tung oil, rested against the railing. Yi Ting set down the bamboo basket, untied the rope wrapped around the handle of the bucket, and was about to draw water when a young servant, about 18 or 19 years old, emerged from the far eastern room. He wore a wide-brimmed cap and a blue cloth shirt and pants, with short stature and a face covered in acne, and he grinned. "Yi Ting, what brings you here to wash clothes today?" This young servant was Zhang Kai, the son of Zhang Dechun, and a servant bound by a contract to the Zhang family. Yi Ting shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "The river has risen. Where else would I wash?" With a careless motion, she let the bucket fall into the well with a splash. Zhang Kai stood behind Yi Ting, watching her bend down to draw water. To facilitate her work, Yi Ting had tightly bound her waist with a light fabric strip, making her bending posture accentuate her figure beneath the long skirt. Zhang Kai's eyes brightened, and he swallowed hard, saying, "Yi Ting, allow me to help you." He stepped closer, intentionally brushing against her, attempting to touch her waist. Yi Ting swiftly kicked out a foot, and Zhang Kai yelped as he jumped back, clutching his shin and exclaiming, "Yi Ting, you were so cruel." Zhang Kai's parents were out of town, having gone to the Jian Lake estate, leaving only 2 kitchen maids who peeked out to watch the commotion. Yi Ting paid no mind to Zhang Kai, focusing on pouring 3 buckets of water into a large basin, and then sitting on a small stool to begin washing. After tending to his leg, Zhang Kai approached again, squatting in front of Yi Ting with a wide grin. "Thank you, Yi Ting, for showing mercy." Yi Ting continued washing, not lifting her head, coldly responding, "Stay away from me. Do not provoke me." Zhang Kai shifted back slightly and lowered his voice. "Yi Ting, I have something important to tell you." After a moment of waiting and seeing that Yi Ting was still engrossed in her work, he continued, "It's about my father wanting to propose to someone." Finally, Yi Ting acknowledged him with an "oh," saying, "That sounds like good news." Zhang Kai edged closer, asking, "Do you know which girl my father intends to propose to?" "I don't know," Yi Ting casually replied, but then sensed something off, raising her eyes to Zhang Kai. who wore an eager expression, his acne flaring. Yiting's brows slowly knitted together, and Zhang Kai, sensing the shift, quickly moved back, but heard Yiting call. Zhang Kai, come here. I have a question for you. Zhang Kai cautiously approached, ready to flee, saying, ask away. Yiting whispered. Who does your father want to propose to? Zhang Kai remained silent and, after a while, replied, didn't Yiting already guess? That one do, Yiting exclaimed, throwing the brush she was holding into the wooden basin with a splash, glaring at Zhang Kai. I absolutely refuse. Zhang Kai pouted, muttering, as long as madam agrees. It's all that matters. What did you say? Yiting retorted. Nothing, he stammered. Zhang Kai quickly stepped back a few paces, maintaining a cheeky demeanor as she implored, Sister Yiting, I, Zhang Kai, am of respectable character and come from a well-to-do family. Why do you not consider marrying me? Well-to-do? Yiting scoffed. Isn't it all pilfered from the fields of the master's estate? Zhang Kai's expression shifted, her playful facade dissolving as she retorted, Sister Yiting, do not speak carelessly. With a huff, she retreated to her own quarters. Yiting, agitated, washed her clothes, contemplating the undue trust the mistress placed in the Zhang family. Everything was entrusted to Zhang Dachuan, who, in collusion with the tenants, had embezzled a significant portion of the seasonal rents for summer wheat and autumn grain. With the weather favorable, yet the harvest consistently meager, all the profits found their way into Zhang Kai's coffers. Zhang Dachuan's family could deceive the higher-ups, but they could not fool those below. They merely placated Zhang's mother, Lu Shi. Yiting, perceptive and discerning, had long recognized the discrepancies and had previously brought them to Lu Shi's attention. However, Lu Shi remained skeptical, a woman in a man's world, while Zhang's father was perpetually away, leaving her unable to investigate or rectify the situation. After finishing her laundry, Yiting carried the bamboo basket back to the inner courtyard. The light from the young master's study illuminated the room, revealing him absorbed in his reading. Ever since he had developed an eye ailment, he seemed to have become much more astute. Should she inform the young master of Zhang Dachuan's misdeeds and allow him to decide? Standing at the edge of the courtyard, Yiting hesitated, glancing up to see the crescent moon rising in the sky. Chapter 15. A stroll in the garden. Yiting, having hung out the laundry, noticed that the mistress did not summon her, so she wandered to the study outside the west building. Peering through the crack in the door, she saw the young master dressed in a jade-colored robe, just having bathed, his hair still cascading loosely, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, reciting something incessantly. Although Yiting was illiterate, the young master's concentrated demeanor suggested he was not merely babbling. He was likely reciting poetry or classical texts. She thought to herself, the young master has made progress, becoming literate and wise. I can discuss Zhang Dachuan's matter with him to prevent the mistress from being swayed by Zhang Dachuan's slander into marrying me off to Zhang Kai. I would never marry Zhang Kai. I disdain him for his attempts to exploit our family's wealth. Yiting intended to wait until the young master finished reciting before entering. But after a considerable time outside, she realized he was lost in a stream of words about this spring and that summer. With only a brief moment where he seemed to pause to consult his book before resuming his recitation, unable to wait any longer, she gently tapped the doorframe and called out, Young Master. Zhang Yuan was reviewing the spring and autumn commentary by Gu Liang, which Mr. Fan and Mr. Zhan had read to him a few days prior. Recalling the past deepened his understanding of the text. Upon hearing Yiting's voice, he turned towards the door and said, Is that you, Yiting? What is it? Yiting entered the study, bowed respectfully to Zhang Yuan, and said, Young Master, I have something to report regarding Zhang Kai. Oh? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, seated himself, and gazed at Yiting. Speak. His demeanor was truly that of an adult, which calmed Yiting's anxious heart somewhat. She continued, It concerns the tax and rents of the tenants at Jianhu Farm. Zhang Dachuan at that moment, Wuling rushed in, saying, Young Master, Mr. Fan seeks an audience and has brought along Qiuling. Zhang Yuan replied, Please invite Mr. Fan to the front hall. I shall be there shortly. After Wuling left, he turned back to Yiting and said, Please summarize what you know. Yiting then recounted her knowledge of Zhang Dachuan colluding with the tenants to underreport their harvests in order to pay less rent. Zhang Yuan inquired, Does my mother know of this matter? Yiting replied, She knows a bit, but the mistress relies on the Zhang family, making it difficult for her to confront them, fearing there would be no one to manage the farm. Zhang Yuan nodded, asking, Yiting, what made you think to tell me this? I am only 15. Yiting responded, At 15, you are still the head of the household. You will grow up. The most pressing reason is that I overheard Zhang Kai saying he would have his father propose to the mistress to marry me off to him. I refuse to marry such a person who would harm our family. Zhang Yuan stood and said, very well, I understand. You may return to the south building. I will devise a plan and will not allow you to marry Zhang Kai. After getting left, Zhang Yuan quickly gathered his hair and donned a headscarf before heading to the front hall to meet Mr. Fan. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Mr. Fan quickly rose and bowed deeply, saying, young master, I have come to express my gratitude. I had intended to host a banquet for you at the tavern, but feared the mistress would disapprove, haha. The 50-year-old Mr. Fan appeared rejuvenated, likely due to Qiuling's attentive care. Standing beside Mr. Fan, Qiuling knelt in gratitude for the young master's kindness and expressed her intention to bow to the mistress. Zhang Yuan instructed Yiding to lead Qiuling inside. Zhang's mother, Mrs. Liu, initially confused, became very pleased upon hearing Qiuling's account, commending her son for handling the matter so well. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Qiuling to remain and serve her son, who was only 15. In the front hall, Mr. Fan presented 20 taels of silver as thanks. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Mr. Fan, there is no need for such formality. It was merely a small effort on my part. He refused to accept it. Mr. Fan, being shrewd and perceptive, understood that this young man was exceptionally clever. He felt that with such intelligence, honesty was the best policy. He said directly, 20 taels of silver hardly reflects Qiuling's worth. I have greatly benefited from your kindness. This is merely a token of my appreciation. If you refuse to accept it, I would truly feel ashamed. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and ceased to decline, saying, I have a favor to ask of Mr. Fan. Mr. Fan quickly replied, please, young master. State your request. I shall do my utmost to assist as long as it is within my means. He felt a slight concern, unsure of what Zhang Yuan needed. Zhang Yuan explained the issue of the house servant Zhang Dachuan withholding the rent. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan felt relieved and immediately displayed an expression of righteous indignation, saying, this servant is despicable. Rest assured, young master, I will take care of this matter. I will provide you with an answer within 10 days. As long as it did not involve excessive expenses, Mr. Fan was willing to assist Zhang Yuan, partly due to the favor he had received, and partly because he sensed that Zhang Yuan was not an ordinary individual. Should Zhang Yuan rise to prominence, Mr. Fan could reap the benefits. Zhang Yuan said, then I thank you in advance, Mr. Fan. Please do not alert Zhang Dachuan while you investigate. Mr. Fan acknowledged, I understand. After some casual conversation, Qiuling emerged, and Mrs. Liu sent her off with a beautiful 6-panel skirt and a piece of silver jewelry. The style was fashionable in Suzhou, which was revered as the standard across the country. In the following days, Zhang Yuan continued to study at home, awaiting news from Mr. Fan. During this time, his tutors were Mr. Zhang Xiyuan and another scholar with the surname Wu. Since Mr. Fan was occupied, others stepped in, each earning 5 coins a day. Being a scholar was not an easy task. A respectable scholar was expected to possess good writing skills, some talent without being ostentatious, and a solid drinking capacity. It was also essential to be able to recite a few humorous poems when necessary and to be familiar with the host's interests, whether it be chess, go, dramas, or other pastimes. Mr. Wu, the scholar, had excellent calligraphy skills. During his lessons, Zhang Yuan sought his guidance in writing. He did not aspire to become a master like Su Wuchang, Dong Qichang, or Wang Duo, as true mastery required both innate talent and rigorous practice, of which he had little time. In the flourishing cultural climate of late Ming, with talented individuals emerging, it was unrealistic for him to excel in every discipline. That would be excessive. His primary goal was to succeed in the imperial examinations, but poor penmanship would hinder his chances. Mr. Fan had mentioned that a certain compatriot of his had written excellent essays for the examinations but was rejected for his poor handwriting. Zhang Yuan's penmanship was indeed lacking. In his youth, he had been distracted and had not practiced writing, while 400 years later, he wrote well with a fountain pen but had hardly touched a brush. Thus, he needed to practice writing. His aim was not to stand out but to meet standards, ensuring that examiners would not frown upon his writing. Writing is akin to one's face. While he did not seek to be the most handsome, he certainly did not wish to be off-putting. The time spent studying and practicing writing felt long and arduous, but before he knew it, the Ghost Festival had passed, and on the morning of the 18th day, a servant from the west side came to invite him to the stone garden. Zhang Yuan informed his mother, who, knowing her son had been cooped up at home for months and that his eye condition had mostly healed, encouraged him to go out and enjoy himself. She reminded him to avoid disputes and to take care of his health, advising him to return early. Zhang Yuan set out with his small servant Wuling, following the messenger towards the city's west side, which was not far, about 3 miles. The stone garden had been constructed the previous year by his grandfather Zhang Yuan, who, having retired from official duties, indulged in the pleasures of life, building gardens and entertaining. The stone garden had cost no less than 10,000 taels. Beautifully nestled between mountains and water, with winding corridors and exquisite bridges. Upon its completion, 2 elderly gentlemen had visited the garden, one proclaiming it a veritable paradise, while the other shook his head, asserting that even paradise could not rival its beauty. Zhang Yuan had never been to the stone garden before. This was his first visit. Chapter 16. The fluttering of butterflies. The Garden of Pebbles lies beside the pond of Pangong at the foot of Longshan in the western part of the city. It is said that 2,000 years ago, King Gojin of Yu trained his naval forces here, but now it has become an abandoned pond without an owner. Zhang Dai's grandfather, Zhang Yuan, purchased over 10 acres of land by the pond and instructed artisans to skillfully arrange it, utilizing the natural slope of Longshan and the waters of the pond of Pangong. Thus, the garden, which occupies merely 10 acres, appears to stretch over dozens, resembling a celestial realm when viewed from the eastern bank of the pond, where mountains and waters intertwine with pavilions and towers. Zhang Yuan instructed the servant, Xiang Zhang, to go ahead while he and Wuling followed. The peony pavilion has yet to commence, no need to hurry. Let us stroll leisurely along the banks of the pond and take in the sights. As they ambled slowly, gazing at the scenery, they suddenly heard a voice calling out in the distance, Jiezi, Jiezi, is your eyesight better now? Turning around, Zhang Yuan saw a boy of about 14 or 15 running towards him, with a round face and narrow eyes, grinning widely. Zhang Yuan recognized him as Zhang Dingy, the younger cousin of Xiang Zhang, born 3 months later than him, who studied at the local academy behind the prefectural school. They had often played together in the past. Zhang Dingy approached, waving his hand in front of Zhang Yuan's eyes, asking, Jiezi, can you see me? Zhang Yuan chuckled, I cannot. When did you learn the art of invisibility? Zhang Dingy laughed, replying, Jiezi, your eyes are better. What joy. Please treat me to some sweets. Zhang Yuan remembered his fondness for candies and often had treats in his pocket. He replied, but my eyesight is still poor. I cannot indulge in sweets. Zhang Dingy exclaimed, where are you off to, Jiezi? Wuling, quick to respond, said, the young master of the Xiang family and the young master of the Yin family invited our young master to the garden to watch a play. Wuling felt a sense of pride, unconsciously patting his waist where 2 taels of silver lay. Did not Miss Fan give the young master 20 taels? He handed the silver to Madame, who allowed him to keep 5 taels for pocket money. I have never seen so much money before. The young master's previous monthly allowance was only half a tael. Upon hearing about the garden visit, Zhang Dingy's eyes widened with excitement, and he exclaimed, you didn't invite me. I want to go too. Zhang Yuan replied, then come along. However, Zhang Dingy hesitated, saying, but Zhang Yang did not invite me. He might chase me away. Zhang Ao disliked Zhang Dingy and preferred Zhang Yuan's company. Zhang Yuan reassured him, it matters not, we are all kin. Just refrain from disturbing the trees or plucking the flowers when we arrive at the garden. Zhang Dingy followed Zhang Yuan closely, and as they approached the outskirts of Shanyin Mountain, they could hear the sounds of strings being tuned and instruments being played from the Garden of Pebbles. Impatiently, Zhang Dingy urged, Jiezi, let us hurry, the performance is about to begin. Before Zhang Yuan could quicken his pace, Zhang Dingy dashed ahead and soon reached the entrance of Shanyin Mountain. This mountain served as the gateway to the Garden of Pebbles, veiled by bamboo groves and fenced with woven barriers. At the entrance, the members of the Xiang family, Zhang Dai, Zhang Ao, and Zhang Zhu, were welcoming guests. Zhang Ao, fanning herself with a folding fan, spotted Zhang Dingy peering in and shouted, what are you doing? Zhang Dingy, having been scolded by Zhang Ao before, quickly turned and ran back, sorrowfully approaching Zhang Yuan with a long face, lamenting, Jiezi, Zhang Yang is dreadful. He won't let me into the garden. Zhang Yuan replied, if they won't let you in, then you might as well return. But Zhang Dingy refused to leave and followed behind Zhang Yuan and Wuling until they reached the entrance of Shanyin Mountain, where Zhang Zongzi and Zhang Yang greeted Zhang Yuan warmly. Zhang Ao noticed him again, but this time, she merely glared at him without sending him away. Zhang Dai, with a friendly demeanor, said to Zhang Yuan, Jiezi, allow me to introduce you to a few classmates who will accompany me to the provincial examination. This is Ni Ruyu from Shangyu, who excels in both calligraphy and painting and possesses a fastidious nature. Do not dare to spit in his presence, haha. Zhang Yuan observed Ni Ruyu, a young man in his 20s, with his hair tied in a red silk ribbon and dressed in vibrant robes, resembling an exquisitely adorned woman. He understood that the scholars of the late Ming Dynasty led lavish lifestyles, competing in their attire as much as women did. There was a humorous poem mocking this phenomenon. Yesterday, I visited the city, returning home with tears on my sleeves, surrounded by women-esque garb. All are scholars. Thus, N.I. Ryu's appearance was not surprising. Zhang Dai then pointed to another young scholar in his 20s, saying, "This is Yao Jian, a talented writer from Kuaiji, skilled in both literature and painting." Lastly, he introduced two cousins from the local Qi family, Qi Yuan, aged 18, and Qi Huzai, who was merely 11. Young Qi Huzai, despite his tender age, wore a square cap and bore a serious expression. Zhang Dai took his hand and said to Zhang Yuan, "Jiezi, this is Qi Huzai, the county's foremost prodigy." At only 9 years old, he successfully passed both the county and prefectural examinations. He was nearly qualified for the provincial exam. But the examining officer deemed him too young and suggested he gain more experience before being admitted. His cousin Qi Yuan chuckled, "Huzai is a little prodigy. But our Jiezi here is a great prodigy." Today, the two great prodigies of the county gather. It is indeed a grand occasion. Everyone laughed, except for the youngest, Qi Huzai, who remained serious. Zhang Yuan scrutinized Qi Huzai, pondering, "Is this not Qi Biao? I recall he was the youngest successful candidate in late Ming. Becoming a jinshi at 17, what knowledge could he have accumulated at such an age? What experiences?" It must be said that writing 8-legged essays requires either talent or a knack. Zhang Ao pointed at Zhang Yuan and exclaimed, "Everyone, this cousin of mine is also a prodigy. Just 3 months ago, he suffered from an eye ailment, but unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into a blessing, awakening his innate wisdom. Now, he can recite from memory and even plays chess and go blindfolded, surpassing even my elder brother, Zhongzi." And I Ryu, Yao Jian, and the others were aware of Zhang Ao's tendency to exaggerate, and they chorused, "Zhongzi, is this true?" Zhang Dai smiled and nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. It is true." And I Ryu said, "I wish to test this claim in person. What does young Master Jiezi think?" Qi Yuan also expressed a desire to try his hand at Zhang Yuan's blind chess. Zhang Yuan smiled, "Gentlemen, today is for enjoying the garden and listening to music, not solely for testing my abilities." Zhang Dai laughed heartily. "First, we shall stroll in the garden, then listen to music, and finally engage in chess." He and Zhang Ao led the group to ascend Xiaomei Mountain, reaching the Tianwen Terrace, traversing the long corridor by the water, and crossing the small arch bridge to take a seat at the Luxiang Pavilion. To the left of the Luxiang Pavilion lay a grove of bamboo interspersed with sweet gum trees. As early autumn approached, the leaves of the sweet gum began to turn yellow and red, creating a striking contrast against the verdant bamboo. Ni Ryu and Yao Jian delighted in the scenery, agreeing to paint it. The melodious notes of bamboo flutes drifted from the grove, accompanied by the sounds of shao and drums, creating an ethereal ambience. Zhang Dai stood up, saying, "The performance is about to begin. Let us proceed." He guided Zhang Yuan and the others through the bamboo path to the Shaoxing Pavilion. The Shaoxing Pavilion is where the architecture is most concentrated within the Garden of Pebbles, featuring the Shaoxing Pavilion, Zhouhua Hall, and the stage. The Shaoxing Pavilion can accommodate 20 to 30 people, offering an excellent view of the stage across the pond where the performances are held. A painted-faced performer, Pan Xiaofei, approached Zhang Dai to inquire whether the performance should commence. After receiving an affirmative response, she hurried back to the stage. Soon, the sounds of flutes, sheng, shao, sanxian, and pipa harmonized, and an elderly performer with a long beard stepped onto the stage to sing. In bustling places, one casts aside people, while in quiet moments, one dwells alone. Countless thoughts and calculations yield no joy. Day by day, one has heartaches, for in this world, love is hard to express. Before the Jade Ming Hall, morning to evening, the red candles welcome guests, the beauty of the land assists. Yet, do not betray longing. On the Peony Pavilion, the path of 3 lifetimes. The flutes played on, and the drumbeats resonated as the old performer shifted to a new melody. In the Hall of Dubao, Miss Lin Yang is lovely, loving to tread on the spring sun. Dreaming of a scholar, he weeps for love's pain. Writing a memoir, he buries it in the desolate plum blossoms. 3 years have passed, dreaming of the plum willow, here to meet at Gaodang. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes, listening intently, his right hand resting gently on his thigh as he tapped out a rhythm. For a moment, he felt as if intoxicated. This early autumn afternoon, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze, The pond shimmered with delicate ripples. It was truly a leisurely time. We live for the present, for this very moment. This is not merely to pass the time, but to savor the true essence of life. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt that those significant historical events were distant from him. He need not feel anxious or hurried. He could savor life slowly, persist simply, and trust that everything would eventually improve, for with the flutter of a butterfly's wings, a tempest would arise. Chapter 17. Thoughts Untainted. The Peony Pavilion. Resurrection consists of 55 acts, and it is impossible to perform the entire play this morning. Zhang Dai instructed the performance troupe to showcase the mark, words of longing, instructions to women, summoning the master, the dream of startlement, and the underworld judgment, totaling 6 acts. The first 4 were relatively brief and soon passed, but when the dream of startlement commenced, the audience, including Zhang Yuan, felt a surge of excitement. The enchanting voice of Du Linyang, portrayed by Wang Siren, stirred the hearts of all, dreaming back to the warbler's song, "Time confounds the fleeting years." In the small courtyard deep within the residence, at dawn, gazing longingly at the plum pass, the remnants of last night's makeup linger, tangled and untamed. An inexplicable restlessness, Zhang Ao chuckled softly, saying, "This lady is lovesick, haha." Zhang Dai praised, "Kitsan's rendition is exquisite, deeply resonating with emotion." A significant improvement from earlier this year. Following the dream of startlement, they proceeded with the underworld judgment. This act was lively, featuring various performers, including painted faces, clowns, and old actors. Zhang Dingy and Wuling found this act particularly entertaining. Just as they were engrossed, a young servant rushed over to Zhang Dai, exclaiming, "Young master, it's terrible. The Grand Master has brought people to the garden." Zhang Dai was taken aback. "Isn't grandfather visiting friends in Kuaiji? Why has he returned?" His invitation for friends to enjoy the garden and watch the play was made without the consent of the family elders. While this would usually be acceptable, it was undeniably inappropriate at this time, as the provincial examination was just a month away. How could one forsake their studies to indulge in wine and theater? Zhang Ao, fearing reprimand from grandfather, urged, "Elder brother, let us make haste." Zhang Dai glanced at the still absorbed Nairuyu, Yao Jian, and others, shaking his head. "What of my dignity? I shall face grandfather's ire. Do not disturb the troupe. Let the performance continue. I will meet grandfather." Zhang Dai exited the Xinshuang Pavilion, heading directly toward the entrance of Xiaomei Mountain Garden, yet he did not encounter grandfather. Inquiring, he learned that grandfather and several friends had already entered the garden. The various paths within the garden were interconnected, and it seemed grandfather's group had entered through a different route. Zhang Dai retraced his steps, circumventing to the Xinshuang Pavilion, where he saw grandfather had arrived at the Shouhua Hall beside it. Zhang Ao and Zhang Zhuoru were peeking from the Xinshuang Pavilion, bracing themselves for reprimand. While the performance of the underworld judgment continued unabated, Zhang Yuan stood up respectfully as his clan uncle, Zhang Rulin, approached. Zhang Rulin, nearing 60, was portly with a round face, resembling a prosperous gentleman. Beside him stood a tall, slender man in a Taoist robe, his nose sharp and his eyes bright, always wearing a smile. Following closely was a young lad adorned with a bamboo scholar's cap, dressed in a plain, elegant long gown, his appearance strikingly handsome. "What other acts shall we perform?" Zhang Rulin inquired. Zhang Dai felt somewhat awkward, responding, in answer to grandfather, "We have already performed the 6 acts. I invited a few friends, who were about to partake in the provincial examination, to the garden to unwind after the rigors of study." Zhang Rulin remarked. "So these are all students preparing for the provincial examination? Ah, Yuan and Huzi are also here. Chi Yuan, Chi Huzi, and I Ruyu." And Yao Jian stepped forward to pay their respects. Notably, Nairuyu and Yao Jian were quite renowned among the students of Shaoxing, and Zhang Rulin had heard of them, returning their courtesy with a smile. However, when Zhang Yuan and Zhang Dingy approached, Zhang Rulin did not recognize these 2 grandsons, merely waving his hand and addressing the tall, slender man beside him, Xueden. These youngsters do not know the weight of their actions. With the examination imminent, indulging in wine and theater is indeed absurd. The man named Xuan chuckled. "Studying in isolation is of little use. True knowledge arises from wine and theater." Li Bai composed 100 poems in a drunken stupor. And Tang Ruoshi's peony pavilion is filled with profound meaning, expressing genuine sentiment. Zhang Rulin shook his head with a smile, introducing today. "Let me present to you a distinguished scholar. This is Mr. Wang Jizhong, the youngest Jinsher from Shanyin, known as Xuan." Wang Siren waved his hand with a chuckle. "Your grandson, Zhang Zongzi, is merely 16 this year. If he excels in the provincial examination, he will only be 17 at the time of the final examination. How can I be compared? Moreover, I was 20 when I became a jinshi, and now I am 39, just a commoner dwelling in the countryside. Zhang Rulin remarked. Zhongzi's talents still require refinement. It may not be easy for him to succeed in this year's provincial examination. I hope Xuan will offer guidance, as your literary skills are renowned throughout the land. Upon learning that this middle-aged man was Wang Siren, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of awe. Before Qi Biao gained fame as a jinshi at 17, Wang Siren had been a paragon of early success, demonstrating that the path to becoming a jinshi was fraught with challenges. Zhang Dai and the others bowed respectfully to Wang Siren, who inquired, "Are you all young talents? Did you gain any insights from the Peony Pavilion? Resurrection?" Zhang Dai, Zhang Ao, and the others remained silent, fearing reprimand from grandfather Zhang Rulin, as Peony Pavilion was often deemed inappropriate for the younger generation. Zhang Yuan stepped forward, stating, "I believe the entire play encapsulates three characters. Wang Siren's interest piqued. He asked, "What are those three characters?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Thoughts untainted." These three characters were Confucius' evaluation of the Book of Songs, signifying genuine sentiment. The Xianshuang Pavilion fell into a hushed stillness. Wang Siren clapped in delight, exclaiming, "Well said. Indeed, those three characters. Ha! Su Wing, is this one of your grandsons?" To articulate those three characters is no simple feat. The Zhang family of Shanyin truly abounds with talent. A mere child knows little, simply spouting nonsense. Zhang Rulin chuckled. Then asked Zhang Yuan, "Are you the son of Zhang Ruiyang?" Zhang Yuan affirmed, "Yes." Zhang Rulin nodded. "I recently heard you suffered from an eye ailment. It seems you have recovered well. Have you begun attending school?" Zhang Yuan responded, "Not yet." Zhang Ao, standing behind Zhang Yuan, interjected, "Grandfather. He possesses the ability to recite with perfect recall, a skill honed during his ailment. He can even play blindfold chess, capable of both Chinese and Go." It was unclear why Zhang Ao was so keen on praising Zhang Yuan. Perhaps he sought to elevate him to mitigate his own consecutive losses. However, Zhang Rulin remained skeptical of Zhang Ao's claims, for this grandson was notoriously mischievous, causing him much distress. Zhang Rulin glared at Zhang Ao, saying, "Where have you taken my bedside reading?" Zhang Ao felt a pang of regret, having forgotten to return the 3 volumes of Jin Ping Mei. Unable to recall where he had carelessly tucked them away, he stammered, "I didn't take it. I do not enjoy reading." Zhang Rulin retorted, "If it wasn't you, who would dare take it? I shall deal with you when we return." Zhang Ao protested, "This is an injustice, grandfather. It's just Jin Ping Mei. Such books abound on the streets. Why would I need to take yours?" Wang Siren inquired, "Su Wang, what is Jin Ping Mei?" Zhang Rulin replied in a low voice, "It is a remarkable manuscript transcribed by Yuan Shigong, who praised it as full of smoky charm, surpassing Mei Xing's 7 poems. This book is not published for the public. We may read it, but the younger generation cannot, as it depicts worldly affairs, including matters of the bedchamber." Wang Siren smiled, suddenly glancing back at the handsome young lad closely following him, clearing his throat. The young man lowered his head. Zhang Rulin glared at Zhang Ao. "Still dare to claim you haven't taken it? This time, I shall not spare the rod." Hearing of the impending punishment, Zhang Ao felt a twinge of fear. Desperately insisting he hadn't taken the book, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I truly did not take it. I only saw the title at your place and mentioned it to Jiangzi, who said Jin Ping Mei is everywhere. He has read it before and can recite it." Zhang Rulin, infuriated, laughed mockingly as he pointed at Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "Very well, indeed. Zhang Baoxing's exceptional son, lying right before me." Zhang Yi retorted, "Grandson speaks no falsehood. The witness can attest. Jiezi, recite a passage from Jin Ping Mei for my grandfather to hear." As he spoke, he discreetly performed a gesture of respect, silently imploring Zhang Yuan to aid him. Chapter 18. Utter confusion in the Shaoxing Pavilion. All eyes were fixed upon Zhang Yuan. He turned to his uncle, Zhang Rulin, and said, "Uncle, I have indeed read Jin Ping Mei. It was Zhang Yao who took it to show you, wasn't it?" Zhang Rulin, filled with anger, interrupted Zhang Yuan. "No," Zhang Yuan continued. "I have read the complete version of Jin Ping Mei, which consists of 100 chapters. Zhang Rulin frowned slightly. The 3-volume manuscript of Jin Ping Mei he had received from Xia Zhaoju in Nanjing contained only 30 chapters, clearly not the complete work. It seemed that Yuan Hongdao had also not seen the full text. The audacity of this young boy claiming to have read 100 chapters irked him, and he scoffed. "But Water Margin has 100 chapters. Zhang Yuan replied, "The 100 chapters of Jin Ping Mei weave together like 1,000 needles and threads. intricately and subtly portraying the lives of lustful men and women, corrupt officials and wicked servants, and the tales of courtesans. It is vividly depicted as if one were witnessing it firsthand. I believe that the author could not have penned such exquisite prose without experiencing hardship and the vicissitudes of life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Only someone who had genuinely read Jin Ping Mei and comprehended its depth could speak so. Yet, it was indeed strange for this 15-year-old boy to discuss Jin Ping Mei with such confidence. Zhang Yuan sternly inquired, "Where did you read this book? How could you be so outrageous at such a young age?" Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment. And Zhang Yao interjected, "Uncle, this child, due to his eye ailment, has awakened his latent wisdom. He must have read Jin Ping Mei in a past life." "Preposterous!" Zhang Yuan exclaimed. Advancing to give Zhang Yao a resounding slap, Zhang Yao dodged back and cried, "Uncle, every word I say is true. Here stands the child. You need only ask him." Bowing respectfully, Zhang Yuan reiterated, "Uncle, I truly have read Jin Ping Mei, but I cannot recall where. I can only attribute it to a past life. People of the Ming Dynasty should find it easy to believe this." He added, "As for your claim that I find Jin Ping Mei outrageous, I am perplexed as to what is so outrageous. Being young, I did not comprehend the lascivious aspects of the book. I simply turned past them, focusing instead on the human emotions and the tragedies and joys of life." Zhang Yao silently praised, "You are indeed remarkable." Boldly lying before my uncle without a hint of hesitation. "What do you mean by saying you could not understand? I recall you immediately stopping when the story described Shimin Qing fondlingly Ping Er. You certainly understood that, didn't you? Having experienced youth himself." Zhang Yuan found it hard to believe that the 15-year-old Zhang Yuan could simply overlook the indecencies in the book. However, given Zhang Yuan's assertion, he could not continue to chastise him. "Since you claim to have read the 100 chapters of Jin Ping Mei, let me ask you, what is the ending of the story?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Naturally, it is one of indulgence leading to ruin, with wives and children parted." Zhang Yuan fell silent, contemplating the rise and fall of Shimin Qing, who indulged in vice and tyranny, reveling in excess. Thus, it was only natural that his fortunes would decline, leading to familial disintegration. Suddenly, Qi Biaojia, who had been quiet, spoke up. "Did you not say that Brother Jiazai has an exceptional memory? Recite the final chapter for us, and that way, Brother Yank will not be reprimanded." This little prodigy had long been curious about Zhang Yuan's remarkable memory. Zhang Yuan agreed. "Indeed, Zhang Yuan, recite the last chapter of Jin Ping Mei for us to hear." Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "This is a million-word text. How can you expect me to recite it?" He said, respectfully, "Uncle, I cannot recite it." Zhang Yao grew anxious. "Jiazai, you have memorized it all, haven't you?" Zhang Yuan replied, "No one has read Jin Ping Mei to me." Zhang Yuan snorted, saying, "So you would be able to recite it if someone read it to you? Very well. How about the 10th act of Peony Pavilion that was performed on stage earlier? Title Dream of Awakening? You surely listened closely, so recite it for us." As he spoke, Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled wryly at Wang Siren, indicating that his grandchild was about to embarrass himself in front of Wang. Yet, Zhang Yuan remained composed and said, "I can attempt to recite it." Taking a deep breath, he began to recite slowly. Dreams return with the warbler's song. Time slips away in a tangled web. Standing in the small courtyard, the incense burns down, casting away the last threads of embroidery. Does this spring's affection not resemble last year's? At dawn, I gaze longingly at the plum gate, the remnants of last night's makeup still lingering. You lean against the railing with your Ichuan hairstyle. It cannot be severed, nor can it be neatly arranged, leaving me in endless discontent. I have already instructed the flowers and warblers to borrow spring's beauty, spring fragrance. Have you called for someone to clear the flower path? I have given the instructions. Bring the mirror and clothes." He continued to recite smoothly, flawlessly delivering the 2,000+ words of the Dream of Awakening scene without a single error. Wang Siren regarded the young Zhang Yuan, exclaiming, "Remarkable, remarkable." The handsome youth behind him stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan still found it hard to believe that Zhang Yuan possessed such a remarkable memory. However, the performers frequently practiced Peony Pavilion in the backyard, so Zhang Yuan's familiarity with it was not surprising. "Zhang Yuan, I have another question for you," he said, turning to Wang Siren. "Why don't you pose a question?" Wang Siren, intrigued by Zhang Yuan, nodded and said, "Very well. I will recite a short passage of about 300 words. Young nephew, please listen carefully." He then read aloud. "In the thirsty places of the capital, one rejoices upon finding water. 5 miles outside Ending Gate lies a well called Manjing, where men and women gather in early spring. I, along with my friend Zhang Du, went to observe it. A pavilion covers the well, measuring 5 feet in circumference, with 4 depressions filled with water, hence the name. The water erupts in a bubbling manner, resembling pearls, wide-eyed in astonishment, or like fish froth. Vines and grasses thrive in the dampness. Visitors of all ranks, from high to low, gather. Those in the middle wear hats, carry burdens, or sit on grass mats, their voices mingling in a cacophony. Vendors hawking food and drink entice with fine wine and hearty meals. The rich have their delicacies, while the poor have their modest fare. The strong are near, while the weak are far away. The servants of the Hua family exhibit great arrogance. A father and son drink together, while couples toast one another. There are those with high hairdos searching for shoes and earrings, and others drunk and causing trouble. I witnessed a woman sitting here, surrounded by old women, their laughter echoing amidst the crowd. I saw soft donkeys unable to carry their loads, while some stumbled and exposed themselves to the heavens. There were also ruffians brazenly seizing people's clothes or lewdly approaching wives and daughters, while others intervened, resulting in bloody brawls that sometimes ended in death, bringing chaos to the country. My friend Zhang and I drank under the reed cover, watching the performances before returning. Zhang Yuan naturally closed his eyes and smiled as he listened. He was very familiar with this travelogue, which was indeed Wang Siren's Manjing travelogue, one of the finest essays of the late Ming period. Yuan Hongdao, a few years older than Wang Siren, had also written a piece titled Manjing travelogue. Yuan's work seemed to be more renowned, but Zhang Yuan believed that both essays had their merits. Wang's writing vibrantly depicted life, while Yuan's work elegantly captured the scenery, making it hard to declare one superior over the other. Literature has no first or second. Much like the famous contemporaries Zhu Ziqing and Yu Pingbo, who both wrote essays titled Qinhuai River under the sound of oars and lanterns during their travels in Nanjing, offering a delightful comparison. Reciting this travelogue of fewer than 300 words was no challenge for Zhang Yuan. At last, Zhang Rulin was convinced, laughing. Zhang Ruiyang has a remarkable son. Such innate talent should not be wasted by neglecting education. Zhang Yeo hoped that his uncle would forget about punishing him, saying, "Uncle, I also understand camaraderie. A few days ago, Jia's eye ailment prevented him from reading, so I had Fanjin, Zhan Qiuan, and others take turns reading the spring and autumn annals to him. We have already finished all 30 volumes and have now begun anew. Jia's, what are you currently listening to?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Spring and Autumn, Profound Exposition and Spring and Autumn, Commentary by Guiyang." Zhang Yeo confirmed, "Yes, those are the 2 books. Jia's can remember everything after hearing it once. But if he reads it himself, he is just like anyone else." Zhang Rulin said to Zhang Dai, "Treat your classmates and friends well. Also, go tell the performance troupe to reenact Dream of Awakening. Mr. Xuan wants to watch it." Looking at Zhang Yuan, he added, "Come along with your uncle." He gestured politely to Wang Siren and walked back to Shouhua Hall alongside him. Zhang Yuan sensed that his clan uncle had something to discuss privately, so he stepped forward to follow him. Zhang Yi tugged at his robe sleeve from behind, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and implored Zhang Yuan to help him conceal the matter. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi then instructed a clever young servant to hasten back to the residence, determined to locate the 3 volumes of Jinping Mei and return them to another location in his grandfather's bedroom. Once he found the books, he planned to bribe a maidservant close to his grandfather, offering her some money and goods, so that she could tell his grandfather that the 3 volumes had been misplaced during her tidying up of the bed. Chapter 19. In one ear and out the other, to the east lies the Xiaoshuang Pavilion, to the north the Shouhua Hall, and to the south the stage, encircled by a half-moon pond of emerald water. Performances on the stage can be enjoyed from both the Xiaoshuang Pavilion and the Shouhua Hall, with winding corridors connecting the 3 structures. After a recent downpour, the oppressive heat has diminished slightly, making the riverside garden even more refreshing and pleasant. The sun beams down at noon, illuminating the koi that swim gracefully in the pond, their sizes and colors varying from red to yellow, gray to black, as they frolic in groups. When they simultaneously dive beneath the surface, the water ripples in delicate circles, reminiscent of a silk curtain billowing in the breeze, as if awaiting Zhang Yuan to pull it aside and reveal the enchanting spectacle that lies beyond. Perhaps the koi leaping over the dragon gate? As Zhang Yuan followed his uncle, Zhang Rulin, he pondered these thoughts. Suddenly, a plump, red koi leapt from the water, tearing the curtain apart with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, he heard a melodic sound from a handsome youth trailing closely behind Wang Siren, a soft, questioning note that carried a sense of restraint and rich implication. As the youth slowed his pace to create some distance from Wang Siren, Zhang Yuan diverted his gaze from the pond to meet the youth's eyes, who was slightly taller than him, with eyes like black sapphires, clear and reflective. Upon noticing Zhang Yuan's gaze, the youth raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile echoing Wang Siren's, and quietly inquired, "How old are you?" The youth had been standing behind Wang Siren, and Zhang Yuan had initially overlooked him, though his eyesight had improved. It was still not perfect. Now, in close proximity, he could see clearly, and his first impression was that the youth was a girl disguised as a boy. For her complexion, gaze, and voice all suggested femininity. Yet, Zhang Yuan hesitated to be certain. This world was rife with oddities, where the renowned performer Wang Siren could be mistaken for a young man, despite appearing more feminine than many women. Additionally, there was Li Yugong, flamboyantly performing the drunken concubine, leaving any uninformed observer to question his gender. As for determining one's sex based on appearance, this youth wore a loose, flowing garment, making it nearly impossible to discern unless it was quite evident. Besides, why should he pry into someone else's gender? "I suppose I am 15, Zhang Yuan replied. In a world filled with uncertainties, he found it difficult to claim definitively that he was merely 15, having lived 2 lives. The distance between the Xiaoshuang Pavilion and the Shouhua Hall was only a few paces, allowing for a brief exchange. Zhang Yuan and Wang Siren had already entered the Shouhua Hall and taken their seats when the handsome youth quickly stepped back behind Wang Siren. The melodious sound of a flute filled the air as Wang Siren gracefully emerged onto the stage, beginning to sing. In dreams, the warblers chirp, time slips away. Zhang Yuan stood patiently behind his uncle, awaiting questions. Zhang Yuan remained focused on the stage, tapping his fingers to the rhythm of the performance, deliberately refraining from asking questions, a test to gauge his talented grandnephew's patience. Zhang Yuan, of course, possessed ample patience, having endured 100 days of darkness. This moment of waiting was inconsequential. He stood quietly, composed. As the song Jingming reached its climax, Zhang Yuan rose and stepped out to the corridors surrounding the Shouhua Hall, facing the lush bamboo and trees. Zhang Yuan followed, calling out, "Uncle." Zhang Yuan nodded and asked, "Did you acquire this remarkable ability to memorize after your eyesight improved?" "Indeed," Zhang Yuan replied. Zhang Yuan continued, "This is a classic case of misfortune turning into fortune. Since your eyesight is healed, let me ask, do you feel that this talent gives you cause for pride?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I have never thought of it that way." Zhang Yuan retorted, "How can you not consider it?" Zhang Yuan explained, "I believe that if one cannot apply what they learn, then no amount of reading is worth much. It merely turns one into a walking bookshelf. Moreover, I only vaguely recall a few texts, lacking understanding of their principles and coherence. How could I dare to feel pride in such a situation, especially when there are prodigies like my cousin and Chi Huzai ahead of me?" Zhang Yuan's demeanor softened, and he nodded approvingly, "A teachable child indeed. Your calm demeanor surpasses even that of your cousin. Although your enlightenment came somewhat late, there is still time. Now that your eyesight is restored, you should enter the local school and read the required texts thoroughly. Next year, I will recommend you to study under Master Qidong at the Dashansi Temple. Master Qidong is a jinshi from the 29th year of Wanli, who has refrained from seeking official appointments due to mourning. He possesses profound knowledge of Confucianism and excels in the arts. Last year, he established a school at Dashansi, selecting students with the utmost rigor. Chi Huzai has already become his disciple, while Zhang Yi, being unruly, was turned away. Speaking of Zhang Yi brought to mind Jin Pingmei, and Zhang Yuan asked, "Did you truly not see Jin Pingmei from Zhang Yi?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I would never deceive my uncle. Indeed, it was during a period of despair and illness that I dreamed of a mountain with a cascading waterfall like snow, ancient pines and stones, where I discovered several bookshelves filled with thousands of volumes. I browsed through them all, and upon waking, I recalled most of what I had seen, and my memory improved." Zhang Yuan had to believe him, saying, "That is your innate wisdom and good fortune. Very well, go and study diligently. You will achieve great things. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "Thank you, uncle. I shall strive to improve," Zhang Yuan said, bowing respectfully as he took his leave. Zhang Yuan added, "Do pay your respects to Master Xuan. Do not neglect your manners." Zhang Yuan had intended to do so, as Wang Siren was someone he greatly admired from the late Ming period. Furthermore, he was curious about the handsome youth beside Wang Siren. As the performance of Jingming concluded, Zhang Yuan approached Wang Siren's seat and respectfully bowed, saying, "I am Zhang Yuan, here to pay my respects to Master Xuan." Wang Siren inquired with a smile, "Has your esteemed uncle already tested you, or do you wish to be examined by me as well?" Zhang Yuan replied. As the performance ends and the audience disperses, I have come to bid farewell to the master. Wang Siren, known for his wit, jokingly remarked, My dear nephew, you possess a natural gift for sound. It is enviable. However, aside from the sounds of reading, there are also the calls of roosters, barking of dogs, and the quarrels of neighbors. With so many noises, does it not become overwhelming? Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, Rest assured, Master Xuan, I have 2 ears. I can let one ear receive and the other ear release. Wang Siren burst into laughter and said to Zhang Rulin, Uncle Su, your grandnephew is quite amusing and talented. The handsome youth behind him also smiled quietly. Zhang Rulin chuckled. Since Master Xuan has spoken so, why not take him as your disciple? Your literary talent is unparalleled, while many claim that contemporary literature is dull. Yours is lively and graceful, able to transcend the rigid confines of classical forms, truly the best in 2 centuries. Zhang Yuan was prepared to kneel in gratitude. But Wang Siren playfully stopped him, saying, I cannot accept disciples at this time. Those who mimic me will surely fail. I did not even know how I succeeded back then, pure luck. Zhang Rulin laughed heartily, exclaiming, Master Xuan, you are too modest. If you refuse to teach him, at least do not mock yourself in the process. Wang Siren replied, One who can laugh at themselves can laugh at others. Otherwise, to only laugh at others is superficial. Zhang Rulin waved his hand to signal Zhang Yuan to depart, as Wang Siren's outlandish musings were not suitable for a young man to hear. As Zhang Yuan exited the Shohua Hall, he turned to see the handsome youth looking back at him, undoubtedly having been watching his retreating figure. He waved to the youth. The youth hesitated for a moment before approaching, cupping his hands and asking, What is it? Zhang Yuan reciprocated the gesture. May I inquire your esteemed surname and name? The youth replied, My surname is Wang, but refused to disclose his given name. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, Surely this is a girl. The youth's Adam's apple seemed rather indistinct. But I am only 15. He bowed and said, Farewell, Brother Wang. Until we meet again. As I turned and made my way towards the Shaoxing pavilion, unexpectedly, the youth hastened to catch up and inquired softly, Where might one procure Jinping Mei? Zhang Yuan gasped in surprise, pondering to himself that this youth, interested in Jinping Mei, was not to be trifled with. He shook his head and replied, It cannot be bought. It cannot be bought. With that, he strode back to the Shaoxing pavilion, only to find that the youth had already returned to stand beside Wang Siren. Chapter 20. In Archie, it was just past noon when Zhang Yuan was about to bid farewell to his elder brother, Zhang Dai, when he suddenly heard Enai exclaim, Someone has spat. He then observed Zhang Dingy dash away, presumably the culprit. Zhang Dai approached Enai and inquired, Brother Enai, where is the spittle? We must wash it away quickly. Enai, with a look of disdain, pointed towards the pond water outside the Shaoxing pavilion and exclaimed, That rascal just spat into the pond, and a red carp swallowed it. Oh dear, I can no longer stay in this pavilion. The sight of the pond and the fish makes me feel utterly unwell. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode towards the Tianwen terrace. Zhang Yuan, Uncle Yao Jian, and the others exchanged glances. Uncle Yao chuckled. I fear that Enai may never dare to eat fish again, especially not carp. Zhang Yuan shook his head, pondering how such a person had managed to live so long. He mused about the aversions to various foods. The filth of excrement made vegetables unpalatable, and the muck of pigs and sheep rendered meat inedible. Zhang Yuan and his young servant, Wuling, exited the garden and made their way to the herbal shop run by the Liu family at the Misty Dew Bridge to visit Liu Yonggu. Liu Yonggu examined Zhang Yuan's eyes, confirming that his ailment had healed, and advised him to be cautious with his eyesight, emphasizing the importance of long-term eye care. After a brief conversation, Zhang Yuan took his leave. Liu Yonggu offered him a meal, but Zhang Yuan replied, My mother is still waiting for my return. When he arrived home, it was already past noon. His mother, Madame L, was leaning at the door, eagerly awaiting his return. She said, Yuaner, the gentleman Fan, who often tutors you, came by earlier. Since you were not home, he did not enter, but mentioned he would return in the afternoon. Zhang Yuan thought to himself that Fanjin must have uncovered Zhang Dachuan's embezzlement of the rent. He decided to await Fanjin's account. Madame L continued, Your sister sent word, inquiring about your eye condition. She has been quite concerned. She added that she had replied, informing her that Zhang Yuan's eyes had indeed healed, and that she had gone to the Western Zhang family's garden today. Madame L, at the age of 48, had given birth to 5 children, of whom only Zhang Ruoxi and Zhang Yuan survived. Zhang Ruoxi, 9 years his elder, cherished her younger brother dearly. At 17, she married Liu Tao, a scholar from Qingpu County in Songjiang Prefecture. and would return to Shanyin every year at the end of January to celebrate the new year with her mother and younger brother, staying for over a month. Zhang Yuan learned all his letters from his sister, and the bond between them was profound. In his childhood, he was unafraid of his mother but harbored a slight fear of his sister, a mixture of respect, love, and trepidation that remained etched in his heart. Earlier this year, Zhang Ruoxi had stayed at her family home in Shanyin with her 2 young children for over a month. In mid-March, she returned to Songjiang. In early April, she received a hurried message from their mother via messenger, stating that Zhang Yuan had gone blind. Shocked, she paled and urged her husband Lu Tao to accompany her as they hired a boat to leave Songjiang that very night. They traveled both by water and land, covering 500 miles in 6 days. Lu Tao returned to Qingpu 3 days later, leaving Zhang Ruoxi to care for her ailing brother. It was only after Zhang Yuan received treatment from Lu Yonggu in early May and showed significant improvement that Zhang Ruoxi, having left her 2 children in Qingpu, bid farewell to her mother and brother, reminding them to inform her immediately once Zhang Yuan's eyesight was restored. Madame L remarked, at the end of last month, "I sent a message with a traveler to inform Ruoxi that your eyes were almost fully healed. It seems she has not received the news." Zhang Yuan replied, "My sister has been just as anxious for me as mother has. If you agree, I would like to visit Songjiang in the autumn to see my sister and my 2 nephews." Madame L responded, "The journey to Songjiang and Qingpu takes nearly 10 days. You have never traveled far alone. How can I rest easy?" In this era, traveling 100 miles was considered a long journey. Zhang Yuan stood tall, asserting, "I have grown up." He added, "I am already taller than you, mother." Madame L laughed, "Very well, my son has indeed grown up, which brings me great comfort." After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "How about this? Your brother-in-law's 30th birthday is on the 7th of March next year. You could visit Songjiang to celebrate his birthday. If that suits you?" Zhang Yuan agreed. After lunch, he practiced calligraphy in the study for half an hour. Wuling soon came to report that Mr. Fan had arrived. Zhang Yuan washed his hands and went out to greet Fanjin, who settled into the study. A young maid named Tooting brought in tea. Once Tooting left, Fanjin produced a thin scroll from his robe and handed it over with a smile, saying softly, "I have fulfilled my promise, young master. Please take a look." However, he quickly withdrew his hand and said, "Perhaps it is better to read it aloud to you." He then began to recite in a lively tone, "The tenant, Xie has paid for the lease of 40 mu of Zhang Dachuan's irrigated fields located east of Jianhu, delivering 20 stones of summer wheat and 40 stones of autumn grain annually." Zhang Yuan squinted to listen closely, his brows gradually knitting together. Last month, he had heard from his mother that the entire estate of 120 mu had only received 45 stones of wheat rent this year, while the autumn harvest from the previous year amounted to 60 stones. The evidence Fanjin had collected indicated that Xie alone, renting 40 mu, paid 20 stones of summer wheat and 40 stones of autumn grain. This suggested that the entire estate could yield 60 stones of wheat rent and 120 stones of grain rent annually. Therefore, Zhang Dachuan must have embezzled at least 15 stones of summer wheat and 60 stones of grain each year. Given that the current market price for 1 stone of rice is 7 coins, Zhang Dachuan would be pilfering around 50 to 60 taels of silver from the 120 mu of Zhang family's Jianhu estate annually. Zhang Yuan was incensed. His father, Zhang Riyang, toiled for a year to send back only 60 taels, while this household servant, Zhang Dachuan, embezzled just as much. It was utterly outrageous. Half of the estate's rent had filled Zhang Dachuan's pockets. Furthermore, it was more despicable that Zhang Dachuan had secretly signed a lease agreement with the tenants, with his own name as the landlord on the private copy. After calming his emotions, Zhang Yuan asked, "Mr. Fan, why did these 4 tenant households pay nearly double the autumn grain compared to the summer wheat?" Fan Jin subtly nodded. He understood that Zhang Yuan was astute. He replied, "In recent years, the fields around Jianhu have been cultivated for 2 seasons of rice, almost doubling the autumn harvest each year. However, Zhang Dachuan has continued to record the rents as if they were based on a single rice season, pocketing the surplus." Zhang Yuan contemplated for a moment and said, "I will first report this matter to my mother. Zhang Dachuan has been under my father's command for 15 years. My mother will likely give him a chance for redemption. If he does not repent, I will ensure he is punished severely." Having heard about Zhang Yuan's recognition by Zhang Rulin during the morning's performance, Fanjin was even more convinced of Zhang Yuan's potential to succeed. He said, "Young master, please feel free to issue any commands. I shall spare no effort." Zhang Yuan replied, "Thank you, Mr. Fan." Please wait a moment in the front hall while I discuss tea. Madame Zhang, of the Liu clan, expressed her concerns, saying, My son is still young. Perhaps we should wait for your father to return next year before pursuing this matter. Zhang Yuan replied, Mother, please do not worry. I have already taken on the responsibilities of a man. If I cannot manage this small family affair, how shall I ever stand on my own in the future? Chapter 21. The inexperienced Zhang Yuan rolled up the small booklet and exited the southern building. In the front hall, Fan Zhun was leisurely sipping tea while engaging in conversation with the young maid, Tu Ting. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, he rose and said, Young master, I just recalled something. Zhang Dachuan has an eldest son who resides in Jelly Village on the outskirts of the county. He has acquired a substantial piece of farmland and opened a candle shop in the city, living a prosperous life. 15 years ago, Zhang Dachuan, along with his wife and child, sought refuge with Zhang Yuan's father, Zhang Ruiyang. The only ones who became servants were the three of them, Zhang Dachuan and his wife, along with Zhang Kai. It was rumored that Zhang Dachuan had an eldest son, which was not unusual, as peasant families often sought refuge with wealthier households. But it was unlikely for the entire family to become servants. Typically, 1 or 2 sons would remain free. Yet, after 15 years in Zhang Yuan's household, that eldest son had amassed considerable wealth outside, a significant portion of which likely came from Zhang Yuan's family. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, My mother only gives me 6 coins of silver for pocket money each month, and we live frugally. Yet, here we are, nurturing this great parasite. He spoke. I must trouble you, Mr. Fan. Tomorrow morning, please bring the 3 tenants who rent my family's land here as witnesses. I will have Zhang Yi summon 2 strong servants to accompany you. Fan Zhen replied, Certainly, I will head out of the city early tomorrow. Just then, Zhang Yi arrived, smiling broadly and clasping his hands. Cousin, I owe you my gratitude today for your cover. Otherwise, I would have had to hide in my mother's room to avoid punishment. Zhang Yuan asked with a chuckle, Is everything all right now? All is well, Zhang Yi said, gracefully taking a seat. The 3 volumes of Jinping may have been found and discreetly returned. I had intended to have them copied for safekeeping, but time escaped me. Unfortunately, I have not finished reading them. Like you, I flipped through many pages, focusing only on the parts one could not comprehend. Fan Zhen complimented, Third young master. Your scholarly pursuits have clearly advanced. Your words carry great profundity, though I grasp only a fraction. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but join in the laughter and eventually said, Brother, your arrival is timely. I have a matter for you to assist with. Zhang Yi's attitude towards Zhang Yuan had significantly changed. Previously bound by a gambling agreement, he had to obey Zhang Yuan's commands, but now Zhang Yuan treated him with respect, easing his burdens. This morning, Zhang Yuan had even helped him avoid trouble, which Zhang Yi appreciated greatly. He was the kind of person who, despite his fiery temperament, would go to great lengths for those he valued. What is it? Speak freely, Zhang Yi urged. Zhang Yuan explained his request for 2 strong servants to accompany Fan Zhen out of the city. Zhang Yi replied, 2 may not suffice. Let us make it 4. They are idle anyway. I will inform the steward when I return. He then asked Fan Zhen, What business takes you outside the city? Fan Zhen replied, I am assisting young master with a matter that requires a few hands. Zhang Yi inquired, Is it because young master has set his sights on a beautiful village maiden and intends to snatch her away? Zhang Yuan laughed. Do not be absurd. It pertains to the estate. Zhang Xuan and Wu Ting arrived together, both eager to assist Zhang Yuan in his studies for a daily payment of 5 coins, which made them quite diligent. Fan Zhen then took his leave, stating he would return to discuss matters later. Zhang Yi had further questions for Fan Zhen and stood up to leave with him, quietly asking, Old Fan, are you well lately? Upon seeing Zhang Yi's sly smile, Fan Zhen understood his inquiry. Although Qiu Ling had previously served Zhang Yi, she was now his favored concubine, and he wished to avoid discussing such intimate matters. I am enjoying myself immensely, third young master. I have urgent business to attend to, so I must take my leave. He clasped his hands and hastily departed. Zhang Yi smirked, muttering to himself, There is a saying in Shaoxing, do not walk alongside newlywed young men. They walk with such joy that you cannot keep pace. He noted how quickly Fan Zhen was departing, even at nearly 50 years of age. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan's mother, Madame L, anticipated that her son would confront Zhang Dachuan regarding the withheld rent. She felt a twinge of anxiety, yet the sounds of reading from the west building continued, prompting her to shake her head. After all, Yuan is still young and lacks courage. He likely fears confronting Zhang Dachuan. Perhaps it is best to wait for his father's return to address this matter. The maid, Yi Ting, also felt disheartened. If Zhang Yuan proved timid and failed to confront Zhang Dachuan and his son, it would leave her feeling quite awkward, as she had already offended them. At that moment, Zhang Kai's voice called from the courtyard, "Madam, my father has something to report. Please step to the front hall." Yi Ting's heart leaped, and she involuntarily exclaimed, "Madam." Madam Elle understood Yi Ting's concern and reassured her, "Do not worry. If you do not wish it, I will not marry you off. I still need you by my side. Come, let us go downstairs together." Madam Elle and Yi Ting descended to find Zhang Yuan had just seen off Zhang Xiwan and Wu Ting and turned to Zhang Kai, who was waiting nearby. "You may go now. Tell your father to wait a moment." Once Zhang Kai left, Zhang Yuan said to his mother, "I have made arrangements. Tomorrow, when the witnesses arrive, I will discuss matters with Zhang Dachuan. He likely intends to propose a match for Zhang Kai today. I will handle it. You need only remain upstairs and rest." Zhang Yuan entered the front hall, where Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Kai awaited. Upon seeing only Zhang Yuan approach, Zhang Dachuan inquired, "Young master, where is your mother?" Zhang Yuan replied, "My mother sent me to ask what you wish to discuss." Zhang Dachuan said, "I am here regarding my son Zhang Kai's marriage, to inform madam." Zhang Dachuan, in his 50s, was short in stature with a protruding chin, slightly stooped, and his small, beady eyes scrutinized Zhang Yuan's demeanor. A few days prior, Zhang Kai had informed him of Yi Ting's refusal to marry, which had left him both angry and anxious. He had prepared a justification to present to Madame Elle regarding the rental issues, but after several days of silence, he felt increasingly uneasy. Thus, he used Zhang Kai's marriage proposal as a means to gauge Madame Elle's response. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "So, Zhang Kai wishes to marry Yi Ting? That is wonderful news. I will discuss it with my mother and provide you with a response tomorrow. Remember, do not go out tomorrow." Zhang Dachuan rejoiced, "Yes, yes. Thank you, young master, and thank you to madam." The father and son returned to their humble abode, with Zhang Kai unable to contain his joy. Zhang Dachuan, however, was more cautious. He knew Zhang Yuan was young and that Madame Elle was generally kind-hearted, leaving him with little to worry about. Moreover, the head of the household, Zhang Ruiyang, was always in a hurry when he returned, preoccupied with visiting relatives and friends, leaving little time to manage the rental affairs, which explained why matters had remained unchanged for so many years. Zhang Dachuan thought to himself, "A servant does not benefit from his master's household. Who would willingly remain a servant? I foolishly sought refuge with the Dong family, hoping Zhang Ruiyang might at least elevate me to a scholar. Instead, I found myself merely a child scholar. Meanwhile, my fellow townsman who became a servant in the home of Lord Dong in Shanyin County has grown wealthy in just a few years, acquiring vast tracts of land. A feat I cannot compare to." Before long, the next day arrived, and by mid-morning, Wuling came to announce, "Uncle Zhang, Brother Kai. The young master requests your presence to discuss matters." Zhang Kai exclaimed, "It seems mother has agreed to let Yi Ting marry me." "Wuling, have you heard any news?" Wuling shook his head, thinking to himself, "Dream on, sister Yi Ting would never marry you." Father and son approached the front hall, where they found Zhang Yuan seated in a large official chair, accompanied by the scholarly guest, Mr. Fan. Zhang Dachuan wondered, "Why is Mr. Fan here? Is he to act as a matchmaker for my son and Yi Ting?" Then Zhang Yuan spoke, "Uncle Zhang, I wish to discuss the rental matters concerning the Jianhu estate. I hope you will not deceive me." Zhang Dachuan felt somewhat bewildered, pondering how the conversation had suddenly shifted to this matter. Regaining his composure, he spoke, "Young master, I shall take a couple of days to meticulously calculate the land rent for you and madam. However, today I wish to discuss the marriage of my son, Zhang Kai. I wonder if madam would be amenable to allowing Yi Ting to wed my son Zhang Kai?" Chapter 22. The fertile fields and the lean situation at this juncture. Zhang Dachuan was still contemplating marrying his son to Yi Ting, exhibiting a remarkably nonchalant demeanor regarding his years of embezzling the family's land rent. Zhang Yuan beckoned Zhang Kai over, who approached and inquired, "Young master, what are your orders?" Zhang Yuan handed him a thin scroll from his side, saying, "Your father is illiterate. Please read this to him." Zhang Kai obliged, stepping back a few paces and began to read aloud. The tenant agreement with Xie Chifu states that Zhang Dachuan has rented 40 mu of rice fields, situated east of Jian Lake, paying 20 stones of wheat and 40 stones of grain annually. Zhang Kai was not well versed in the matter of his father's private contract with the tenant and read on with clarity. Zhang Dachuan quickly realized the implications and interrupted his son, exclaiming, "Nonsense, such a thing never occurred." He stepped forward and bowed to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Young master, I have served the Zhang family for many years since the year you were born, diligently caring for the fields and never shirking my duties. The agricultural tools and equipment of the family have always been treated with utmost care. The land rent contracts were established by the family head during his time in Shanyin. I have collected rents on behalf of the family, remaining ever loyal and diligent, with no selfish intentions. However, due to the proximity of the fields to Jian Lake, which often floods, there have been frequent crop failures. The kind-hearted matriarch agreed to reduce the rent. And you must not heed the idle gossip of others. Was it that vile wench Yiding who spoke of this to you? Zhang Dachuan's confession was rather earnest. But upon mentioning Yiding, his expression turned menacing. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, Uncle Zhang, let Zhang Kai finish reading the scroll. It is better to clarify matters plainly. Zhang Kai. Continue. Zhang Kai glanced between his master, Zhang Yuan, and his father, Zhang Dachuan, uncertain whether to proceed with the reading. Zhang Dachuan abruptly snatched the scroll from his son's hand and declared loudly, This is mere slander aimed at sowing discord between our household. Young master, you are still young and do not understand these matters. It would be best to summon the matriarch, and I shall clarify everything before her. Zhang Yuan responded, Uncle Zhang, do you not perceive that I have grown up, becoming quite discerning? If one wishes to keep their actions secret, one must not engage in them at all. You have established private contracts, siphoned off the land rent, and while you may have concealed this temporarily, such deception cannot endure indefinitely. My mother has stated that you have served our family for many years and have been somewhat respectful. If you return the embezzled rent from the past 3 years, we shall not pursue the matter further. Think carefully, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Dachuan rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Yuan. Having remained primarily in the inner courtyard since his eye ailment, he seldom saw Zhang Yuan. In his memory, this young master, while not entirely inept, did not seem destined for greatness. Yet today, his calm and steadfast inquiry regarding the rent unsettled him. Though illiterate, Zhang Dachuan was not dull-witted. He calculated that if he were to return the embezzled rent for 3 years, it would amount to approximately 150 taels of silver, which would jeopardize his white wax shop. No, he could not afford to return the money. Young master, I do not know who has filled your ears with slander against me. My family has served the Zhangs for years, seeking only to sustain ourselves. If you fabricate these rent claims against me, you might as well kill me, he said, kneeling down in a display of desperation. Fan Zhun remarked to Zhang Yuan, This deceitful servant is beyond redemption. Let us call in the 3 tenants for questioning. Understanding that gentle persuasion would not resolve the matter, Zhang Yuan commanded, Let them in. A swift servant named Wuling dashed out and soon returned with a group of individuals, 4 of whom were male servants from the Western Zhang household, while the other 3 were tenants farming Zhang Yuan's fields. The tenants, appearing earnest, seemed to think they had entered a court of law, bowing deeply. One of the tenants, named Xie Chifu, managed to speak up, saying, My lord, I have paid all my rent. It was Zhang Dachuan who told me to claim crop failure due to floods. In truth, I have not withheld a single coin. All was delivered to Zhang Dachuan. Seeing the 3 tenants summoned, Zhang Dachuan sensed calamity. This matter could no longer be concealed. He hastily said, Young master, I was momentarily confused. I am willing to return the 3 years of rent. I shall procure the silver at once. He rushed out, but Zhang Kai attempted to follow, only to be seized by a servant from the Western Zhang family. Zhang Yuan stated, Let him go. With that, the servants released their grip, and Zhang Kai swiftly pursued his father. Fan Zhun remarked, That deceitful servant likely will not easily return the 3 years of withheld rent. He may attempt to flee. Zhang Yuan replied, He will not escape. I suspect he intends to seek assistance, inevitably involving the authorities. I cannot remain idle. I shall seek a letter of introduction from the clan elder of the Western Zhangs to avoid being caught unprepared. Zhang Dachuan hurried to the riverside home of Scholar Yao, and Zhang Kai, running swiftly, caught up with him. The father and son arrived together to see Scholar Yao. Scholar Yao was a renowned litigator in Shanyin County, possessing academic credentials and having served as a clerk, well-versed in the laws of the Ming Dynasty. He wrote pleadings and coached others in legal matters, earning the nickname the document writer. Ordinary folk tended to avoid Scholar Yao, fearing that any inadvertent offense would lead to a lawsuit, which was both time-consuming and costly for commoners. Yet, there were those who profited from such lawsuits. A saying in Shaoxing goes, It is better to cultivate fertile fields than to engage in lawsuits, and Scholar Yao, always eager to instigate disputes, welcomed Zhang Dachuan with a patient ear. After listening for a while, Scholar Yao interrupted, Wait a moment. Did you say the landlord is from the Western Zhangs or the Eastern Zhangs? The Eastern Zhangs, the head is Zhang Rui Zhang, Zhang Dachuan replied. Scholar Yao nodded, Very well. Continue. Internally, he thought, I dare not meddle in matters of the Western Zhangs, but the Eastern Zhangs may be manageable. I have met Zhang Ruizhang before. He is not particularly formidable, and he spends much time away. Once Shang Danran had clarified the situation, Scholar Yao, with a discerning glance and stroking his goat-like beard, inquired, "What will you offer me for my assistance?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Danran replied, "Should the lawsuit succeed, I am willing to reward you with 20 taels of silver, Scholar Yao." Scholar Yao replied leisurely, "My customary practice is to determine fees based on the amount involved in the case, typically 1/3. Zhang Danran's face twitched in pain at the thought, and he gritted his teeth. "Very well, I shall abide by your terms, but I have another condition. I no longer wish to serve in the Zhang household. I seek a way to extricate myself." Scholar Yao replied, "That is reasonable. Once we are in court, it will be evident that the master-servant relationship cannot continue. Have you found a new master?" Zhang Danran, without thinking, replied, "Indeed. I have a relative in the Dong family in Shanyin County, Songjiang Prefecture, who has sent word inviting me to assist him." "The Dong family in Shanyin, Songjiang?" Scholar Yao straightened, asking, "Is it Dong Qichong, the scholar?" Zhang Danran, unaware of whether this Dong was indeed the scholar, felt bolstered by Scholar Yao's respectful demeanor and nodded, saying, "Yes, indeed, it is Dong Qichong." Scholar Yao responded, "That is promising. You are aiming high. Tell me, how much silver does Zhang Ruizhang's son demand you return for the 3 years of withheld rent?" Zhang Danran answered, "It amounts to around 80 or 90 taels." Scholar Yao retorted, "Do not deceive me. The total for 3 years is at least 300 taels. If I win the case for you, I shall require 100 taels." Zhang Danran exclaimed, "Scholar, how much land does the Zhang family possess?" "It is merely over 100 mo. How could I possibly withhold such an amount? In total, it is barely 120 taels." Scholar Yu concluded, "Enough of this. I shall not waste time with you. You will give me 80 taels, and I will win the case for you and ensure your release from the Zhang household." Naturally, Zhang Danran was reluctant to part with such a sum, and after much back and forth, they settled on a fee of 50 taels, with an initial payment of 20 taels and the remainder to be settled upon winning the case. Zhang Danran waited for Scholar Yao to draft the legal documents, instructing his son Zhang Kai to fetch 20 taels of silver from his elder brother's wax shop. Yao Xiaozai, with a quill in hand, wrote the legal document with an almost divine inspiration. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the document was complete. He blew gently upon the ink to hasten its drying and remarked, "Why hasn't your son come to collect the silver? The youth dawdles so. We might as well break his legs." Zhang Danran, believing Yu Xiaozai to be jesting, laughed along, saying, "When he arrives, I shall scold him." Yao Xiaozai retorted, "I am not jesting. It is imperative that one of you suffers a broken leg if you are to win the case. If you are averse to seeing your son harmed, then let it be you who takes the injury. But be mindful, at your age, your bones are frail, and a recovery might leave you with a disability." Zhang Danran, blinking his round eyes, discerned Yao Xiaozai's clever strategy and inquired, "Could we not break a hand instead? A broken leg would render one unable to walk for 100 days. It would be unbearable." Yao Xiaozai decisively rejected this notion, declaring, "It must be a broken leg, which we shall carry to the court. This will evoke sympathy and serve our purpose." After contemplating, Zhang Danran found the reasoning sound and reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 23. The Yamen of Shanyin County. The residence of the West Zhang family is opulent, with 6 wooden doors framed by meticulously woven bamboo. In front, white bark pines stand sentinel, and the steps are entirely paved with blue stone. Inside the tall walls, the grand hall stretches into a labyrinth of corridors, its magnificence starkly contrasting with the dilapidation of the East Zhang estate. Zhang Yuan, accompanied by Zhang Dai, traverses the estate for some time before arriving at the northern courtyard, where Zhang Ruilin is sharing a moment with Wang Siren under a shaded pavilion, listening to a blind musician play the sansin. A striking youth, seemingly disguised as a boy, is also present, along with several other curious guests. The early autumn sun still casts a warm glow in the afternoon, but upon entering the pavilion, a refreshing coolness envelopes them, the structure ingeniously designed to circulate water and dispel the heat. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Dai stand respectfully to the side as the musician concludes a piece, his delicate melodies lingering in the air. Zhang Yuan senses a gaze upon him and turns to find the youth, surnamed Wang, averting his eyes. He leans in and quietly asks Zhang Dai, elder brother, "Who is that young man beside Mr. Xuan?" Zhang Dai replies, "I am not certain. He was not introduced. He must be a relative of Mr. Jichong." Once the musician finishes, Zhang Ruilin and Wang Siren engage in light conversation, during which Wang gestures toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Ruolin looks over and beckons, "Come here, what troubles you?" Zhang Yuan shares his concerns regarding his servant, Zhang Dachuan, who has sought the assistance of a lawyer named Yao Xiaocai, claiming injustice. Yao Xiaocai has twisted the truth and is eager to litigate. I must present my case in court, yet I fear being bullied, having never faced an official before. I implore my uncle to intervene. Zhang Ruolin shakes his head, exclaiming, "Your lack of refinement has entirely ruined the mood. The Zhang family of Shanyin has never been bullied. Zhang Yuan, you should channel your energy into your studies. If you were a county scholar, who would dare to intimidate you? Even in trouble? Simply present a notice stating under the jurisdiction of the county scholar to the magistrate." Wang Siren chuckles, "Surely, you are being too harsh, sir. Zhang Yuan is only 15 years old. Must everyone be as accomplished as Zhang Zongzi, who was a scholar at 12? Zhang Ruolin, initially stern, cannot help but smile at Wang Siren's remark. "I merely wish to encourage him. Zhang Yuan has great potential that must be cultivated. What a pity it would be to waste it." He then bids farewell to Wang Siren and departs. Wang Siren gestures for Zhang Yuan to come closer, inquiring, "I heard you dream of reading thousands of tomes. Aside from Jinping Mei, what other remarkable books do you know?" Caught off guard, Zhang Yuan hesitates, unsure of Zhang Ruolin's response, and replies, "There are many wondrous texts across genres, fantasy, urban, historical, and science fiction, to name a few." Wang Siren raises an eyebrow. "What do you mean by fantasy?" Zhang Yuan quickly clarifies, "I mean all genres of classics and histories, including humorous tales. I can even recall a few." "Please share one," Wang Siren requests. And the handsome youth behind him leans in with keen interest. Zhang Yuan sighs, "However, given my current predicament, I lack the heart for merriment." Wang Siren insists. "What sort of predicament could overshadow a story? We are headed to the county office shortly." Delighted, Zhang Yuan bows and expresses gratitude. "Thank you, Sir Xuan." After a moment's thought, he shares a tale of a clever thief who, during the day, broke into a home and stole a chime. Just as he was about to escape, the homeowner returned, prompting the thief to ask, "Old man, do you wish to buy a chime?" The homeowner replied, "I already have one." "No need to buy." The thief made off with the chime, and that night, the family discovered it missing. Wang Siren bursts into laughter, and the handsome youth stifles a chuckle, his sparkling eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan. At that moment, Zhang Ruolin returns, handing Zhang Yuan a letter, saying, "Take this letter to Magistrate Ho. He will support your case. There is no need for thanks. After all, we are all in the same family. Your uncle only hopes you achieve success in the imperial examinations and fulfill your divine potential." Zhang Yuan nods respectfully. A servant then reports that Magistrate Ho has sent for Mr. Ji Chong to attend a banquet. Zhang Ruolin chuckles, "Xuan, your student is here again. You should go. Convey my regards. The heat and my weight make movement unappealing." Wang Siren stands. "Having just heard a clever thief's tale, I must attend. Come with me." Zhang Yuan bids farewell to his uncle Zhang Ruolin and elder brother Zhang Dai, following Wang Siren out of the residence, with the handsome youth naturally accompanying them. For cool sedan chairs await them at the entrance of the West Zhang estate, but Wang Siren chooses to walk the short distance of 2 or 3 miles. The Yamen of Shanyin County, along with those of Kuaiji County and Shaoxing Prefecture, is situated within the same city, a rarity among the 13 provinces of the Ming Dynasty. The Shanyin County Yamen, located in the western part of the city, features the county office in front and the official residences behind. The main hall, known as the Hall of Integrity, is centrally positioned, flanked by the waiting room to the east and storerooms to the west. Behind the Hall of Integrity lies the Daily Review Hall, each with 3 bays. The left and right wings house the departments of personnel and finance, while the east holds the land god shrine and the west contains the prison. Naturally, no county office would be complete without a pavilion of sacred edicts, which houses a stone tablet inscribed with Zhu Yuanzhang's 6 sacred edicts. Honor your parents, respect your elders, maintain harmony in your community, educate your descendants, ensure everyone fulfills their responsibilities, and refrain from wrongdoing. Magistrate Ho Jihan, hailing from Taiping Prefecture, was a 3rd-degree jinshi in the 35th year of Wanli. He is of similar age to Wang Siren, yet upon seeing him, he respectfully addresses him as Sir Xuan. This respect is rooted in history, 16 years prior. When Wang Siren was the county magistrate of Taiping, Ho Jihan had just passed his examinations. Wang Siren, of course, humbly declines the honorific, treating him as an equal. As they exchange pleasantries, a Yamen runner presents a note to Magistrate Ho, who frowns upon reading it. A complaint from Yao, a frequent visitor to the county office. What trouble does he bring now? The runner replies, Yao Xiaocai claims that a relative of his has been grievously assaulted and requests the magistrate to convene a court session. Hou Jihan responds, what time is it? It's already late. Instruct him to return tomorrow. The runner, aware of the ties between the litigants and the county office, protests, Sir. The victim has a broken leg and is wailing outside the county office, drawing a crowd. It would be unwise to delay until tomorrow. Hou Jihan retorts, if his leg is broken, he should seek proper treatment first. Let him come back tomorrow. Does he think the county will deny his injury tomorrow? Wang Siren interjects. Whom does the victim intend to accuse? The runner replies, Zhang Yuan, son of the county scholar Zhang Ruiyang. Wang Siren turns to Zhang Yuan with a knowing smile and addresses Hou Jihan. Brother Hou, it is paramount to investigate the matter for the sake of the people. I wish to observe the proceedings. Hou Jihan chuckles. If the esteemed teacher wishes to attend, it would be remiss of me to delay. Let us commence the inquiry. The Daily Review Hall serves as the venue for Hou Jihan's official duties. He gestures for Wang Siren to sit at one side of the hall, while Zhang Yuan and the handsome youth stand behind him. Yao Xiaocai enters the hall, offering a long bow instead of a kneeling salute, which is a privilege of the scholars. Behind him, an elderly man and a youth carry a bamboo stretcher upon which lies a man, filthy and writhing in pain, clearly suffering from a swollen and bruised left calf. The older man carrying the stretcher is Zhang Dachuan, while the injured man is Zhang Kai. Zhang Yuan squints, realizing that Zhang Dachuan has paid a hefty price, having injured his own son, Zhang Kai, in an attempt to frame him. Suddenly, the handsome youth beside him whispers, is this the person you struck? Zhang Yuan turns to the youthful face, offering a slight smile as he replies softly, whether I struck him or not is for the magistrate to determine. Yao Xiaocai presents his complaint, indignantly declaring that young Zhang Yuan, despite his tender age, acted ruthlessly, breaking the leg of his servant Zhang Kai simply for accidentally spilling tea, imploring the venerable magistrate for justice. With the accusation laid, it is natural for the accused to respond. Just as Hou Jihan prepares to summon Zhang Yuan, Wang Siren interjects, rising to stand beside him. Hou Jihan quickly stands. What guidance do you seek, esteemed teacher? Wang Siren replies, Brother Hou, you should inquire when and where the victim claims Zhang Yuan caused his injury. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at chapter 24. Unshaken Hou Jihan inquired of Wang Siren, do you recognize Zhang Yuan? Wang Siren turned to signal Zhang Yuan, who promptly approached and bowed, saying, I, Zhang Yuan, pay my respects to the esteemed county lord. He then presented a letter from his great-uncle, Zhang Rulin. Hou Jihan glanced at it hastily, gathering the necessary context. Observing the well-composed youth Zhang Yuan and the scholarly Yao, he thought to himself, Yao Tizui, you are truly overestimating your own capabilities to dare to accuse the descendant of Zhang Rulin. Not to mention that Master Wang has just stated Zhang Yuan was at the West Zhang scholar's residence listening to stories in the afternoon. Even if the servant were indeed beaten by Zhang Yuan, what of it? A master may chastise a servant, and unless it results in death or maiming, it is hardly a grave offense. However, a servant falsely accusing his master could lead to severe punishment. Zhang Rulin was a prominent figure in Shaoxing, revered among the gentry of Jiangnan. The first task of any newly appointed official, whether the governor of Shaoxing or the magistrates of Kuaiji and Shanyin, would be to pay respects to local luminaries like Zhang Rulin. Otherwise, governance would falter, and their tenure would be short-lived. Yao's accusations against Zhang Rulin's descendant were akin to throwing oneself against a rock. Unfamiliar with Zhang Yuan, Yao could not hear the proceedings clearly from his position in the hall. He was also unaware of Wang Siren's identity. Hearing Wang speak in favor of Zhang Yuan and noticing Hou's evident respect for him, Yao felt a twinge of anxiety but maintained his facade, sneering, in this court, one must speak with substantiated evidence. The act of Zhang Yuan striking someone is witnessed by many, and it cannot be denied. I implore the county lord to summon Zhang Yuan for an inquiry. As Hou Jihan prepared to rebuke Yao for his disrespect towards Wang Siren, Wang interjected, and Zhang Yuan spoke a few words to Hou, who then ordered the constables to summon witnesses from Zhang Yuan's household. Though Yao did not recognize Zhang Yuan, Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Kai certainly did. The two were already dumbfounded, with Zhang Kai, lying on a stretcher, having forgotten to cry out in pain, even though he was genuinely hurting from the solid blow he had received. Before long, Fanjin arrived with Xie Qi and two other farmers at the county hall. Zhang Dachuan, in a state of panic, was unable to inform Zhang Yuan, who stood beside Hou. Upon seeing the three newcomers, Yao noted that 3 of them were dark-skinned, honest villagers, and thus could not be Zhang Yuan. The remaining individual appeared to be a scholar, but seemed to be around 50 years old. Zhang Dachuan had claimed Zhang Yuan was merely 15. Yao shouted, "County Lord, why is the accused Zhang Yuan not present? Is he fleeing in guilt, or is there a miscarriage of justice?" Ho Jihan struck the bench and retorted, "Yao Sheng Yuan, do you see clearly? Zhang Yuan is right beside me. You claim he broke the leg of the servant Zhang Kai at home at the 3rd watch, which is pure slander. At that time, Zhang Yuan was at the West Zhang scholar's residence. How could he have returned to commit such an act?" Yao was taken aback and looked at the youth standing beside Ho, realizing that this lad was indeed Zhang Yuan, who had come with the tall, slender man seeking to plead for him. Yao sneered, "The county lord conducts the trial here, and those who pervert justice sit nearby. How can the grievances of common folk be addressed? The county lord, the magistrate's office, is but a few hundred paces from here. If you do not stand up for the common people, there are other places in Shaoxing to seek justice." Hearing Yao's audacity to intimidate him, Ho Jihan became furious and said, "Yo Fu, you monopolize litigation and insult officials. Can this county not report to the educational authorities to strip you of your student status?" Realizing that Ho was determined to protect Zhang Yuan, Yao did not blame himself for fabricating accusations. Instead, he resented others for shielding Zhang Yuan. Aware he could not win this case, Yao decided to bide his time for revenge against Ho Jihan, believing that would showcase his cunning. Bowing, Yao said, "Since the county lord chooses to shield Zhang Yuan, I have nothing further to say. I take my leave." He turned and left. Zhang Dachuan, feeling helpless, called out, Mr. Yao, but Yao ignored him and continued on his way. The case was becoming clearer, with 3 farmers as witnesses. Although Zhang Dachuan was somewhat cunning, it was his first time facing an official, and without Yao to guide him, he quickly confessed after a few questions from Ho. When asked who broke his son Zhang Kai's leg, he claimed it was the family of Yao Sheng Yuan who had done the deed, resulting in a broken leg and a shattered stick. Ho Jihan shook his head repeatedly and said to Wang Siren, "Teacher, look at this foolish servant. For the sake of pilfering from his master, he is willing to break his own son's leg." Zhang Kai, lying on the stretcher, cried out in despair, realizing his leg had been irreparably broken. Zhang Dachuan, knowing the gravity of the servant's false accusation against his master, repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, "I am ignorant. I am ignorant. I implore the county lord to show mercy, young master. Please spare this old servant. I am willing to return the rent money I withheld." Ho Jihan declared, "A servant who embezzles from his master and falsely accuses him must face dual penalties. The money must be returned to the master, and both father and son shall be exiled to Jinshanwai for military service." Zhang Dachuan wept profusely, his forehead bleeding from bowing, while Zhang Kai fell from the stretcher, kneeling before the county lord, begging for mercy. The handsome youth beside Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow in sympathy and gently nudged Zhang Yuan's elbow, whispering, "You let them off this time." Ho Jihan also looked at Zhang Yuan, awaiting his response. Since Zhang Dachuan and his son were Zhang Yuan's servants, if Zhang Yuan was willing to show leniency, Ho would certainly comply with his wishes. Zhang Yuan frowned. While Zhang Dachuan's embezzlement of rent was indeed despicable, the fact that he had been incited by Yao to break his son's leg for extortion was even more contemptible. Such individuals should not remain in the household. It would be wrong to feel soft-hearted simply because they were bowing and pleading for mercy. He stated, "County Lord, my mother previously mentioned that as long as Zhang Dachuan returns the rent money he has embezzled over the past 3 years, there would be no further pursuit. However, Zhang Dachuan and his son do not regard my mother's leniency, but instead resort to extortion through injury. This constitutes a separate offense. As for the first offense, let it be handled according to my mother's words. The crime of a servant falsely accusing his master falls under the purview of state law, which is beyond my authority to decide. I ask the county lord to administer justice according to the law." Ho Jihan nodded and conferred with Zhang Yuan for a few moments before announcing the verdict. Zhang Dachuan was to return 150 taels of rent to his master, and both father and son were to be exiled to Jinshanwai. Zhang Dachuan and his son, sobbing, were dragged away by the constables. The handsome youth, surnamed Wang, snorted, clearly believing Zhang Yuan to be heartless, remaining unmoved even as they wept and bled from their pleas. Zhang Yuan did not glance at the youth but addressed Ho Jihan, saying, "County Lord, while Zhang Kai's broken leg is indeed a consequence of his own actions, I suggest we have a doctor attend to him to avoid lifelong disability." Ho Jihan agreed. Zhang Yuan continued, "Though Zhang Dachuan is detestable, The instigator behind the act of breaking his son's leg to extort his master is the litigious Yao Fu. If the county lord only punishes Zhang Dachuan and his son while allowing Yao to roam free, I fear he may continue to commit further wrongs. Ho Jihan replied, I shall write to the educational authorities to request the revocation of Yao Fu's student status. Let us see how he dares to act in the future. He added, by the way, he also received 20 taels from Zhang Dachuan, which I shall have the constables retrieve for you. Wang Siren observed quietly from the side, his expression grave. Zhang Yuan, this 15-year-old youth, had once again surprised him. Most young people facing such situations would either seethe with vengeful fury or dissolve into tears, pleading for mercy. Yet Zhang Yuan remained exceedingly calm, handling matters as they ought to be without being swayed by emotion, a disposition that seemed capable of achieving great things. Chapter 25. The Misty Willows by the Pond. It was quite an extraordinary occurrence for an ordinary youth to attend the banquet of the county magistrate. Had it not been for Wang Siren's influence, Magistrate Ho would not have stooped to such an extent. Moreover, Zhang Yuan, who had been the defendant earlier, now found himself as a guest of honor. Ho Jihan harbored concerns about potential gossip. Wang Siren inquired, Brother Tianyin, was there any regret regarding the earlier case? Ho Jihan replied, none at all. Wang Siren continued, then why should you harbor such worries? Ho Jihan chuckled and bowed. Thank you, esteemed teacher, for your guidance. I often find myself excessively cautious, which has impeded my progress over the years. Please, esteemed teacher, Brother Wang, and Brother Zhang. In the late Ming period, those with academic titles were referred to as seat teachers, while the sons of such teachers were addressed as brothers. Ho Jihan was well aware of Wang Siren's tastes. The banquet was modest and elegant, featuring local delicacies from Shaoxing. The wine was Shaoxing Dojiu, and the dishes included 8 plates, tender bamboo shoots, unique water chestnuts, river crabs, clams from the Sanjiang region, fish from the Tola River, water plants from Xiang Lake, 10 spice salted beans, and a renowned Shaoxing rice. The banquet was arranged with 2 tables, each seating 2. Naturally, Ho Jihan shared a table with Wang Siren, while Zhang Yuan sat with the Wang family youth. Wang Siren had expected individual seating, but was somewhat embarrassed to discover that Magistrate Ho preferred frugality. He glanced at his son or daughter, hesitating to speak, merely stating, the younger generation should not drink. Ho Jihan laughed. Esteemed teacher, you are a local. Surely you know that Shaoxing Dojo is not intoxicating. Brother Wang may indulge in a couple of cups. A young servant in a blue robe approached to pour wine for Zhang Yuan and the Wang youth. Wang Siren observed quietly, choosing instead to converse with Ho Jihan about matters of court and scholarly affairs. As dusk descended, the outside grew dim, while the lamps inside brightened, filling the air with the fragrance of wine. The exquisite Shaoxing dishes tempted Zhang Yuan, who raised his cup, saying, Brother Wang, please. The Wang youth appeared displeased that Zhang Yuan had not heeded his earlier advice in court, pretending not to hear and focusing intently on the fish. After a modest sip, Zhang Yuan refrained from further refills, noticing that the Wang youth had taken another fish from the plate, which held only 2. He chuckled, Brother Wang, save the fishtail for me. The Wang youth's face flushed slightly, retracting his chopsticks, but Zhang Yuan added, if you enjoy it, please, indulge. This fish comes from the Tola River right by my home. I often catch them myself. Finally, the Wang youth spoke softly, what do you do besides studying? Zhang Yuan replied, like most young men, I engage in various pastimes, chess, insect fighting, kicking the ball, singing, cockfighting, horseback riding, fishing, and archery. What do you partake in? Brother Wang? Perhaps embroidery? The Wang youth lowered her lashes, gazing at her own hands gripping the chopsticks, responding, similar activities, I suppose. She then looked up at Zhang Yuan, asking, I heard you dreamed of numerous grand bookshelves filled with tens of thousands of extraordinary volumes that you read in one night and remembered upon waking. Is that true? Zhang Yuan answered, tens of thousands? I never claimed such a number. It was merely around 1,000 books, hardly extraordinary, nothing that could save the world or bring fame. They are idle reads, favored by my scholarly uncle. The Wang youth replied, I too enjoy reading idle books. Tell me, what did you read in your dream? Zhang Yuan mused, of course you enjoy idle reads. You need not worry about examinations for the child scholar, the Xiaocai, the Jiren, or the Jinshi. I have my own burdens. He now suspected that the youth before him was not merely a boy but rather a young lady, likely the daughter of Wang Siren. How curious that Wang Siren would bring his daughter along. Was the late Ming society truly so open-minded? She pressed further, what books did you read in your dream? Zhang Yuan replied, many, I cannot recall the titles, only the stories. Ah, let us not dwell on that. Let us eat. He focused on cracking open a river crab. The Wang young lady hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately resorted to eating as well. Across the table, Wang Siren raised his voice. Zhang Yuan, come here. The county magistrate wishes to test you. Zhang Yuan nearly choked, thinking, test? The teacher's ultimate tool. I cannot escape such scrutiny in either of my lives. He took a handkerchief from the servant, wiped his hands, nodded to the Wang young lady, and approached Wang Siren and Ho Jihan, bowing. What would the magistrate like to test me on? Having heard Wang Siren's praises of Zhang Yuan, Ho Jihan scrutinized him closely, noting his well-defined brows and bright eyes. His demeanor calm and poised, not resembling someone unaccustomed to officials. He asked, is Mr. Su your elder relative? Zhang Yuan replied, he is my uncle. Ho Jihan pondered, so? He is not directly from the Zhang family line. He continued, have you participated in any county examinations? Zhang Yuan said, I have yet to enter the local academy. Ho Jihan remarked, then it must be a matter of family education. Zhang Yuan explained, my father has been away for many years. I have not received formal instruction. Merely learning a few characters from my sister during her leisure. The county magistrate felt a twinge of helplessness, recognizing that such a youth, who had not even attended the local academy and had no one to teach him literature, would possess little knowledge. Yet Wang Siren had clearly praised this young man, stating that his future was limitless. To honor Wang Siren, Ho Jihan chose to ask some simple questions to test Zhang Yuan, saying, surely you have studied couplets. Let me give you a couplet to respond to. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, I have not actually studied couplets. I do remember some famous couplets from history. Like the lotus painted above, the monk painting books in the style of the Han characters, but who could guarantee that the magistrate would choose from what I know? This is not a scripted performance. However, if I were to admit my ignorance now, I would appear useless in the magistrate's eyes. And it would be quite embarrassing for Wang Siren, especially with the Wang young lady watching. Zhang Yuan replied, esteemed magistrate, couplets are trivial skills for a child's education. Although I may not be quick-witted, I have studied them. Recently, I came up with a couplet that I have yet to match. Oh? Ho Jihan expressed interest. Let us hear it. Zhang Yuan stated, the upper line is, the mist locks the willows by the pond. Ho Jihan smiled, thinking, this 5-character line possesses a delightful imagery. Yet what could be difficult about responding to it? How could it take you several days to ponder? But upon further contemplation, his expression shifted. Realizing that this 5-character line contained elements of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Hearing the phrase the mist locks the willows by the pond, Wang Siren began to contemplate a matching line, but despite his efforts, he could not conjure a suitable response. Merely matching the imagery of the line was not challenging, yet aligning it with the 5 elements proved to be far more complex. As the food cooled and the wine chilled, neither of the 2 scholars could produce a matching line. Consequently, Magistrate Ho also forgot his intent to test Zhang Yuan. It was not so much forgetfulness as it was the realization that if Zhang Yuan had devised such a challenging upper line, it indicated his prowess in couplets. Thus, Ho Jihan found himself at a loss for a line as exquisite as the mist locks the willows by the pond, leaving him eager to discover a suitable response to Zhang Yuan's clever upper line. Thus, the tables had turned, and it was now Zhang Yuan who was poised to test the esteemed magistrate. Chapter 26. The rising talent Zhang Yuan stood beside Ho Jihan, awaiting the esteemed county magistrate's response to the literary challenge. After much contemplation and breaking several reeds, the magistrate, unable to conjure a couplet that could match smoke locks the pond willows, turned his gaze towards Wang Siren across the table and, with a wry smile, inquired, this couplet is indeed difficult. Do you have a suitable response, esteemed teacher? Wang Siren glanced at the impassive Zhang Yuan and replied, to untie the knot. One must ask the one who tied it. Brother Tiange should consult Zhang Yuan. Thus, Ho Jihan posed the question, Zhang Yuan, you have pondered for several days. Do you have a fitting couplet? In a circular manner, the county magistrate turned his inquiry back to Zhang Yuan, who had originally proposed the challenge. The examiner and examinee were one and the same, making it seem almost unjust if he were to receive assistance. Zhang Yuan responded, respectfully, esteemed county magistrate. After devising this upper line, I pondered the corresponding lower line while walking and dining, and indeed came up with 2 potential couplets, though neither fully satisfies me. Ho Jihan urged, please share them. Zhang Yuan recited, lanterns pile upon the silver river bridge. Lanterns, pile, silver, river, bridge. Both Ho Jihan and Wang Siren savored the words, with Ho Jihan remarking, the 5 elements are present, yet the essence falls short. Do you have another? Zhang Yuan continued, Peach blossoms ignite the Xinjiang embankment, Wang Siren praised. This line is splendid. While it may slightly pale in comparison to Smoke Locks the Pond Willows, its rhythm still holds merit. Ho Jihan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Smoke Locks the Pond Willows and Peach Blossoms Ignite the Xinjiang Embankment are truly exquisite couplets. Zhang Yuan replied humbly, you both overpraise me. Such couplets inevitably feel forced and contrived, wasting effort without enriching one's intellect or scholarship. I am currently devoted to my studies and no longer wish to dabble in such trivial skills. Ho Jihan nodded repeatedly, now regarding Zhang Yuan with newfound respect, and inquired kindly, have you begun your studies in craftsmanship? Zhang Yuan replied, not yet. I was once distracted by play and neglected my studies, but after suffering from an eye ailment, I have reformed. Currently, I am engrossed in the Spring and Autumn Annals and its 3 commentaries. I believe that if one has not thoroughly mastered the 4 books and 5 classics, to hastily pursue craftsmanship would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, risking becoming an empty scholar, ignorant of current affairs. Wang Siren clapped his hands, exclaiming, such wisdom. This is indeed the strategy for enduring strength and far-reaching endeavors. Now, allow me to test your understanding of the Spring and Autumn Annals. Have you read this with commentary? Zhang Yuan replied, I have read it thoroughly. There is a vast difference between having read something and having comprehended it. To read once is merely to have read, while to have thoroughly grasped the essence of the entire text is a different matter altogether. Wang Siren nodded, about to pose another question when he suddenly chuckled. Turning to Ho Jihan, Brother Tiange is a renowned expert on the Spring and Autumn Annals. Perhaps you should pose the question to him. Knowing that Zhang Yuan's knowledge was profound, Ho Jihan, after some deliberation, asked, in your view, does the Spring and Autumn Annals emphasize reading the text or the commentaries more? This question could be answered superficially or profoundly, depending on Zhang Yuan's understanding of the principles behind the text and its commentaries. Zhang Yuan contemplated before responding. While the sages composed the text, asserting that profound meanings and moral judgments hinge on a single character, such insights are not accessible to the shallow-minded. One must engage deeply with the 3 commentaries to truly comprehend the work. To solely study the sage's text while neglecting the commentaries is akin to crossing a river without a boat. How could one hope to reach the other shore? Ho Jihan's eyes lit up at this response, recognizing the profundity of Zhang Yuan's insight, which advocated for a balanced study of both text and commentary, emphasizing the latter, a notion quite contrary to the prevailing scholarly trend of favoring the text over the commentaries. At such a young age to possess such insight is rare. Come February of next year, you shall participate in the county examination, and this county shall support you, he declared. Zhang Yuan hastily expressed his gratitude to the county magistrate. Wang Siren laughed. With such a question, have you not already passed the county examination? Brother Tiange, are you not concerned about accusations of favoritism? Ho Jihan laughed heartily. A talent like Zhang Yuan should indeed be nurtured with a gentle hand. However, he must still participate in the examination next year. At the table, the Wang family lady rested her chin on her hand, observing Zhang Yuan's examination with a smile. Suddenly, she straightened up, averting her gaze as Wang Siren cleared his throat. Wang Siren inquired, Zhang Yuan, have you had enough to eat? Zhang Yuan candidly replied, I am still not full. Ho Jihan chuckled, so engrossed in questioning him. I nearly forgot that he hasn't eaten yet. Go, go, do not rush. I shall have someone escort you home afterward. The county magistrate felt a sense of joy, having discovered a talent under his administration, which would be a feather in his cap, should Zhang Yuan achieve fame through the imperial examinations. Ho Jihan would be considered his mentor. Even if Zhang Yuan were to rise to great heights in his career, he would still address him as teacher, a reflection of the intricate relationships within the bureaucratic realm of the Ming Dynasty. Indeed, Zhang Yuan was hungry, having skipped lunch due to the pressing matter regarding Zhang Dachuan. The banquet's dishes, while simple, were delightful, and the fragrant rice was particularly appealing. At 15, Zhang Yuan was in the midst of growth, and the small, exquisite thwart porcelain bowls prompted him to eat 5 servings in quick succession, leaving the attendant scrambling to refill his bowl, while the Wang family lady gazed in astonishment. Zhang Yuan caught her eye and explained, I did not eat lunch. The Wang family lady was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, unable to contain herself, collapsing onto the table in mirth, which even made the attending boy chuckle. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, what a low threshold for laughter. I see nothing amusing in this. Wang Siren furrowed his brow, then grinned and asked, what just has Zhang Yuan shared? Please enlighten us. Zhang Yuan stood to respond, I did not share a jest. I merely stated that I had not eaten lunch. I truly do not understand what is amusing. Wang Siren and Ho Jihan exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Wang Siren chuckled. Do you not know that in Shaoxing, there is a saying, 1 day at a banquet, 3 days satisfied? It implies that locals often arrive at banquets hungry to ensure they can eat their fill. Zhang Yuan earnestly replied, I did not intentionally starve myself. I merely forgot to eat due to the urgency of the matter concerning that household servant. Thus, I ended up eating several more bowls, inadvertently becoming a figure from that saying. How embarrassing. Upon hearing this, both Wang Siren and Ho Jihan laughed heartily, with Ho Jihan exclaiming, this child is quite witty, indeed. It resembles teachings from my own mentor. Wang Siren remarked, the youth is formidable. I should take care to keep my distance. This echoed a sentiment once expressed by Ouyang Xiu in praise of Su Shi. The Wang family lady across the table was nearly in tears from laughter, while Wang Siren coughed repeatedly to no avail. As the meal concluded and the guests prepared to depart, Zhang Yuan bid farewell, while Wang Siren and Ho Jihan decided to stay at the county magistrate's residence for the night. The magistrate instructed a servant to escort Zhang Yuan home. Zhang Yuan bowed to the county magistrate and then to Wang Siren, saying, I wonder when I might again have the pleasure of hearing your teachings, esteemed sir? Wang Siren smiled. I am constructing a retreat in the Kuaiji Mountains. Once it is completed, I shall invite your clan elder to visit, and you will be included as well. The young lady in male attire beside Wang Siren gazed at Zhang Yuan with sparkling eyes, her smile lingering. Zhang Yuan followed the servant out of the county office, only to encounter the young servant Wuling waiting outside. Upon seeing him, she hurriedly approached with a lantern, exclaiming, Young master, you are finally out. Zhang Yuan replied, Did I not instruct you to return first? Wuling explained, I did return initially, but after eating, I came back. The lady has been worried about you. Zhang Yuan decided to forego the escort, as he had Wuling to accompany him home. The two of them strolled leisurely along the riverbank. Wuling remarked, Young master, the Zhang family has already moved out, and the lady feels a bit reluctant. Zhang Yuan remained silent, thinking to himself, during the late Ming period, many instances of servants rebelling against their masters occurred in the Jiangnan region. I would prefer to hire workers rather than keep servants. Hired help can be dismissed at any time, whereas servants, appearing to bring their families and even property as they seek refuge, often do so to evade taxes. Moreover, they leverage their master's status for personal gain and may even bully their masters, committing wrongful acts. Of course, I currently lack any scholarly title, so no one would seek my patronage. However, that day will come if I strive diligently, with focused effort. Lost in thought, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a childlike joy. Turning to the darkened river and asking playfully, What say you, river? The silent flow of the Fu River tacitly acknowledged Zhang Yuan's words. Chapter 27. Quiet night thoughts. The Zhang family had always been small in numbers, and after the departure of Zhang Dachuan's family, the residents felt even more desolate. Young servant Wuling held a solitary lantern to guide Zhang Yuan's return, and the door was answered by the little maid, tooting. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Zhang Yuan found his mother, Madame L, disheartened by the departure of Zhang Kai's family. The elderly tend to be nostalgic, despite Zhang Dachuan's shortcomings towards his master. The exile of him and his son stirred a sense of compassion in Madame L. Zhang Yuan understood his mother's sentiments and said, Mother, with fewer hands in the household, I will find a trustworthy family to assist us. I shall draw up a contract to provide them with a yearly stipend. Madame L, no longer worried about her son's capabilities, felt a sense of comfort in his maturity and responsibility. Hearing that the county magistrate had promised to recommend him for the county examination next year filled her with joy. You must enter the local academy soon, so as not to disappoint the magistrate's expectations, she urged. Indeed, mother, Zhang Yuan replied. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow, but will seek admission to the academy the day after. Rest assured, I am devoted to my studies. At that moment, Yiding chimed in. The little maid has a distant relative in the neighboring county of Kuaiji, outside Chang'an Gate. He is honest and does not wish to be a servant, but is willing to work as a laborer. If the young master wishes to hire someone, I can send word to him. If he pleases you and madam, we can keep him. If not, we shall send him back. Madame L responded, Very well. Let him come tomorrow. This house feels too empty. With a smile, Yiding added, No need to rush, madam. Once the young master is married, the house will surely be lively. Upon hearing this, Madame L began to appraise her son Zhang Yuan, her face lighting up with the desire for grandchildren. Yes, Yuan will turn 16 after the new year. He is of age to consider marriage. Thankfully, We did not accept that matchmaker's proposition about the cow and horse girls. Now that my son's eyesight has improved, he can surely find a better match. Zhang Yuan, concerned that his mother was hastily seeking a match for him, quickly interjected. Mother, I am still young and must prioritize my studies. Look at the eldest son of the West Zhang family, who is only a year older than I and has already achieved the status of a scholar without marrying yet. I aspire to excel in the imperial examinations before considering marriage. Though Madame L was not highly educated, she understood the challenges of passing the imperial examinations well. She recalled how Zhang Yuan's father, Zhang Ruiyang, had struggled for over a decade without success. My dear son, the eldest son of the West Zhang family has already pledged to marry the daughter of the Liu family. They have yet to wed. So I will take my time in finding the right match for you. There is no need to rush. Zhang Yuan chuckled. I am not in a hurry. I simply wish to focus on my studies. Madame L smiled and suggested, then let us wait until you have taken the examination before discussing marriage. Zhang Yuan nodded. I will heed your wishes. Yet in his heart, he thought, if all went smoothly, he would only be preparing for the scholar's examination in 2 years. At which point he could use the excuse of preparing for the county examination to delay matters for another year, each delay being a precious year. After spending some time with his mother, Zhang Yuan returned to the West Wing, practiced writing for half an hour, then bathed and went to bed. However, he found it difficult to sleep. He heard Wuling softly call, young master, but when there was no response, he extinguished the lamp and lay on the small bamboo bed, tossing and turning until only faint snores remained. The soft glow of the waning moon quietly seeped through the window, casting moving patches of light on the floor. The interplay of moonlight and the night created a profound and expansive rhythm that evoked contemplation in the insomniac. Zhang Yuan stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, the dim moonlight barely revealing the auspicious painted patterns above. He reflected on the previous matchmaker's proposal and his mother's recent discussions about marriage, chuckling to himself. He feared that one day a bride might be thrust upon him without any prior acquaintance, leaving him to face the unknown on their wedding night, a gamble of life where some find happiness, while others endure a lifetime of regret. This notion held a certain dramatic flair, yet Zhang Yuan clearly did not wish for his marriage to resemble a game of chance. He desired to be the architect of his own fate. First and foremost, he had no intention of marrying a woman with bound feet, which was a prerequisite. Fortunately, in the Ming Dynasty, bound feet were prevalent among 2/3 of women. Had he been born a century or two later, it would have been exceedingly difficult to find an unbound-footed woman, as only village girls and servant women might escape this fate. In contemplating this, the image of the Wang family daughter floated to his mind. Though disguised as a boy, she was tall and seemed quite beautiful, in an era devoid of spectacles. Having poor eyesight made it particularly painful not to see the beauty of women clearly. Zhang Yuan had experienced this frustration firsthand. Though he felt no stirring emotions for the Wang girl, was it perhaps due to his youth? Or was it that her initial mention of purchasing Jinping may have startled him? The next morning, Yiding sent a message with a footman to the distant relative outside Chang'an Gate in Quiji County. In just over 10 miles, by evening, the family of 4 arrived, husband and wife with their 2 sons. The husband, named Shi Shuang, and the wife, Cui Gu, were straightforward country folk in their 30s. Their elder son, De Shirtu, was 13, while the younger, Xiao Shirtu, was 9. Upon seeing the honest faces of the newcomers, Madame L felt a sense of satisfaction. Their robust frames and clear speech pleased her, and she turned to Zhang Yuan, asking, Yuan, what do you think? As they were introduced by Yiding, Zhang Yuan engaged Shi Shuang and his wife in conversation, finding them satisfactory. He invited the family to stay in the tile-roofed house where Zhang Dachuan's family had resided, agreeing to initially employ them on a short-term basis. They would be provided with food and lodging, receiving 5 coins monthly, with the possibility of a longer-term contract if they proved satisfactory. The family was relieved that the Zhang household would also cover their official labor fees, freeing them from the pressures of local officials and allowing them to serve the family with peace of mind. Thus, the Shi family settled into the Zhang household. Though Shi Shuang lacked the charisma of Zhang Dachuan and could not manage the estate, he was honest and diligent. Zhang Yuan only needed to oversee the modest 120 acres of land, while the tenants continued to pay their rents as per the agreements made with Zhang Dachuan. The debts incurred by Zhang Dachuan would be pursued by the officials, leaving Zhang Yuan unburdened as he prepared to attend the local academy for his studies. Chapter 28. The joy of learning. On the morning of July 22nd, Zhang Yuan invited his elder cousin, Zhang Dai, to accompany him to the local academy behind the prefectural school to pay his respects and seek knowledge from his mentor. Young Xinu Wuling carried a large basket filled with fresh vegetables in various hues, a block of rice cake, a pot of wine, and 2 pounds of meat. These were the gifts of respect customary for such an occasion. At the inception of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an edict to establish communal schools, mandating the creation of one for every 50 households to facilitate the education of the sons of respectable families. These schools were state-sponsored, providing free access to texts such as the 4 books and 5 classics. The mentors at these schools were appointed by the local magistrates, who also provided their salaries. Students, apart from the initial offering of respect, were generally exempt from further fees. During the Yangla and Xuande eras, communal schools flourished, giving rise to the saying that families resonated with the sounds of recitation and individuals aspired to lofty ambitions. Zhu Yuanzhang garnered the hearts of scholars through the imperial examination system. However, after the Jiajing period, the rise of private schools led to the gradual decline of some communal institutions. In Shaoxing Prefecture, known for its rich literary culture, communal schools thrived, with nearly 200 in Shanyin County alone. The communal school behind the prefectural academy had recently gained a reputation for its excellent teachers, resulting in a higher number of successful candidates among its students compared to other schools, over 40, while most communal schools had only 20 students at most. The communal school was situated on the left bank of the prefectural river, just a mile from Zhang Yuan's home. Originally a temple dedicated to an unnamed deity, it had been repurposed into a school following the destruction of the Silver Shrine during the Jiajing reign. Upon entering through the main gate, one would find a small square courtyard. The mentor, a gaunt middle-aged man with a pallid complexion and sparse beard, awaited the new students by the entrance. His eyes were devoid of spirit, and as Zhang Yuan bowed in greeting, the mentor yawned, only to reveal a smile upon receiving the offerings from Zhang Yuan. Remarking on the freshness of the meat and vegetables, new students were typically accompanied by family members to pay their respects to their mentor. With Zhang Yuan's father absent and no siblings, he had invited his cousin Zhang Dai to join him. Upon seeing the yawning mentor, Zhang Dai was taken aback and inquired, "So it is brother Zhao Xia. Has Master Xing left us?" He mused to himself, Zhou Zhao Xia can indeed be a tutor. The newly appointed mentor, Zhou Zhao Xia, recognized the prodigy Zhang Dai, as both were students from the same county. With a laugh, he replied, "Cousin, it's been a while. Master Xing's mother passed away, and he has returned home to mourn. For now, I shall guide the students here." Zhang Dai glanced at his younger cousin Zhang Yuan and smiled, "Jiezi, you should study here for a few days with brother Zhao Xia. I cannot linger much longer as I must depart for Wanli tomorrow." Zhou Zhao Xia added, "Cousin, you are headed for the county examination. I wish you success. My aspirations for fame have diminished. I now dedicate myself to enlightening the youth." Zhang Yuan asked, "Elder brother, what time do you depart tomorrow? May I see you off?" Zhang Dai waved his hand. "There is no need. Focus on your studies and avoid the habits of idle wanderers." With that, he shook his head and left, leaving Zhang Yuan perplexed by his elder brother's peculiar demeanor. Zhou Zhao Xia led Zhang Yuan into the school, which was spacious and originally designed as a shrine. It now housed dozens of desks and chairs, yet only a handful of students were scattered about. Upon Zhang Yuan's entry, they turned curiously to look at him. Among them was Zhang Dingyi, who stood up and called out, "Jiezi Gu." A nearby student asked, "Why do you call him that? Is his family a jewelry shop?" Another student chuckled at this age. "He's only just begun school. Must be about 16, huh? He looks so foolish standing there." Zhang Yuan felt somewhat foolish himself, observing that the youngest students were merely 7 or 8 years old, while most were around 12 or 13. There was even one who appeared older than him, yet seemed rather dull-witted. Zhang Yuan thought, "Must I start from the first grade?" "Silence, silence." Zhou Zhao Xia clapped his hands, then introduced Zhang Yuan to the class. Zhang Yuan performed 2 bows to his peers, who reciprocated, and that concluded the formalities without any mention of bowing to Confucius or any ceremonial rites. Zhou Zhao Xia pulled Zhang Yuan aside and asked, "Have you read the 3-character classic?" For those under 8 entering the communal school, the 3-character classic was the first text, followed by the 100 family surnames in the 1,000-character classic. Noticing Zhang Yuan was 15 and just beginning his studies, Zhou Zhao Xia suspected he had been a mischievous child, hence his inquiry. Zhang Yuan replied, "I have read the 4 books and 5 classics. I have come to seek the guidance of my teacher in the arts." Zhou Zhao Xia expressed skepticism, saying, "Let me test you. Were Yao and Shun one person or 2? This question seemed trivial to Zhang Yuan, who patiently answered, "They are 2 individuals, one named Yao, the other Shun." Zhou Zhao Xia continued, And what about Dan Tai Ming? One person or two? Dan Tai Ming was one of Confucius's 72 disciples, known for his ugly appearance, which led Confucius to initially reject him as a student. However, he persevered and became a great sage, illustrating the folly of judging by appearances. For someone well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics like Zhang Yuan, questions of this nature felt trivial, and recalling Zhang Dai's earlier odd demeanor, he responded, undoubtedly. They are 2 individuals. Zhou Xiaoxia did not burst into laughter, as if Zhang Yuan's correct answer was anticipated. This question is rather challenging. Do not blame yourself. He said, do not aim too high. Start earnestly with the 3-character classic. Mastering the arts is not an easy endeavor. Read for 5 years before pursuing advanced studies. Here is your book. Take good care of it and return to your seat, the 3rd row from the left. Zhang Yuan took the thin illustrated volume of the 3-character classic to his desk, just as Zhou Xiaoxia yawned again, instructing, study diligently. Ask each other about unfamiliar characters, and I will come to check your progress later. Remember to read quietly. With that, he dusted off his robe and strolled into the adjacent room, not to be seen again. Zhang Dingy shifted closer to Zhang Yuan and whispered, the teacher has gone asleep, just don't wake him. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes and asked, when did this teacher arrive? Zhang Dingy replied, he has been here for about half a month. He is quite lenient with us. The previous teacher was exceedingly strict. Zhang Yuan queried, didn't you say there were over 30 students here? How come? Oh, I see. With teacher Zhou's arrival, the good students left, and now only you remain. Zhang Dingy chuckled. We are not so bad. We study diligently every day. At this moment, it was the zenith of the day, with the sun shining brightly in the east, casting light into the classroom. A gentle breeze wafted from the prefectural river, carrying a hint of earthy moisture, making it an ideal time for study. Yet, the students in the classroom were either whispering to one another or doodling on paper. Some were even somersaulting on the floor, while others were carelessly shooting paper with small slingshots. Zhang Yuan, with keen ears, caught the faint sounds of snoring from the adjacent room and asked Zhang Dingy, does this Zhou fellow sleep all day? Zhang Dingy stuck out his tongue. You are quite bold, Jizigo, to call him that. Zhou-sensei doesn't he always sleep during the day? Sometimes he plays mahjong at night and needs to rest during the day. He is quite fond of mahjong. Zhang Yuan realized that mahjong was a precursor to the game it is today and thought, is this teacher not leading the students astray? Suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper struck Zhang Yuan on the back of his head, causing him to turn around. A group of children, all around 10 years old, sat upright, unsure who had thrown it. Zhang Dingy pointed to one of them and said, Jiezi, it was him, Li Zhu, who shot you. Zhang Yuan rose, and Li Zhu, thinking Zhang Yuan was going to confront him, quickly jumped from his seat and fled, crying out, what is all this noise? Zhou Xiaoxia's voice boomed as he stormed out in a fit of anger, having been roused from his slumber. He seized Li Zhu, who had unwittingly walked into the trap, pulling him to the desk to administer a reprimand with a ruler. Li Zhu exclaimed, Sir, it was not I. It was the newly arrived Zhang Yuan, who threatened to strike me. Zhang Yuan even addressed you as Mr. Zhou, which is quite disrespectful, is it not? Chapter 29. The mentor Zhou Xiaoxia, skeptical of the newly arrived student Zhang Yuan, who dared to call him by his surname, seized Li Zhu by the ear and barked, dare you speak such nonsense? Extend your hand for 10 strikes of the ruler. He grasped the bamboo ruler from the desk, ready to strike Li Zhu. In tears, Li Zhu exclaimed, he truly said it. He said you, surnamed Zhou, sleep soundly during the day. Zhou Xiaoxia slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Yuan, and inquired, did you truly say that? Zhang Yuan stood firm, replying, indeed, I did. Zhou Xiaoxia, taken aback by Zhang Yuan's audacity, had expected denial or evasion, and momentarily lost his composure. Then, like a firecracker igniting, he leaped 3 feet high, roaring like thunder, you dare. You truly dare. You show disrespect to your elders. And today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. He brandished the ruler and charged forward. Zhou Xiaoxia, Zhang Yuan retorted, lifting a long bench above his head, declaring, try to strike me if you dare. Zhou Xiaoxia was momentarily stunned, and the 10 or so students in the classroom were equally bewildered. They had witnessed mischievous students before, but had never encountered someone as brazen as Zhang Yuan, who audaciously called out the teacher's name and brandished a bench in defiance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Xiaoxia hesitated, remaining 7 or 8 steps away, pointing the ruler at Zhang Yuan's head and exclaiming, well, how extraordinary. It is unprecedented to have such a student. You, a scoundrel who disregards your teacher, must be a wayward child at home and a traitor in the court. With disdain, Zhang Yuan replied, what sort of person I am is not for you to judge. You are not my teacher. Return my offerings to me. Do you think someone like you is worthy to be a teacher? You squander your nights in revelry and sleep through the day. Are you not leading your students astray? You dare to challenge me? Zhou Xiaoxiao sneered. Did I not instruct you to study the three-character classic? You, a towering figure, still reciting at the beginning of man, how shameful. I am embarrassed to teach you. Thus I allowed you to consult your classmates for clarification. Do you expect me to teach you to read letter by letter? Arguing with such a person was futile. Zhang Yuan insisted, return my offerings. You are not my teacher. Zhou Xiaoxiao responded, very well. I have no student like you. He walked to the adjoining room and carelessly tossed the basket containing vegetables, meat, and rice cakes at Zhang Yuan's feet. The basket hit the ground with a thud, shattering the wine jar, and the fragrant aroma of alcohol filled the spacious classroom. Zhang Yuan kicked the basket that had rolled to his feet and proclaimed, you broke my jar and basket. The vegetables are ruined. You must compensate me. I spent 2 coins on these offerings, and if you do not reimburse me today, I shall not let this matter rest. His insistence was not merely due to petty calculations, but rather a necessary reprimand for such an unscrupulous teacher. Zhou Xiaoxiao realized he had encountered an unyielding student today and repeatedly conceded, very well, I shall compensate you. He rummaged through his sleeve and produced a small piece of silver, placing it on the desk, stating, I will report your transgressions of disrespecting your teacher to the county magistrate. You shall never attend any school again. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan laughed, contemplating why he should engage with such a mediocre individual. We are scholars. How can we stoop to brawling with a bench? Let's make a wager. I will pose a question from the classics. If you can answer it, I will submit to whatever punishment you choose from County Magistrate Ho. If you cannot answer, you must cease misleading your students. Zhou Xiaoxiao scoffed. Even the number of the Dantai family is unknown to many, yet you dare to challenge me. Very well, ask whatever you wish from the 4 books and 5 classics. Zhang Yuan declared, listen closely, the classic of filial piety states, establish oneself and practice the way to make one's name known in later generations, thereby honoring one's parents. This is the end of filial piety. What does establishing oneself and practicing the way refer to? Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Zhang Yuan's question suggested he was not merely a student who could not even read the 3-character classic. He replied, what difficulty lies here? This way is, of course, the way of the master. And what is the way of the master? Zhang Yuan pressed. It is the way of the former kings. And what is that way? Zhang Yuan continued. It is propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Zhang Yuan laughed. Do you even know shame? I tell you. The classic of filial piety refers to the way of the great learning, which states that the cultivation of virtue and the love of the people culminate in the utmost goodness. No matter the way, it begins with establishing oneself. A true gentleman must link himself to the nation and the world. For example, in terms of filial piety, one must care for the elderly as one would care for one's own, thereby fostering a spirit of filial piety throughout the world. In terms of brotherly love, one must respect one's elders as one would respect one's own. Our bodies are originally one with the myriad things of the world. By managing oneself, one manages the world. Thus, establishing oneself and practicing the way emphasizes the importance of consistent action. As a teacher, you are lazy and irritable, failing to educate your students while indulging in sleep, commanding them to read silently lest they disturb your dreams. Suddenly, laughter erupted from outside the classroom. Zhang Yuan immediately recognized the voice, one he could not forget after hearing it just once. The sound of boots echoed as a figure entered the classroom, followed by 2 attendants. Upon seeing this person, Zhou Xiaoxiao's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered, I greet you, county magistrate. It was none other than Ho Zhihan, the county magistrate of Shanyin. Today was a day of leisure, and not wishing to sit in court, he had come to observe how the newly appointed teacher Zhou Xiaoxiao was faring, having heard that his predecessor had returned home for a funeral. As he approached the entrance, he overheard a debate regarding the principles of establishing oneself, and paused to listen. Recognizing Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice and recalling that the other voice was familiar, after a moment, he realized it was Zhang Yuan. Ho Zhihan could not help but smile, recalling how, at a recent banquet, Zhang Yuan had been eloquent and charming. He had not anticipated such a confrontational demeanor today. Nor could he believe that Zhou Xiaoxiao had the audacity to sleep while teaching. Zhang Yuan bowed respectfully. Student pays respects to the county magistrate. Ho Jihan nodded at Zhang Yuan, praising, Zhang Yuan, your interpretation of the classic of filial piety was excellent. The principles of establishing oneself and practicing the way should indeed be followed. I shall reward you by exempting you from 3 years of taxes and labor, as only students who had achieved the status of scholar were entitled to such exemptions. This was tantamount to granting Zhang Yuan the privileges of a scholar in Ho Jihan's eyes. He believed Zhang Yuan's talent would inevitably lead to his success as a scholar, and this was a preemptive gesture of goodwill. After rewarding Zhang Yuan, Ho Jihan cast a cold gaze at the perspiring Zhou Xiaxia and glanced around the sparsely populated classroom. Frowning, why are there so few students? Where have they all gone? Zhou Xiaxia, flustered, replied, Your Excellency, due to the heat. Some students have taken leave to study at home. The heat? Ho Jihan scoffed. What time of year is it? It is nearly August. I do not believe it is merely the heat that keeps them away, but rather your neglect of teaching that has resulted in diligent students staying away, leaving only a handful of unruly and foolish ones who delight in your slumbers. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Xiaxia feebly protested, Your Excellency. Please allow me to explain. Ho Jihan was not interested in his excuses. Noticing the fragments of the wine jar and the overturned basket on the floor, he inquired, And what is this? Zhou Xiaxia, feeling as though he had found a lifeline, quickly responded, Your Excellency, please take my side. This Zhang Yuan shows blatant disrespect for his teacher, even raising a bench to strike me. Ho Jihan glanced at the composed Zhang Yuan standing nearby, his demeanor calm and dignified. Observing Zhou Xiaxia's complaint, he could not reconcile it with the image of someone who would resort to violence. Ho Jihan chuckled and asked Zhou Xiaxia, Were you napping just now? Realizing his indiscretion could not be concealed, Zhou Xiaxia bowed his head, admitting, I was reading late into the night and felt drowsy, so I thought to take a brief nap. Enough of your excuses, Ho Jihan interrupted, his expression one of disdain. Who overturned this bamboo basket? And what of the broken wine jar? What transpired here? Zhou Xiaoxiao found himself at a loss for words. Ho Jihan let out a cold snort. Zhou Xiaoxiao, if you do not come to inspect today, this village school will be rendered obsolete by your negligence. You shall not be permitted to serve as a teacher, and your status as a stipend student will be downgraded. Students are categorized into ranks. The first rank is the stipend students, who not only enjoy exemption from labor but also receive monthly stipends, while the second rank consists of the supplementary students, who receive no financial aid. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen. Chapter 30. The Girl with the Grass Rope. With the departure of the esteemed teacher, the school naturally closed its doors for good. The county magistrate instructed the scholars to return home and await news of a new instructor. Zhang Dingy and Li Zhu, along with the other scholars, departed, leaving only Zhang Yuan behind, for the magistrate had matters to discuss with him. Standing on the high steps at the entrance of the academy, Ho Jihan gazed at the desolate courtyard as the students filed away. He shook his head and inquired of Zhang Yuan, Have you come today to pay homage and enroll in the academy? Zhang Yuan replied, Indeed. I have benefited greatly from the teachings of the county magistrate. I believe that with the guidance of a wise teacher, learning can be significantly enhanced. My uncle, Mr. Sushi, also encouraged me to enroll in the academy, hence my early arrival today. Alas, I encountered an unexpected situation. Cease your words, Ho Jihan chuckled. I did not anticipate your spirited temperament. Your verbal sparring left the veteran scholar Zhou Xiaxia at a loss for words. It would be difficult for anyone to consider becoming your teacher. Zhang Yuan responded, I am eager to learn, and upon witnessing the negligence of the instructor, I momentarily lost my composure. I hope the magistrate can forgive me. Ho Jihan laughed heartily. No harm done, no harm done. Without a bit of youthful vigor, you would hardly be a boy. We shall need to hire a new teacher for the academy. I will discuss this with Director Luo. It is essential to engage a learned and prudent scholar to guide you. Since you are so keen to learn, I shall recommend you to the Desikyo Academy, where the instructor is an erudite elder. However, it is a bit of a distance from your home, about 4 or 5 li. After this incident, Zhang Yuan was disinclined to pursue his studies at the academy. He said, Thank you, magistrate, but I wish to postpone my enrollment. I have heard that at the Great Good Temple, the esteemed scholar Mr. Qidong is imparting knowledge. I would like to seek his tutelage, though I am uncertain if he would accept me as a student. Ho Jihan remarked, Mr. Qidong is indeed highly knowledgeable, but he possesses a rather peculiar temperament. I cannot facilitate an introduction for you. You must approach him yourself. Be aware that those who study under Mr. Qidong typically hold at least the title of scholar or higher, with some even being successful candidates in the imperial examinations. There is but one exception, our county prodigy Qi Biaojia, who is currently a student, implying that Zhang Yuan, not yet a student, might find it difficult to gain acceptance. Changing the subject, Ho Jihan continued, Mr. Jizhong holds you in high regard, although he claims not to take disciples. Should you sincerely request his guidance, he may relent. Mr. Jizhong's skills are unparalleled, rivaling even those of Mr. Lu Qidong. Zhang Yuan inquired, is Mr. Jizhong still in Shanyin? Ho Jihan replied, he returned to Kuaiji yesterday. Zhang Yuan pondered, though Kuaiji is adjacent to Shanyin, it is still too far from home to study under Wang Siren. He would need to reside with the Wang family, leaving his mother lonely. The Great Good Temple is closer. Should Mr. Lu Qizhong decline to accept him, he could still seek Wang Siren later. He stated, my mother, being concerned for my youth, is reluctant to allow me to leave home for my studies. I shall return to inform her and decide thereafter. Perhaps next year will be more suitable. Ho Jihan nodded, remaining silent, and did not indicate whether Zhang Yuan could leave. After a moment of stillness, he suddenly asked, Zhang Yuan, have you arranged a marriage? Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, wondering what the magistrate meant. Did he have a daughter to offer in marriage? The magistrate's broad, imposing face hardly suggested his daughter would be a catch. Marriage should balance both character and appearance, otherwise it would be troublesome. Was he destined for an arranged marriage? He replied, I am still too young to be betrothed. I have mentioned to my mother that I will consider marriage only after I have completed my studies. Excellent, Ho Jihan praised. You have ambition. Although I know little of your studies, based on your understanding of the spring and autumn annals and the doctrine of the mean, I foresee no difficulty in succeeding in the county and provincial examinations. However, I cannot guarantee your success in the moral examination. The pressing matter now is for you to diligently learn the requisite skills, as the county examination will be in February and the provincial in April. Time is of the essence, but there is no rush for the moral examination. It is not until the following year, leaving you ample time to prepare. Yes, Zhang Yuan replied respectfully, I shall not be negligent. Bidding farewell to the county magistrate, Zhang Yuan exited the academy alone. His servant, Wu Ling, was not waiting outside, likely unprepared for his early release. Standing on the western bank of the Fu River, observing the boats traversing the waters, he turned his gaze towards Kuaiji County across the river. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, he had come today with the intention of studying the eight-legged essay, but instead encountered a lackluster instructor and engaged in a heated argument, necessitating the search for a new mentor. Although the magistrate had relieved him of 3 years of corvée labor, at 15 years old he was still a minor and would not be liable for taxes until the following year, rendering the reprieve somewhat insignificant. It was still early, around the beginning of the SI hour, and he felt it was too soon to return home for lunch. Knowing that Fanjin, Zhang Xiuan, and the others would not visit him since he had enrolled in the academy, he decided to head north along the Fu River towards the Great Good Temple, which lay at the northeastern edge of Shanyin County. From a distance, he could already see the golden-tipped pagoda of the temple. Zhang Yuan's home was located in the southwestern part of the county center, and a mile east led him to the academy by the riverside. The distance from the academy to the Great Good Temple was approximately 3 li, separated by the Shaoxing garrison. The garrison, under the command of the military officer, housed over 4,000 soldiers who would parade to the southern part of the city for drills twice a month. In his youth, Zhang Yuan often accompanied Zhang Yi to watch the soldiers practice. As he circumvented the eastern side of the garrison, he encountered a small hill known as a May Mountain. It was unclear how it received its name, as the hill was unremarkable and devoid of scenic beauty, with trees felled by the monks of the Great Good Temple for firewood, leaving the hill barren like the monks' heads. Upon rounding a May Mountain, the impressive six-sided, seven-tiered pagoda of the Great Good Temple loomed before him, evoking a sense of awe and reverence for the vastness of Buddha's teachings. Zhang Yuan had visited the Great Good Temple many times, and its popularity ensured a bustling atmosphere in the square before the temple, with vendors selling tea, wine, allegedly brewed by the monks, claiming it would please the Buddha, and fruits, all advertising their wares from famous regions, though much was likely counterfeit. Zhang Yuan made his way directly through the mountain gate and inquired with a monk about the location of Mr. Lu Qidong's academy. The monk pointed hastily towards the back of the temple before continuing on his way. As Zhang Yuan rounded the back of the temple, he was met with a row of thatched cottages, all closed tight, and he heard no sounds of study. Confused, he wondered where Mr. Qidong had established his academy. He decided to return the next day with Zhang Yi, who had attended classes there for half a day. Behind the Great Good Temple was another small hill called Shuangzhu Mountain, which was lush with trees. It was said that this mountain was significant to the temple's feng shui. Thus the monks strictly prohibited any cutting of wood within it. Since the monks relied on donations for their livelihood, they were mindful of maintaining good feng shui. Noticing the picturesque scenery of the mountain, Zhang Yuan felt compelled to climb higher for a better view. Halfway up, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Someone was racing up the mountain, moving with remarkable speed. Turning to look, Zhang Yuan saw that the figure appeared to be a girl carrying a bamboo basket. She was leaping nimbly but stumbled over a dry branch, nearly falling. Thankfully, she quickly steadied herself with one hand. Though the contents of her basket scattered across the ground, Zhang Yuan squinted to get a better look and confirmed that she was indeed a girl, her skin unusually fair. And the items rolling out of the basket resembled bright oranges. This girl wore a blue cloth headscarf and a grass rope tied around her waist, presenting a rather impoverished appearance. It was unclear what she was fleeing from, but she was reluctant to abandon the oranges that had fallen, swiftly bending down to collect them. At that moment, Zhang Yuan heard voices from below the mountain. That wretched girl has come this way. Lu Hu, you go that way to intercept her. Lao Si, chase her from this side. Do not let her escape. She is quite a beauty. We shall have our fun today. Chapter 31. The Fallen People and the Rogues. The girl, with a grass rope tied around her waist, picked up the last orange and sprinted towards the summit of Shuangzhu Mountain. Upon raising her head, she was startled to discover Zhang Yuan had been waiting there for some time. Panic-stricken, she darted into the thicket, seemingly terrified of him. Although Shuangzhu Mountain was not steep, it was still a mountain, and the path was invariably rugged. Moreover, in the areas devoid of trails, branches intertwined obstructively, and wild grass and vines ensnared her feet, making it nearly impossible to move quickly. A branch snapped back, dislodging the blue scarf from her head. Zhang Yuan, though unaware of the girl's identity, overheard the raucous shouts of the 6 rogues from below, who were exclaiming that they were in for a good time today. He mused to himself how audacious they were, daring to chase a girl in such a bustling place as Dajian Temple. It was peculiar that she would flee to such a desolate area. Don't run. Quickly crouched down, Zhang Yuan called softly to the girl struggling amidst the underbrush. She glanced back at him, hesitated for a moment, then complied, bowing her head and wrapping herself in the blue scarf. As Zhang Yuan turned to survey the path, 2 men wearing wide-brimmed scarves approached, their brows furrowed and expressions fierce. One of them glared at Zhang Yuan as he passed, and asked, "Have you seen a fallen girl?" Zhang Yuan pointed up the mountain, saying, "She ran that way." The 2 men hastily ascended, one muttering, "That wretch can run, she's already vanished." The other replied, "She won't get far. I saw her near Jishui Alley. Her home must be on Sandai Street in Niujiao Bay. If we can't find her today, we'll search Sandai Street tomorrow. One house at a time, and we'll make sure to catch that wretch." As the 2 men disappeared over the ridge, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. He knew Sandai Street was located at the northeast corner of the county town, beneath Wangjia Mountain, about a mile from Dajian Temple. Sandai Street, also known as Fallen People's Lane, was the largest settlement of the fallen in Shanyin County. His mother, Madame L, had always warned him against going there, as it was infested with wicked people. Fortunately, his companion Zhang Ao had never taken him there, claiming it was filthy and uninteresting. At that time, Zhang Yuan only knew that the inhabitants were beggars, entertainers, fishermen, courtesans, and servants, people condemned to a life of degradation, with decent families shunning them. Only during joyous occasions would they hire entertainers from there for music and other menial tasks. However, Zhang Yuan now understood the origins of the fallen. Some were followers of Zhang Shicheng, who contested for supremacy against Zhu Yuanong, while others were Han officials from the Yuan dynasty and Mongolian nobles who had failed to escape back to the north. There were also those whose origins were unclear, said to have existed since the Song dynasty. Most of the fallen were concentrated in the 8 counties of Shaoxing Prefecture, with Shanyin County housing the greatest number. "Don't rush out just yet. I'll go check the mountain. If those men leave, you can come out," Zhang Yuan instructed the crouching fallen girl. She remained silent, motionless in her hiding place. Had he not known she was there, he might have overlooked her entirely. Zhang Yuan hurried up the mountain, and before reaching the peak, the 2 men returned, cursing, "Damn it, we didn't see her. How strange. How could such a small hill conceal her? Did she fly away or burrow into the ground?" One suggested, "Let us search again. If we can't find her, we'll head to Sandai Street." Panting, another man appeared from the ridge, presumably one of the 6 rogues, declaring, "I didn't see her come down from the other side of the mountain. She must still be up here." The first man remarked, "Although this mountain isn't large, the vegetation is dense, making it hard to search. Tomorrow we'll go to Sandai Street." The rogue added, Those fallen people are quite united, and some are skilled in martial arts. It may not be easy for Era to take her away from fallen people's lane. Era retorted, that wretch dares to cheat me? Does she think I haven't tasted Tongchi oranges? She must be punished. After all, fallen women are all courtesans. If I demand her company, it's a privilege. What if she knows martial arts? Does she dare to oppose me? Let us bring Lu Bantu from the county office along. I guarantee those fallen will be terrified. The 6 rogues snickered. That girl looks quite young. She might even still be a virgin. Her skin is so fair and delicate. Zhang Yuan pieced together the situation. The fallen girl had likely been selling oranges at the Dajian Temple Square, passing off local oranges as Tongchi oranges from Hongdao, only to run into the likes of Eru and Liuhu, notorious rogues of Shanyin County known as the 10 Tigers. These 3 were indeed part of that group. These rogues often sought trouble and engaged in extortion, and now they found a target in the lowly fallen girl. As the 3 rogues approached the ridge and spotted Zhang Yuan, the one who had questioned him earlier glared, saying, "This kid claimed to have seen that wretch run up the mountain. Where did she go? He must be hiding her." Another rogue added, "If this kid dares to deceive us, let us give him a beating first and then interrogate him." FAPI call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 32. The Wrath of the Diamond King Bold Monk. Dare you contest with me for the lady? Zhang Yuan shouted, hastening down the slope. He was determined to assist the fallen maiden. Had he not advised her to remain hidden, she could have slipped away unnoticed. Yet, judging by the tone of the 3 monks, they would pursue her into the depths of the outcast alley, determined to drag her out, rendering any temporary escape futile. The monks were audacious, while the fallen were pitiably meek. Zhang Yuan's fervent cries aimed to draw a crowd. Below lay the Great Kindness Temple, and the notorious claim of a monk contesting for the lady would undoubtedly attract onlookers, ensuring his safety. The 3 monks paused, taken aback by Zhang Yuan's fervent exclamations. "What madness is this?" exclaimed Eru, hands on his hips. "Ignore that fool and drag the wench out." Sihu and Liuhu plunged into the thicket, while the fallen maiden sought refuge deeper among the trees. However, the tangled underbrush proved treacherous, and with the 2 monks flanking her, her escape became increasingly improbable. Zhang Yuan rushed to confront Eru, indignation in his voice. "What do you intend to do? This girl has worked in my household. What business do you have with her? You shameless monks?" Eru, bewildered by the accusation, touched his headscarf and glared. "Mind your own business, boy." Scram. Though they dared not confront Zhang Yuan directly, the monks were known for their bullying tactics, preying on the weak. Trapped in the thicket, the fallen maiden cried out in desperation, "Stay back. Don't force me. I will fight back." Liuhu chuckled mockingly. "Oh really? Come on then, hit me." Sihu urged, "Wench, come out and face my brother." Grabbing her arm, he attempted to drag her forth. However, she resisted with surprising strength, causing Sihu to stumble backward. "You vile wench. How can you possess such strength?" Sihu cursed. As the maiden warned, "Don't push me. I truly will fight." Liuhu scoffed, "If you're so powerful, let us see you take us both on." From his vantage point outside the thicket, Zhang Yuan could not discern the full scene, but the commotion suggested that the fallen maiden was formidable. She continued to plead for them not to force her, insisting she would retaliate. Zhang Yuan took a few steps back from Eru and called out, "Hey, young lady. If you can fight, then do so without fear. Take them down. I will support you. I have connections in the magistrate's office." He needed to feign arrogance. Otherwise, the self-deprecating maiden would hesitate to strike against the righteous. "Is that true?" she asked, her youthful voice tinged with doubt. "Indeed," Zhang Yuan replied. "Feel free to unleash your fury. Then I shall do as you say, but you must bear the responsibility," she declared. "Yes, I will take full responsibility," Zhang Yuan affirmed. Eru, incensed, advanced threateningly towards Zhang Yuan. "What do you mean by that? This fallen wretch is deceiving me and must be punished." He turned away from Zhang Yuan, directing his ire back to the thicket. "You 2 fools. How can you not subdue that girl?" Before he could finish, a series of crashes echoed, followed by the groans of Eru and Sihu as they fell to the ground, the maiden emerging from the underbrush. Eru recoiled in shock, stepping back as he asked, "What happened to you 2? Their only response was a chorus of pained moans. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated the maiden's remarkable prowess. As he observed her more closely, he noted something peculiar about her appearance. Her hair was disheveled, cascading down her shoulders, shimmering like gold in the midday sun. Her skin was unusually pale, marked by a scratch from a branch, and her eyes, dark yet flecked with sapphire, held an enchanting allure. She stood nearly as tall as Zhang Yuan, but her youthful features indicated she was likely younger than him. Upon emerging from the thicket, she adjusted the bamboo basket on her back, clearly protective of the oranges within. "Sir, should I take him down?" she asked, pointing at error. "Yes, strike him down," Zhang Yuan encouraged. With newfound confidence, the maiden swiftly crouched and darted towards error. As he swung a fist at her face, she deftly sidestepped, stepping on his foot while delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Error doubled over in pain, and the maiden followed up with a swift kick, sending him to the ground. Zhang Yuan watched in awe, exclaiming, "Well done. Who dares create such a ruckus on the temple grounds? Is there a wandering monk among us?" A middle-aged monk inquired, flanked by several others, some wielding staffs. Upon seeing the scene, a young man leisurely peeling an orange while a man clutched his chest in agony. Accompanied by two others staggering out of the thicket, Zhang Yuan replied, "Master, a monk came and dispatched these 3 ruffians before departing." The monk scrutinized the fallen men, recognizing them as troublemakers who often harass temple visitors. "If you dare to engage in misconduct around this temple again, we shall report you to the authorities for severe punishment." Turning to Zhang Yuan, he asked kindly, "Do you know from which monastery the monk hails?" "I do not know," Zhang Yuan replied. The monk continued, "I heard mention of a lady. What is the story behind that?" Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "This monk has keen hearing. I had merely shouted the word lady from the hilltop." Yet he caught it. "There was no lady, only a monk," he stated. Eru, nursing his chest, grumbled, "Nonsense. There was no monk, just a wretched girl." Zhang Yuan interjected, "Master, that ruffian insulted you, calling you a fool." The monks harbored a profound disdain for the blasphemous intruders, and Zhang Yuan's words only served to fan the flames of their indignation. Fueled by anger, several monks wielding staffs rushed towards the trespassers, yet the elder monk, exhibiting a rare composure, interjected, "Do not strike them. Instead, bind them and deliver them to the county magistrate's interrogation chamber." At that moment, as the monks began to restrain the offenders, Zhang Yuan descended the mountain, making his way out of the Great Virtue Monastery. It was already past noon, and he felt an urgency to return home, aware of his mother's potential worries. Having finished the orange, he exerted a forceful throw, casting the peel into the Fu River, watching as it floated away with the current. Chapter 33. 7 captures and 7 releases in the distance. 2 young servants, Wuling and Dashitu, emerged from the bamboo gate of their residence, followed closely by a third, Xiashitu. Wuling, both joyful and somewhat aggrieved, exclaimed, "Young master, you have returned. Madam has inquired about you several times. There is no one at the academy, and young Master Dingy from the neighboring courtyard has returned, claiming that you quarreled with Master Ming and drove him away. Where have you been?" Zhang Yuan laughed and reprimanded, "That monkey, Zhang Dingy, speaks nonsense. I ought to give him a beating." After washing his face upon entering, he went to see his mother, recounting the events of the morning at the academy. He mentioned that he had gone to Dashan Temple but had not encountered Master Qidong, omitting the part about the cruel treatment of a fallen girl, lest it cause his mother undue worry. Zhang's mother, Madame L, had heard Zhang Dingyi's ramblings, which, although she found hard to believe, made her anxious due to her son's absence. Now, upon understanding the situation, she was relieved that the county magistrate had excused her son from 3 years of taxation. However, she lamented the incompetence of Master Ming and the high standards of Master Qidong at Dashan Temple. "My son," she advised, "there is no need to rush. Your eyes have only just begun to heal. It is wise not to overstrain them. Let the gentleman from Xizang read to you for now, and you may return to your studies next year." Zhang Yuan replied, "I did not meet Master Qidong at Dashan Temple today, but tomorrow I shall ask the 3 brothers from Xizang to accompany me. I must learn the craft and literature, as I intend to participate in the county examination in February and the provincial examination in April." Seeing her son's determination, Madame L felt reassured. Suddenly recalling something, she said, "So, you will not be able to attend your brother-in-law's birthday feast on the 7th of March next year?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Of course, my studies take precedence. We shall see as the time approaches. If my progress in the craft is satisfactory, I might still attend. The county examination is in mid-February, and the provincial examination is in late April. The round trip from Qingpu County in Songjiang to the examination site is about 1,000 miles, but 20 days should suffice." Madame L rejoiced, "Good. It is wonderful that you have a plan. Now, go and have your meal." In the afternoon, Zhang Yuan sat alone in the tranquil study, practicing the calligraphy of Yan Jinqing's inscription of the immortal altar on Mount Mogu. This inscription, written in Yan's later years, displayed a solemn and majestic style, characterized by a vigorous structure. Zhang Yuan found great affinity in practicing this piece, making swift progress. He contemplated that after 2 more months of practicing large characters, he would begin to master small regular script, which was essential for the imperial examinations. The practice of larger characters was to enhance his structure and penmanship. As he pondered the strength of his strokes, he recalled the fallen girl he had encountered on the mountainside behind Dashan Temple that morning. Her alabaster skin, slightly golden hair, and eyes tinged with a faint blue suggested a lineage of mixed heritage, likely from the Simu people who had arrived in the Central Plains during the Yuan dynasty. The Simu people comprised a complex mix of ethnicities, including yellow, white, and mixed-race individuals. This girl's ancestry could be traced back to the Gilo family or the Hui. Such white-skinned Simu people, and it was uncertain how many generations of intermingling had occurred since the establishment of the Ming Dynasty over 240 years ago. The young maid, tooting, noticed the young master lost in thought with his brush, surmising that he was about to conclude his practice for the day. She entered with a delicate blue porcelain brush holder filled with clean water. Zhang Yuan dipped his brush into the water, swirling it gently and watching the clear liquid turn murky. He mused, I wonder what that fallen girl's name is. She seems quite beautiful, though still young. Yet, in such a dismal environment as the fallen streets, she is bound to face degradation, perhaps becoming a courtesan, a performer, a fisher, a beggar, a corpse bearer, a dung carrier, a shaver, or a noodle maker. These are the professions of the fallen. He further reflected. Those 3 ruffians have been taken to see the authorities and will not trouble that fallen girl for the time being. She is skilled in combat and has no fear of them. Perhaps in a few days, I shall visit Sandai Street. If I can provide her with some assistance, I will do so. It is truly remarkable for one so young to possess such skills. Where could she have learned such martial arts? On the 23rd of July, Zhang Dai, Ni Yuanlu, Yao Jianshu, and other candidates bound for the provincial examination in Hongdao set sail from the South Yanmen dock in the afternoon. They traveled via the Shishing Canal to Shaoxing, where they rested for the night before continuing to Hongdao, where the examination was scheduled for the 9th of August. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan come to see them off, Zhang Dai chuckled and asked, Jiezi, how's Master Zhou Zhaxia teaching at the academy? You must have benefited greatly, I presume? Zhang Yuan offered a wry smile. Elder brother, how could you not have warned me about Zhou Zhaxia? Had I known what sort of person he was, I would not have engaged in a heated argument with him. Zhang Dai burst into laughter. How could I have told you that in front of him? You needed to experience it firsthand to understand. Zhang Ao, who was nearby, inquired, what? Jiezi, did you argue with someone? Zhang Yuan recounted the events from the previous morning at the academy, eliciting laughter from all. Zhang Ao remarked, Jiezi, I truly admire you. I have heard of teachers dismissing students, but never of a student driving away a teacher. This is indeed a rare occurrence. After sharing a laugh, Zhang Dai and the others boarded their boat, brimming with confidence, convinced that they would surely succeed in the upcoming examination. Zhang Yuan watched the large black sailboat recede into the distance, contemplating the disappointment his elder brother would feel upon returning a month later. And reflecting on the arduous journey of the imperial examinations, he could not help but shake his head slightly. Zhang Ao chimed in. Why the shaking of your head, Jiezi? Since you are not going to the academy, let us play a game of chess. Zhang Yuan replied, I am willing to play chess. But you must take me to Dashan Temple tomorrow and guide me to where Master Lu Qidong holds his classes. I could not find him yesterday. Zhang Ao remarked. If you plan to seek education from Lu Gubin, he may not be willing to accept you. If you truly possess skill, you might engage him in debate and send him away. Zhang Yuan countered, do not underestimate the knowledge of the world. I can only debate with someone as mediocre as Zhou Zhaoxia. To argue with Master Qidong, a renowned scholar, would be self-deprecating. Zhang Ao replied, every person has their strengths and weaknesses. You could play blind chess against him. He would certainly not win. Zhang Yuan said, enough talk. If we are to play chess, I will play against you. If you lose, you must accompany me to Dashan Temple tomorrow morning. Very well, Zhang Ao agreed, but then suddenly realized, wait. You haven't mentioned what will happen if you lose. Zhang Yuan laughed, I will not lose. If I do, I simply go to Dashan Temple. Zhang Ao chuckled, repeatedly calling Zhang Yuan sly. The two made their way to the West Zhang residence, arriving in Zhang Ao's study to play chess. The study resembled a playground, with few serious books in sight, as it was dominated by various games such as double six, checkers, and Go. They played Go, with Zhang Yuan insisting on sitting with his back to the board for a blind match. Zhang Ao insisted he cover his eyes, claiming it would allow them to face each other directly. Otherwise, he felt stifled facing Zhang Yuan's back, as if Zhang Yuan were looking down on him. Zhang Yuan, chuckling, complied with Zhang Ao's request, wearing the eye mask he always carried, which was infused with herbal remedies for clarity and comfort. Whenever his eyes grew weary, he would don the mask for a while to rest. The outcome of the match was never in doubt. Zhang Ao, playing white, suffered a crushing defeat. He was no longer vexed by losing to Zhang Yuan, knowing that even his elder brother was no match for Zhang Yuan. Given their vast disparity in skill, it was only natural for him to lose. Yet, he wondered why he was so eager to seek out such humiliation. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to remove his eye mask, he heard Zhang Ao say, "Jiezi, wait a moment. I have recently acquired something quite new and intriguing. If you can discern what it is by touch alone, I will be thoroughly impressed." Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "Are you not already impressed by me? Do you wish to test me further?" He replied, "Very well, let us see what you have." Chapter 34. The double mirror record in Zhang Yi's study lingered an unusual fragrance, a scent that eluded precise identification, A.M. Lang of aromas. Zhang Yi, ever fickle in his tastes, frequently altered the incense in his room. Yesterday it was chicken tongue, today it was fragrant nanmu, and tomorrow it might very well be sandalwood. Although Zhang Yi indulged in extravagance, he lacked the refined taste that characterized Zhang Dai. He only sought novelty, peculiarity, and expense. Zhang Yuan's nostrils flared as he adjusted his eye mask and inquired, "What curiosities do you have for me to see, or rather, to touch?" Upon hearing the sounds of cabinets being shifted and opened, Zhang Yi proclaimed with pride, "I have acquired 2 treasures. If you can discern what they are, I shall be impressed." He retrieved an object and approached, placing it upon the camphor wood chessboard before Zhang Yuan. "Feel it, and if you can guess its purpose, I shall gift it to you." Zhang Yuan extended his hand, gently pressing against the object. After a moment's exploration, he suddenly burst into laughter. The item he touched was cool to the touch, thin and round, comprised of 2 pieces connected by a silk ribbon. "What makes you laugh?" Zhang Yi asked. "Do not underestimate this item. It is remarkably magical and not available in the market." Zhang Yuan continued to caress the thin, round object and remarked, "I know its purpose. I simply do not know what it is called here." Zhang Yi replied, "It has many names, various appellations. In any case, it is a novelty, unprecedented. Anyone can name it, but if you can articulate its use, I shall concede and gift it to you. Know that I spent 5 taels of silver on it. I assure you, it is not available for purchase in Shaoxing." Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Third brother, you have come to my aid. This is precisely what I desired." "Thank you. Thank you. Speak, speak. Reveal its purpose, and it shall be yours," Zhang Yi exclaimed, doubtful that Zhang Yuan had encountered such an item before, as he himself had only seen it the day prior. Zhang Yuan wrapped the silk ribbon around his left index finger and said, "I refer to this as spectacles, designed to be worn upon the eyes, much like the eye mask I currently wear. Of course, it is transparent. After excessive reading, my vision has blurred. Donning these would enable me to see clearly, would it not? Why the silence, third brother?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Zhang Jiezai, how do you know of this? Have you seen it in your dreams? How long have you been dreaming to have seen so much? It is truly uncanny." Zhang Yuan thought to himself that attributing everything to past lives and dreams was not entirely prudent. He replied with a smile, "Third brother, even a scholar of your breadth must have moments of oversight. These spectacles have existed in Suzhou for several years. My elder sister mentioned them earlier this year, stating that scholars in Songjiang have worn them, hence I recognized it upon touch. Suzhou, a haven for extraordinary crafts and rare objects, was well known, and as Zhang Yuan understood it, spectacles had seemingly emerged during the mid-Ming era. Thus, it was reasonable to assert that Suzhou had them in abundance." Zhang Yi cursed. "Then I have been deceived. The merchant who sold this to me claimed it was from the West." Zhang Yi abruptly ceased speaking, changing his tone, "Listening to you. This spectacle is worth less than 5 taels, then. I must destroy that merchant's shop. He claimed it was brought specifically for me." Zhang Yuan replied, "These spectacles are indeed quite rare. I believe 5 taels is a fair price. 5 taels equate to over 3,000 renminbi. Well, even contemporary branded spectacles command such prices." Hearing Zhang Yuan's assessment, Zhang Yi felt a modicum of relief and said, "Very well, I shall gift you these spectacles. Try them on. I found them dizzying." Zhang Yuan removed his eye mask and scrutinized the spectacles, which were indeed a rarity in the Ming Dynasty. The lenses appeared to be made of crystal, cool to the touch, far colder than glass. Upon wearing the spectacles, the world outside brightened and sharpened, bringing clarity to his vision, devoid of discomfort, as if they had been custom-made for him. Marvelous. This is truly an excellent item. Now I need not worry about distant sights, he praised. Young Zhang Yuan's eye affliction stemmed partly from excessive liver heat and overindulgence in sweets, but it was also a hereditary nearsightedness. Previously, he had little interest in reading, which eliminated the risk of straining his eyes from late-night study. However, he was indeed nearsighted, likely inheriting it from his father, Zhang Yuan, a scholar who failed the imperial examinations and whose vision suffered as a result, being unable to discern faces from 10 paces away. Although Zhang Yuan's nearsightedness was not as severe, it was estimated to be around 300 degrees. His daily life remained unaffected, but experiencing enhanced clarity was undeniably advantageous, making the spectacles all the more desirable. Seeing Zhang Yuan's delight, Zhang Yi remarked, "Since you appreciate them, then 5 taels are well spent. Here. This is the case for the spectacles." Zhang Yuan accepted the case, noticing its exquisite carvings, crafted from precious chicken wingwood, both delicate and convenient for carrying. He carefully stowed the spectacles away and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, third brother. My eyes are not in good condition, and these are just what I need." Despite Zhang Yi's fiery temperament, he was inherently generous and waved his hand dismissively. "We are brothers. What is there to speak of?" Yet, with a mysterious expression, he added, "I possess another item. If you can guess its purpose as well, then I. Zhang Yi himself was uncertain of what he would do should Zhang Yuan succeed. He declared, "Regardless, you will not guess it. The merchant who sold it to me claimed it is the only one of its kind in the Ming Dynasty, and certainly not to be found in Suzhou." Zhang Yuan's curiosity was piqued. "Very well, I wish to see it. Must I be blindfolded?" Zhang Yi replied, There is no need for that. I will hold it before you and see if you can discern its purpose." Saying this, he retrieved an object from a small leather case and presented it to Zhang Yuan with great pride. "Look, what is this?" At that moment, Zhang Yuan was not wearing his spectacles, yet his eyes widened in astonishment and delight. He thought, did this item exist during the Wanli era? It has only recently appeared in Europe. Has it truly traversed oceans to arrive in our Ming Dynasty? Sensing Zhang Yuan's astonished expression, Zhang Yi swelled with pride. Gently twisting the brass tube in his hand, revealing a slightly thinner copper tube, and again twisting to produce another segment, 3 segments now connected, measuring approximately 1 foot 2 inches. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the study, illuminating the finely polished brass tube, its metallic sheen radiant and resplendent. "Isn't it marvelous? It can extend and retract, varying in thickness, much like." Zhang Yi used such a metaphor and erupted into laughter. Zhang Yuan did not share in the mirth. He squinted closely at the 3 copper tubes in Zhang Yi's hand. Indeed, this was a telescope, known in that era as a 1,000-mile mirror, undoubtedly introduced by Europeans. During the late Ming period, cultural exchanges between the East and West flourished. Nearly every missionary who arrived in the East was a scientist. The Chinese revered the Buddha, deities, and Confucius, making the introduction of Catholicism challenging. Thus, missionaries employed indirect methods of teaching, leveraging their advanced knowledge in mathematics, astronomy, geography, and physics to engage with enlightened scholars, achieving notable success. Matteo Ricci was a prominent figure among these missionaries, known as the Great Scholar of the West. However, Ricci had already passed away. Zhang Yuan recalled vividly that Ricci died in Beijing in the 38th year of Wanli's reign, presenting the emperor with a self-striking clock, but not a telescope. Zhang Yuan casually inquired, "Third brother, where did you acquire this telescope?" As far as he knew, telescopes were brought to China by the German missionary Johann Adam Schall during the late Wanli period. How could they possibly be available now? What Zhang Yuan could not have anticipated occurred suddenly. Zhang Yi, full of self-satisfaction, upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, abruptly changed countenance, his face turning ashen. He gazed down at the telescope in his hand, his breathing becoming labored, and suddenly bellowed, "Thieving merchant, you have deceived me terribly." With a swift motion, he struck the brass telescope against the corner of the rosewood table, shattering it into 2 pieces. Zhang Yuan jumped up with a cry of dismay. "Third brother, what are you doing? Why this cruelty?" Zhang Yi, consumed by fury, paced frantically around the room, exclaiming with indignation, "The scoundrel merchant deceived me," claiming that this telescope is a singular treasure from the Ming Dynasty, exceedingly rare even in the Western nations. He asserted that it was acquired from a Western captain in Macau, extorting 180 taels of silver from me. This vile merchant, this detestable merchant, has truly driven me to the brink of madness. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yi began to recklessly smash the objects within the study. Chapter 35. The The radiance of treasures, the two young attendants and two maidservants attending to Zhang Yi were languishing in the eaves outside the study, feeling bored yet reluctant to stray too far. The two maidservants, slightly older, were around 15 or 16 years of age, while the young attendants were merely 11 or 12. The maidservants were exchanging light-hearted banter with the young attendants when, suddenly, they heard Zhang Yi erupting in furious rage from within, smashing things in a fit of anger. The two attendants and maidservants were instantly struck with terror, their faces blanching. Although Zhang Yi's outbursts were not a rare occurrence, it was always a cause for concern, as someone invariably bore the brunt of his wrath. Who would be the unfortunate soul today? The clever maidservant Chunlan exclaimed, "I shall inform the lady," and darted away like a flash, seeking refuge. Meanwhile, the other three exchanged apprehensive glances, too fearful to speak or intervene, caught in a state of uncertainty. Suddenly, they heard the voice of the young master, the son of the family, bellowing, "Zhang Yank, sit down." The maidservants and attendants were taken aback, pondering, how bold of the young master to shout at our master. This could spell trouble, for surely the young master's mother would come to wail. At the same time, they felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Yank had found a target for his ire, as long as the blows did not fall upon them. Yet, the study fell into a heavy silence. The young attendant Fuo peeked through the door crack and saw Yank standing there, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on the young master opposite him, who glared back defiantly. After a moment, Zhang Yi managed to catch his breath and said, "Young master, I'm not angry with you. My ire is directed at that detestable merchant. I must smash his shop to pieces. What vexes me further is that his shop is not here, but in Macau." Zhang Yuan pulled Zhang Yi down to a seated position and turned to call out, "Bring tea. Bring tea." The young attendant Fuer hurriedly brought in the tea. Casting a furtive glance at young Master Yank, who still bore a slightly flushed face from rage, yet he remained seated obediently, a stark contrast to his usual disposition. Fuer marveled secretly, how strangely compliant young Master Yank is today. Zhang Yuan waved Fuer away and, taking a sip of tea, said, "Third brother, heed my words. The merchant who sold you the telescope has not deceived you. This telescope is likely the only one of its kind in the current Ming Dynasty. Admittedly, 180 taels of silver is rather steep, but consider that it has traveled thousands of miles from the west to Macau. A premium is to be expected." Zhang Yi, parched from his outburst, drank a couple of sips and retorted, "If it is indeed the only one, how did you recognize it as a telescope at first glance? Have you seen it in your dreams?" Zhang Yuan chuckled, avoiding a direct response. "I have encountered many things in my dreams that far exceed your imagination, hence I find it unremarkable. Many matters are known only to me." Zhang Yi laughed, shaking his head. Very well, you are indeed a celestial being, and I cannot compete with you. I concede defeat." He then added, "However, I possess another treasure that I assure you have never laid eyes upon." Upon hearing of another treasure, Zhang Yuan thought, Zhang Yi indeed possesses a plethora of treasures. Wealth truly enables one to amass remarkable items. It seems I must devise means of acquiring wealth alongside my studies, for without silver, nothing can be achieved. Very well. Allow me to behold it, yet I must state in advance, regardless of whether I recognize this item or not, you must not lose your temper or smash anything. He cautioned, bending down to retrieve the broken telescope, shaking his head repeatedly. Zhang Yi declared, "I shall not lose my temper nor smash anything. A man's word is as solid as a mountain." Zhang Yuan urged, "Bring forth the treasure." Zhang Yi replied, "You must also be blindfolded, for this treasure shines with such brilliance that it may harm your eyes." Zhang Yuan complied, donning the blindfold. After a while, Zhang Yi exited the study and returned, not alone, but accompanied by the sound of a woman's footsteps. Noting the distinction between the strides of men and women, he inquired, "Third brother, whom have you brought with you?" Zhang Yi answered, "A maidservant, bringing the treasure, Lianxia. Be careful and present the treasure to the young master. Let him touch it and see if he knows what it is." Zhang Yuan heard the timid response of the maidservant Lianxia as she gracefully approached, her presence carrying a faint fragrance, followed by rustling sounds, indicating the treasure was wrapped in fine satin. Indeed, it was precious. Zhang Yi instructed, "Young master, extend your hand. Lower it a bit." Zhang Yuan reached out, his fingers brushing against something as delicate as porcelain, causing him to pause in astonishment. What could this be? Applying slight pressure, he found it soft and yielding, conforming to the shape of his hand, yet there was a protrusion pressing against his palm. Unable to resist, he pressed and kneaded, eliciting a soft, a luring sound from Lianxia that sent a shiver through his heart. What a predicament! Hastily retracting his hand, he laughed and scolded, Zhang Yank. You are utterly absurd. What is the meaning of this? Lianxia, leave at once. As he removed the blindfold, he caught sight of a woman clad in a long-sleeved short jacket and a flowing blue skirt, hastily retreating. Zhang Yi was doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach as he exclaimed, Ha ha ha. Young master, I am truly impressed. You have indeed encountered such things before. Pray tell, are you still a virgin? Who was it? Yitting or tooting? Zhang Yuan was at a loss for words, retorting, Do not speak nonsense. I ask you, have you read the Tang novels The Tale of the Southern Quay and the Pillow Book? Zhang Yi, who had little interest in serious literature, was keen on historical accounts and romantic novels. Replied, Of course I've read them. The Pillow Book is about the dream of a yellow millet, while the Tale of the Southern Quay has been adapted into the well-known Southern tune The Southern Quay. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Zhang Yuan explained, Let me tell you. The dream I had was akin to the Tale of the Southern Quay and the Pillow Book, which is why I possess such extensive knowledge. Zhang Yi gazed intently at Zhang Yuan, asking, Have you married a princess and become a prince? Have you achieved high office? Who has married a princess and risen to high office? A woman's voice suddenly resounded from outside the study. It was Madame Wang, Zhang Yi's mother. Zhang Yuan quickly stood to pay his respects. Madame Wang surveyed the disheveled study, furrowing her brow. What have you done? Why are there things broken again? Zhang Yi replied with a grin, Mother, I was merely playing a role with the young master, pretending to be a martial artist, and in the process, I accidentally knocked over these items. Madame Wang promptly inquired, Did you hurt yourself? Zhang Yi stretched out his arms. No. Having heard from the maidservant Chunlan that Zhang Yi had lost his temper again, Madame Wang was both angry and anxious, for her son's fits of rage often resulted in harm to himself or others. Upon hearing the mention of a prince and princess, it seemed her son was indeed engaged in a playful act with Zhang Yuan, so she said, Enough with the nonsense. You must have played enough by now. Zhang Yuan, your mother is calling you home for dinner. You should return. She still regarded Zhang Yuan as a mere child. Zhang Yuan politely took his leave, and Zhang Yi accompanied him, both of them laughing heartily. Zhang Yuan remarked, Third brother, that telescope merely has a broken connection. The lenses are intact. You should find a skilled craftsman to repair it. It is indeed unique in the Ming Dynasty. Zhang Yi agreed, still chuckling. Zhang Yuan added, No need to see me off. You should return. Remember to accompany me to Dasha Temple early tomorrow. As Zhang Yuan made his way back home across the three-arched stone bridge, he felt an unsettling stickiness on his palm and went to the Liao River to wash his hands, unable to suppress his laughter as he recalled the events of the day. Chapter 36, The Background the following morning. Zhang Yuan was still indulging in rice porridge and green bean cakes when Zhang Yi arrived, accompanied by a robust servant and a young attendant. This fellow was more eager than anyone to accomplish a certain task. Zhang's mother, Lady L, remarked, The weather appears overcast today. It may rain. You ought to postpone your visit to the great good temple. Zhang Yuan replied, I intended to go yesterday, but I could not because I delayed sending off my elder brother. Today, I must go. Rain would be even better. I hope that Master Qidong will see my earnestness in braving the rain to seek knowledge and accept me as his pupil. Zhang Yi chuckled. What of rain? Let it snow. If one kneels in the snow and earnestly begs, even the gods would accept him after a day and a half. Lady L laughed but continued. If Master Qidong is truly so difficult to approach, my son need not prostrate himself in desperation. With the vastness of Shanyin County, are there truly no other enlightened teachers? Lady L was merely a loving mother without profound insight. She did not wish her son to suffer indignities. The tales of Ming Mu's 3 relocations and the tattoo of the Yumu were just legends. She was simply a mother who cherished her child. Zhang Yi expressed her disdain for Lu Zhongzhou, proclaiming, Auntie is absolutely right. There are many wise teachers. Why must one seek instruction from the impoverished Lu Qidong? Zhang Yuan interjected, I understand. Begging without merit is futile. I shall demonstrate to Master Qidong that I am worthy of his guidance. As Zhang Yuan, accompanied by the young servant Wu Ling and Zhang Yi, prepared to leave, 2 constables from the county office arrived. One was the same constable who had escorted Zhang Yuan home after the official banquet. Today, they had come to deliver silver. The 3 years' worth of rent that Zhang Dachuan had embezzled had been recovered, amounting to 150 taels, not a single coin less. Zhang Yi blurted out, Only 150 taels? Surely you constables must have taken a good portion for yourselves. The ruffian Zhang Yi was well known in Shanyin, and the stout Lu constable could only protest, Third young master, how could I dare? The case was resolved clearly at 150 taels. Am I mistaken, young master? He thought to himself, if this were another family, I might have pocketed 30 or 50 taels. But Zhang Yuan is esteemed by the county magistrate and is the grandson of Zhang Rulin. I dare not touch a single coin and endure the trouble of this errand while being interrogated. Such is the injustice of it all. Zhang Yuan confirmed, indeed. It is 150 taels. Thank you, good constables. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, did Zhang Dachuan engage Scholar Yao to draft a petition for litigation? Paying 20 taels as a retainer? Was that included in this 150 taels? The constable's face turned awkward as he replied, young master, rest assured. The 150 taels are intact. You need not concern yourself with other matters. This indicated that Scholar Yao's 20 taels had not been recovered, but rather that an additional 20 taels had been extracted from Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan did not deserve sympathy, but Scholar Yao was even more detestable. Inciting Zhang Dachuan to falsely accuse the head of the family, and not only escaping punishment, but also failing to return the litigation fee, truly outrageous. Zhang Yuan understood that Scholar Yao had to collude with the county office's clerks to control the petition process, which is why these constables would not pursue Yao but instead threaten Zhang Dachuan. He said, thank you for your hard work, constables. I had intended to offer you a few taels to treat you to tea, but since Scholar Yao's fee has not been recovered, I would like to ask you to exert yourselves a bit more. The 20 taels recovered will be considered a reward for your efforts. 20 taels was no small sum, and Scholar Yao likely could not have bribed the constables with that much, so Zhang Yuan tempted them with profit, confident that Lu would not dare oppose Scholar Yao. The Lu constable nodded eagerly. Yes, we will pursue it. Thank you, young master. Upon noticing the constable's somewhat perfunctory tone, Zhang Yuan suspected he feared the litigious Scholar Yao and added, the county magistrate has stated that Scholar Yao's degree will be revoked. You need not fear him. Zhang Yi, with her fiery temperament, exclaimed, how dare that Yao scoundrel accuse a member of the Zhang family? This will not stand. We shall go and recover the silver immediately. Lu Constable, lead the way. The stocky Lu Constable displayed visible discomfort, bowing and stating, to be honest, young masters, I truly do not dare to pursue Scholar Yao's silver. If he were to lose his degree, then I would certainly assist you in recovering what is owed. Zhang Yi erupted in fury, shouting, this is preposterous. This is utterly unacceptable. Zhang Yuan frowned slightly, considering that Scholar Yao was merely a scholar. If he were a Jinshi, then the Lu constable's fear would be more understandable since Jinshi could hold official positions. He signaled for Zhang Yi to temper her anger and inquired, Lu constable, are you suggesting that the magistrate cannot revoke Yao's degree? The constable thought, this Zhang Yuan is remarkably astute. He has seen through my thoughts. He quickly shook his head. I dare not speak such words, but I have heard that Scholar Yao's elder brother is a court official, a 6th-rank secretary. 3 years ago, he returned home, and even the grand official of the provincial government treated him with respect, inviting him for drinks. The implication was clear. If even the Zhejiang provincial governor feared Scholar Yao's brother, how could the county magistrate dare act against Scholar Yao? Zhang Yuan nodded. Indeed. He has powerful connections. Otherwise, how could a mere scholar in Shanyin County wield such influence over litigation? Zhang Yi interjected. My grandfather was dismissed from office due to the censure of court officials. No wonder Yao the scoundrel is so arrogant. I refuse to believe we cannot deal with him. The Lu constable produced an official document, saying, if there are no further instructions, please sign here to acknowledge receipt of the full amount of silver so I may return to the office to conclude the case. Zhang Yuan signed and instructed willing to seal 2 taels of silver to treat the 2 constables to drinks. The constables repeatedly declined, saying they could not accept. Zhang Yi protested. If we cannot recover Yao the scoundrel's silver, why should we offer them any? Not a single coin. Zhang Yuan replied, that is a different matter. We cannot blame Lu constables for Yao's actions. Please accept this. If Yao's degree is indeed revoked in the future, we will need your assistance to recover what is owed. The constables could not refuse and reluctantly accepted the silver, exiting the Zhang family's bamboo fence. One remarked to his companion. This young master Zhang is not only intelligent but also composed. He knows how to handle people. At such a young age, he is truly remarkable. The companion said, Scholar Yao has offended the Zhang family. He is unlikely to have a good outcome. The Lu constable replied, we are merely subordinates executing orders. We must be adaptable. However, this young master Zhang will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future, far surpassing that good-for-nothing Zhang San, who only knows how to shout. In the hall, Zhang Yi was indeed still shouting, expressing her inability to swallow this grievance and insisting on leading several servants to confront Yao. Zhang Yuan cautioned, "Sister, do not act recklessly. Escalating this matter will make it difficult to manage. Our uncle will surely reprimand us. Scholar Yao currently holds a degree, making it unwise to provoke him." Zhang Yi glared. "So we simply let it go?" "Absolutely not." Zhang Yuan affirmed. "Of course not. Scholar Yao must be dealt with. I have my methods. Just wait and see." Zhang Yi's anger transformed into excitement, asking, "What clever plan do you have? Do tell." Zhang Yuan replied, "There is no need to rush. Let us first proceed to the great good temple. Ah, it seems it is starting to rain." Chapter 37. A visit to the cottage. The weather in late July remained swelteringly hot, yet the onset of rain brought a refreshing breeze, heralding the arrival of autumn. Observing the rain's gentle descent, Zhang Yuan noted that it appeared likely to continue for some time. Not wishing to delay any further, he and Zhang Ao, along with a few others, ventured towards the Great Kindness Temple, umbrellas in hand. The distance from Zhang Yuan's home to the temple was approximately 5 miles. Aside from a stretch of flagstone path, the remainder was composed of sandy roads, as the rain had only just begun to fall. The dirt paths had yet to turn muddy, raising concerns about the slippery conditions they might face upon their return. Zhang Ao and Zhang Yuan wore white leather boots, while Wuling and the others donned straw sandals. Zhang Yuan held the umbrella himself, while Zhang Ao, preoccupied with walking, had a robust servant extend an arm to shield him from the rain, wearing only a bamboo hat as protection. Zhang Ao inquired, "Brother, how should we deal with that scoundrel Yao Songan?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Yao Songan still holds his academic title, making it unwise to confront him directly. We must employ cunning tactics. First, we need to investigate his preferences and any past misdeeds that may have offended others. The more we learn about him, the better." Understanding his intent, Zhang Ao responded, "I see. This is a matter of knowing both our enemy and ourselves. What comes next?" Zhang Yuan smiled. "Only after we gather information can we decide our next steps." Zhang Ao declared, "Very well. I shall assign the servants to inquire." Remembering something else, he added, "The telescope I ordered has been sent to Hongdao for repairs. The artisans there are quite skilled. By the way, what about the glasses I sent you?" Zhang Yuan replied, "They are in little Wu's satchel." Zhang Ao remarked, "Why not wear them? Let Lu Zhongzhou see something novel." Zhang Yuan countered, "If I wear them, Mr. Qidong would hardly recognize you, and you would be forced to study under him." Zhang Ao laughed, "Must I be dismissed twice? I cannot wear those glasses. They make me dizzy." As they conversed, they arrived at the Great Kindness Temple, where the rain had rendered the square much quieter, with fewer vendors and worshippers present. Zhang Yuan scanned the area, failing to spot the girl with the bamboo basket selling oranges, pondering whether he should find time to visit Sandai Street to check on her, as those rascals, once released, might seek her out again. The group rounded the temple's back, where Zhang Ao pointed to a row of thatched cottages, saying, "That is the place. You should go alone. Otherwise, that wretched man might shoo you away upon seeing us together." Zhang Yuan remarked, "Indeed, this is the spot. I didn't see anyone here when I last visited." Wuling added, "Sir, the side door remains closed." Zhang Ao's servant, Fuer, hurried over to check the door's cracks and returned, reporting, "Young master, there is no one inside. All 5 rooms are empty." Zhang Yuan sighed. Could it be that Mr. Qidong's academy has moved? Zhang Ao speculated, who knows? Perhaps that poor soul couldn't attract any students and had to leave. Zhang Yuan suggested, "We can ask the monks at the temple." As they returned to the main hall, they encountered a middle-aged monk, whom Zhang Yuan recognized as someone of considerable standing within the Great Kindness Temple. "Master, may I inquire where Mr. Qidong has gone?" Zhang Yuan asked respectfully. The monk, recognizing Zhang Yuan, joined his palms and said, "Amitba, Lu Tianhua teaches on single days and rests on double days. Today is the 24th of July. Lu Tianhua has gone out to visit friends early this morning." Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "I came here 2 days ago, which was also a double day. No wonder I didn't see anyone." He acknowledged the monk, saying, "Thank you, master. I shall return tomorrow." Zhang Ao jested, "You are behaving as if you were Liu Bei seeking Zhuge Liang. Do you think he is a sage? In my opinion, you should seek another capable teacher. There are many who excel in the 8-part essay, and Lu Qidong is merely a figure of some reputation." The middle-aged monk recognized Zhang Ao as well, recalling him as the grandson of Zhang Rulin, the student who had been dismissed by Lu Tianhua recently. Zhang Yuan insisted, "Regardless of whether Mr. Qidong will accept me, I must meet him. Tomorrow, I will come alone, without needing the 3 of you to accompany me." He bowed to the monk and suddenly asked, "Master, what became of those 3 rascals who were causing trouble at the back mountain?" The monk shook his head. "What else can be done? Those rascals have some connections. They were released the same day, and this small temple will likely face their harassment again. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. They had been released yesterday, which meant those rascals might already be looking for trouble on Sandai Street. He quickly said, "Brothers, we must leave. I just remembered something urgent." Zhang Ao, with a serious expression, bid farewell to the monk, saying, "May you attain Anatara Samyak Sambodhi soon." He then turned and burst into laughter upon exiting the main hall. Zhang Yuan understood that Anatara Samyak Sambodhi referred to supreme wisdom and perfection, pondering how mortals could ever hope to achieve such enlightenment. If one attained perfection, they would surely ascend to the Western paradise. The middle-aged monk ignored Zhang Ao's blessing, clearly not yet ready for such a fate. As they exited the Great Kindness Temple, the rain had temporarily ceased, but dark clouds loomed low, promising more downpours soon. Zhang Ao asked, "Brother, what urgent matter do you have?" Zhang Yuan explained, "I have business on Sandai Street. Do you wish to join me?" Zhang Ao expressed surprise. "How curious. What business do you have in that disreputable area? If you are seeking companionship, that is hardly the place. In fact, I can take you somewhere delightful, where you will feel as if you are a prince in a dream." Had Zhang Yuan continued to associate with Zhang Ao, he might have become a spendthrift, indulging in a life of excess, lacking the resources Zhang Ao possessed to squander. Zhang Yuan declared, "If you do not wish to come, I shall go alone, Little Wu. Let us proceed." With Little Wu and Wuling holding the umbrella, they headed north towards the city. Yet, Zhang Ao followed, saying, "Since there is nothing else to do on this rainy day, I will accompany you. Pray tell, what is your business on Sandai Street?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I am searching for a girl from the underclass. I saw her being bullied by 3 rascals behind the temple the other day, and I intervened. I fear those rascals have already been released." Zhang Ao exclaimed, "Oh, is she beautiful?" Before Zhang Yuan could respond, he added with a laugh, "She must be a beauty. If she were an old woman, you would certainly not bother." Zhang Yuan found it exasperating to have such a cousin, responding, "Even if she were an old woman, I would still care. An old woman might have a lovely daughter at home." Zhang Ao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Brother, I never realized you had such a sense of humor. You are amusing me to no end." As the rain resumed, falling more heavily than before, Zhang Yuan's blue robe was splattered with countless mud spots, and his white leather boots soaked through. Fortunately, in such weather, being wet mattered little, as it would not lead to illness. As they traversed the stone-paved streets of Jishui Alley, Little Wu suddenly leaned closer to Zhang Yuan, whispering, "Young master, look over there, on the left, by the door. There is a clay stove. The woman leaning against the door is Granny Ma, who has been to her home." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan turned to see the matchmaker Granny Ma, whom he had only heard of before. Now, he observed her weathered face, revealing her age of over 50, her yellowing teeth exposed. Upon noticing Zhang Yuan's gaze, she tilted her head slightly and squinted at the young man in the blue robe trudging through the rain, her eyes widening in recognition. Zhang Yuan quickened his pace, reaching the entrance of Jishui Alley before glancing back. He spotted Granny Ma standing in the rain, accompanied by a seemingly young girl, who appeared to be the subject of their conversation. Who could that girl be? Could it be Nyogu? Zhang Yuan smiled as he exited Jishui Alley. Sandai Street lay just north of Jishui Alley, formed by 3 smaller streets, comprising approximately 400 to 500 households. Before reaching Sandai Street, they encountered flowing sewage and uneven roads, flanked by dilapidated low houses stretching along the street. Zhang Ao halted, saying, "Brother, I shall not enter. You go find your person. I will wait here for you with some tea." He turned to the servant holding the umbrella, instructing Nang Wang, "You accompany him and keep him safe." At the entrance of Jishui Alley, there exists a tea house. Zhang Yi entered with her young attendant, Thwart, and through the window, she beheld Zhang Yuan, Xiao Wu, and Nang Wang, 3 individuals, navigating their way under an umbrella into the dilapidated Sandai Street. Chapter 38. The jade of the poor Zhang Yuan cautiously navigated the uneven streets of Sandai, shielding himself beneath an oiled paper umbrella. The lack of drainage meant that rainwater pooled on the roads, and the cobblestones, worn smooth by years of foot traffic, posed a slipping hazard. For someone passing through occasionally, this environment might seem intriguing, but for the impoverished residents who traversed it daily, it was merely a part of their arduous existence, which they accepted without complaint. The denizens, despite the dreary weather, busied themselves at home. As Zhang Yuan made his way deeper into the street, he heard the rhythmic thumping of cotton being processed and spotted a father and son working on paper houses for the deceased. The sweet aroma of caramelized sugar wafted through the air. Suddenly, The mournful yet melodic strains of a huqin reached his ears, accompanied by the beating of a drum, the clarion call of a suona, and the strumming of a sancian. Master, these impoverished folk seem to be quite merry, indulging in music and song. I've heard that the blind musician who plays the sancian is also from Sandai, remarked the young servant, Wuling, noting the lively atmosphere. Zhang Yuan recognized that this was a gathering of musicians practicing, likely a precursor to the Shaoxing opera, which had its roots in the lives of the downtrodden. A woman clad in a dark vest stood beneath an eave, gazing skyward as if contemplating a venture outside. Approaching her, Zhang Yuan bowed and inquired, "Might you tell me if the young girl who often sells oranges in front of the Dazhan temple resides around here? She has somewhat yellowing hair, is of a similar height to me, and appears quite young." The woman, taken aback by the young man's salute, seemed perplexed by his question. After he repeated himself, she replied, "I cannot say for certain, but perhaps you are referring to Jinjin, who was selling oranges at the Dazhan temple a few days ago." Zhang Yuan asked, "Does that Jinjin possess any martial skills?" The woman replied, "I cannot say for sure, but her father seems to be skilled, as everyone here calls him Wang Su." The strong man? Zhang Yuan contemplated this. Wang Su? That must be him. It was evident that the impoverished girl was often bullied and dared not retaliate, suggesting that she seldom showcased her abilities. Jinjin, what a fitting name, conjuring dreams and illusions. Having learned the location of Jinjin's home, Zhang Yuan thanked the woman and continued deeper into the alley with Wuling and Ningxu. As they departed, the woman opened a tattered umbrella and made her way toward the alley's entrance. Before she could arrive, four men clad in wide bamboo hats and straw sandals approached with heavy strides. One of them barked, "You there, woman? Is that little wretch who sold oranges at Dazhan temple living on this street?" The woman quickly stepped aside, inquiring, "Are you looking for Jinjin? What trouble has she caused?" The man growled, "I'm asking about the girl who sold oranges. Do you not know?" The menacing demeanor of the quartet left her hesitant to speak further. "I do not know, sirs. Perhaps you should ask someone else." With a grunt of disdain, the men strode past, splashing murky water onto the woman's vest. She thought to herself, they must be seeking Jinjin. What trouble could she have gotten herself into? However, the well-mannered young man from earlier surely had not come to cause her trouble. Guided by the woman's directions, Zhang Yuan found a home with a bamboo sedan chair propped at the door. The narrow wooden door stood firmly shut. He tucked away his umbrella and knocked softly. After just 2 knocks, a voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" It was Jinjin's voice, and Zhang Yuan's initial worry eased. It seemed the bullies had yet to disturb her. "It is I, Zhang Jiezi," he replied. Unfamiliar with the name, Jinjin hesitated, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. The door creaked open, and her azure-hued eyes widened in surprise upon seeing him. She quickly lowered her head in a respectful bow, asking, "Master, what brings you here?" "I am most grateful for your kindness the other day." When she raised her gaze, her humble demeanor masked a hint of wariness and defiance. Though she understood that Zhang Yuan was not aligned with the bullies, her apprehension lingered. Before he could respond, a man's voice called from within, "Jinjin, who is it?" Unsure how to answer, she turned to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Master, my father wishes to know who you are." Smiling, Zhang Yuan replied, "My surname is Zhang Yuan. I reside near the Fuxue temple." The man inside responded, "Ah, the young master of the Zhang family. My apologies, I have been ill and cannot hear well. You may need to seek someone else, I am afraid." He then broke into a fit of coughing. Jinjin observed Zhang Yuan's furrowed brow and surmised he was not there to see her father. She spoke softly. "My father is a sedan bearer and has been ill for several days, unable to work. What can I do for you, Master Zhang?" In their humble abode, cloaked in dampness and shadows, Jinjin, like her fellow impoverished women, wore a blue-black dress. Yet, her fair complexion and bright eyes resembled a white lotus blooming amid the mud, truly a testament to elegance amid squalor. Zhang Yuan, allowing the umbrella to drip water onto the ground, said, "I have no pressing matters. I merely wish to check if those ruffians had come to bother you." Jinjin replied, "They have not come, but I do fear their arrival, especially with my father unwell. Master Zhang, would you care to come inside for a moment?" Her cheeks flushed slightly with shyness and trepidation. Curious neighbors peeked out, making it awkward for them to linger at the door. Zhang Yuan agreed and followed Jinjin inside. The dwelling was low and narrow, consisting of only 2 rooms. The outer room served as a kitchen with a simple stove, a square wooden table, and a few low stools. Although the place was modest, it was kept clean, devoid of filth. However, the air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs and illness. Zhang Yuan, sensitive to such odors, noticed a small clay pot bubbling on the stove. Clearly, this household consisted solely of the father and daughter. Jinjin, despite her youth, had to sell oranges and care for her ailing father, evidence of a harsh life. This household had likely never hosted a guest of Zhang Yuan's standing before. Jinjin, unsure how to entertain him, stood with her hands clasped behind her, her face burning red, avoiding his gaze. Zhang Yuan gently reminded her, "Is the medicine ready?" Startled from her reverie, she exclaimed and turned to pour the concoction into a porcelain bowl. "Master Zhang, I will first give this to my father." "What ailment afflicts your father?" Zhang Yuan inquired, wondering how a man known as Huang Su, the strong man, could succumb to illness. Jinjin gazed at the steam rising from the bowl and replied, "He fell ill suddenly, with a high fever and jaundice, and has been disoriented." A single tear fell into the bowl, prompting her to hastily wipe it away. Zhang Yuan, possessing some knowledge of medical conditions, stated, "This seems to be acute jaundice. Which doctor prescribed this remedy?" Jinjin looked up, her eyes bright with hope. "Do you know how to treat illness, Master Zhang?" Without answering, he gestured toward the bowl she held. "This medicine was gathered by a neighbor," Jinjin explained, "and it has some effect, but the fever lingers." Understanding their dire financial situation, Zhang Yuan realized they could not afford a physician's fees and were resorting to home remedies. He thought to himself, "I am no savior, yet having encountered this plight, I must lend a hand." Jinjin's father, skilled in martial arts, deserves a chance at recovery, not to perish in this squalor. He declared, "Do not consume this medicine any longer. Can your father still walk? Come, let us seek a doctor." The fallen maiden, Jinjin, was both astonished and delighted. She called out to the inner room, "Father," and set down the medicine bowl before swiftly entering. After a brief moment, she emerged supporting a burly man. This man, in his 30s, had a complexion resembling pale gold and sported a short, golden beard, truly embodying the characteristics of a golden-bearded warrior. However, his sunken eyes and pallid complexion indicated a severe illness that had taken a toll on him. With great effort, the man managed to pay his respects, saying, "Young Master Zhang, I am Mu Jingyan. My daughter and I are profoundly grateful for your kindness." Mu Jingyan had heard his daughter recount the tale of a young master who had assisted her near the back mountain of the Great Kindness Temple. At this moment, upon realizing that Zhang Yuan was merely a youth, he felt a slight sense of reassurance, though he remained wary of any potential designs on his daughter's beauty. As she was still but 14 years of age, observing Mu Jingyan's trembling legs, Zhang Yuan understood that it would be impossible for him to traverse to Wulu Bridge in Luyun Valley in his current state. He suggested, "Miss Jinjin, why not find a neighbor? I have a servant here. The two of them can carry your father in a bamboo sedan chair to seek medical attention." Jinjin replied, "I can carry my father myself." Just then, a loud voice called from outside, "Mu Jinjin, you little wretch, come out here." Chapter 39. Swift use of the nunchaku. Upon hearing that coarse voice, Zhang Yuan immediately recognized it belonged to the ruffian nicknamed Eru. The timing of his arrival was rather fortuitous, yet unbeknownst to Zhang, Eru had recently suffered a severe blow to his solar plexus from the fallen maiden Mu Jinjin, leaving him incapacitated for an entire day at home after taking medicinal treatment. Consequently, he had gathered his cohorts Sanhu, Sihu, and Liuhu, and made an intimidating visit after conferring with Liu, the head of the constabulary. Having experienced the martial prowess of the fallen maiden, these ruffians concealed daggers and clubs within their sleeves. Mu Jinjin quickly discerned the identity of the visitors, her expression shifting dramatically. "Father, it's those ruffians come to our door," she said, casting a glance at Zhang Yuan, clearly hoping for his support to confront them without fear. "I'll take a look," Zhang Yuan replied, stepping outside to find the four ruffians blocking the entrance, clamoring loudly. Zhang Ao's sturdy servant, Nungzhu, glared at them and shouted, "What are you shouting about? My master is here, clear the way." Ningzhu was typically quite bold while accompanying Zhang Ao. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan emerge from the narrow door, Eru, Sihu, and Liuhu widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, "What brings you here again?" Eru, nursing his sore chest, retorted angrily, "You brat. You nearly got me into a legal mess. If it weren't for my connections in the constabulary, you would have caused me great trouble." Zhang Yuan inquired, "Who is your patron within the constabulary? Speak up, and let me be frightened." Before Sia could name Liu, Eru silenced him, sizing up Zhang Yuan. With the mask of civility already torn, he bluntly asked, "Boy, are you truly Zhang Rulin's grandson? I don't see the resemblance. What business do you have in the fallen people's alley?" Ningzhu, incensed, shouted, "How dare you insult my master? Are you tired of living?" Being a brash fellow, He was oblivious to the number of adversaries he faced and was about to charge forward. Zhang Yuan, aware that Ningzhu lacked combat skills and would surely be outmatched, called out, "Ningzhu, hold on. You should summon someone from the constabulary, and we can discuss this amicably." The usually silent Sihu observed Zhang Yuan with a cold gaze and then laughed, saying, "I recognize this lad now. He is Zhang Ruiyang's son from Dongzhang. I have seen him before. He has grown and is almost unrecognizable. He is not Zhang Rulin's grandson. There's no need to fear him. Let's just drag that little wench out." Even if he hailed from Dongzhang, he was not someone ordinary ruffians dared to provoke. Era glared at Zhang Yuan and threatened, "Boy, don't be obtuse. Get lost. If you were Zhang Rulin's grandson, we might think twice. But since you lack such fortune, you'd best clear out, or you'll find our fists are indiscriminate." Ningzhu yelled, "Master Jizi, let me fetch the third young master." Zhang Yuan replied, "There's no need." At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, he saw Mu Jinjin helping her father, Mu Jiangnan, emerge, who leaned against the doorframe, coughing and panting. Zhang Yuan asked Mu Jinjin, "Can you handle these 4 ruffians?" Mu Jinjin inquired, "Does it count as you fighting if I do?" Zhang Yuan laughed, nodding, "Indeed, if you defeat them and bind them. I will accompany you to the constabulary. You need not go." Mu Jiangnan, gasping for breath, cautioned, "Mu Jinjin, do not engage in a fight." Mu Jinjin replied, "Father, the young master of the Zhang family said it counts as his fight. I am merely acting on his behalf. Am I not, young Master Zhang?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Quite so." The 4 ruffians were already seething with rage. Eru, in a fit of fury, removed his wide-brimmed bamboo hat and hurled it aside, only to have Ningzhu swatted away. Eru then brandished a short wooden club, roughly 1 foot 4 inches long, wrapped in iron at both ends, grinning menacingly. "Boy, step aside, or I'll smash your skull. That little wench will accompany us today. Otherwise, I'll destroy your home. I see your sick father has little time left. Shall I send him on his way?" Sihu and Liuhu also drew their clubs, closing in, while only Sanhu kept his right hand concealed in his sleeve, holding a knife. Mu Jinjin swiftly maneuvered past her father, emerging with an unusual weapon in hand, 2 connected sticks of differing lengths. One about 1 foot 2 inches long and the other 8 inches, linked by a 4-inch iron chain, nunchaku. "Quickly, use the nunchaku." Zhang Yuan stood momentarily stunned. Could Mu Jinjin truly wield nunchaku? Did they exist in the Ming Dynasty? Although the lengths were not identical, it was evident they were crafted intentionally. In an instant, Mu Jinjin positioned herself before Zhang Yuan and the others, just as Era charged, swinging his iron-wrapped club. With a swift flick of her wrist, the shorter stick shot out like a striking serpent, slapping Eru's wrist with a sharp crack. He yelped in pain, dropping his club and stepping back, gasping for breath. Mu Jinjin did not pursue him further, but instead stepped back to shield Zhang Yuan, standing in a spot where rainwater cascaded down upon her delicate neck. Seemingly oblivious to it, her slender form poised like a coiled beast ready to pounce. Era shouted, "This little wench is formidable. Let us all attack together." At that moment, neighbors from Mu Jinjin's vicinity emerged, pointing and cursing at the ruffians, causing them to falter. Era barked, "What are you staring at? This little wench deceived people selling rotten oranges at Daxian Temple and injured my brothers. Her crimes are compounded. Today, I am taking her to see the officials. Liuhu, go fetch Lu, the headman. He should be at the tea house by the alley's entrance." Liuhu complied, turning to sprint towards the alley's mouth. Before he had gone far, he joyfully shouted, "Brother Lu, you're here?" A tall constable approached, donned in a light blue round-collared shirt, wearing a flat cap, a white sash, and carrying a badge. Braving the drizzle without an umbrella, the fallen people around fell silent, and Mu Jinjin's face drained of color. The nunchaku that had once felt firm in her grasp now trembled slightly as she turned to Zhang Yuan, calling, "Young Master Zhang, the fallen were most fearful of encountering officials. Whether justified or not, they would first receive a beating in the interrogation room before any questions were posed." At that moment, 14-year-old Mu Jinjin resembled a small captive beast, filled with sorrow and defiance. Upon seeing Lu, the headman, the 4 ruffians felt emboldened, calling out in chorus, "Lu, the headman." Era raised his swollen wrist high, lamenting, "Headman Lu, look, this little wench actually struck me with a club," before he could finish his sentence. Lu swiftly slapped him across the face, scolding, "You scoundrel, do you not recognize who this is?" Dumbfounded, Eru covered half his face, staring in disbelief at Lu Biqiang, who had always treated him as a brother, exclaiming, "Headman Lu, it's me, Eru." Lu scolded, "You're the one I'm speaking to." Hurry and apologize to young Master Jizi. He then approached Zhang Yuan, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Young Master Jizi, I apologize for my tardiness. These rough Chapter 40. No mercy in the county of Shanyin. The constable Liu Biqiang had previously heard from Eru and his companions that a lowly scoundrel had assaulted them. Today, they intended to confront this villain before the authorities. Eru urged Liu Biqiang to oversee the situation on Sandai Street, in case the scoundrels dared to gather and resist. After returning the recovered silver to Zhang Yuan, Liu Biqiang reported for duty at the county office. Seeing that there was nothing pressing, he hurried to Sandai Street but decided to pause at a tea house in Jishui Alley for a cup of tea, intending to enter the fray when the chaos began. Unexpectedly, he encountered Zhang Ao, who was also enjoying tea there with a servant. Liu Biqiang quickly greeted him, inquiring how the young master happened to be there. Zhang Ao replied, I came with my younger brother, who has gone to Sandai Street to rescue a young lady, as there are ruffians disturbing her. Upon hearing this, Liu Biqiang felt a pang of unease, abandoning his tea and hastily excusing himself from Zhang Ao, striding towards Sandai Street. Upon arrival, he saw a crowd gathered in the street center, with Liu Eru rushing out to find him. Liu Biqiang had no time to engage with Liu Eru. His eyes quickly scanned the scene and, indeed, he spotted Zhang Yuan standing beside a fallen girl of lowly birth, while Eru and two others brandished wooden clubs, shouting angrily. Liu Biqiang sensed impending trouble. Eru and his companions had now attracted the ire of the Zhang family. Zhang Yuan was a favored individual of County Magistrate Ho. Thus Liu Biqiang decided to slap Eru across the face, a calculated act meant to appease Zhang Yuan's anger and secure their forgiveness. Eru, stunned by the blow that left his left ear ringing, had yet to regain his senses when Liu Biqiang bellowed, You fools, go apologize to the young master. Zhang Yuan coldly responded, To offend my uncle and father's name in my presence, brandishing clubs to threaten me, can a mere apology suffice? Liu Biqiang began to sweat. He had long understood that Zhang Yuan was not to be trifled with. Previously, when Zhang Dachuan pleaded for mercy, Zhang Yuan remained unmoved, adhering strictly to his principles. In the matter concerning Scholar Yao, Zhang Yuan displayed a remarkable composure, neither arrogant nor weak. Now, with Eru provoking Zhang Yuan, the outcome seemed dire. Who dares to offend my great-grandfather's name? Zhang Ao arrived just in time, noticing Liu Biqiang's hurried approach to Sandai Street, indicating that something was amiss. He overheard Zhang Yuan's words and was instantly incensed. To invoke the names of one's ancestors was tantamount to an affront. Nang Zhu stepped forward, pointing at the four scoundrels, declaring, Third young master, these four ruffians have repeatedly disrespected the magistrate's name and are exceedingly impudent, even threatening to strike. Are you deaf? Zhang Ao shouted. If you want to strike them, then I shall. Attack. Beat them. Without hesitation, Nang Zhu charged at the two ruffians, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. The ruffians dared not retaliate, merely evading while begrudgingly warning Nang Zhu, do not go too far. Seeing that Nang Zhu was outnumbered, Zhang Ao turned to the onlooking lowly folk, proclaiming, These ruffians have come to bully you. Join in and strike. It's perfectly fine. I will support you. Those who help will be rewarded. As he spoke, he produced a small ingot of silver, around 5 taels. Zhang Yuan observed Zhang Ao's antics and mused. Zhang Ao's debauchery is truly unparalleled. I cannot emulate such extravagance, at least not so carelessly. The onlookers exchanged glances between Zhang Ao and Zhang Yuan, ultimately placing their faith in Zhang Yuan. He commanded, Strike. Several strong young men among the lowly folk exchanged glances and surged forward, raining punches upon the four ruffians. Others followed suit, joining the melee. These lowly folk had long endured humiliation at the hands of ruffians who harassed their wives and extorted their money. Today, they finally vented their grievances. Some even wept while striking. Mu Xinjin squeezed through to stomp on a ruffian's foot and then returned to Zhang Yuan, smiling shyly. Constable Liu Biqiang stood beside Zhang Yuan, hearing the ruffians wailing for mercy amid the crowd. He dared not intervene, recognizing that Eru and his companions had brought this punishment upon themselves. One of these ruffians is armed, a lowly man shouted. It was Sanhu, who had not dared to draw his dagger until now. As he was beaten, the dagger fell to the ground and was picked up by a lowly man who presented it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan said, Constable Liu, you should take this. Liu Biqiang accepted the dagger, urging, Young master, we cannot continue this. Someone may get killed. Zhang Yuan turned to Zhang Ao, third brother. I believe it is enough for now. Zhang Ao, having indulged in the excitement of the moment, raised his voice, Enough. You lowly folk, when you start fighting, it never ends. Stop now. Take this silver and divide it among yourselves, but do not let the distribution lead to further conflict. As the crowd dispersed, the four ruffians lay in the mud, utterly humiliated and in pain, their wretched state eliciting laughter from Zhang Yuan, who remarked, I never expected to encounter such an amusing situation. Let us return to our tea. Ah, is that the little girl selling oranges? Ming Jiangnan quickly hid behind Zhang Yuan, prompting Zhang Yuan to laugh heartily. Fear not, young lady, for the young master is my brother. I shall not compete with him for your attention. Zhang Yuan, eager to halt Zhang Yuan's ramblings, interjected, Let us not delay with tea. Bind these ruffians and take them to the authorities. Lu Biqiang was taken aback. If Zhang Yuan was fierce, Zhang Yuan was even fiercer, insisting on sending the ruffians to the magistrate. He hurriedly lowered his tone. Young master, must we escalate this? These fools have offended the third young master and you. A beating suffices. There is no need to trouble the magistrate over such trivial matters. Zhang Yuan replied, Constable Lu, it is not a matter of lacking respect for you. These ruffians have become too brazen. This is not their first offense against me. Previously, at the Deshan Temple, they threatened and insulted me, and today they arrived armed. Had you not intervened in time, I might have been injured by them. I stand by my words. These ruffians must be taken to the magistrate. If the magistrate deems their actions trivial, then so be it. Lu Biqiang inhaled sharply. This young master of the Zhang family was indeed formidable, intent on pursuing this matter to the end. If the magistrate were to be involved, he would be powerless to assist Eru and the others. However, Zhang Yuan's stance was clear, and he dared not argue further, only saying, Yes, yes. I shall escort them to the punishment office. He instructed several lowly men to bind the ruffians. Zhang Yuan had not anticipated the ruffians being sent to the authorities. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, he echoed, Yes, let them be sent. I shall take my father's nameplate to present to the magistrate. These ruffians dare to bully members of the Zhang family, and they must face stern punishment. He then added, Now, let us return to our tea. I hear that the tea house is narrating water margin quite well. Let us listen. Zhang Yuan remarked, Third brother, I am also a victim here. I must go to the authorities as well. Just days ago, I was in court with Yao Fu, and now I must return again. I am becoming a litigious man. Let Neng Zhu represent me. If the magistrate inquires, tell him I am injured and have gone to Luyun Valley for treatment. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, instructing Neng Zhu to accompany him to the county office. Lu Biqiang lamented, Eru and his companions have truly stepped on a bed of nails this time. Zhang Yuan turned to look at Ming Jiangnan, a burly man with a yellow beard, who was drenched in sweat and nearly unable to stand without support. Zhang Yuan quickly called upon two neighboring lowly men for assistance, using a bamboo sedan chair to carry Ming Jiangnan to Wilu Bridge for treatment in Luyun Valley. Zhang Yuan and Ming Jiangnan accompanied him, while Zhang Yuan, unwilling to visit Luyun Valley, opted to join them at the county office to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 41. The beauty of Okra. The rain had ceased, and though the sky remained overcast, to the fallen maiden Ming Jiangnan, the surroundings appeared bright and her heart was illuminated. Supporting the bamboo sedan chair, she gazed at her father lying within. Wiping the sweat from his brow while stealing glances at Zhang Yuan walking nearby, her heart brimming with gratitude, a sentiment as light as a gossamer cloud, lifting her spirit with each step. The young master of the Zhang family, Ming Jiangnan, longed to express her gratitude, yet words escaped her, leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yuan nodded at her, reassuringly stating, Do not worry about the medical fees. Mr. Lu Yonggu is my friend, and he will surely cure your father's ailment. Ming Jiangnan nodded vigorously, her eyes misty and shimmering with a deeper hue of blue. The group arrived at the Lu family pharmacy by Misty Dew Bridge, where Lu Yonggu, upon seeing Zhang Yuan, inquired, I heard that Yao Songgun has incited your household servant to sue you? Zhang Yuan, upon hearing this, wondered if there was a past grievance between Lu Yonggu and Yao Fu. I will explain later, Mr. Lu. Let us first attend to healing, for I have a rare treasure to share with you. Lu Yonggu smiled slightly, washed his hands, and proceeded to examine Ming Jiangnan. He inquired about the onset of symptoms, peered into Ming Jiangnan's eyelids, and asked what medication had been taken. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yonggu surveyed Ming Jiangnan, nodded silently, and washed his hands again, his fastidiousness nearly rivaling that of Anai Yuan Lu. Upon returning, Lu Yonggu addressed Ming Jiangnan. This is an acute case of jaundice. Yet you have delayed seeking treatment for so many days. Had you not been of robust health, you might have perished by now. Ming Jiangnan gasped, hastily asking, Mr. Lu. My father, tears brimming in her eyes. Lu Yonggu replied calmly, Of course, That herbal remedy has some efficacy in reducing fever. Even had you not come to me, he would not have died immediately, yet over time, his abdomen would swell, and in 10 or 8 years, he would inevitably succumb. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt assured that the illness was treatable, for acute jaundice was not a particularly complex ailment. He chuckled, "Mr. Lu, your deliberate manner is quite alarming. The patient may be frightened to death. Please, prescribe quickly to save his life." Lu Yonggu laughed at Zhang Yuan's remark, his previous solemnity dissipating. He promptly wrote a prescription: 1 tail of rhino horn, 3 tails of coptis, for tails of heartleaf, 1 pound of Isadas root, for tails of gardenia, 3 tails of peony, 8 tails of astragalus, 8 tails of rhorimania, for tails of forsythia, 5 tails of mugwort, and Lu's specially formulated in Gong Yo Huang Wan. This medicine must not be inexpensive. Combining rhino horn and cow bile, Zhang Yuan stated, "Mr. Lu, please charge the consultation and medicine to my account. We shall settle it together in a few days." Lu Yonggu acknowledged with a sound, instructing the pharmacy boy to prepare the medicine while explaining the brewing method and dosages. He then said, "Carry him away. He should recover in about 7 days." 2 fallen men lifted the bamboo sedan chair out of the pharmacy. The yellow-bearded man lying inside repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Master Zhang, thank you." Mr. Lu, this humble and sincere fallen man, was at a loss for how to convey his appreciation. Jinjin hastily knelt to bow to Lu Yonggu. Mu Jinjin quickly knelt to offer her respects to Lu Yonggu, who, accustomed to such gestures, allowed her to bow. For denying the patient this would be impolite. He merely raised a hand and said, "Go now, take good care of your father." Mu Jinjin shifted to kneel before Zhang Yuan, raising her tear-filled eyes. "Master Zhang, your forehead is covered in mud." Zhang Yuan wished to assist her, but feared startling her. "Quickly return home to prepare the medicine. The sooner you administer it, the sooner he shall recover. You may continue selling oranges at Dasha Temple. All will be well." After Mu Jingyan and Mu Jinjin departed, the rain resumed, leaving the pharmacy quiet. Lu Yonggu and Zhang Yuan strolled to the small courtyard behind the pharmacy to admire the flowers and converse. He instructed Wuling, "Return home and inform your mistress that young Master Jezi is dining with me." Seeing that his master had no objections, Wuling opened his umbrella and returned. As the rain began to fall softly again, Lu Yonggu had a boy brew pine tea to entertain Zhang Yuan. Though merely a physician, he possessed a sense of pride. Even if the county magistrate were to visit, he would not extend such hospitality unless he held the guest in high regard. Zhang Yuan, though a youth, was treated as an equal friend by Lu Yonggu. Zhang Yuan sipped the fragrant tea, savoring it, and exclaimed, "What exquisite tea! Only after regularly indulging in Luan tea do I appreciate the ethereal fragrance of pine tea. Mr. Lu, you must often enjoy this fine brew, for I have yet to experience anything quite as marvelous." Lu Yonggu chuckled, "Do you take me for a wealthy magnate? I seldom indulge in this 3 taels of silver per pound pine tea. Today, I indulge thanks to your presence. Now, tell me, how did Shaoxing come to be defeated by you?" Zhang Yuan recounted the events of the day as court proceedings, and Lu Yonggu nodded, saying, "With Mr. Su Ji and Mr. Wang Jizhong guiding you, and the respect of the county magistrate, Shaoxing cannot harm you. My aunt was once driven to suicide by this villain." Lu Yonggu's face flushed with indignation as he raised his cup, drinking silently. Zhang Yuan ventured, "If it is permissible, Mr. Lu, might you share your tale? Such a scoundrel as Shaoxing, who commits so many injustices, must surely meet a fitting end." Lu Yonggu met Zhang Yuan's gaze, smiled, and said, "Though you are remarkably astute, you are still young. The wickedness and depravity of mankind are best discussed at another time." Zhang Yuan did not press further, wishing to spare Lu Yonggu discomfort. In any case, Zhang Yi would gather information about Shaoxing's misdeeds. And given that Lu Yonggu's aunt had been driven to death by him, it was likely that the matter would come to light. Lu Yonggu rose and said, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Jiezi, come and see how my okra is blooming." He took an umbrella and walked with Zhang Yuan to the edge of the courtyard to admire the 3 newly blossomed okra plants. The okra, kissed by the rain, glowed like honey, with delicate stems that were quite pleasing to the eye. Though the small courtyard measured merely half an acre, Lu Yonggu's meticulous cultivation ensured a continuous display of flowers throughout the seasons. Lu Yonggu then inquired about Zhang Yuan's studies. News of Zhang Yuan's reprimand of the tutor Zhou Xiaxia had spread, with many praising the Zhang family of Shanyin for producing talents. Noting that it was indeed rare for a scholar to silence a licentiate, Zhang Yuan replied, "Finding a worthy teacher is difficult. I have visited Dasha Temple twice, but have yet to meet Mr. Lu Qidong. Tomorrow morning, I will return and insist that he accept me as a disciple. Lu Yonggu encouraged, very well, Jiezi, strive diligently in your studies, and when you achieve success in the imperial examinations, do not regard me as a mere passerby. Zhang Yuan laughed. With such fine tea and such delightful flowers, I cannot help but wish to visit daily. Yet fear others may say the young master of the Zhang family is a sickly wretch, always frequenting the pharmacy, and that no one will consider me for marriage. Lu Yonggu laughed heartily, recalling something, and asked, You mentioned having a rare item to show me. What is it? Zhang Yuan replied, I forgot. It is a pair of glasses, currently with Xiaowu. I will show them to you another day. Lu Yonggu, unfamiliar with the concept of glasses, did not inquire further. After enjoying lunch at Lu Yonggu's, Zhang Yuan prepared to leave when he saw Shaoxing Wuling leading the constable Lu Biqiang and a man resembling a scribe to the pharmacy. The scribe, surnamed Chu, had come on behalf of the county magistrate to inquire about Zhang Yuan. Lu Biqiang escorted them to Zhang Yuan's home, while Wuling guided the two to the Lu family pharmacy. Scribe Chu politely inquired about Zhang Yuan's injuries and mentioned that the magistrate was furious and intended to punish the ruffian severely. Zhang Yuan replied, The injuries are minor. It was merely a collision. I have already taken Mr. Lu's medicine, and he assured me it is nothing serious, though I am still quite shaken. Thank you for the magistrate's concern, and thank you, Mr. Chu, for your efforts, he added. Upon confirming Zhang Yuan's well-being, Scribe Chu continued. The magistrate has instructed me to ask how to deal with the four ruffians, as you are the plaintiff. Standing deferentially to the side, Constable Lu Biqiang thought to himself. Since when can a plaintiff adjudicate a case on behalf of the magistrate? It all depends on who is present. Listening to Zhang Yuandao, he expressed that these troublemakers have disturbed the peace excessively, to the point where even the great good temple cannot enjoy tranquility. He recounted that not long ago, the temple monks had apprehended 3 of these ruffians and delivered them to the county magistrate's criminal office, only for them to be released shortly thereafter. The lack of effective punishment has led to the current predicament. The students learned that these ruffians, who boasted of being the 10 tigers, numbered around a dozen and spent their days in idle mischief, bullying the weak, oppressing the good, and swindling money, thus wreaking havoc upon the community. If the county magistrate could rid the populace of this menace, the citizens of Shanyin would undoubtedly applaud and appreciate his benevolent governance. Lu Biqiang thought to himself that this time, the 2 tigers would surely face exile or military service, as the entire group of Shanyin's 10 tigers would be eradicated in one fell swoop. Zhu Myuk nodded in understanding, assuring Zhang that he would convey the young gentleman's words to the magistrate and advised him to focus on his recovery. Zhang replied affirmatively, expressing his intent to personally thank the magistrate for his kindness once he regained his strength. He added, rather presumptuously, that it would be prudent to keep the plan to apprehend the 10 tigers confidential to avoid any potential escapees. Lu Biqiang felt a chill at Zhang's words, recognizing that he was being subtly warned not to leak any information that could allow the remaining ruffians to evade capture. Chapter 42. The splendid lice. Zhang Yuan's understanding of Lu Zhongzhou is as follows. Lu Zhongzhou, courtesy name Qidong, hails from Shuqing in the Shaoxing prefecture. The Lu family of Shuqing is a prominent clan, and Zhang Dai's betrothed is a woman from this family. Lu Zhongzhou is a posthumous child, raised by his maternal grandfather, Zhang Yang, a renowned Confucian scholar from eastern Zhejiang. Not only is he well-versed in the 5 classics, but he also possesses a unique mastery of the 8-legged essay, with many of his disciples achieving high degrees in the imperial examinations. Under his grandfather's guidance, Lu Zhongzhou excelled in the boys' examination at the age of 18, placing second. And at 20, he triumphed in the provincial examination. 4 years later, in the 29th year of Wanli, he entered the capital for the first time to participate in the highest examination, emerging as a successful candidate. His path in the imperial examination was indeed smooth sailing. Zhang Yuan sought Lu Zhongzhou's counsel precisely for the key that unlocks the gates of the imperial examination. As for Lu Zhongzhou being the last great Confucian of the late Ming Dynasty and the founder of the Xishan school at this time, Lu Zhongzhou had yet to lecture at Xishan. Even figures like Huang Zongxi, reminiscent of China's Voltaire, emerged from his tutelage. However, Zhang Yuan's thoughts did not dwell on this. He did not aspire to become a master of Confucianism. What he desired was a smooth ascent through the imperial examinations and early fame. This does not imply that Zhang Yuan was excessively utilitarian. If possible, he would prefer to emulate Ru Yonggu, helping the world while leisurely playing the flute and tending to flowers and plants, or to live as a cultured dandy like his elder brother. Zhang Dai, he dismissed the boorish frivolity of Zhang Yi. He yearned to travel the mountains and rivers, indulging in the pleasures of life. Yet time waits for no one. While he lingered in philosophical musings, the peasant armies were descending upon the land, and the Qing cavalry was advancing from the north. At that point, calling upon heaven would yield no response, and earth would offer no solace. Although Lu Zhongzhou was profoundly learned in the classics, possessing a wealth of poetry and literature, he had no practical strategies to save the nation. Even if he proposed plans for national salvation, they were often impractical and overly idealistic. While the integrity of starving to death for one's principles commands respect, it brings no benefit to the country or its people. It can only be regarded as self-serving. As for him, Zhang Yuan, possessing the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, could discern the desolation amidst the decadence of this world, feeling the melancholy amidst the revelry. He spoke eloquently with a discerning eye, remaining sober while the world indulged in intoxication. Look, beneath the splendid robes lie the lice. Could he remain steadfast in his scholarly pursuits? Life is a journey of cultivation, and the public office serves as the best ground for such cultivation. Therefore, he must pursue the imperial examinations, he must take up an official post, so he might attempt to steer the tide of chaos. Of course, he need not be overly rigid due to these necessities, neglecting food and rest, burdened by worries of a nation in peril. There is no rush. It is still the 40th year of Wanli, and he is but 15 years old. He should live as he pleases, as long as he finds the correct path. Gazing toward distant goals, steadfastly moving forward. It is not merely a matter of rushing ahead. He may indulge in food and merriment along the way, provided he does not stray from the path. Perhaps, in indulging in such pleasures, one could even save the nation. Could it be possible? Or impossible? The gentle autumn rain fell intermittently for a day and night. By morning, the rain ceased, the clouds dispersed, revealing a bright blue sky. The muddy road after the rain was slippery, so Zhang Yuan wrapped some grass rope around his white boots for traction. Accompanied by his young servant, Wuling, he set out just before dawn to commence his studies, demonstrating his earnestness. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, inquired whether her son needed to prepare a gift for his teacher. Recalling that the wine flask from his last visit had been smashed by Zhou Jiaxia, Zhang Yuan decided against bringing a gift on his first visit. He would wait until Lu Zhongzhou agreed to accept him before preparing a gift. Along the way, Zhang Yuan contemplated the path to national salvation through indulgence, taking it step by step. First, he would pursue his studies, mastering the 8-legged essay to prepare for the upcoming county and prefectural examinations. Achieving the title of scholar was the first step. No, securing Lu Qidong's acceptance as his mentor was the foremost priority. After walking for a short while, they arrived at the square outside the Great Good Temple, paved with large slabs of stone, firm and pleasant to walk upon. Zhang Yuan stomped his feet to shake off the thick mud clinging to his boots. Casting his gaze around, he noticed the square bustling with activity under the clear sky. With vendors selling various pastries, incense paper, candles, wine, tea, and fruits, creating a lively atmosphere perhaps more vibrant than the day he had come alone. Possibly due to the absence of the beggars. Young servant Wuling, with sharp eyes, exclaimed, "Young master, look, it's Mu Jinjin." Zhang Yuan turned in the direction Wuling pointed and saw a girl with a blue scarf wrapped around her head, dressed in a black skirt, running towards him with the grace of a deer. Upon reaching him, she cheerfully called out, "Young Master Zhang," and performed a deep bow. Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Be careful. Don't let the oranges in your basket roll out." The girl, Mu Jinjin, laughed, pulling a few oranges from her basket, offering one to Zhang Yuan and another to Wuling, saying, "Young Master Zhang, please have some oranges." Zhang Yuan assessed Mu Jinjin, despite her worn and dark skirt. She was tidy and exuded the fresh scent of oranges. Her pale yellow hair was styled in a high bun, a common hairstyle among the lower class. He wondered what the people of this time thought of such styles, but to Zhang Yuan, it seemed very fashionable, possibly a remnant of the prosperous Tang Dynasty, with a hint of the free-spirited nature of women from the northern tribes. Moreover, Mu Jinjin's fair skin contrasted beautifully with her dark, tattered skirt. Resembling a delicate porcelain vase padded with old rags to prevent damage, everyone knew that beneath the soft rags lay exquisite craftsmanship. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Mu Jinjin felt a rush of happiness, but as he scrutinized her, she became bashful, lowering her eyelashes. With her hands still outstretched, she repeated, "Young Master Zhang, please have some oranges." Zhang Yuan replied, "I must meet my teacher shortly, so I cannot eat oranges. Wuling, you take one." Wuling took an orange from Mu Jinjin, but she offered more, which Wuling politely declined. Zhang Yuan inquired, "Miss Mu, how is your father's health after his medication?" though he didn't need to ask. He could guess that if Ming Jiangnan had not improved, Ming Jiangnan wouldn't be so cheerful selling oranges. Ming Jiangnan joyfully responded, "Thank you, young Master Zhang, and thank you, Mr. Ru. My father is much better. After taking the medicine, his fever has subsided, and he no longer feels dizzy or needs to lie down all the time." The robust Ming Jiangnan, now receiving proper treatment, naturally showed remarkable improvement. Zhang Yuan said, "That is excellent. Take good care of your father. Once he recovers, he should rest for a while before rushing back to work. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may find me behind the academy at the East Zhang area. I must go study now. We shall meet again." He nodded to the girl and walked away. Wuling, peeling the orange skin, hurried after him, holding up the orange pulp. "Young master, won't you eat any oranges?" Zhang Yuan replied, "No, Qidong is strict. I must be cautious." Wuling then ate the orange himself. As they reached the entrance of the great good temple, he looked back and said, "Young master, Ming Jiangnan is still standing there watching you." Zhang Yuan did not turn back but entered the temple. Upon reaching the back, he suddenly heard someone call out to him, "Jiezi, are you here to seek a teacher?" Turning around, he saw the 11-year-old prodigy, Qi Biao, also known as Qi Huzai, approaching, accompanied by a strong young servant. Delighted, Zhang Yuan said, "Qi Xian, you arrived quite early. You can introduce me to teacher Qidong." Qi Biao, wise beyond his years, glanced at Zhang Yuan and said, "I am but a child. How can I introduce you to Jiezi? The teacher has rules. Once inside the study, one must not whisper or engage in idle chatter. First, we must write the meaning of the 4 books in no less than 200 words. Jiezi, it would be better for us to enter the study together and work on the 4 books. After the teacher finishes his morning reading, we can present it to him. If he deems you worthy of instruction, he will accept you. I was also accepted in this manner earlier this year." The requirement to interpret the 4 books as daily lessons was a standard in the county and prefectural academies. Zhang Yuan, who had never attended even a single day of social studies, was clearly being put to the test. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yuan nodded, "Very well. I shall give it a try." Chapter 43, the first essay of the 8-legged essay in a modest hut consisting of 5 rooms. Zhang Yuan followed Qi Biaojia into the second room from the left. Although the dwelling was simple, it was impeccably clean, with 2 long windows that provided ample natural light. The spacious interior contained 6 cypress wood desks, each merely coated with a layer of tung oil, leaving some bark unshaved on the legs. At the desk near the left window sat a young scholar engrossed in writing. Qi Biaojia greeted him respectfully, saying, "Good morning, Brother Huang." The scholar, Huang Ting, set down his brush, rose to return the greeting, and then nodded to Zhang Yuan, inquiring about Qi Huzi. "Who is this?" Zhang Yuan performed a respectful bow. Introducing himself, "I am Zhang Yuan, also known as Zhang Jiezi, here to seek knowledge from Master Qidong." The Huang scholar replied, "I am Huang Ting from Pingzi County, Jiangzhou Prefecture." After introducing himself, he pointed to a piece of Fujian bamboo paper affixed to the wall, then resumed his writing with a brush. Observing Huang Mole, who hailed from Jiujiang and was dressed in traditional garb, Zhang Yuan discerned that he was also a student. All the students Lu Zhongzhou accepted here, aside from the prodigy Qi Biaojia, possessed at least the rank of a scholar. Zhang Yuan silently hoped to become a second exception. Qi Biaojia approached the paper on the wall and read aloud, "To boldly confront the tiger and traverse the river, wealth and nobility can be sought." Glancing at Zhang Yuan, he chose a nearby cypress desk to sit down. His servant placed a basket of books on the desk before departing. Zhang Yuan also inspected the 8 characters inscribed in a dignified and skilled running script, likely penned by Lu Zhongzhou. He pondered whether to boldly confront the tiger and traverse the river, wealth and nobility can be sought was the topic for today's essay. Noticing Qi Huzi pouring several drops of water from a small porcelain bottle onto the inkstone, he began to grind ink at a measured pace. The 11-year-old prodigy furrowed his brow, clearly deep in thought. Zhang Yuan refrained from asking further questions, opting instead to observe how Qi Biaojia would approach this essay on the 4 books. The phrases "to boldly confront the tiger and traverse the river" and "wealth and nobility can be sought" originate from the analects. Specifically from the dialogue concerning Yin Yuan and Zi Lu, the master said, "If you use it, it will act. If you abandon it, it will remain hidden. Only I and you have this." Zi Lu asked, "If you were to command an army, who would be with you?" The master responded, "To boldly confront the tiger and traverse the river. Those who die without regret, I do not associate with. It is indeed those who fear in times of trouble and are adept at strategizing who succeed." The context of wealth and nobility can be sought is expressed in the master's words. If wealth can be sought, even a humble servant wielding a whip would suffice. If it cannot be sought, I will pursue my own interests. The so-called cut-and-paste topic involves truncating and reassembling phrases from classical texts to form an essay prompt. A method designed to assess the intelligence of candidates through constrained thinking, training them to comply with the norms of administrative conduct. Thus, despite the numerous pitfalls of the eight-legged essay, it remains the domain of the highly intelligent. Crafting an excellent eight-legged essay is more challenging than composing regulated poetry, akin to dancing with shackles while maintaining grace and rhythm. Indeed, that is a remarkable skill. However, many examiners in the preliminary and provincial examinations often only review the first of the 7 essays, with some determining acceptance based solely on the initial piece. This introduces a significant element of chance, as those who fortuitously practice the essay topic beforehand might find success, yet the majority of those who succeed are exceptionally intelligent individuals. The eight-legged essay is a game for the sharp-minded, and these gifted individuals frequently dedicate much of their lives to mastering this form, neglecting other pursuits. Consequently, this may have been Zhu Yuanzhang's original intent in establishing the eight-legged examination system, to channel the intellect of scholars into this endeavor, thus dulling their edges. Ensuring the firm reign of the Zhou dynasty, Zhang Yuan had read extensively from the ancient prose of renowned Tang and Song authors, and had even thoroughly studied the essentials of ancient prose. Yet he had never encountered the eight-legged essay. He understood that it required one to represent the words of sages, emulating their tone to elucidate their interpretations of the classics. Immersing oneself in Confucius's perspective to contemplate matters, this required a certain degree of imagination. The fundamental structure of the eight-legged essay consists of a thesis statement, a continuation, an introduction, and the main body, which must feature 4 pairs of logically related sentences. As 3 more scholars gradually entered the study, the eldest among them appeared to be nearly 40. Older than their instructor Lu Zhongzhou, who had achieved the Jinshi degree at the age of 24 in the 39th year of the Wanli era, making him 35 this year. The 3 scholars glanced at the essay topic affixed to the wall and busily began to compose, paying no attention to Zhang Yuan. Of the 6 desks in the study, 5 were occupied, leaving 1 desk unclaimed. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "It is best that no one occupies it. It is mine." He intended to observe how Qi Huzi approached this essay. Noticing Qi Biaojia shaking his head slightly as he diligently wrote several lines, Zhang Yuan moved closer to see. Before he could discern the characters on the paper, Qi Biaojia turned and said, "Brother Jiezai, please don't stand beside me. I cannot write with you watching. Once I finish, I will lend you my paper and brush." The young prodigy was quite particular. Zhang Yuan chuckled and stepped away. If Qi Huzi forbade him from looking, others would find it even more inappropriate. Feeling a bit bored, he suddenly heard Huang Mole, the scholar from Zhejiang, softly call out, "Brother Zhang." Zhang Yuan approached, and Huang Mole pointed to a piece of bamboo paper covered in small script on the desk, saying, "I have completed this essay. You may refer to it. But please do not copy it, lest Master Qidong dismiss you." Zhang Yuan, initially planning to reference another work, hesitated after hearing Huang Mole's warning. He decided to proceed with his own interpretation, smiling and saying, "Thank you, Brother Huang. Since you have finished, may I borrow your ink and brush?" Huang Mole graciously replied, "Please, Brother Zhang," before vacating his seat and leaving the study. Zhang Yuan sat down properly, unfurling a sheet of bamboo paper from Fujian, preparing his brush at one corner of the inkstone, and began to write. His characters were not particularly elegant, yet legible enough. After filling 200 characters, still unsatisfied, he took another sheet and wrote a little more, thus completing his very first essay on the cut-and-paste topic. Laying down his brush and lifting his gaze, he noticed a middle-aged scholar standing a few steps away, observing him. This scholar, appearing to be in his 30s, had a square face, was slender, with prominent brow and cheekbones, and a high-nose bridge, presenting a serious demeanor. Zhang Yuan, engrossed in his writing, had not noticed his presence until now and surmised he must be Lu Zhongzhou. He quickly rose and said, "Student Zhang Yuan pays respects to Master Qidong." The middle-aged scholar was indeed Lu Zhongzhou. He smiled slightly and said, "I have heard friends speak of you. Do you regard the spring and autumn annals as your foundational text?" Zhang Yuan was unsure who had mentioned him to Lu Zhongzhou, but the instructor's warm demeanor suggested a favorable impression. Feeling encouraged, he respectfully replied, "In response to your query, I have just completed reading the 3 commentaries on the spring and autumn annals. My understanding is still superficial. Today, I came to seek your guidance." Lu Zhongzhou nodded, and said, "Have you completed the essay on the four books? Let me see it." Zhang Yuan replied, "I have not previously studied this form of essay. So my response was composed rather freely and does not adhere to the eight-legged format. Please offer your corrections." With that, he presented the 2 sheets of bamboo paper. Lu Zhongzhou accepted the papers and, after a brief glance, frowned at the poorly written characters, feeling discomfort. He examined the content. To engage a tiger with bare hands and to wade across a river both denote reckless bravery without strategy. The master specifically used these as metaphors. He did not imply that Zilu actually undertook such actions. To fear in the face of adversity and to strategize leads to success. One must fear when confronting challenges. Strategic planning is essential. The decisions of use and abstention do not lie with me. I may choose not to inquire. In military endeavors, victory cannot be guaranteed without the possibility of defeat. Victory and defeat are not my concern. Nonetheless, I cannot ignore them. To fear and to strategize is merely to do what is within my capacity. Zilu's bravery in action, proclaiming he could command an army, is commendable. Yet he must recognize that commanding an army requires caution, not merely the assertion that one can act. The master does not deny his capability to command an army, however. To fear and to strategize is where Zilu may fall short. Thus he must be taught further. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and nobility are in the hands of heaven. This statement suggests that what cannot be sought must be accepted. If it can be sought, it aligns with the way, and thus even a humble position is not to be rejected. If it cannot be sought, it is not the way. Hence I shall pursue my own preferences. What I prefer should be aligned with the way. Therefore, the notion of boldly confronting the tiger and traversing the river pertains to the way, which also encompasses fate. The pursuit of wealth and nobility emphasizes fate while also aligning with the way. To comprehend destiny is to embrace it. Understanding one's fate is to pursue the path of virtue. Chapter 44. I cherish talent. Lu Zhongzhou's initial frown did not escape Zhang Yuan's notice, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the inadequacy of his writing, resolving to practice further. However, he soon observed Lu Zhongzhou's brow relaxing, with a hint of admiration reflected in his raised eyebrows. After reading the 200-word essay twice, Lu Zhongzhou looked up at Zhang Yuan and said, "Come with me." Before turning to leave, Zhang Yuan followed Lu Zhongzhou into the second thatched cottage on the right, where an elderly servant was tidying up. Upon seeing Lu Zhongzhou enter, the servant discreetly exited. Lu Zhongzhou took a seat on a tall-backed bamboo chair, leaving a stool before him. He did not invite Zhang Yuan to sit, and Zhang Yuan, adhering to propriety, stood respectfully, awaiting Lu Zhongzhou's words. Lu Zhongzhou seemed to contemplate his response, remaining silent for a considerable time. Just as Zhang Yuan began to feel the weight of stillness, Lu Zhongzhou finally spoke. "Having read the 3 commentaries on the spring and autumn annals, I ask you, what distinguishes their interpretations? Do not elaborate. Be succinct." After a brief moment of reflection, Zhang Yuan replied, "This is what commentary leans towards events, displaying exquisite prose. The Gongong and Guliang commentaries focus on righteousness, characterized by their meticulous diction." Lu Zhongzhou nodded in approval and inquired, "How many times have you read the 3 commentaries?" Zhang Yuan answered, "I have read the Zhua commentary twice, and I have only listened to the Gongong and Guliang commentaries once. As I suffered from an eye ailment months ago that prevented me from reading, I could only listen." Lu Zhongzhou asked, "So, you have memorized what you heard, not merely repeating empty words?" Zhang Yuan responded, "Rumors are inevitably exaggerated. I must quiet my mind to listen carefully to retain any understanding." Lu Zhongzhou sighed. To grasp the essence of a text after merely one hearing is a rare gift indeed. His tone shifted to seriousness as he continued, "Zhang Yuan, may I inquire about your true purpose in studying and reading?" Zhang Yuan replied, "To enlighten my mind through literature and to revere the sages of old. Though I may not reach their heights, my heart aspires towards them." Lu Zhongzhou said solemnly, "Speak your genuine thoughts. Why do you seek me as your teacher?" Understanding Lu Qidong's notorious severity, Zhang Yuan refrained from using platitudes, instead expressing his heartfelt desire. "I wish to study under you to learn the art of governance." Lu Zhongzhou seemed to exhale a breath he had been holding, appearing somewhat disappointed. "I see, but alas, studying the art of governance naturally implies preparing for the imperial examination. Let me ask you, what is the purpose of seeking an official position?" His gaze pierced deeply into Zhang Yuan's soul. Zhang Yuan answered calmly, "To govern the nation and bring peace to the world." Lu Zhongzhou questioned, "Do you harbor any personal desires?" Zhang Yuan replied, "As mortals, who among us is devoid of desires? In my limited understanding, even the sages possess desires. Confucius traveled among the states to promote rites and music. Was that not a desire? The analogy of Mencius regarding the fish and bear's paw also speaks to desires. It is merely a matter of choice. Incorrect. Lu Zhongzhou exclaimed vehemently, his short beard bristling. What you refer to as desire is the Buddhist notion of desire. Buddhism seeks to eliminate all desires, aspiring for tranquil nirvana, devoid of life and death. Can this be what the ancient sages of Confucianism intended regarding human desires? Startled by Lu Zhongzhou's sudden outburst, Zhang Yuan remembered that this esteemed teacher was known for opposing Buddhism. Throughout his life, he had devoted himself to refuting Buddhist teachings. While he had adopted Wang Yangming's philosophy, he was dissatisfied with the amalgamation of Wang's teachings with Zen. He held many reservations about the integration of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism in the teachings of Cheng and Zhu. Lu Zhongzhou believed that Wang Yangming's heart-centered philosophy, free from Zen influence, was the essence of true Confucianism. Zhang Yuan quickly interjected, I only expressed my superficial understanding. Please enlighten me, teacher. Lu Zhongzhou softened his tone. To speak of innate knowledge easily drifts towards Zen, and in haste, it is difficult to clarify this with you. Your talent is rare, and I genuinely value it. I do not wish for you to be misled by worldly desires. I can accept you as my disciple. But you must promise me that you will not take the imperial examination until you turn 20. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. His intention in seeking a mentor was to prepare for next year's student examination, yet Lu Zhongzhou was insisting that he refrain from the exam until he was 20. What was the meaning of this? Zhang Yuan cautiously replied, I do not comprehend your intention, teacher. You yourself seem to have taken the student examination before turning 20. Lu Zhongzhou smiled. You are quite perceptive for your age. Do you mean to use my own words against me? I confess. I now regret having pursued the eight-legged essay too early. After becoming a jinshi, I traveled far to Diqing to study diligently under Master Jingyan, which was when I first ventured into the realms of Confucianism. As for you, Lu Zhongzhou gestured towards Zhang Yuan, your innate talent surpasses mine. At 15, I could not comprehend the 4 books and the spring and autumn annals as you do now. Your self-taught understanding has brought you to this point, surpassing me. Thus, I lament that you seek to study governance at such a young age. In my opinion, you should wait until you are 20 to take the examination. Ideally, you should never take it at all. You come from a comfortable family and need not worry about livelihood. Would it not be better to devote yourself to scholarly pursuits? Leaning forward, Lu Zhongzhou gazed earnestly at Zhang Yuan, harboring high hopes for him. With Zhang Yuan's brilliance, combined with his careful guidance, it was not inconceivable for Zhang Yuan to become a great Confucian scholar. Zhang Yuan, however, was left in a state of bemusement, uncertain of how to respond to Lu Zhongzhou. If he were to mention the impending rebellion of the farmers, Lu Zhongzhou would likely dismiss it as a trivial concern. If he were to speak of the impending downfall of the Ming Dynasty at the hands of Nurhasai's son, Hong Taiji, Lu Zhongzhou would question who Nurhasai was and berate Zhang Yuan for his worries. Zhang Yuan humbly said, Teacher, you overestimate me. My talent is not comparable to my cousin Zhang Zongzi, nor even to Qi Huji next door. Lu Zhongzhou countered, Zhang Zongzi's thoughts are too scattered. He is a talented dandy. Qi Huji is indeed intelligent, but still not your equal. From your essay on the 4 books, I can see your diligence and depth of thought, which aligns with my expectations. However, as for the 8-legged essay, it is inadequate. Therefore, you are not suited to study it. Your aspiration should lie in scholarly expression. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, this is troublesome. He has set his sights on me. I truly am not suited for scholarly pursuits. He said, Teacher, please do not restrict me from taking the imperial examination. I can prepare for it while studying under you. Did you not do the same? You achieved the title of jinshi while continuing your studies. Lu Zhongzhou retorted. I have been a jinshi for over a decade and have yet to take up an official position. Can you do the same? Zhang Yuan honestly replied, I cannot. Lu Zhongzhou advised, then focus on your studies and do not concern yourself with fame. Perhaps you could aim for a student title to avoid burdensome duties. How does that sound? Zhang Yuan made one last effort. Teacher, as the Zhua commentary states, there are 3 immortal endeavors. The highest is to establish virtue. The next is to achieve merit, and the last is to express thoughts. I wish to achieve merit. How can establishing merit be inferior to expressing thoughts? Lu Zhongzhou replied. Merit will find its champions in due course. I see you're better suited for expression. Zhang Yuan, realizing that their paths diverged, bowed deeply and said, I am not destined for scholarly pursuits. I shall take my leave, teacher. He stepped back 2 paces and turned to depart. Lu Zhongzhou was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's resolute decision. Rising, he exclaimed, At such a young age, how can you possess such a heavy sense of gain? I wish to retain you, for I believe you are a rare talent, a seed of scholarship. Zhang Yuan had no words left to say. He was determined to participate in next year's examination. Turning back, he bowed deeply once more to Lu Zhongzhou and exited the thatched cottage. He walked to the previous study room, greeted Qi Huji and Huang Moliai, then found Wuling and left Dashan Temple to return home. Qi Biao and Huang Ting assumed that Zhang Yuan's essay had not met expectations and that he had been dismissed by the teacher. Later, upon encountering Lu Zhongzhou, they heard him sigh repeatedly, lamenting, "What a pity, what a pity." Confused, Qi and Huang did not understand what Lu Zhongzhou was mourning. As Zhang Yuan passed through the square in front of the temple with Wuling, he did not see Mu Jinjin. The fallen maiden had not anticipated Zhang Yuan's swift departure, believing he would remain until noon. Thus, she had only begun to pay attention and wait for him at that hour, her basket still containing several of the finest oranges. The young master of the Zhang family had refrained from eating them earlier out of fear of reprimand from the teacher, but now that classes had concluded, surely he could indulge. As noon passed, Mu Jinjin noticed that the 10 or so students from the monastery school had departed, and she did not see Zhang's servant emerge either. Upon circling to the back of the temple, she found that the students had indeed vanished, leaving only Mr. Lu and an elderly servant behind. Mu Jinjin chided herself for her oversight in not noticing the departure of the young master from the Zhang family, pondering that she would return in the afternoon, for the young master would also come here to study then. With a heart full of anticipation for their meeting, the fallen maiden nimbly traversed the twin pearl hills behind the temple and made her way back to Sandai Street. Chapter 45. A profound understanding of Tang poetry. Madame Zhang, wife of the Lu family, was not particularly disheartened by Lu Zhongzhou's refusal to accept Zhang Yuan as a disciple. She comforted her son, saying, "My dear, do not be anxious. You are still young. Spend this year at home studying and practicing your writing. Do not strain your eyes too much. They need time to recuperate." Madame Zhang was quite content with her son's recovery from his ailment and did not dare to hope that he could become a scholar by the age of 17. Thus, she did not regard the upcoming county and provincial examinations with great importance. Zhang Yuan responded, "Mother, you speak wisely." He thought to himself, "If Lu Zhongzhou refuses to teach me the art of composition, does that mean I cannot learn the 8-legged essay?" There is a saying, familiarity with the 300 Tang poems will allow one to recite poetry, even if one cannot compose. Once this year's rural examination results are announced, those successful candidates' essays will be published swiftly by the bookshops, from the elementary level to the highest imperial examination. It will be as easy to obtain as full-score essays in modern literature examinations. My advantage lies in my broad perspective and understanding. With dedicated effort, I too can master the 8-legged essay. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yuan set aside the matter of apprenticing with Lu Zhongzhou. After lunch, he asked Wuling to invite either Mr. Fanjin or Mr. Zhan Xiwan to read for him. He wished to first complete the essential readings of Zhou Li, Li Yi, 8 family collections, and authentic essays before delving into the 8-legged essay. Additionally, he intended to practice his calligraphy diligently, ensuring that others would not frown upon his work. Just as Wuling stepped outside, he returned, stating that the third young master had arrived. Zhang Ao appeared in splendid attire, accompanied by his servant, thwart. Zhang Ao was in high spirits, for he had just learned from Wuling that Zhang Yuan had also been turned away by Lu Zhongzhou. "What a pity for us brothers." He feigned a look of sorrow and said, "Brother, do you now understand my previous indignation? Lu Zhongzhou has treated us too harshly. Let us devise a plan to drive that pedant out of the Dashan Temple and relieve our frustrations. What do you think?" Zhang Yuan hurriedly objected, "Third brother, do not entertain such thoughts. Mr. Qidong is a scholar I respect. He is not unwilling to accept me. He merely does not wish to teach me the art of composition too early." Zhang Ao scoffed, "Is that not the same? You seek knowledge to learn the 8-legged essay, not to ask him for chess lessons." Zhang Yuan, disinterested in further banter with Zhang Ao, inquired, "Do you have any news regarding the recent case?" Zhang Ao replied, "I do not know. I will send someone to inquire shortly." Zhang Ao was often fickle in his interests. Today he was lively, but who knew how he would feel tomorrow? Zhang Yuan cautioned, "Third brother, do not dwell too much on Mr. Qidong. The true villain is that scoundrel Yao. Have you uncovered any of his misdeeds?" Zhang Ao scratched his head. "I forgot. I will go ask the servants what they have found out." Meanwhile, Fua whispered, "My young master has been busy courting these past few days." Zhang Ao shouted, "Silence," and Fua quickly fell quiet. Zhang Yuan laughed. "Which fortunate lady is to wed the extravagant Zhang?" Zhang Ao sighed, "My mother is eager for me to marry, claiming that once I have a wife, my wild heart will be tamed. She is seeking matchmakers everywhere and has found a suitable girl from the renowned Shang family of Kuaiji. The Shang family is a prominent clan, well matched with the Zhang family of Shanyin. However, they have taken my marriage proposal but have yet to return a proposal for their daughter, saying they wish to assess my character first. Is my character not widely known? Zhang Yuan burst into laughter, thinking, at least you have some self-awareness. He remarked, surely, what is heard is often false. One must see for oneself. Zhang Ao nodded in agreement. Exactly. The Shang family wishes to see me before making a decision. I walk the streets. How can they not see me? Do they think I am discarded food, to be picked over? No, I will not go. Zhang Yuan advised. Marriage is a significant matter. You should go and test your fate. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ao countered. Why not? Brother, you go on my behalf. You are more handsome than I am. If the Shang family finds you appealing, my chances will be even better. Although Zhang Ao was somewhat frivolous, he was indeed handsome. Among the grandsons of Zhang Rulin, Zhang Ao was the most striking. However, Zhang Yuan did not believe he was less handsome than Zhang Ao and pretended to be angry. Third brother, you go too far. Zhang Ao chuckled. You shall not be at a loss. It is said that the Shang family has 3 young ladies of marriageable age, 1 aunt and 2 nieces. Each of us brothers shall marry one, and the remaining one will be left alone to weep. Ha ha. While Zhang Ao rarely spoke seriously, he was now discussing trivial matters. Zhang Yuan stated, Third brother, you tend to your own affairs. I must listen to my studies and will require your assistance in arranging for guests to read for me daily. Zhang Ao replied, I am not busy with anything. There is no rush to read. Shall we play a game of chess first? Zhang Yuan declined. You cannot best me. Go practice with someone else. Displeased, Zhang Ao huffed and left. After about a quarter of an hour, Fanjin and Wu Ting, 2 of the scholars, arrived together. Upon learning that the young master wished for someone to read to him, the scholars eagerly volunteered, as it was a good opportunity to earn a few coins. Without further ado, they began reading. Having completed the spring and autumn annals, they commenced with Zhou. Zhang Yuan employed Zhang Guofan's method of study. Never start a new book until the previous one is finished. The scholars read aloud while he listened, enjoying this approach. For listening not only preserved his energy but also helped him retain information better. Fanjin and Wu Ting took turns reading for an hour and a half before Wu Ting guided Zhang Yuan in practicing calligraphy. Focusing on the large characters of Yan Jinxing's Magu stele, Wu Ting advised that one should practice these characters for at least 6 months before transitioning to smaller script, as it was foundational and could not be overlooked. He praised Zhang Yuan's significant progress, suggesting that by the year's end, he would be ready to begin practicing smaller script. In the evening, as Fan and Wu were departing, the capable servant Ning Zhu arrived to inform Zhang Yuan about the recent case. He reported that 9 out of 10 criminals had been captured, with only 1 escaping. Once these ruffians were detained, many townsfolk, who had suffered under their oppression, came forth to accuse them of their crimes. It was likely that they would face exile or hard labor. In the following days, Zhang Yuan remained at home, studying and practicing calligraphy without stepping out. On the morning of the 29th day of the month, a stout man burst in and announced, Young master, a large fellow with a yellow beard is here to see you. Zhang Yuan immediately recognized that it was Ming Jiangnan from Sandai Street, who had probably come to express his gratitude for his recovery. He instructed Willing to welcome Ming Jiangnan inside, and then he proceeded to meet him in the front hall. Mu Jinjin was also present. She had been selling oranges at the Deshan Temple Square daily but had not encountered the young master. The other day, she had mustered the courage to ask the youngest student why Zhang Yuan had not come to study, only to learn that he had not been accepted. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Mu Jingyan immediately knelt down, and Mu Jinjin followed suit. Mu Jingyan said, Young Master Zhang, I am forever indebted to you. I cannot repay your kindness. Zhang Yuan quickly stepped forward to help Mu Jingyan up. The yellow-bearded giant, today, appeared entirely different from the last time they met. Though still humble in demeanor, the simple act of rising made him appear strong and robust, towering over Zhang Yuan by a head. Zhang Yuan invited the Mu father and daughter to sit, but they refused. Just then, a messenger from the county school arrived, stating that the county's instructor, Sun, wished to see Zhang Yuan and requested his immediate presence at the school. In the Ming Dynasty, every province, state, and county had educational institutions and officials. The provincial school had a professor, the state school had a state chief, and the county school had an instructor, who oversaw the local Confucian temple and the students within the county. Some students feared the instructor more than the county officials, as the latter were not as intimidating as those in direct authority. Zhang Yuan was not even a student yet and had not attended the local school. Logically, the county instructor should not concern himself with him. Why then did instructor Sun wish to convey a message? Zhang Yuan asked Mu Jingyan and his daughter to wait, promising to return shortly. Madame Zhang of the L clan was not particularly disheartened by Lu Zhongzhou's refusal to accept Zhang Yuan as a disciple. She comforted her son, saying, "My dear child, do not be impatient. You are still young. Spend this year at home listening to lectures and practicing your calligraphy. Avoid straining your eyes. Your vision needs further nurturing." Madame Zhang was already quite satisfied with her son's recovery from his eye ailment and did not dare to expect him to pass the scholar's examination at the age of 17. Thus, she did not regard the upcoming county and provincial examinations as overly significant. Zhang Yuan replied, "What you say is true, mother." Yet, he thought to himself, if Lu Zhongzhou refuses to teach me the art of writing, does that mean I cannot learn the eight-legged essay? It is said that if one diligently studies 300 Tang poems, one will be able to compose poetry, even if one cannot recite it. After this year's provincial examination results are announced, the successful essays will be published swiftly by the bookstores. From the preliminary tests to the final examinations, there will be an abundance of written works available, akin to the perfect essays of future language exams. My advantage lies in my perspective, knowledge, and ability to learn. As long as I devote myself to contemplation, I too can master the eight-legged essay. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Yuan set aside thoughts of apprenticing with Lu Zhongzhou. After lunch, he instructed Wuling to invite either Mr. Fan Zhen or Mr. Zhan Xuan to read for him. He wished to first complete the essential readings, including the Book of Rites, ceremonial etiquette, the 8 family anthologies, and the authentic text of literature, before delving deeply into the eight-legged essay. Furthermore, he needed to practice his calligraphy vigorously, ensuring that others would not frown upon his work. As Wuling stepped out, he turned back swiftly, announcing that the third young master had arrived. Zhang Ao, dressed in fine attire, entered, followed by the servant Fu Er. Zhang Ao was in high spirits, having just learned from Wuling that Zhang Yuan had also been turned away by Lu Zhongzhou. "Ah, we are kindred spirits in our misfortune," he exclaimed, feigning a pained expression. "You must understand my earlier frustration, don't you? Lu Zhongzhou has treated us brothers most unjustly. Let us devise a plan to drive that pedant from the great good temple and vent our grievances. What do you say?" Zhang Yuan quickly responded, "Third brother, do not entertain such thoughts. Mr. Qidong is a scholar I respect. He does not refuse to accept me as a disciple, but rather hesitates to teach me the eight-legged essay too early." Zhang Ao scoffed, "Is it not the same? When you seek knowledge, do you not aim to learn the eight-legged essay? Are you asking him to teach you chess?" Zhang Yuan, weary of the conversation, inquired, "Is there any news regarding the Lahu case?" Zhang Ao replied, "I do not know yet. I will send someone to inquire shortly." Zhang Ao was often whimsical in his pursuits. His enthusiasm today might wane by tomorrow. Zhang Yuan reminded him, "Do not hold a grudge against Mr. Qidong. The true villain is that scoundrel Yao. Have you managed to uncover any of his misdeeds?" Scratching his head, Zhang Ao admitted, "I forgot. I will ask around and see what the servants have learned." At this moment, Fu Er whispered, "My young master has been busy discussing marriage these past few days." Zhang Ao shouted, "Silence." Fu Er quickly complied. Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Which fortunate young lady is to wed the extravagant Zhang?" Zhang Ao sighed, "My mother is eager for me to marry, claiming that once I have a wife, my wild spirit will be tamed. She is seeking matchmakers far and wide, and has found a suitable girl from the esteemed Shang family of Kuaiji. The Shang family is a noble lineage, a fitting match for our Zhang clan of Shanyin. However, they took my inquiry letter, but have yet to return the girl's letter, saying they wish to assess my character first. Is my character not well known?" Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, thinking, "At least you possess some self-awareness." He remarked, "It is said that seeing is believing. Perhaps it is best to meet them in person." Zhang Ao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the Shang family insists on meeting me before making any decisions. I roam the streets freely. How can they not find me? Must I be summoned as if I were some leftover dish?" "I refuse to go." Zhang Yuan advised, "Marriage is a significant matter. You should go and test the waters." Unexpectedly, Zhang Ao suggested, "Why not, dear brother? You go in my stead? You are far more handsome than I. If the Shang family finds favor with you, it will surely be to my advantage." Though Zhang Ao was often frivolous, he was indeed somewhat handsome. Among Zhang Rulin's grandsons, Zhang Ao was the most striking. Yet Zhang Yuan did not consider himself less appealing. He feigned anger, saying, "Third brother, you go too far." Zhang Ao laughed, "I would not treat you unfairly. It is said that the Shang family has 3 beautiful young ladies, 1 aunt and 2 nieces. You and I could each marry one, leaving the third for no one else. To weep alone, haha. Though Zhang Ao rarely spoke sensibly, he was now indulging in frivolous banter. Zhang Yuan replied, "Third brother, you should attend to your own matters. I must listen to my lessons. I will require your assistance in arranging for guests to read for me daily." Zhang Ao remarked, "I am not busy with anything in particular. There is no rush in studying. Shall we play a game of chess first?" Zhang Yuan declined. "You cannot best me. You should practice with someone else." Zhang Ao huffed in dissatisfaction and departed. After about a quarter of an hour, Mr. Fanjin and Mr. Wuting arrived together. Upon learning that young Master Jianzi wished for someone to read for him, the scholars at the West Zhang Gate eagerly volunteered. As they had nothing else to do and earning 5 coins was not a bad opportunity. Without further ado, they began their reading. Having finished the spring and autumn annals, they commenced the Book of Rites. Zhang Yuan employed the reading method of Zhonghua Fan, insisting that one should not start a new book until finishing the previous one. Thus, only one book was read at a time, with the scholars reading aloud while he listened. He found great enjoyment in this method of learning, as listening not only conserved his energy but also helped him retain the material more firmly. Mr. Fan and Mr. Wu took turns reading for an hour and a half. Afterwards, Mr. Wu guided Zhang Yuan in practicing calligraphy, focusing again on the large characters from Yan Jinqing's Magu stele. Mr. Wu advised that one should practice this stele for at least half a year before transitioning to smaller script, as it was foundational and could not be skipped. He praised young Master Jianzi for his significant progress in penmanship, asserting that by the end of the year, he would be ready to shift to smaller characters. As evening approached and Mr. Fan and Mr. Wu took their leave, the diligent servant Nung Zhu came to report on the Leho case, stating that of the 10 tigers of Shanyin, 9 had been captured, with only 1 escaping. Once these Leho were imprisoned, many local citizens who had suffered under their oppression came forth to accuse them, and it was likely that exile and conscription awaited them. In the following days, Zhang Yuan remained at home, engrossed in his studies and calligraphy, not stepping outside. By the morning of the 29th of the month, the stout servant Dashi rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, a large man with a yellow beard wishes to see you." Zhang Yuan immediately recognized that it was Ming Jiangnan from Sandai Street. This yellow-bearded giant had likely come to express his gratitude for his recovery. He sent Wuling to welcome Ming Jiangnan inside before following him to the front hall. Ming Jiangnan was also present, having spent the past few days selling oranges in the great Good Temple Square, yet she had not encountered young Master Zhang. Recently, she had mustered the courage to ask the youngest student why Zhang Yuan had not come to study, receiving the reply that the teacher had not taken him in. As soon as Ming Jiangnan saw Zhang Yuan, he knelt down, with Ming Jiangnan following suit. Ming Jiangnan proclaimed, "Young Master Zhang, your kindness is akin to a rebirth. I am unable to repay such a debt." Zhang Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to assist Ming Jiangnan to his feet. The yellow-bearded man now appeared markedly different from the last time they had met. Although he still displayed humility, the simple act of kneeling and standing revealed his newfound vigor. Towering over Zhang Yuan by a head's height, Zhang Yuan invited the Mu father and daughter to sit, but they refused. Just then, a messenger from the county school arrived, announcing that the county's superintendent, son, wished to see Zhang Yuan and requested his immediate presence at the school. Under the Ming Dynasty, every prefecture, state, and county established educational offices and appointed officials. The prefectural school had 1 professor, the state school had 1 headmaster, and the county school had 1 superintendent. The superintendent oversaw the local Confucian temple and all the local students, and some students feared the superintendent more than the county officials. Zhang Yuan, who was not even a student at this point and had not attended any classes, wondered why superintendent's son had any business with him. Zhang Yuan asked Ming Jiangnan and his daughter to wait, promising to return shortly. Chapter 46. Daring to speak boldly and astonish the assembly. The educational institution of Shanyin County is situated at the foot of Wulong Mountain in the northwest of the county town, with the academy on the east side and the Confucian school on the west. The academy, known as the Wenchang Temple, features the Great Achievement Hall, a place dedicated to venerating Confucius. Upon entering, one encounters a semicircular pond, known as the Pan Pond. New students must cross a small bridge over the pond to pay their respects to Confucius. Thus, the act of enrolling is often referred to as entering the pan. Following the Longqing era, newly admitted students would stroll around the pond, donning caps and robes, brimming with youthful exuberance, adorned with flowers, riding white horses, accompanied by colorful banners, and followed by yellow canopies. Such a spectacle is indeed the aspiration of countless scholarly youths. Zhang Yuan peered inside the Lixing gate of the academy, and the gatekeeper called out, "This way, come over here." To the west of the Lixing gate is the entrance to the Confucian school. Zhang Yuan followed the gatekeeper into a large courtyard, then entered another courtyard through the ceremonial gate. To the north stood the main hall of the Confucian school, also known as the Mingluan Hall, where the instructor lectured the students. The east side housed the Zhidao study, while the west side was occupied by the Yueying study. The gatekeeper approached the door of the Zhidao study and reported, "Instructor, Zhang Yuan has arrived." He gestured for Zhang Yuan to enter. Zhang Yuan lifted his robe and stepped into the Zhidao study, where he beheld Lu Zhongzhou sitting alongside an elderly scholar. With a gaunt appearance reminiscent of an old ginseng root, a thought struck him. Today is the 29th, a Sunday. Lu Zhongzhou should be teaching at the Dashan temple. So what brings him to the academy, and why has he summoned me? The frail old scholar must be the instructor's son. Zhang Yuan bowed and said, "I am Zhang Yuan, honored to meet you, esteemed instructor and esteemed Mr. Cheeto." Lu Zhongzhou nodded, and instructor's son coughed lightly before speaking. "Zhang Yuan, do you intend to participate in the county and provincial examinations next year?" Zhang Yuan sensed an unfavorable turn of events and replied, "I do have such intentions, hence I have been diligently studying and do not dare to be lax." Instructor's son inquired, "Have you ever attended a community school?" Zhang Yuan responded, "I have not attended a community school. I rely solely on self-study." As predicted, Instructor's son remarked, "If you have not attended a community school, you will not be able to compose the 8-legged essay. You are still young. Do not rush your progress. It would be better to wait 3 more years before attempting the exams. By then, your foundation will be more profound, and you may have the opportunity to succeed in the county, provincial, and metropolitan examinations." What do you think? Anger brewed within Zhang Yuan as he thought, "Lu Zhongzhou, you are relentless in your pursuits. You believe you are acting in my best interest, but good intentions can lead to unfavorable outcomes if one only considers the results. Corrupt scholars and treacherous officials are not too different. It is indeed extreme to label Lu Zhongzhou as a corrupt scholar." But Zhang Yuan was genuinely exasperated and exclaimed, "Esteemed instructor, you have not examined me. So how can you assert that my foundation is insufficient and that I cannot compose the 8-legged essay?" Instructor's son, taken aback by Zhang Yuan's inquiry, instinctively glanced at Lu Zhongzhou, who replied, "Zhang Yuan, it was I who said you cannot compose the 8-legged essay." Zhang Yuan countered, "Not being able to do so yesterday does not equate to not being able to do so today. Not being able to do so today does not mean I will be unable to do so tomorrow." Instructor's son chuckled and remarked to Lu Zhongzhou, "Mr. Cheeto, your student is quite proud." It appeared that Lu Zhongzhou was resolute in accepting Zhang Yuan as his disciple, prompting instructor's son to refer to Zhang Yuan as your student. Lu Zhongzhou smiled and said, "So, have you mastered the 8-legged essay format?" Zhang Yuan replied, in response to Mr. Cheeto, "I initially intended to study the classics and ancient texts for another 2 months before learning to compose the 8-legged essay. However, since both Mr. Cheeto and instructor's son assert that I cannot compose the 8-legged essay, I shall begin self-study immediately, setting a 3-month deadline. If I cannot produce a standard 8-legged essay by then, I willingly forfeit my chances in next year's examinations." Many have spent a lifetime without mastering the 8-legged essay. Yet Zhang Yuan boldly claimed he would achieve it within 3 months. Instructor's son expressed his discontent. "Zhang Yuan, you are sorely mistaken. Do you think composing the 8-legged essay is so simple?" Lu Zhongzhou furrowed his brow, regretting his pressure on the young man. Excessive demands often backfire, and Zhang Yuan's pride could lead him to pursue the essay at the expense of his true potential. While mastering the 8-legged essay within 3 months is not impossible, it could be detrimental to someone as precocious as Zhang Yuan. Once constrained by rigid structures, his thoughts and talents would be confined. And although he might gain fame through the imperial examinations, his scholarly pursuits would surely be stifled, an outcome that pained Lu Zhongzhou. If Zhang Yuan were merely a 15-year-old youth, Lu Zhongzhou's concerns would be justified. Such a crash course in the 8-legged essay would undoubtedly be inappropriate, risking both his academic success and intellect. The county of Shanyin is home to many such pedantic scholars who prove to be of little use. However, Zhang Yuan was acutely aware of his own capabilities, possessing insights and perspectives from 2 lifetimes that would not allow him to be ensnared by the rigid confines of the 8-legged essay. Moreover, the 3-month deadline was merely a formality, as he was already preparing for the county examination in February of the following year. He merely intended to expedite his studies, confident in his exceptional comprehension and memory skills. Failing to master the eight-legged essay would indeed be a curious matter. Zhang Yuan, neither servile nor arrogant, stated, "Esteemed instructor, I understand that composing the eight-legged essay is exceedingly challenging, yet I am willing to exert myself doubly in my studies." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongzhou became even more concerned and waved his hand. "Enough, enough. Zhang Yuan, do not set such a 3-month deadline. You should not act out of spite. It is neither beneficial nor rewarding. Come February, you should still sit for the examination. Once you have gained your academic credentials, you can then devote yourself to scholarly pursuits. What do you think?" Lu Zhongzhou genuinely cherished talent and wished to prevent the premature demise of Zhang Yuan's scholarly potential. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly sneered from the side. 3 months to master the eight-legged essay? Shouldn't we who have studied for decades be utterly humiliated? Upon hearing the sharp, slightly hoarse voice, Zhang Yuan knew instinctively that it was Yao Songgan. He mused, "Well, I encountered him at just the right moment." Yao Fu had come to inform Instructor Sun of his absence, as he was preparing for a trip to Nanjing and would not be able to attend the seasonal examination later in August. Approaching 50, Yao Fu no longer aspired to become a Jiren, for not every student qualifies to participate in the provincial examinations. Before the triennial provincial examinations, the examination officials assess the students in each province and county, granting eligibility to those ranked first or second. Over the past 2 decades, Yao Fu had achieved second place twice but had ultimately failed to succeed in the subsequent provincial examinations. He had since devoted himself to litigation for profit, becoming a scoundrel devoid of conscience, with little time left for studying the classics. Furthermore, it is important to note that students differ from Jiren and Jinshi. Being a student does not guarantee a lifelong position. The county school instructor conducts lectures 3 times a month, each lasting 3 consecutive days. Students essentially attend classes for 3 days and rest for 3 days. At the beginning of each month, there is a minor examination, and each season features a major examination. If a student's written work is subpar, the instructor may reprimand them, while the major examination is even more stringent, with grades divided into 6 categories. Those achieving first or second place receive monetary rewards, while third place faces no reward or punishment. Fourth place incurs corporal punishment. Fifth place is prohibited from wearing formal robes for 3 months as a mark of disgrace, and sixth place results in immediate expulsion from the student ranks. Of course, it is rare for any instructor to categorize their students as sixth place. Yao Fu, this old litigant, rarely attended lectures and often took leave during minor examinations. Yet, the major examinations were more rigorous, as the students' results were reported to the examination officials, making it difficult to request leave. Nonetheless, Yao Fu often managed to do so. Merely to offer gifts to Instructor Sunday County School instructors are impoverished officials of the 9th rank, living on a meager salary of 60 stones of rice per year, and rely on gifts from students. Yao Fu, known for frequently taking leave to deliver gifts, was a student Instructor Sun preferred to see. Yao Fu greeted Instructor Sun with a bow. Although he did not know Lu Zhongzhou, he recognized him as a notable figure sitting alongside Instructor Sun and offered him a salute as well. He then stated, "I just overheard this young man outside boasting that he could master the 8-legged essay in 3 months. This is a blatant affront to the laws established by our great ancestors. Is the 8-legged examination system, instituted by the Hongwu Emperor, to be taken so lightly?" Yao Songgan had a knack for hurling grand accusations, his words delivered with a piercing intensity. Lu Zhongzhou replied, "It is not unusual for a young person to speak boldly." Yao Fu retorted, "Is youthful exuberance an excuse for reckless speech?" Zhang Yuan inquired, "May I ask you, Master Yao, which of my statements is sheer nonsense?" Yao Fu, upon hearing Zhang address him as Master Yao, retorted in anger, "You boast of mastering the 8-legged essay in merely 3 months. Is this not absurdity?" Zhang Yuan replied, "If, after 3 months, I am unable to produce such an essay, then that would indeed be nonsense. However, should I succeed and gain the endorsement of both Mr. Qidong and Instructor Sun, it would not be foolishness but rather a testament to youthful brilliance. What, then, are your intentions in targeting me so? As if this county academy were a court of law?" Chapter 47, Pursuing the Fox and Dog. Sun Jiaoyu admonished, by the Confucian Temple and within the academy. Disputes must not arise. Yao Sheng, what brings you to the academy today? Yao Fu harbored deep animosity towards Zhang Yuan, and rather than reflecting on his own despicable encouragement of his servant to confront his master, he instead felt that Zhang Yuan's public reprimand by the county magistrate had tarnished his reputation. He contemplated revenge and, upon encountering Zhang Yuan, could not let the opportunity slip by to retaliate against his audacity. Without regard for the matter of requesting leave, he declared, "I have come today to witness the extraordinary talents of the 3-month, 8-legged essay. If it is not mere folly, it is certainly a testament to your excellent instruction. Master Sunday, indeed, I from Shanyin have a remarkable talent." Despite Yu Fu's biting sarcasm, Sun Jiaoyu refrained from reprimanding him. Yao Fu had frequently bestowed gifts upon him, amounting to 5 or 6 taels of silver over the year, rendering him a significant benefactor among the students, and thus not someone to be easily offended. He responded, "Yao Sheng, do not stoop to the level of the young." Yao Fu seized the moment, pressing on, "Did you not hear Zhang Shintong's words? If he cannot produce a competent essay in 3 months, then it is folly. If he succeeds, he is a prodigy, a genius of the age. This is not the ignorance of youth, but rather a clear demonstration of confidence." Zhang Yuan interjected, "I merely spoke in jest, neither Mr. Qidong nor Master Sun insisted that I must fulfill such a claim. Yet, it appears that you, Yao Xianxing, are intent on compelling me to accept the test 3 months hence?" Yao Fu retorted, "A word once spoken is difficult to retract. If you dare to declare it, then you must be prepared to face the consequences." Yao Fu sought to provoke Zhang Yuan further. Zhang Yuan replied, "But my words were directed at the 2 esteemed teachers present, not at you, Yao Xianxing. If you insist that I must stand by my words, then I pose a query to you. What shall be my fate if, in 3 months, I fail to produce a proper 8-legged essay? And if I succeed?" Yao Fu scoffed, "Did you not assert that if you fail, you shall not participate in the county or provincial examinations next year? If you succeed, you shall participate. What concern is it of mine?" Zhang Yuan sought to entangle Yao Fu in his own words, stating, "You press me to declare and take responsibility. Yet, let me clarify. If I fail to produce an acceptable essay, I shall forswear the imperial examinations for life and devote myself to scholarly pursuits. Should I succeed and receive public acclaim, then I wish for you, Yao Xianxing, to return this Confucian robe to the academy. Otherwise, refrain from uttering the words dare to declare and take responsibility, for I dare to declare, but you do not dare to take responsibility." Yao Fu seethed with anger, realizing that Zhang Yuan's challenge was audacious, as the 3-month 8-legged essay was a challenge Zhang Yuan had set for himself, not for Yao Fu to impose. His indignation was palpable as he called out, "Master Sun, you must adjudicate this matter." Sun Jiaoyu cleared his throat, poised to speak, glancing toward Lu Zhongzhou. However, Lu Zhongzhou remained impassive, leaving Sun Jiaoyu uncertain on how to adjudicate. Lu Zhongzhou, a successful scholar, had a vested interest as Zhang Yuan was his disciple. He decided to seek Lu Zhongzhou's counsel and quietly asked, "Mr. Qidong, what is your opinion?" Lu Zhongzhou was initially displeased with Zhang Yuan's gambling and youthful bravado, but Zhang Yuan's declaration to forsake the examinations if he failed to produce a proper essay stirred something within him. He thought, the youth is precocious and may be arrogant, but perhaps this situation could serve to temper him. The world may benefit from a Zhang Yuan who seeks not the path of officialdom, but rather dedicates himself to the classics and becomes a great Confucian. Lu Zhongzhou, known for his diligence, resolved to assist Zhang Yuan in realizing his potential. When Sun Jiaoyu inquired of him, he replied, "This is indeed a matter of refinement. If Yao Xianxing is unwilling, then let it be." Sun Jiaoyu was taken aback by Lu Zhongzhou's response, momentarily stunned, before turning to Yao Fu, "Yao Sheng, if you are unwilling, then please withdraw." Yao Fu was nearly speechless with fury. He had never encountered such indignity. He exclaimed, "Why are both teachers so biased towards Zhang Yuan, aiding him in humiliating me?" Sun Jiaoyu retorted, "Yao Sheng, where is the humiliation in this? Your willingness is entirely your own choice. No one has compelled you." Yao Fu, enraged, realized that the merit of the 8-legged essay lay in the subjective judgment of the evaluators. He surmised that with a little maneuvering, he could ensure that Zhang Yuan's efforts would not pass muster, for he understood the difficulty of the craft. Zhang Yuan, being so young and inexperienced, had not even attended the community school, and his recent fame seemed more a product of youthful brashness than genuine merit. Even if he could compose an essay in 3 months, it would likely be unworthy of acclaim. Yao Fu believed he could exploit this, and, having been a litigator for years, felt confident he could outsmart a mere child. Having come to this realization, Yao Fu's anger simmered down. "Very well, since Mr. Qidong deems this a matter of refinement, I shall wager with Zhang Yuan, but I wonder who will be the evaluators of his work?" Sun Jiaoyu responded, "Let it be Mr. Qidong and myself who will judge." "That will not do," Yao Fu firmly rejected, sensing the obvious bias towards Zhang Yuan, deeming it unfair. Sun Jiayu laughed in exasperation, saying to Lu Zhongzhou, Mr. Qidong, I seem to have failed in my teaching. I am ashamed. Lu Zhongzhou smiled in silence. If he were to judge, he would certainly hold Zhang Yuan to high standards, yet Yao Fu's obstinacy was of no concern to him, and he remained indifferent. Seeing Lu Zhongzhou's silence, Sun Jiayu turned to Zhang Yuan and Yao Fu, asking, Who do you both believe should be the judges? Zhang Yuan responded, I am eager to hear Yao Xianqing's esteemed opinion. Yao Fu snorted in disdain, asserting, Let last year's top-ranking students of our county judge. Only then can it be deemed fair. Master Sun, how many students ranked in the top 3 last year? Sun Jiayu replied, 20 in the first tier and 34 in the second. Yao Fu continued, I do not make excessive demands. As long as 40 out of these 54 students find Zhang Yuan's essay acceptable, it shall be deemed qualified. Zhang Yuan mused, You claim not to be excessive. Yet that is a 75% threshold. He suggested, as Yao Xianqing is an experienced student, perhaps he should write an essay for evaluation by the students. To see if he can satisfy 40 among the 54? Yao Fu glared at Zhang Yuan. Sun Jiayu interjected, That requirement is a bit stringent. Let it be 36. And if 36 approve, it shall be deemed acceptable. Do either of you have objections? Zhang Yuan replied, Master Jiayu, you are fair. Yao Fu thought. 36 is still a significant majority. Zhang Yuan hopes to gain the approval of over half, which is no easy feat. Does he not know the disdain in which scholars have held one another throughout history? He conceded, Let us abide by Master Jiayu's words. Zhang Yuan declared, Since we have reached an agreement, let us draft a contract. Trust is intangible, and a written record is necessary. Yao Fu angrily retorted, I too had that intention. Fearing you might renege. Sun Jiayu shook his head repeatedly, internally lamenting the impropriety of the situation. However, as Lu Zhongzhou remained passive, he too chose not to intervene further. He instructed for paper and ink to be brought forth so that Zhang Yuan and Yao Fu could formalize their agreement, and then hastily urged them to depart. While Lu Zhongzhou took his leave, stating he would return on the 29th of October, Sun Jiayu bid farewell to Lu Zhongzhou and stood alone in the courtyard. Shaking his head, the situation was rather absurd. If the academic supervisor were to learn of it, he would likely face reprimand. In such a case, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon Lu Zhongzhou, for it all stemmed from him. Chapter 48. Zhen Zhen acknowledges her master. Yao Fu stepped out of the Confucian Academy, where a servant and 2 bearers awaited him. He settled into the sedan chair, with the servant supporting the poles, and they swiftly departed. Upon reaching the Guangxiang Bridge, half a mile away, Yao Fu lifted the curtain of the chair to glance back at the academy, noticing Zhang Yuan was also emerging. Engaged in conversation with a young attendant, a cold smile escaped Yao Fu's lips as he lowered the curtain, sitting upright. Feeling an inexplicable sense of annoyance and frustration over his foolish wager with Zhang Yuan, as a respectable scholar, it was beneath him to quarrel and bet against a mere child. Yet, in the Confucian Academy's Jidao Hall, both Master Sun and Lu Zhongzhou seemed to encourage him, compelling him into the gamble. Zhang Yuan, who would never participate in the imperial examinations, was hardly a formidable opponent. His father had spent a lifetime only to be a mere student himself, rendering their situations nearly indistinguishable. Now, Yao Fu found himself risking his scholarly reputation to gamble against Zhang Yuan. Although he was confident of victory, it felt unjust. Winning would only serve to diminish the Zhang family's prestige. Yao Fu felt increasingly disenchanted, yet having established the contract, and knowing the news would spread like wildfire, he had no choice but to proceed with the bet. To ensure his triumph, he would need to rally support from the top-ranking scholars from last year's examinations, necessitating invitations and gifts, an expense that could not be trifled with. The 54 individuals involved represented a significant cost. However, one could not afford to overlook any possibilities. Should Zhang Yuan, after 3 months, produce a commendable piece of writing, he would be in a dire predicament. This risk must be meticulously considered as a litigator. He must plan every detail without oversight. Yet today, he had come to request leave from Master Sun, and now found himself ensnared in a gamble with no profit, leaving him quite vexed. Young master, what brings that you the litigator here? The young servant Wuling inquired, trailing behind Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan replied, I have placed a bet with him to strip him of his scholar's title. Wuling was greatly excited and asked, What is the wager, young master? Are you certain of victory? Zhang Yuan answered, It pertains to the 8-legged essay. If I were not confident, would I engage him in a bet? By the Guangxiang Bridge. Willows and sephora trees stood, the midday sun shining fiercely, while cicadas sang energetically from the branches. Yet, with just a couple of autumn rains, they would soon fall silent. Zhang Yuan picked up a fallen leaf from the sephora tree, its fan-like shape half green, half yellow. He twirled the stem between his fingers, sending the leaf swirling gracefully to the ground. Observing his surroundings, he noted the clear blue sky and flowing water. His spirits lifted. By the time the master and servant returned home, it was late in the afternoon. The servant Ming Jiangnan awaited in the hall, and upon Zhang Yuan's arrival, he quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. Zhang Yuan said, "No need for such formalities. Has Miss Mu returned home yet?" Ming Jiangnan responded. "Zhenzhen has gone in to pay her respects to madam. She has not yet emerged." Zhang Yuan instructed his servant, "Little Shirtu, tell your mother to prepare meals for two. I wish to host the Mu father and daughter." Ming Jiangnan expressed, "How could I dare to dine in the master's abode?" Zhang Yuan reassured him, "It is of no consequence. Please, sit down. I have matters to discuss." Zhang Yuan refrained from excessive politeness, knowing that those of lower status often felt uncomfortable with too much formality, which could be burdensome for Ming Jiangnan. Ming Jiangnan did not even sit but humbly asked, "What instructions does the young master have?" The burly man stood there, bent slightly, yet exuded an imposing presence akin to a towering iron statue. Had he been mounted on a warhorse, he would undoubtedly appear formidable. Zhang Yuan urged, "Please, sit down. It is easier to converse that way." Only then did Ming Jiangnan take a seat, maintaining a posture that was attentive and ready to rise at any moment. Zhang Yuan inquired, "You do not appear to be of Han descent. Are your ancestors of other origins?" He continued, "Do not be apprehensive. I am merely curious." Ming Jiangnan cautiously replied, "In answer to the young master, my ancestors seem to be from the Jeluo people beyond the Tsoling Mountains. I do not know which ancestor came to the Central Plains or when. I only heard from my father in my childhood that our forebears were officers in the former dynasty's cavalry. As for how many generations have passed, I cannot recall their names." Zhang Yuan pondered, "What sort of army was the cavalry? The rank of an officer is not trivial. Tell me, is your martial skill inherited?" Ming Jiangnan responded, "I was only 12 when my father passed, and I did not learn much martial arts. I merely picked up some spear techniques. As for boxing, I learned a few moves by observing my father practice." Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Miss Mu also possesses remarkable skills." Ming Jiangnan replied, "I did not teach her. She learned by herself. I fear she might cause trouble. If it were not for encountering the young master, my daughter and I." Zhang Yuan consoled him, "With your martial prowess, being a sedan bearer is far beneath your capabilities. Should the opportunity to serve in the military arise, would you be willing?" Ming Jiangyan's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again as he said, "As a lowly servant, I cannot join the ranks." Zhang Yuan reassured him, "Do not despair. Opportunities will present themselves. Heroes are not deterred by humble origins. You should not neglect your spear skills. Practice whenever you can." Ming Jiangnan was deeply moved and replied, "Yes." Little Shirtu returned, saying, "Young master, madam has already instructed that the meal is prepared. My mother is ready, and it will be served soon." Zhang Yuan asked Shirtu to accompany Ming Jiangnan, while he proceeded to the inner courtyard to see his mother. In the expansive courtyard, the 2 pots of withered yellow hawthorns had been removed and replaced with pots of monkshood and autumn begonias, the latter blooming splendidly, a gift from Lu Yonggu. Madame Zhang, Lu Shi, sat in the south pavilion, attended by the elder maid Yiding and the younger maid Tooting. The lowly girl Mu Jinjin sat on a small stool before Madame Zhang, conversing. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan enter, she quickly rose and greeted, "Young Master Zhang," lowering her gaze to her straw sandals, revealing her pale toes. Madame Zhang smiled and asked, "My son, what did the Academy's master convey to you?" Zhang Yuan replied, "He inquired about my progress with the 8-legged essay and urged me not to grow complacent." Madame Zhang uttered a soft hum, cautioning, "Though the master has said this, do not be overly anxious. Exhausting yourself is not advisable. You must take care of your health, especially your eyes. Your recent ailment has caused me much worry." Zhang Yuan assured, "I understand, mother." Madame Zhang beckoned Jinjin to come closer, saying, "Jinjin is quite clever. At such a young age, she has lost her mother, which is truly pitiful. Let her frequently visit our home, so she may acknowledge us as her benefactor. During busy seasons, she can assist us, and we shall compensate her and her father. What do you think, my son?" The lowly families on Sandai Street often recognized a reputable household as their benefactor, providing them with support. During festivals, weddings, funerals, and birthdays, they would assist, receiving gifts in return. and if their benefactor held influence, they would suffer less bullying. Zhang Yuan replied, "That sounds wonderful. If mother has decided, it shall be so." Jinjin could not hide her delight, saying, "Then the maid shall ask father to bow to madam." Yiting and Jinjin exited, soon returning with Mu Jingyan. Mu Jingyan bowed from across the courtyard, and Madame Zhang said, "Very well, you are recognized. You may leave now." Mu Jingyan exited. Madame Zhang remarked to Jinjin, "No wonder you have grown so tall at 14. It seems your father is quite the imposing figure." Jinjin quickly interjected, "I am not taller than the young master." She bent her knees slightly to appear shorter. Zhang Yuan laughed. Jinjin possesses martial skills. She is quite formidable, which accounts for her height. Madame Zhang expressed interest, saying, "I heard from Xiao Wu that you drove away a ruffian with a single strike. How did you accomplish that, Jinjin?" Before receiving instruction, the young maid Tooting swiftly fetched a wooden stick, eager to have Jinjin demonstrate her skills for Madame Zhang. Jinjin felt shy, her face flushed, and said, "Madam, I am not skilled in martial arts. I merely have a bit of brute strength. I acted only when provoked by that ruffian. I never engage in fights." Madame Zhang, of the L family, did not insist on Mu Jinjin performing with the staff. Instead, she instructed the serving of food, allowing the Mu father and daughter to dine. After their meal, the Mu family expressed their gratitude and took their leave to return to Sandai Street. Madame Zhang generously bestowed upon them some rice, flour, and fabric, urging Mu Jinjin to visit whenever she had the leisure. Chapter 49. My willful intent after bidding farewell to the Mu family. Zhang Yuan returned to his study to practice calligraphy. Shortly after, Fan Zhun and Wu Ting arrived, continuing their reading of the Book of Rites and Rites of Zhou. Having completed them, they now began reading the collected works of the 8 Great Masters, an expansive 80-volume set borrowed from the Western Zhang family. Zhang Rulin possessed a vast collection of tens of thousands of volumes, and had previously informed the servant overseeing the library that the Eastern Zhang family, Zhang Jiezi, could borrow books at will. The collected works of the 8 Great Masters had been borrowed just the day before. Compiled by the ancient prose master Mao Kuan during the Jiajing period, it had gained considerable popularity. To master the 8-legged essay, a solid foundation in classical Chinese is essential. Zhang Yuan did not intend to leap directly into studying the 8-legged essay without first establishing this foundation. He had a certain proficiency in classical literature, having read extensively the prose of Han, Lu, O, and Su, which he admired and understood. Listening to Fan and Wu read from the collected works, he discovered that half of the pieces were already familiar to him. He decided to skip those familiar passages, estimating that he could finish the book in 10 days. Following that, he would tackle the authentic text of essays, selected by the Southern Song scholar Zhen Dixio, also expected to take 10 days to complete. With plans to begin studying the art of essay writing by late August, his schedule remained methodical, undisturbed by the wager with Yofu. Though it did feel a tad more pressing. As evening approached, Fan Zhun and Wu Ting took their leave, and Zhang Yuan joined his mother for dinner. Just as he was still not fully satisfied with his meal, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, the county magistrate has sent someone to summon you." Mentioning an urgent matter, Zhang Yuan's mother, Madame L, queried, "Oh, why would the county magistrate seek you at this hour?" Zhang Yuan, aware of the magistrate's intentions, replied, "It must pertain to the imperial examination. Hasn't the magistrate assured me that I will pass the county examination next year? I shall return shortly." He hastily finished the remnants of his meal, rinsed his mouth, tidied himself, and accompanied the messenger to the county office, proceeding directly to the magistrate's office. County Magistrate Ho Jihan stood at the entrance of the office, his brow furrowed and his expression displeased. Upon Zhang Yuan's arrival, before he could offer his respects, the magistrate spoke, "Zhang Yuan, you have greatly disappointed me. What folly drives you to wager with Yao Fu? Do you realize you are jeopardizing your future in the imperial examinations?" Zhang Yuan responded, "I have been diligently studying day and night and am confident that I can produce a standard 8-legged essay in 3 months." Ho Jihan scrutinized Zhang Yuan intently. The youth appeared calm, not displaying the arrogance that often accompanies recent accolades. Yet, how could he engage in a wager with Yofu at the academy? It must be that Yofu, a cunning trickster, had deliberately provoked Zhang Yuan, and the youth, still immature, fell into this trap. Despite his intelligence and diligence, he remained naive, ensnared by the old trickster Yao Fu. "Come in and speak," ordered the magistrate. As they entered a small room on the left, Zhang Yuan stood attentively. Ho Jihan gazed out into the dimming twilight and remarked, "I have heard you sought instruction from Master Qidong at the Great Good Temple. Did he not accept you?" Zhang Yuan replied, Master Qidong advised me against participating in the imperial examinations, encouraging me to focus solely on scholarship. I respectfully declined. Hou Jihan snorted, thinking to himself, this Lu Zhongzhou is quite out of touch. Akin to a bridegroom on the eve of his wedding being urged by a monk to shave his head and renounce worldly ties, such a dampener on spirits. Zhang Yuan's rejection was commendable. Naturally, the magistrate hoped for his students to succeed in the imperial examinations, achieving high office. Knowing the glory of the imperial examinations, why would you stake your future on a foolish wager with Yu Fu? He inquired. Zhang Yuan replied, I refuse to associate myself with a scoundrel like Yao Fu and aim to strip him of his false prestige through this wager. Hou Jihan shook his head repeatedly and asked, Do you have absolute confidence in your victory? Zhang Yuan answered without hesitation, I am confident. The magistrate scoffed. Is it solely based on your 8-legged essay in 3 months? Zhang Yuan remained silent, knowing that his strategy encompassed more than just the essay, though he deemed it inappropriate to disclose this to Magistrate Hou. Observing Zhang Yuan's silence, Hou Jihan earnestly continued, Zhang Yuan, I value your talent. My mentor, Xuan, also advised me to take special care of you. Yet, you behave so recklessly. Even if you manage to produce a competent 8-legged essay, how can you guarantee that more than 36 of the 54 students will recognize it? Yao Fu has been around for years, well-connected and familiar with many. How can you compete with him unless you write something flawless like the works of Master Qidong or Ji Zhong? Can you do that? Zhang Yuan replied, Of course not. Hou Jihan, aware of Zhang Yuan's limitations, said, If you cannot write such a piece, you will not win. Rather than face humiliation later, it would be wiser to withdraw from this wager now. You are still young, neither a gentleman nor a man of honor. You need not fear breaking your word. I can intervene on your behalf, and Yao Fu would not dare pressure you. Can he truly prevent your participation in the examinations? Playing dirty could indeed be advantageous, and it would surely infuriate Yao Fu. After all, I am merely 15 years old. Youthful candor is to be expected. Zhang Yuan mused, but he replied, Your concern is deeply appreciated, county magistrate, but as a student of the sages, I cannot lack integrity, lest I be scorned by someone like Yao Fu. Hou Jihan's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you be so stubborn at such a young age? Don't you know to be flexible in urgent matters? Zhang Yuan countered. I am not unaware of the need for adaptability. I simply possess unwavering confidence in my abilities. Hou Jihan fell silent, then after a long pause said, Zhang Yuan, I have spoken to you at length, making my points clear, yet you remain obstinate. Zhang Yuan implored, Please, county magistrate, trust me. I shall not disappoint you. Hou Jihan scrutinized Zhang Yuan coldly. Zhang Yuan met his gaze with calm assurance, while the light from the paper lantern cast their shadows against the wall. Still and imposing. After a lengthy silence, the magistrate's expression softened. Very well, I shall wait and see. Do take care of yourself. Zhang Yuan bowed respectfully and departed. Reaching the door when he heard the magistrate say, Young man, do not let pride blind you. It is not too late to reconsider. Zhang Yuan turned back, bowing again, and replied, I will not regret my decision. As Hou Jihan watched Zhang Yuan depart with composure, he pondered, This Zhang Yuan seems to possess a remarkable confidence. Could he truly have a plan? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, thinking, I cannot conceive of a counter-strategy. Let him be. Whether he fades into obscurity or rises to fame rests entirely on him. Upon returning home, Zhang Yuan resumed his studies, practicing calligraphy and resting, with no further detail provided. The following day, just after noon, having just seen off Fan Zhen and Zhan Xuan, Lu Yonggu arrived at his doorstep. Having heard of Zhang Yuan's wager with Yao Fu at the apothecary, he was greatly alarmed and rushed over. Dear brother, how could you wager with that trickster Yao Fu? He is exceptionally deceitful. You cannot possibly win against him. If you claimed that in 3 years you would be the best among the students in essay writing, I would believe you, but 3 months? That is simply impossible. Furthermore, even if you win, Yao Fu will surely cheat. He has committed numerous unscrupulous acts. How could he honor any agreement? If he refuses to relinquish your student status, what will you do? And should you lose, he will not let you off easily. Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, Do not worry, brother Lu. I am confident in my victory, and I have my own means to deal with his deceit. Though it is not the right time to share that with you. Really? Indeed. Lu Yonggu rose, saying, Very well, I believe in you. Zhang Yuan was the most imaginative and insightful person Lu Yonggu had ever encountered, and his ideas were not mere fantasies but grounded in profound understanding. Before Lu Yonggu could leave, Zhang Ao came rushing in, exclaiming, Jezi trouble, trouble. Uncle is furious and demands your explanation. He has learned about your wager with Yao Fu. Be careful. Zhang Yuan, with a wry smile of resignation, reflected on the difficulty of concealing a clever scheme. With inquiries from one person to another, it became clear that his clan uncle was no ordinary individual. He realized that he could not keep the secret any longer. He must fully disclose his plan to this esteemed relative. Chapter 50. Suppression of anger. It was noon, and Zhang Yuan accompanied Zhang Yi to visit their clan uncle, Zhang Rulin, in the western Zhang family. The days had been clear and bright, and the autumn sun was particularly warm. Zhang Yuan squinted against the light and took the folding fan from Zhang Yi to shield himself from the sun. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "Jiezi, you have truly become a lady of the inner chamber. I haven't seen you outside these days. How did you end up gambling with that lawyer Yao? Do you think you can win?" Zhang Yuan did not respond, but instead remarked, "Third brother, the servant woman you summoned a few days ago is quite eloquent. She spoke a great deal about Yao Fu's private affairs, his misdeeds, and scandals, like marrying a concubine during mourning, deceiving widows, seizing land, swindling money from mothers and sons, and inciting lawsuits. Yet, upon further inquiry, all her claims were vague, lacking concrete names and specifics. Has this matter been passed on as you instructed?" Zhang Yi replied, "I have already instructed them to investigate thoroughly as you suggested, to find out the year, month, place, and person involved in each incident. In a couple of days, I will surely have answers for you." "What? Do you intend to sue Yao? He is famously known as Yao Tizui, with powerful officials backing him. In my opinion, if we cannot confront him openly, we should do it covertly, lure him out, and give him a good beating to vent our frustrations." Zhang Yuan chuckled. "I will neither sue him nor strike him. I simply wish to gamble on the eight-legged essay." Zhang Yi said, "Our elder uncle is already aware of how Lu Zhongzhou turned you away from his door. Do you dare to gamble with others now? You are going to be in trouble." Zhang Yuan replied, "Are you reveling in my misfortune?" Zhang Yi smiled mischievously, a little bit. "By the way, in a few days, you must accompany me to Kuaiji to meet the young lady of the Shang family." Zhang Yuan firmly refused. "I will not go. What business is it of mine?" Zhang Yi insisted, "You must come. I will plead with Aunt Wu, and if she commands you to join me, will you dare to disobey?" Faced with such a carefree cousin, Zhang Yuan could only shake his head. They entered through a side door and walked through a series of corridors before finally arriving at the northern courtyard where Zhang Rulin resided. Zhang Yi whispered, "Jiezi, you go in by yourself. I cannot accompany you." He feared facing their elder uncle, as Zhang Rulin would surely scold him upon seeing him. A young servant came to guide Zhang Yuan inside. As they approached the flower-adorned gate, a beautiful maid followed, bowing slightly as she softly said, "Young Master Jiezi, please follow me." She led Zhang Yuan through a hall to the outside of Zhang Rulin's study, warning him to be cautious in his responses. As the elder master was in a foul mood today, this maid had a kind heart. Zhang Yuan glanced at her, noting her delicate face, pointed chin, slender brows, and enchanting eyes. Suddenly, he felt his face flush. "Zhang Yuan, come in." Zhang Rulin's voice came from within the study. Zhang Yuan hurriedly entered and respectfully bowed to his clan uncle. Zhang Rulin, nearly 60, sat steadily in an official chair behind the desk, glaring at him as he said, "I have heard that you wagered your lifelong abstention from the imperial examinations against someone else. Is this true?" Without waiting for Zhang Yuan's response, he slapped the desk and exclaimed, "You truly are arrogant. To write a compelling eight-legged essay in 3 months, Zhang family of Shanyin only produces talented scholars, not arrogant fools. You are the first." Zhang Yuan bowed again. In response to uncle's words, "I am not arrogant. Rather, I hope to use this matter to motivate myself to avoid complacency. The more pressure I face, the more adept my mind becomes. My studies are the same. In the past month, I have read nearly 200 volumes and can recall them well." I asked for uncle's careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rulin's anger diminished significantly. He had previously inquired about Zhang Yuan's studies from Fanjin and others, who spoke highly of Zhang Yuan, praising his intelligence and dedication, stating that he devoted nearly 4 hours each day to his studies without showing signs of fatigue. Zhang Yuan's diligence in learning was beyond reproach. Zhang Rulin sighed. Foolish child, foolish child. While you know how to work hard, you do not understand the treachery of human hearts. If Fu seeks to win over the students who ranked second last year, you will surely do so. Even if you produce a standard eight-legged essay, you will not win this round. Out of 54 students, you need at least 36 to recognize your work, which is exceedingly difficult. He thought to himself, there is a less than ideal strategy. Simply win over the students like Yao Fu does. But if we resort to such tactics, the Zhang family of Shanyin will be looked down upon from then on. Just then, Zhang Yuan spoke up. Yesterday, the county magistrate also inquired about this matter. I have withheld some details, fearing that premature disclosure might alter the outcome. Now that uncle has asked again, I dare not conceal it any longer. I have confidence that the vast majority of the 54 students will recognize my 8-legged essay, and Yao the lawyer will surely fail. Oh, Zhang Rulin raised his eyebrows, sitting up straighter and gesturing for Zhang Yuan to come closer. Tell me, what ingenious plan do you have? Zhang Yuan elaborated on his strategy in detail. As he spoke, Zhang Rulin burst into hearty laughter. Afterward, however, his expression turned serious as he scrutinized Zhang Yuan, making him feel quite uneasy. Zhang Rulin finally spoke. You, at such a young age, possess such depth of insight and a keen understanding of human nature. Did you learn all of this in your dreams? Zhang Yuan had no words to respond and remained silent. Yet Zhang Rulin smiled again. I do not mean to reproach you. I am merely astonished by your innate wisdom. It is indeed remarkable that you can comprehend without formal learning. Such wonders do exist in the world. Zhang Yuan retorted, Uncle, I am not unlearned. I listen to thousands of words each day. Zhang Rulin laughed. Very well, very well. Since you are both eager to learn and innately wise, it makes sense that you dare to make a wager with Yao Fu. You truly have placed yourself in an invulnerable position. However, I must caution you, this is a one-time opportunity. Do not engage in such bets again in the future. Do you understand? Yes, Zhang Yuan replied. Zhang Rulin added, you must also diligently hone your skills in composition. Do not become complacent just because you have an ingenious plan. Zhang Yuan acknowledged, I understand, uncle. An ingenious strategy must be complemented by genuine talent and learning. If I cannot write a clear and proper 8-legged essay, it would be embarrassing. I have not dared to slacken my efforts. I am currently studying the works of the 8 masters and Neo-Confucian texts, and I will begin practicing classic essays by the end of August, aiming to write my essay by mid-September. Excellent, excellent, Zhang Rulin said, feeling reassured by Zhang Yuan's organized approach. Zhang Yuan was even younger than Zhang Dai by a year, although Zhang Dai was also exceptionally gifted. He was too playful and not as focused as Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan then said, there is one more matter I wish to ask of uncle. Zhang Rulin replied, yes. Go ahead. Zhang Yuan continued, by the end of September, I would like to go to Kuaiji to seek guidance from Mr. Xuan for half a month, and I would need uncle to accompany me. Zhang Rulin laughed, you have a clever plan. The essays of Wang Jizhong are indeed extraordinary. But why go so far when Mr. Qidong is much closer? His teachings are broad and profound, making him more suitable for learning. Zhang Rulin was intentionally highlighting Zhang Yuan's shortcomings to see how he would explain the incident of being turned away by Lu Zhongzhou. Zhang Yuan recounted the incident of seeking a mentor at Dasha Temple and added, Mr. Qidong would be delighted if I lost to Yao Fu. Without Mr. Qidong's encouragement, this wager would not even have taken place. Therefore, he would never agree to teach me the 8-legged essay. Zhang Rulin laughed heartily. So that's it. He looked at his grandson with a smile, realizing that being recognized by Lu Zhongzhou as a seed of scholarly talent was no small feat. His grandson Zhang Dai and the prodigy from the Qi family had never received such accolades from Lu Zhongzhou. The Zhang family of Shanyin was poised to produce great talents, a boon for their lineage. At that moment, a servant approached to inquire when the elder master would like to dine. Zhang Rulin said, Zhang Yuan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Join me for a meal. Among Zhang Rulin's direct descendants, only his eldest grandson Zhang Dai was allowed to share a meal with him. The other servants in the northern courtyard were all astonished to see Zhang Yuan receiving such favor. Chapter 51. The subtlety of Zhang Yuan. After enjoying lunch with his distant uncle Zhang Rulin, Zhang Yuan was presented with a cup of fragrant tea by the tea servant, who was well versed in the art of tea. Zhang Rulin instructed, prepare a cup of xie tea for Zhang Yuan, using huiquan water. Shortly thereafter, the servant returned with a delicate porcelain teacup. As Zhang Yuan gently lifted the lid, a wisp of aromatic steam wafted towards him, enveloping his senses. Observing the tea, its color was a soft white akin to jade dew, its fragrance subtle, its taste cool and refined. While savoring his tea, Zhang Rulin recounted how Yuan Hongdao had once ranked the finest teas, placing Yangxian xie tea at the top, followed by Tianqi tea, Songluo tea, and Westlake Longjing. Zhang Yuan listened intently, understanding that such knowledge was invaluable. The subtle influence of an elevated environment was evident in the scholarly pursuits of the aristocracy, even if some had not diligently studied. As Zhang Rulin neared the end of his tea, he began to inquire about Zhang Yuan's scholarly reflections. Covering topics from the four books to the Spring and Autumn Annals, from Tang and Song prose to Qingzhou Neo-Confucianism, Zhang Yuan responded fluently, each explanation eliciting nods of approval from Zhang Rulin, who remarked, "I initially believed your knowledge was merely rote memorization, yet you possess such profound understanding. No wonder Lu Qidong insists on taking you as a disciple. How fortunate Zhang Ruiyang must feel to have such a son." After a while, Zhang Yuan took his leave, guided by the same beautiful maid who had previously escorted him. As she slightly turned to walk ahead, her long-sleeved blouse and flowing skirt accentuated her graceful figure, drawing Zhang Yuan's gaze. He couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with her silhouette. The maid, noticing his attention, blushed deeply and quickened her pace to await him at the gate. Observing her flushed cheeks, Zhang Yuan pondered, "What is this? She appears quite flustered from merely a glance." He approached and softly inquired, "What is your name?" Her face reddened further, as if it might bleed, and she could hardly lift her head to respond, "Young master. Please take care, the master has instructions for me." She swiftly turned and retreated. As Zhang Yuan exited the northern courtyard and strolled home, he mused, "Could this may be the same Lian Xia who once deceived me about the dazzling treasures? Her back does bear a resemblance, yet that Lian Xia was quite bold and unabashed. Unlike this maid who blushes so easily, why does she refuse to disclose her name?" Yet, Zhang Yuan had no intention of inquiring with Zhang Ao about this matter. He had no time for such distractions, for he was still young and needed to focus on his studies, despite possessing clever strategies. In the days that followed, Zhang Yuan hardly ventured outside, dedicating himself to listening to books, practicing calligraphy, and diligently pursuing knowledge. The literati from Fan and Wu admired his intelligence. While clever individuals were not uncommon, those who combined intelligence with a strong work ethic were rare, particularly in a mere 15-year-old boy exhibiting such remarkable self-discipline. During this period, Mu Jinjin, a girl from Sandai Street, visited Zhang Yuan's home almost daily. Each morning, provided the weather was fair, she would dash to the West Xing Canal dock 10 miles away to purchase 30 pounds of local Xie oranges for 50 coins. Those Xie oranges were delicious. They lacked the fame of the Hongdao Tongqi honey oranges, and thus did not fetch a good price. Once, Mu Jinjin attempted to pass off Xie oranges as Tongqi oranges but was almost humiliated when a group of onlookers caught her. Since then, she had refrained from such schemes. Mu Jinjin would only buy 30 pounds at a time, fearing that purchasing more might lead to losses if the oranges spoiled unsold. Carrying the 30 pounds in her basket, she would run home, prepare breakfast for herself and her father, who was out working, and then head to the Great Kindness Temple Square to sell the oranges. Selling 10 pounds would yield her about 6 or 7 coins, and it was rare for her to sell all 30 pounds in a day. After deducting the unsold oranges, she would earn only a few coins daily, and as one tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,300 coins. It would take her half a year to earn a single tael, requiring her to traverse thousands of miles. In the mornings or afternoons, as she neared the end of her sales, Mu Jinjin would walk from the Great Kindness Temple to Zhang Yuan's house to bow to his mother, Madame Lu. She would always buy the remaining oranges from Mu Jinjin. Initially, Mu Jinjin felt uncomfortable accepting money for the oranges, as if it were a thorn in her side, resolutely refusing to take it. She was not there to seek charity from the Zhang family due to unsold oranges. She came seeing the girl, whose clothing was somewhat worn yet whose skin was as fair as snow, looking so anxious. Madame Lu reassured her, "Jinjin, please do not feel constrained. We need to purchase fruit every day. Zhang Yuan loves vegetables and fruits, and oranges are among his favorites. If you don't bring them, I will have to send someone to buy them. Your delivery makes it much simpler. You must accept this payment. It is merely 5 or 6 coins that you rightly deserve. If you refuse, I cannot take your oranges. Yiding, go and buy 3 pounds of oranges." "I will accept it," the young maid quickly replied, taking the few coins. Yiding stifled a laugh nearby. Mu Jinjin, being astute, recognized that Madame Lu was intentionally saying this to make her feel at ease. This kindness warmed her heart, prompting her to visit regularly. Engaging in conversation with Madame Lu and assisting with chores while listening intently to the sounds emanating from the Zhang family's study. The young master was reading, or rather, he was listening to someone read. Wasn't he supposed to have larger eyes? Though Mu Jinjin had visited the Zhang residence several times, she had never seen the young master, who was always engrossed in his studies. Occasionally, she would hear him converse with the teacher, and her heart would leap as she strained to catch the words, but they were always passages from books she couldn't comprehend. After spending some time at the Zhang residence and bidding farewell to Madame Lu, the common girl Mu Jinjin would carry her empty basket back home. Aware that the distance from the academy to Sandai Street was 6 or 7 miles, she walked less energetically. For her inability to understand the young master's words left her feeling somewhat disheartened, as if he were far removed from her. As long as he remained in the study, she would never see him. Despite this, whenever her oranges sold well the next day, Mu Jinjin would find herself irresistibly drawn to the academy, walking eagerly towards it. On the afternoon of the 5th day of the 8th month, when Mu Jinjin arrived, she had a brief conversation with Madame Lu before noticing the young master's cousin entering with a young servant. He greeted Madame Lu with a cheerful smile and a playful laugh, causing Mu Jinjin to retreat behind Madame Lu. Madame Lu smiled and said, "Zhang Ao, it has been days since your last visit. Have you been away on an outing? Come, sit and chat." Zhang Ao replied, "I have not gone anywhere. I intended to seek out GZ for some leisure, but he has been studying all day, leaving me feeling bored. My uncle scolded me for being uneducated." Madame Lu remarked, "Zhang Yuan has been studying hard because he has a wager with that scholar Yao regarding the 8-legged essay. This child is indeed stubborn, getting himself into such a bet and causing me concern." Zhang Ao reassured her, "GZ says he will not lose, so please do not worry." And, hearing the sounds of reading from the study, he called out, "GZ, stop listening to the reading for a moment and come out. I have something to show you." The reading ceased, and Fanjin and Zhang Qiuan emerged first, quickly bowing to Madame Lu and nodding to Zhang Ao before turning to Zhang Yuan as he came out. "Young Master GZ, we shall take our leave. We will return tomorrow." After sending them off, Zhang Yuan noticed Mu Jinjin standing behind his mother and greeted, "Miss Jinjin has arrived." Mu Jinjin's heart raced, and for a moment she forgot to pay her respects to the young master. Zhang Ao exclaimed, "GZ, I am here, yet you speak to Mu Jinjin first. I have not come by in several days." Zhang Yuan grasped Zhang Yi's hand and chuckled, "Do not take offense, third brother. Let us converse inside. I owe you an apology." He led Zhang Yi into the study and inquired, "What brings you here alone, third brother?" Zhang Yi, with a playful grin, pulled out a small booklet from his bosom and brandished it towards Zhang Yuan. "All the misdeeds of Shaoxing are documented here, dates, names, events meticulously recorded, with evidence as solid as iron. I must forewarn you, should you decline to accompany me to Kuaiji, this booklet shall remain in my possession." Zhang Yuan replied, "Very well. I shall accompany you." He accepted the booklet and began to leaf through its pages. Chapter 52. The Worries of the Misguided Phoenix. Yao Fu, styled Wanqing, was born in the 43rd year of the Jiajing era and is now 49 years old. In the 23rd year of the Wanli era, he became a registered student in Shanyin County. His first wife, Yan, passed away early, and he currently has 6 concubines along with 3 sons and 4 daughters. He owns 300 acres of fertile land, 3 silk shops, a rice store, and 2 bookstores. Yao Fu, who rose from poverty, amassed his fortune single-handedly, epitomizing the self-made man. However, he is avaricious and lecherous, employing unscrupulous means in his dealings, exhibiting a ruthless disposition, and harboring a vengeful spirit. In the 26th year of Wanli, Yao Fu established a school, enrolling over 20 Confucian scholars, but after merely 3 months of indifferent teaching, he abandoned them to pursue financial gain through usury. He relentlessly pressured his debtors while neglecting his students, far exceeding the unprincipled behavior of a local teacher named Zhou Xiaoxia. Not only did Yu Fu disregard the scholars, but he also forbade them from withdrawing from the school. During the 5 major festivals, Duanwu, Mid-Autumn, Chong'an, Winter Solstice, and the New Year, as well as the seasonal tuition, any student daring to fall short in their payments faced his wrath. Should a student attempt to withdraw, he would be met with violence and accused of disrespecting his teachers, with threats of legal repercussions that terrified the families of the students. Despite Yu Fu's tyranny, the number of students withdrawing continued to rise, ultimately leading to the school's closure. Nevertheless, Yao Fu had found new avenues for wealth and could not swallow his pride when he learned that most of his former students had transferred to a school run by a student named Lu Yingkai. In a fit of rage, he hired 2 thugs to ambush Lu on his way home, leaving him severely injured and with a broken leg. Although the connection to Yao Fu was evident, the thugs evaded capture, and Yao Fu resorted to bribing the authorities, allowing the incident to fade into obscurity. Ironically, any scholar who had attended Yao Fu's school, even briefly, was later coerced by him into offering gifts should they achieve success in their studies, claiming credit for their accomplishments. Yao Fu's cousin, Yao Qingli, became a successful jinshi in the 23rd year of Wanli, further inflating Yu Fu's arrogance. He forged his cousin's seal to write letters to the local magistrate, instigating lawsuits and reaping the benefits of the ensuing chaos. As Zhang Yuan perused the pages, he stumbled upon the account of Aunt Lu Yungu. It revealed that Lu Yungu's uncle had passed away early, leaving his widow, Shou, to raise their son and daughter without remarrying. Zhou, possessing both beauty and virtue, rarely ventured outside. One day, while waiting for her young son to return from school, Yao Fu spotted her and, upon learning of her widowhood and substantial property, sought to possess both her wealth and beauty. He persistently sent matchmakers to propose marriage, but Zhou resolutely refused. Yao Fu escalated his harassment, threatening to ruin her reputation if she continued to reject him. Zhou's 8-year-old son was studying with a local scholar named Fong, who had a grudge against Yao Fu and admonished him for preying upon a vulnerable widow. In retaliation, Yao Fu spread malicious rumors claiming Zhou was involved with Fong, fabricating scandalous tales based on a book titled The Foolish Woman's Tale. He had dozens of copies circulated, ultimately driving Zhou to take her own life. Fong, devastated by her death, accused Yao Fu of slandering her, but Yao Fu, using his cousin's name, wrote to the educational official denouncing Fong, resulting in Fong's expulsion from his position and subsequent death from grief. Over the following years, Yao Fu seized all of Fong's family property. Zhang Yuan, upon reaching this point, could not suppress his outrage. Zhang Ao interjected, expressing that such a villain deserved severe punishment, and urged Zhang Yuan to devise a plan. Zhang Yuan replied that he needed to finish reading first. Over the past 2 decades, Yao Fu had committed numerous heinous acts, such as manipulating debtors into insolvency to seize their land, and, after his mother's death in the 33rd year of Wanli, he shamelessly took a concubine, defying all moral decency. After finishing the booklet, Zhang Yuan nodded, affirming the need for justice against such a malevolent figure. Zhang Ao eagerly asked for details on how to proceed, to which Zhang Yuan suggested first stripping Yao Fu of his academic title before enacting further retribution, allowing him to experience the pain of losing everything. He inquired about the whereabouts of Lu Yingkai and Fong's descendants, confirming that they were indeed known to Zhang Ao, who had conducted thorough investigations. Zhang Yuan advised caution, instructing that they must maintain a facade of normalcy, quietly studying while Yao Fu remained unaware of their intentions. After 2 months, they would strike unexpectedly. Zhang Ao, excited by the plan, offered his assistance, emphasizing their kinship and shared desire for justice against Yao Fu's misdeeds. However, the conversation shifted, and Zhang Ao reminded Zhang Yuan that, given his support, he must accompany him to meet the merchant's daughter in Kuaiji. Zhang Yuan, expressing reluctance, jested about the possibility of the daughter favoring him instead, provoking laughter from Zhang Ao. Despite Zhang Yuan's concerns, he ultimately agreed. Chapter 53. A secret meeting in the back garden. Zhang Yuan escorted his third brother, Zhang Yi, out the door and returned to the inner courtyard, where he saw Mu Jinjin approaching him briskly, bowing slightly as she greeted him. "Young master, I am heading back now." Zhang Yuan replied, "It is already noon. Why not have your meal here before you leave?" "No, thank you." Mu Jinjin smiled sweetly, hoisting the bamboo basket from the courtyard onto her back. She then turned to bow slightly to Zhang's mother, Madame L, and cheerfully said, "Madam, I shall take my leave." With that, she exited with a light step. Madame L remarked, "I would have kept her here. She mentioned her father is waiting for her to return home to prepare a meal. Such a dutiful child. By the way, Yuaner, what did you say about Jinjin's ancestry last time?" Zhang Yuan explained. "She says her ancestors migrated from the region of Songling and Jinshan, which is several thousand miles away. The people from Guluoluo are Caucasians, with blue eyes and fair skin, their hair in shades of brown, yellow, and chestnut." The little maid, Tu Ting, gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening. "Are they not like demons then? Surely Jinjin cannot be so ugly." Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Those Guluoluo who entered the Central Plains have undergone many generations since Jinjin's lineage, so she resembles us quite closely." Madame L commented, "Jinjin has such fair skin, as if powdered, and despite her daily toil in wind and rain, she does not seem to tan. By the way, what caused Zhang Yi to laugh so heartily?" Zhang Yuan replied, "My brother laughed because he spoke of Scholar Yao. He said once Scholar Yao presents his student attire to me, he will be met with disdain from everyone." Madame L expressed, "Scholar Yao has a rather poor reputation. Years ago, the aunt of Mr. Lu Yungu felt it improper for her young son to know such things. She then changed her tone, 'My son, you must be cautious when gambling with that Scholar Yao.'" Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "So mother is aware of the matter regarding Mr. Lu Yungu's aunt." He responded, "I am diligently studying to prevail over Scholar Yao. though Madame L was not well versed in the nuances of scholarly writing. She observed her son's relentless dedication to his studies and believed wholeheartedly that hard work would yield rewards. With maternal affection, she advised, "Do not exhaust yourself too much. My son, remember to take care of your eyes." As the days passed, Zhang Yuan immersed himself in reading, pondering questions, and practicing calligraphy. The days seemed long yet fleeting, especially as the Mid-Autumn Festival approached. On the eve of the festival, Zhang Yi came to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Scholar Yao has begun visiting the students one by one. The students are scattered throughout the county, some over 100 miles away. He started with the ones farthest from the city, and his hired bearers have worn out several pairs of straw sandals. According to the Yao family's servants, he has been losing his temper at home lately, likely due to your actions, which have rendered him unable to profit from litigation these days. He is incurring great losses. Haha, Scholar Yao is already down on his luck." Zhang Yuan smiled. Scholar Yao will undoubtedly encounter obstacles. He cannot possibly bribe all 54 students with his meager offerings. Zhang Yi replied, "Exactly. Scholar Yao is miserly and resorts to unscrupulous means to amass wealth. For him to part with money or goods is akin to slicing off his own flesh. However, if he can manage to win over just 19 of the 54, he may be willing to invest a bit. When shall we set our clever plan into motion?" Zhang Yuan inquired. "No rush," he replied. "Let us strategize before taking action, encouraging Scholar Yao to distribute more gifts and feel the pinch." Zhang Yi agreed. "Very well. I shall take my leave now." Zhang Yuan added, "When you return, please inform Mr. Fan and the others that there will be no classes tomorrow, as it is a holiday for the festival." "I had forgotten to mention this to Mr. Fan." Zhang Yi chuckled. "You truly know how to vex people. Those students have read so much they are hoarse. A holiday for one day? It is 2 days. You forgot we are going to Kuaiji the day after tomorrow?" On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Madame L arranged for Cui Gu and Yi Ting to go to the market to purchase mooncakes, watermelons, vegetarian dishes, fruits, and edamame. Bustling with excitement in preparation for the holiday, Zhang Yuan, aside from studying and practicing calligraphy, found himself with little else to do. The autumn scenery in August was exquisite, and the afternoon stretched long. Alone in his study, he practiced large characters, meticulously copying the works of Yin Zhenxing over 100 times. He felt he had begun to capture the essence of the strokes, his wrist fluidly wielding the brush. Yet he knew he must continue to practice diligently to achieve true mastery. After practicing large characters for a while, he intended to write a few lines in smaller script when he suddenly paused, listening intently. The entire courtyard was silent, as though he were the only one present. Setting down his brush, he called out twice for Tu Ting, but received no reply. Usually, she would come running at the first call, but it seemed she had accompanied Cui Gu and Yi Ting to the market today. Just as he was about to return to his room to clean his brush, he heard light footsteps approaching. Mu Jinjin entered, carrying a large basin of jasmine flowers. "Young master, is there anything you need?" she asked, placing the basin by the courtyard. Zhang Yuan replied, "Nothing in particular. I am just going to clean my brush and enjoy some fresh air in the garden." Mu Jinjin followed him closely, saying, "Are you washing your brush, young master? Allow me to help." Zhang Yuan insisted, "I can manage it myself. Besides, it is a good opportunity to breathe the fresh air in the garden." "Jinjin, why are you here today instead of celebrating the festival with your father at home?" Mu Jinjin explained, "My father was summoned by the county office to serve, saying he was needed in Shaoxing and would not return today. Generally, the common people would serve their duties every 3 years, such as transporting grain to the capital, repairing waterworks, and other miscellaneous labor. They could also pay a silver equivalent to avoid service, but for the fallen people, the county could call upon them at any time. Those unfortunate enough to encounter harsh officials might not even receive meal money and were required to bring their own food for the assignment." Zhang Yuan suggested, "Then stay here and celebrate the festival with us. It will be lively." Mu Jinjin nodded, her face brightening with joy. The back garden was deserted. The rows of jasmine that had bloomed vibrantly 2 months prior now wilted. The 2 towering osmanthus trees by the gate were adorned with delicate yellow-white flowers, filling the air with fragrance. Zhang Yuan filled a stone basin with water to wash his brush, crouching low, while Mu Jinjin felt somewhat awkward, perceiving her elevated position. She too crouched down, and when Zhang Yuan turned to smile at her, her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of the beautiful maid from Xizang who blushed at his glance. "Jinjin, would you show me your martial arts skills?" Zhang Yuan asked earnestly. Mu Jinjin shook her head repeatedly, blushing and refusing to practice. Zhang Yuan, genuinely curious, said, Then let me demonstrate a set for you to see, to inspire you. Setting down the brush washer, he stood and performed a simplified version of Tai Chi. Once he finished, Mu Jinjin stood up and remarked, "Young master, that technique cannot harm anyone." Zhang Yuan laughed. "How could it harm anyone? It is merely for stretching and relaxation. When I tire from studying and writing, I practice this. Now, it is your turn." Mu Jinjin hesitated, wanting to express that she had not agreed to practice, but felt it inappropriate to argue with the young master. She shifted awkwardly, unable to move her limbs. Zhang Yuan encouraged, "Come on, practice. There is no one else in the garden." As he spoke, he felt a twinge of discomfort, as if he were enticing a young girl. Mu Jinjin replied, "I did not bring my small panlong staff." This seemed like an excuse. "Small panlong staff?" Zhang Yuan inquired. "Is that the dual-section staff we used to practice with before?" Mu Jinjin nodded, confirming, "Yes." Zhang Yuan said, "Bring your small panlong staff next time to show me. For today, let us practice some punches and kicks." Mu Jinjin hesitated, saying, "Young master, I truly do not know how to fight." Zhang Yuandao remarked, "Oh, wasn't it merely a display of martial prowess when you vanquished the 3 masters behind the Dashan temple?" Mu Jinjin replied, "I only know how to fight when someone is in front of me. Practicing alone yields no results." Zhang Yuandao paused, uncertain whether this fallen maiden was deceiving him. Was such a thing even possible? At that moment, he heard his mother speaking from the inner courtyard. Yiting and the others had returned. He chuckled and said, "Very well, next time I shall take you out to engage in some sparring." Chapter 54. The snow essenced the night sky was immaculate, devoid of any clouds, as the luminous moon ascended unobstructed, casting a silvery glow across the ground. In the courtyard of the Zhang residence, a round ebony table was set beside the well, adorned with a large lacquer tray filled with mooncakes, vegetarian dishes, fruits, edamame, and rice wine, alongside a sizable black-striped watermelon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the corridor, the Shi family, with 2 maidservants, had also arranged a table by the well, laden with fruits and pastries, including another grand watermelon. Cui Gu instructed to Shi Tu and Xiao Shi Tu to wait before indulging until everything was in order, after which they would proceed to the inner courtyard to extend their festive greetings to the madam and the young master. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, had already prepared the festival gifts, distributing 36 coins to Shi Shuang, Cui Gu, and the 2 maidservants, while the Shi Tu and Xiao Shi Tu each received 16 coins. Shi Shuang and his wife had previously entered into a long-term employment contract with the Zhang family, earning a yearly wage of 8 taels of silver, which was considered quite generous in Shaoxing. The couple diligently attended to their duties, ensuring the family's comfort. After expressing gratitude to the madam and the young master, Shi Shuang's family and the 2 maidservants returned to the well side to enjoy the moonlight and celebrate the festival. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, cheerfully addressed Tu Ting and Wu Ling, suggesting they too receive festival gifts. Each was bestowed 36 coins, eliciting joyful bows of thanks in response. Mu Jinjin stood by a pot of jade hairpin flowers, feeling somewhat uncomfortable witnessing the distribution of money, until the madam beckoned her forward, saying, "Jinjin, come here. You too shall receive a festival gift." Mu Jinjin exclaimed, "Madam, this is unnecessary. I have not rendered any service to you or the young master, so I cannot accept a reward." Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, replied, "Since you and your father have recognized our family as your own, you cannot be excluded from the festival gifts. It is not much. Just 16 coins each for you and your father, with the promise of more next year." Mu Jinjin clasped her hands behind her back, feeling shy and unwilling to accept. Tu Ting interjected, "Jinjin, do not be modest. Today is a festive occasion. The madam enjoys a lively atmosphere and wishes to see everyone smiling." Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, affirmed, "Tu Ting speaks wisely." Upon seeing Mu Jinjin accept the gift, she personally bestowed festival money upon Tu Ting, recognizing her as a capable maid who deserved a more substantial reward, though the exact amount was not disclosed. Zhang Yuan sat at the round table, savoring grapes, and noticed that the distribution of gifts had concluded. He remarked, "Mother, why did you not give me any reward? Everyone else received something, yet I was overlooked." "You are being partial." Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, chuckled and responded, "What of the 5 taels of silver from last time? Where has it gone?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I have not spent a single coin. It is all with Xiaowu." Wu Ling dashed into the room and soon returned with 2 small silver pieces for the madam to see. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, smiled at her son, saying, "You truly have changed. You used to complain about the 6 coins I gave you each month, spending them before they even warmed in your pocket. Now, you seem to have lost your penchant for frivolity. Zhang Yuan declared, I no longer waste small amounts. If I spend, it shall be on significant matters. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, queried, is 5 taels not sufficient for your needs? Zhang Yuan replied, far from it. My appetite has grown considerably. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, turned to Tu Ting with a smile, saying, look at him, becoming increasingly outrageous. Tu Ting flattered, Madam, the young master is not being outrageous. He is destined for greatness. The esteemed officials from Ho County and Xizang commend him for his diligence and intelligence. Even Lu Jinshi from the Great Good Temple wishes to take him as a student. But the young master has declined, as he aims to become a top scholar. Zhang Yuan chuckled, aware that some words, when repeated, could become exaggerated. Rising, he patted the large watermelon and said, let us enjoy the watermelon. Where is the knife? Tu Ting fetched a knife, slicing the watermelon for everyone to share. Celebrating what they called a watermelon feast. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the courtyard glowed as if it were dawn or dusk, with everyone seated in the moonlight. Their features fresh and delightful. Suddenly, Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, let out a soft sigh and addressed Zhang Yuan, while we revel in the moonlight. Your father is alone in a distant land, feeling desolate. Last year, he returned home to celebrate his 50th birthday. It may be until the year after next before he can return again. Zhang Yuan reassured, in 2 years, when you turn 50, father will surely come back. If all goes well, I should have earned my degree by then, allowing father to remain home with you, enjoying a leisurely life. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, initially saddened, brightened at her son's words, nodding approvingly. My son has grown wise and accomplished. Your father will surely be pleased. He must have received the letter you sent last month. If you pass the county and provincial exams next year, becoming a student, be sure to inform your father quickly, so he may share in your joy. Zhang Yuan replied, yes, I will strive earnestly. At this moment, Mu Jinjin expressed her desire to return, but Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, insisted, why would you return, Jinjin? Your father is not home, and it is already late. The journey to Sandai Street is not short. Stay here and rest in our house. Sharing a room with Tu Ting. Tu Ting gasped, pleading, Madam, please no. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, responded, what do you mean by no? Do you dislike Jinjin? No. The little maid, Tu Ting, shook her head vigorously, her eyes filled with trepidation. It was Tu Ting who understood the girl's sentiments, whispering to Zhang's mother, who then chuckled and conceded. Then let Tu Ting and Yi Ting share a bed, while Jinjin takes Tu Ting's small room. Though Shaoxing's rice wine does not intoxicate, it carries a slight effect. Zhang Yuan found himself awake, while Wu Ling outside had extinguished the lamps and retired to bed, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet. At that moment, he faintly heard the sound of flutes and drums from the direction of Xizang, and he mused, Uncle must be in high spirits, performing a play. Quietly, he rose and slipped out of the room, making his way to the back garden. Moonlight poured down like water, and the fragrant osmanthus trees filled the still night air. The melodies from Xizang's string and bamboo instruments grew increasingly distinct, allowing him to discern the lyrics. The glories of life sweep away past destinies, foolishly ensnaring the lovesick. The peach blossoms wither into firewood, the sea waters dry into faintness. In that season, who dares to wait for the pot of dreams to boil? Zhang Yuan realized that it was the Hongdao record from the 4 dreams of Lin Chuan, nearing its conclusion, signaling that his own performance was about to commence. The next morning, Zhang Ao arrived early, first paying his respects to Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, and mentioning his desire for Zhang Yuan to accompany him on a matchmaking visit. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, joyfully exclaimed, that is splendid news. She then summoned Zhang Yuan, saying, Yuaner, accompany your third brother. It has been a while since you ventured outside. This is an excellent opportunity to refresh your spirits. Do not spend all day buried in your studies. You will ruin your eyesight. Zhang Yuan reluctantly agreed, hastily consuming a small amount of food before setting out with Wu Ling, only to find a grand procession awaiting him at the entrance. 6 bearers carried 3 rattan sedan chairs, accompanied by more than 10 attendants, including the well-known Wang Kitsan and Pan Xiaofei, while Zhang Ao's cousin, Zhang Zhuoru, also joined them for the matchmaking visit. Zhang Ao instructed, Gezi, Zhuoru, you two take the sedan chairs. Zhang Yuan interjected, I would prefer to walk. How far is it? Zhang Ao replied, it is to Kuaiji Shanao Garden, located to the south of the city, about 10 miles from here. The matchmaking is secondary. Consider it an autumn outing. Zhang Yuan countered, 10 miles is nothing. It is a good chance to exercise my legs. I will take the sedan on the way back. Zhang Ao shrugged. Suit yourself. The capable servant Neng Zhu led over a strikingly white mule, its coat gleaming like silver and its hooves equally pristine, a rarity indeed. Zhang Ao remarked. This white mule belongs to my elder brother, named Xuejing. It was gifted to him by his maternal grandfather, Mr. Tao Lan Feng. Capable of traveling 200 miles in a day. Since my brother is away, I shall borrow it for a ride. Zhang Yuan inquired, by the way. Has the list of successful candidates for the provincial exam been posted? Did my elder brother pass? Zhang Ao replied, we should receive news in a few days. It is likely he will succeed. Neng Zhu assisted Zhang Ao as he prepared to mount the mule, but just as he was about to settle himself, the mule suddenly bolted, nearly causing Zhang Ao to fall backward. Had it not been for Neng Zhu's timely grip, he would have landed unceremoniously. Angrily, Zhang Ao scolded the mule and commanded the attendants to restrain it, insisting that he must ride this mule today. Zhang Zhuoru remarked, this mule is exceedingly arrogant. Only the eldest son can tame it. However, Zhang Yi was unwilling to concede, disregarding the leisurely stroll in the garden, and resolved to capture that white mule. Yet, the white mule, like a flash of silver, darted away with such speed that it quickly vanished from sight, leaving no chance of pursuit. Chapter 55, gazing at a damsel by the lakeside pavilion, soliciting appreciations, incensed at being denied his white mule, Zhang Yi erupted in fury, commanding his servants to scour the area and retrieve the animal, promising it a severe lashing upon its return. An elderly servant implored Zhang Yuan, young master Jiezi, please counsel our master. The visit to Shangtao Garden is of utmost importance. Our mistress places great significance on this matrimonial prospect. The Zhang family's domestics recognized Zhang Yi's deference towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan approached Zhang Yi, saying, third brother, are we still proceeding to Shangtao Garden? I have forsaken my studies and gambling pursuits to accompany you. Zhang Yi's anger subsided slightly. He waved his hand, saying, very well. I shall deal with that cursed mule upon my return. He boarded the sedan chair, and they finally set off. The party journeyed west, crossed the Fu River, and exited Kuaiji City through the southeastern Jishan Gate. Shangtao Garden, a private domain belonging to the He family of Kuaiji, lay 4 leagues south of the city. According to the Zhang family's old servant, the He family of Kuaiji was related to the Shang family through marriage and maintained cordial relations with the Zhang family of Shanyin. Hence the rendezvous at Shangtao Garden. Shangtao Garden was renowned for its chrysanthemums and crabapple blossoms, making autumn an ideal time to visit. The crisp autumn air and captivating scenery were a feast for the eyes. To better appreciate the landscape, Zhang Yuan also settled into a sedan chair, instructing Wu Ling to retrieve his spectacles. Donning them, he gazed upon the distant mountains and nearby trees, as if a layer of mist and dust had been washed away, revealing their pristine beauty. Zhang Yi noticed this and exclaimed, I nearly forgot my spyglass. He promptly ordered his robust servant, Ning Zhu, to hasten back and retrieve it. Zhang Yi's commands were as urgent as imperial decrees, and Ning Zhu sprinted off. Zhang Yuan inquired, has the spyglass been repaired? Zhang Yi nodded. It was just returned from Hongdao 3 days ago. It appears to be intact, capable of extending and retracting, but I am uncertain if there are any internal flaws. Jiezi, please examine it for me later. As they journeyed, admiring the scenery and engaging in casual conversation, they soon arrived at the entrance of Shangtao Garden. A servant of the He family greeted them and ushered Zhang Yi, Zhang Yuan, and the others into the garden, saying, esteemed sirs, please make yourselves comfortable. I must attend to the gate. With that, he departed. Zhang Yi, feeling slighted by the perceived neglect, grumbled, everything has gone awry today. Even the mule has defied me. I doubt this marriage will come to fruition. The Shang maiden and I are not compatible. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Zhuoru exchanged glances. Zhang Zhuoru asked, third brother, where is the Shang maiden? Zhang Yi retorted resentfully, how should I know her whereabouts? I was merely instructed to come to Shangtao Garden today. Perhaps they are mocking me. Zhang Yuan consoled him, third brother, do not fret. The scenery in this garden is quite exquisite. Even a simple stroll would be enjoyable. Zhang Yi, in low spirits, found no beauty in the scenery, saying, this dilapidated garden cannot compare to the Chia Garden. You are welcome to explore, but I shall sit in that pavilion and sip sweet wine to alleviate my boredom. He then berated Ning Zhu, that lazy knave. Why has he not brought me my spyglass? Wu Ling muttered under his breath, how long has Ning Zhu been gone? Even a bird could not fly that quickly. He said to Zhang Yuan, young master, shall we take a stroll over there? The scenery is lovely, and there is a large lake. Zhang Yuan, fond of water, eagerly followed Wu Ling along the path to the right. He put away his spectacles, placing them back in the chicken wingwood case, and instructed Wu Ling to safeguard them. Shangtao Garden was far larger than the Jie Garden, but its design and layout were less refined. Its strength lay in the density of its flora. Although it was late autumn, with leaves falling in profusion, vibrant autumn crabapples, hibiscus mutabilis, and hosta flowers were still abundant. Chrysanthemums were also plentiful, but most had yet to bloom. The floral density suddenly thinned, revealing a vast lake. This lake dwarfed the Pangong Pond near the Jie Garden, spanning hundreds of acres. A small island graced the center of the lake, upon which stood a pavilion. The sky was clear, the lake vast, and the autumn waves tranquil. The pavilion on the island appeared enchanting from afar. Zhang Yuan mused, if only we had a small boat, we could row to the island and take a look. Wu, do you know how to row? Indeed, I do, Wu Ling replied. Few people from Shaoxing are unfamiliar with rowing. Zhang Yuan chuckled. I, for one, do not know how to row. Wu Ling said, young master has no need to row. Young master is meant to be a passenger. As he spoke, he trotted along the lake shore to the east, calling out, young master, I shall find a boat. Surely there is one on such a large lake. Zhang Yuan followed leisurely, admiring the lake and the flowers. He was in high spirits, having temporarily cast aside thoughts of the eight-legged essay and the wager. He would savor the present moment. His third brother, Zhang Yi, was truly a blight on the landscape, unable to appreciate such beauty. The sound of oars echoed as a small boat approached from the lake shore. Wu Ling, the young page, was at the oars, grinning. I managed to find a boat. It is just right for 2 people. Young master, please embark. He steered the boat to a flat section of the lake shore. Zhang Yuan carefully boarded the boat and settled in. Wu Ling rowed with vigor, and the small boat glided swiftly through the water. In a short while, they had covered half a league. After circling the island for a while, they saw a 10-foot-long, double-oared awning boat moored on the eastern side of the island. It was larger than the boat Wu Ling was rowing. Wu Ling said, the shore over there is perfect for mooring. He rowed the boat over. Zhang Yuan said, so there are people on the island. Would it be impolite for us to go up like this? Wu Ling replied, it should be fine. We were invited here by the host. As he spoke, the small boat nudged against the awning boat. The awning boat was empty, and no boatman was in sight. Zhang Yuan leaped ashore. Wu Ling secured the small boat to the awning boat and also came ashore, saying, I wonder if this is the Shang Maiden's boat. If the Shang Maiden is here, then we should summon the third young master. Wu Ling had not given it much thought, but Zhang Yuan felt conflicted. If the Shang Maiden was indeed present, and he had arrived before Zhang Yi, it would be rather awkward. Zhang Yuan said, Wu, let us stroll along the shore and return later. Wu Ling scratched his head, saying, now that we are here, we should at least visit the pavilion and the pagoda. It is only a short walk. Is young master tired? He thought to himself, you have been riding in a sedan chair all the way here. Zhang Yuan suddenly smiled, thinking, it is merely a visit to an island. Why am I being so apprehensive? I have a long road ahead of me. If I am constantly worrying about every little thing, I will surely be mired in the quagmire of the late Ming Dynasty. He declared, let us go. Let us ascend the pavilion and gaze into the distance. Although the island was small, it was elevated, resembling a colossal stone pagoda, with most of it submerged in the lake. The tip of the pagoda, protruding above the water, formed the island. As Zhang Yuan ascended the sloping stone steps, he heard a childish voice from the pavilion above. Alas, I have not won a single piece from my sister in 2 games of chess. It is so frustrating. Tomorrow, I must ask Aunt Danran to teach me properly. Another childish voice responded, oh, Jingwei, why are you not crying today? The even more childish voice said, you want me to cry, but I will not. I promised Aunt that I would not cry today, you naughty sister. An elderly female servant's voice chimed in, Miss Jinglan. Please do not tease Miss Jingwei. If she cries, Miss Danran will scold you. Oh, why is she crying now? Zhang Yuan took a few more steps and looked up. There were 6 people in the pavilion. 2 were exquisite little girls, the elder one about the same age as Tu Ting, around 10 years old, and the younger one only 6 or 7, wiping away tears. The other 4 were dressed as servants, busily comforting the weeping Miss Jingwei. They had not noticed Zhang Yuan and his servant approaching. However, Miss Jinglan spotted them and shouted, who goes there? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Why did this little girl speak so strangely? Had she been reading too many historical novels? Chapter 56. The moment of cultivation. The 4 maidservants in the pavilion turned in astonishment to see a young gentleman accompanied by a small servant. Their surprise quickly faded, and the elderly maidservant, who was half embracing Miss Jingwei, inquired, what brings this young master here? Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. I have come to enjoy the garden. The scenery of the lakeside island is delightful, so I thought I'd take a look. I apologize for the intrusion. I shall leave shortly. The four maidservants exchanged glances, while the young Miss Jiangnan also regarded Zhang Yuan with curiosity. Only the 6 or 7-year-old Miss Jinghui was absorbed in quiet sobbing, her long eyelashes fluttering as tears glided down her delicate cheeks. The elderly maidservant asked, Might you be surnamed Zhang? Zhang Yuan nodded. Indeed, I am Zhang Yuan, Zhang Drezai. This is to clarify that I am not Zhang Yi or Zhang Yank. The elderly maidservant's face crinkled into a smile, and with a touch of warmth, she said, Young Master Zhang is welcome to admire the view from the pavilion. It poses no trouble, as my 2 young ladies are still quite small. She added, We are also here to enjoy the garden. Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude and ascended the pavilion to gaze in the southeast, south, and east directions. From this vantage point, he could overlook the entirety of Shangtao Garden. Bathed in the brilliant autumn sun, the undulating hills and lush woods were a breathtaking sight. What was that large patch of bluish-white near the eastern lake? Zhang Yuan instructed Wuling to fetch his glasses. Upon donning them, he could discern much more clearly. Yet they were no telescope and could not identify the flowers. He surmised they were likely hostas, a vast expanse of them, no less than 10 acres. Indeed a sight to behold. He would go take a closer look shortly. While Zhang Yuan admired the scenery, the 4 maidservants unabashedly scrutinized him, occasionally whispering amongst themselves, forgetting entirely to console the weeping Miss Jinghui. Little servant Wuling, fond of chattering, observed the 2 young girls engrossed in a game of Go. When the younger one lost and began to cry, he exclaimed boastfully, My young master can play chess too. He can even play blindfolded, and he is quite skilled. Isn't? The seemingly sorrowful Miss Jinghui unexpectedly chimed in, Blindfolded chess? What sort of chess is that? Her voice was as delicate as a newly blossomed flower. Wuling explained, Blindfolded chess is played with eyes covered. One can play chess, or go this way. Liar, retorted Miss Jinglan, unhesitatingly dismissing him. How can one play chess blindfolded? Can one just grab pieces and throw them about? As she spoke, the little girl cast a disdainful glance at Wuling and then at Zhang Yuan, including him in her scorn. Though young, both Miss Jinglan and Miss Jinghui possessed remarkable beauty, evoking a sense of pride and a desire to display bravado. Particularly as they belittled him, Wuling grew somewhat frustrated and said to Zhang Yuan, Young master, see how they do not believe you can play blindfolded chess. Zhang Yuan chuckled, realizing that Wuling was still just a child, taking this playful challenge too seriously. If they don't believe, then so be it. There is no need to insist they do. Let us be on our way. Wuling, feeling slighted, murmured, It's merely my young master not stooping to their level. At this, Miss Jinglan protested, A liar indeed. How audacious to claim you don't stoop to my level. It's laughable, simply laughable. She erupted into laughter. Wuling's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, Young master, evidently wishing for Zhang Yuan to showcase his skills. Engaging in a battle of wits with such a young girl seemed pointless to Zhang Yuan. He shot Wuling a warning glance, nodded to the 2 young ladies and the 4 maidservants, and said, I apologize for the disturbance. He turned to leave the pavilion and was about to descend the steps when he heard Miss Jinghui's flower-like voice call out, Young Master Zhang, how do you play blindfolded chess? Zhang Yuan paused and turned back to see the elderly maidservant leading Miss Jinghui to the edge of the pavilion. The maidservant, with a wrinkled smile, said, Young Master Zhang, please stay a while longer and teach my young lady a game. As the maidservant spoke, the little girl, Miss Jinghui, gazed up at Zhang Yuan, her eyes as dark and clear as lacquer, her lashes fluttering, her cheeks still glistening with tears, adorned with a small hairpin. Her braided hair cascading down her back, clothed in a delicate floral silk garment, and her feet in tiny embroidered shoes, utterly endearing. Zhang Yuan replied, Very well. Let us play a game. Which of you 2 will challenge me? Miss Jinghui declared, You should play against my sister. Defeat her to avenge me. She clenched her tiny fists as she spoke. The older Miss Jinglan looked at Zhang Yuan, saying, Then let us play. What have I to fear? Zhang Yuan could not help but laugh. The little girl's words were truly amusing. He approached the game board, quickly tidied the remnants, and asked, Who plays first? Miss Jinglan replied, Of course, it is you. You are playing for little Hui, and I always let her go first when we play. Zhang Yuan, uninterested in further discussion, arranged the pieces and made the first move with the white stones. Miss Jinglan flicked her bangs aside and remarked, Young Master Zhang, your eyes are wide open. This is not blindfolded chess. The little girl was indeed quick-witted. Zhang Yuan smiled and responded, Only by winning this game can you witness my blindfolded chess skills. As Zhang Yuan played, The diminutive Miss Jinghui stood beside him, watching intently. With each move he made, she would glance at her sister's expression. If her sister frowned, her own face would light up with glee. As her sister frowned more frequently, Miss Jinghui's heart danced with joy. She would turn to Zhang Yuan, and he would smile back at her, prompting her to softly exclaim, "Young Master Zhang plays so well." Miss Jinglan, overwhelmed by Zhang Yuan's offensive strategies, could barely keep up and snapped at her sister in a flurry. "What do you know?" "I know that my sister is about to lose," Miss Jinghui replied, beaming with delight. In truth, Miss Jinglan was quite skilled, approximately at the level of allowing Zhang Yuan 5 or 6 stones. Yet now she was not only playing without stones but also had to face him going first, rendering her chances futile. Were it not for Zhang Yuan's mercy, her pieces would have dwindled to nearly nothing. Before reaching the endgame, Miss Jinglan realized her defeat was imminent. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "I refuse to accept this. Again, let us play again." Zhang Yuan, unwilling to indulge her further, consoled her, "Miss Jinglan, your skills are commendable. With more practice, I am certain I would not stand a chance against you. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." With her face still flushed and unsatisfied, Miss Jinglan couldn't detain Zhang Yuan, saying, "You're not that strong. I bet you can't even beat my aunt." Feeling outmatched, Zhang Yuan conceded, "Indeed, I certainly cannot." He waved goodbye to the adorable Miss Jinghui. "I must take my leave." However, the little girl earnestly inquired, "Young Master Zhang, who is this aunt you mentioned?" With this question, Miss Jinglan also regained her composure, pointing out, "He thought we sisters were surnamed Jing. Did not Liang Ma just call our names?" Zhang Yuan responded with an "oh," and said, "My apologies. May I ask what your esteemed surname is?" The two young ladies exchanged glances, becoming somewhat reserved, and Miss Jinghui smiled sweetly. The elderly maidservant, Liang Ma, chuckled and said, "Young Master Zhang, my young lady's surname is Shang." Zhang Yuan glanced at Wuling, who appeared dumbfounded, likely pondering whether the two Shang sisters were indeed the young ladies intended for the matchmaker's visit. This seemed too young for such matters. As they descended from the pavilion toward the island's shore, Wuling voiced his skepticism to Zhang Yuan, who replied, "That's impossible. The older one is barely 10. What sort of match could that be? Perhaps they have an aunt." Wuling remarked, "But the aunt would be too old." Zhang Yuan laughed. "There are indeed aunts younger than their nieces." Wuling chuckled as well, "But we have yet to see their aunt." Zhang Yuan mused, "Perhaps she has gone to meet my third brother." He felt a lasting impression of the enchanting Miss Shang Jinghui. Such a beautiful and charming young girl was truly a rarity. Upon reaching the island's dock, I observed another dark-sailed boat gradually approaching. A robust maid was the first to leap onto the shore, securing the mooring line. Shortly thereafter, a lithe young lady alighted with nimble steps. She wore her hair styled in 3 small buns, adorned with a golden hairpin and a jeweled headscarf. Her attire consisted of a lake green narrow-sleeved robe, and on her feet were delicate embroidered shoes, neither too large nor too small. As soon as she stepped ashore, she exclaimed joyfully, "How wonderful! I have finally escaped." She stretched her arms wide and rose onto her toes, as if to dance, but suddenly caught sight of Zhang Yuan and his servant, which startled her, causing her charming face to blush a deep crimson. Zhang Yuan himself was taken aback, for this young lady bore an uncanny resemblance to the merchant Shang Jinghui from the pavilion, yet she appeared 10 years older. Chapter 57. Timely Reign. The young lady, adorned with 3 small hair buns and a girl's attire, found herself in a predicament. The path to the island pavilion was obstructed by Zhang Yuan and his servant. Naturally, she was unwilling to retreat to the black-sailed boat. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, was reluctant to let her pass onto the boat, for her beauty was so captivating that he feared that the moment she turned her back, she would vanish from his sight forever. Thus, he stood there, embodying the essence of a chance encounter on a narrow road. "Hey, who is this impudent fellow blocking the way?" A shrill voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Yuan was unfazed, but the young lady trembled slightly, turning back with a playful reproach. "Zhou Chuanma, lower your voice." The robust maidservant chuckled. Gazing at Zhang Yuan from a distance of 10 paces, I thought a bold young man had appeared, but it is merely a boy. Initially, Zhang Yuan intended to introduce himself in the manner of Zhang Xing from the West Chamber, declaring, "I am Zhang Yuan, courtesy named Jizi, from Shanyin County, Shaoxing, age 15. Born on the 19th day of the 6th month, and not yet married." However, her remark of merely a boy deflated his confidence. Indeed, at 15, he was still a boy, unworthy of being called a young gentleman. 2 maidservants emerged from the black-sailed boat, curiously eyeing Zhang Yuan and his servant. The young servant, Wuling, could hardly withstand the scrutiny and whispered, "Young master, let us leave." Zhang Yuan responded with an "oh" and stepped aside, allowing them to pass before he would board the boat and depart, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. However, the young lady hesitated, seemingly concerned that passing by Zhang Yuan might invite unforeseen trouble. After a brief pause, she inquired, "May I ask if there is anyone in the upper pavilion?" Her voice was as delicate as flower petals unfurling in the spring breeze. Before Zhang Yuan could respond, he heard the voice of Shang Jinglan approaching from the stone path. "Little aunt has returned. You've made me and Xiao Hui quite anxious." Xiao Hui cried again today. "No, I did not cry," Shang Jinghui interjected defiantly. "I am quite happy." Her laughter rang out like the scattering of celestial flowers. As the laughter echoed, the two sisters, Shang Jinglan and Shang Jinghui, bounced down the steps, followed by Liang Ma and several other maidservants, calling out, "Miss, please slow down, watch your step." Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Shang Jinglan hurriedly said to the young lady, "Little aunt, it is him. It is him." Zhang Yuan felt helpless. Her words seemed to imply he had committed some grave offense, as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and could never be cleansed of his guilt. Yet, he thought to himself, "Indeed, it is her. I did not know who she was until I saw her, and now it all suddenly makes sense. Yes, it is her." Shang Jingwei, having descended, beamed at Zhang Yuan and exclaimed to the young lady, "Little aunt, it is him. It is him." She then sweetly addressed Zhang Yuan, "Zhang Gongzi." "Hello, brother." Before rushing to the young lady's side, each sister grasping one of her hands, resembling a beautiful jade adorned with 2 strings of luminous pearls. This enchanting lady was none other than Shang Danran, the aunt of the 2 sisters. Hearing their enthusiastic proclamations, she felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of what this young man had done to warrant such excitement. However, seeing how radiant Shang Jinghui looked, it seemed not to be a bad matter. Just as she was about to bend down to inquire, her maidservants descended, and Liang Ma approached briskly, casting a knowing glance at Shang Danran, and whispered, "Miss, it is him." Shang Danran furrowed her brows and asked, "What do you mean?" Liang Ma, with her back turned, gestured subtly over her shoulder and said quietly, "This is the young master of the Zhang family." Shang Danran paused for a moment, then smiled, turning slightly to say, "It cannot be him. I have met the one I saw before, a vulgar young dandy. When I passed by Songtao Pavilion, he was inside yelling at his servants, making a scene without regard for propriety. A member of the Shanyin Zhang family, ha." Though Shang Danran's voice was soft, Zhang Yuan heard her clearly. His ears, now quite acute, not only remembered her words, but almost acted as a listening device. He thought to himself, "So the one here for the matchmaking is indeed this little Aunt Shang Danran. It seems my third brother has no chance now. I wonder if he has seen this lady and whether he will be disheartened if she does not take a liking to him." The elderly maid Liang Ma was taken aback by Shang Danran's words and turned to glance at Zhang Yuan. The maidservants had only known that a young man from the Shanyin Zhang family was here for a matchmaking event. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's surname, they naturally assumed he was the one intended for the match. However, it turned out not to be so, rendering their previous observations quite futile. Zhang Yuan had no reason to linger and listen to their whispers. He offered a bow to Shang Danran and smiled at Shang Jinghui, preparing to board the small boat. Wuling was untying the mooring rope when he heard Shang Jinglan call out from behind, "Wait, please wait." Zhang Yuan turned around to see Shang Jinglan shaking her aunt's hand, saying, "Aunt, help me take revenge. This Zhang Gongzi won my chess game. Help me win it back." "No, Aunt should not help. Aunt can play a game with Zhang Gongzi herself," Shang Jinghui chimed in. At that moment, a thunderous clap echoed through the air, startling everyone. They looked up to the sky, which had darkened ominously. With the sound of thunder, a fierce wind swept across, driving dense clouds toward the island. Wherever the clouds went, rain would surely follow. Chapter 58. The warmth beneath the torrential rain. Though the lake at Shangtao Garden is not particularly large, it is currently a tempestuous sight, with the waters rising and falling tumultuously. The 3 boats moored at the island's edge bob up and down, crashing against the rugged shore as if yearning to escape the oncoming storm. The sisters, Miss Shang Jinglan and Miss Shang Jinghui, point at the dark clouds rolling in and exclaim, "The clouds are descending! The clouds are descending! Oh my!" The ominous clouds sweep over the expanse of hosta flowers on the eastern shore, and one can hear a resonant, rustling sound, akin to a symphony of raindrops cascading upon the foliage. One of Shang Danran's maidservants calls out, "Quickly, let us board the boat to avoid the rain." Zhang Yuan replies, "No, the boat sways too much. It would be unsafe for the children." The elderly serving woman, Liang Ma, suggests, "Let us seek refuge in the pavilion until the rain passes." Zhang Yuan and Wuling step aside, allowing several maidservants to lead Shang Jinglan and Shang Jinghui to safety first. Shang Jinghui waves to Zhang Yuan, urging, "Young Master Zhang, hurry to the pavilion. The rain is coming." The small boat that Wuling procured lacks a canopy, so Zhang Yuan, of course, decides to head for the pavilion, laughing, "Run quickly, the rain is upon us." Little Shang Jinghui, giggling, takes hold of Shou Chuanma's hand, swiftly ascending the stone steps. Shang Danran and her two maidservants follow closely behind. After climbing a dozen steps, Shang Danran glances back and notices that Zhang Yuan and his servant remain stationary. She kindly urges, "You two should take shelter in the pavilion as well. There is no need to rush back by boat in this weather." Her simple, caring words are devoid of romantic implications. She merely fears the young man might recklessly row away in the storm, potentially putting himself in danger. She sets aside her initial misgivings about Zhang Yuan and, transcending the barriers of gender, offers a gentle reminder. Zhang Yuan's heart skips a beat. He realizes that this fluttering feeling is what it means to be smitten. The first time he laid eyes on this lady, he felt a sudden maturity in Shang Jinghui, which stirred his heart, prompted by Shang Danran's beauty. This time, however, it is her kindness that captivates him. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Shang. You go ahead. We will follow closely behind," he replies. Watching as Shang Danran lightly lifts her skirt, her graceful form ascending the steps with ease, she must not have bound feet. As he stands still, Wuling, the little servant, also remains motionless, entranced by the waves crashing against the shore. The rain has begun to fall on their side of the lake, creating a ripple effect across the water's surface. Suddenly, he feels a cool sensation on his forehead as several large drops splatter upon him. Wuling can no longer contain himself and shouts, "Young master, the rain has begun." Zhang Yuan calls out, "Run." The pair swiftly races toward the pavilion. The distance of a mere 10 zhang is covered in an instant, and just as they reach the shelter, a deluge of rain follows closely behind, drenching them as they enter and enveloping the entire island in a curtain of rain. Once inside the pavilion, Zhang Yuan is both laughing and panting, his heart racing. He wipes the raindrops from his face and observes the scene within. 6 maidservants form a protective barrier, while 2 other maidens stand behind them. At the southern side of the pavilion are Shang Danran, Shang Jinglan, and Shang Jinghui. The rain patters incessantly, and the mist from the lake obscures the view. The clouds hang low, casting a dim light, making it impossible to discern the shore half a mile away. It feels as if they are stranded on a solitary island amidst a vast ocean. Shang Danran, with her back to Zhang Yuan, appears serene and graceful, facing outward. She holds the hand of little Jinghui and asks, "Xiaolan, do you remember any poems about rain? Recite one for your aunt." Little Jinghui eagerly responds, "Auntie, I remember. Let me go first." She recites in a clear voice, "In spring, I sleep unaware of dawn. Everywhere I hear the calls of birds. Last night, the sound of wind and rain, how many flowers have fallen." Shang Jinglan, feeling a pang of displeasure at being overshadowed, remarks, "You only remember these 2 lines. And one just happens to mention rain. Shall we? You are quite lucky." Shang Danran smiles and reassures her, "Do not be impatient, Xiaolan. There are several other poems about rain that I have taught you. Think carefully." However, little Jinghui interjects again, "Auntie, I remember another 2 lines, good rain knows its season. Falling in spring, but I can't recall the rest. It seems to mention many bright red flowers blooming after the rain." 9-year-old Shang Jinglan, on the verge of tears at being outdone by her younger sister, whimpers, "If you're so clever, why don't you recite the whole poem? Then I'll admit defeat." The 6-year-old Jinghui replies, "I only remembered that line because I heard my sister recite the whole poem. You should recite it for Andy." Shang Jinglan, frustrated, retorts, "You've already recited a line, so I want to do it now. I'll think of something else." This stubborn little girl bites her lip in contemplation, becoming increasingly anxious as nothing comes to mind. Shang Danran gently prompts, "Wang Majie has a poem that Staolan can recite." At this reminder, Shang Jinglan immediately recalls and recites loudly, "Morning rain and waiting moistens the light dust. The guest house is green with the new willow's hue. I urge you to drink another cup of wine, for once you leave Yongguan, there will be no old friends." Shang Danran praises, "Exactly. You recited it flawlessly, Xiaolin." Little Jinghui exclaims, "So that is the poem. I know it too. Didn't T Annie sing it when playing the zither?" Shang Danran lightly squeezes her niece's soft hand and smiles. Indeed, the tune is called Zhang Yuan melody, conveying the essence of the poem through music. On the opposite side of the pavilion, Zhang Yuan smiles quietly, listening to the warm exchange among the three Shang women. It stirs memories of his sister, Zhang Ruoxi, who taught him to read and recite poetry in his youth. Although he now possesses the essence of two lives, the affection he holds for his sister remains indelibly etched in his mind. Young Master Zhang, little Jingwei inquires, having approached him unbeknownst, her cherubic face tilted upward. Can you recite a poem about the rain? Zhang Yuan contemplates playfully pinching the girl's delicate cheek but refrains, realizing she is not his niece or nephew. Regrettably, he has no nieces or nephews. His sister Zhang Ruoxi's children are both boys. Squatting slightly, he smiles. Well, since Miss Jingwei remembers so many poems about rain, I shall recite one as well. Do you know Su Shi, also known as Su Dompa? I know him. Little Jingwei chirps. My aunt loves his poetry. Very well. I will recite a poem titled A Storm at Yume Hall, written by Su Dompa. A storm? Oh, how delightful. The poems my sister and I recited were about light rain. We've never read one about a storm. Please recite it, young Master Zhang. This little girl is simply too adorable. Zhang Yuan gently flicks her rosy cheek and begins. Underfoot, a thunderclap resounds. The clouds above refuse to disperse. A black wind blows from beyond the sky, while rain from Zhujiang flies across the river. Golden vessels glisten with splashes as countless staffs beat the drums, urging, Awaken, O immortal spring, to splash upon our faces. Pour forth, O jade chamber, your exquisite treasures. Shang Danran is somewhat astonished, for the poem she had in mind while questioning her nieces was indeed A Storm at Yume Hall. It describes the torrential rain over West Lake and Wushan, remarkably akin to their current predicament. She is pleasantly surprised that this young man could recite it so fluidly and is impressed by how he elaborates on the poem's meaning, making it comprehensible. She reflects on the previous year when Mr. Zhang Suji's fourth son, Zhang Qipan, visited her elder brother. They had indulged in wine and conversation. Spirited and confident, Zhang Qipan had remarked that the Zhang family in Shanyin did not need to study hard from a young age. They could wander freely. And when the time came to study, they would naturally excel, understanding more deeply than those who toiled from childhood. Is it truly the case that the Zhang family of Shanyin produces such talents? Little Jingwei approaches, her face beaming, and says, Auntie, I've learned another poem. One about a storm. It's a wonderful poem, taught to me by young Master Zhang. Shang Danran nods approvingly. Indeed, it is a splendid poem. Shang Jingwei exclaimed, Aunt, I have memorized this poem. The little girl, eager to showcase her skills, began reciting, but stumbled upon a line. She stood on her tiptoes, stretching her neck to inquire of Zhang Yuan at the other end. Zhang Yuan chuckled. The 1,000 staffs strike the ringing drum, urging the beat. Indeed. That line is quite difficult to remember, she replied, before continuing her recitation. Shang Danran praised. Little Hui, your memory is truly remarkable. Chapter 59. Close combat the young girl. Shang Jinglan was in a rather dismal mood, feeling quite unfortunate that day. She had been outdone by her younger sister, Jinghui, in reciting poetry, and had suffered a dismal defeat in chess against Zhang Yuan. Unable to blame her younger sister for her youth, she directed her frustration towards the young gentleman, saying, Aunt, why don't you play a game of chess with that Zhang gentleman? You could defeat him. He was so smug earlier. Shang Danran, smiling, shook her head. No, I shall not. She thought to herself that it was rather absurd to sit down to play chess with a young man she had just met. Shang Jinglan, grasping her aunt's hand, swayed it back and forth, pleading, Aunt, just one more game, please. Oh, and Zhang Yuan knows how to play blindfold chess. We could cover his eyes, and then he wouldn't see you, which would be quite proper, wouldn't he it? Zhang Yuan, overhearing, could not suppress a chuckle. Shang Danran felt her cheeks flush slightly, and chided gently, Do not pester me so. If you continue, perhaps I shall play a game with you, giving you 4 pieces. Stubbornly, Shang Jinglan pouted, refusing to relent. But I cannot win against you, Aunt. Playing chess with you is as dull as playing with little Jinghui. Not at all. Little Jingwei interjected. Playing chess with my sister is quite fun, but she mustn't be too merciless. I should at least be allowed to capture a few pieces. With a loud sigh, Shang Jinglan lamented the futility of conversing with her younger sister. Jinghui, don't interrupt when I'm speaking with my aunt. Turning to Shang Danran, she continued, I cannot win against you, and it seems I cannot win against that Zhang gentleman either. Thus, it would be far more interesting for you to play with him. How about a night game with lanterns? Shang Danran quickly cleared her throat. Her niece, Shang Yuan, had recently taken to reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms, favoring the character Zhang Fei, often envisioning epic battles. It was embarrassing for Shang Danran to hear such candid remarks in front of outsiders, and she scolded, "If you do not behave, I shall never take you out to play again." Upon receiving this reprimand, Shang Yuan's lips quivered, on the verge of tears. Little Jingwei exclaimed, "Oh no. Sister is about to cry. I want to cry, so you shouldn't either." This only exacerbated the situation, and soon tears streamed down Shang Yuan's face. Shang Danran hurriedly bent down to wipe her niece's tears, soothingly saying, "All right now. I will still take you both out to play. Please stop crying." With a sniffle, Shang Yuan whimpered, "But will you play chess with Zhang Yuan or not?" Shang Danran, caught between amusement and exasperation, knew she could not acquiesce to such a request. Just then, Zhang Yuan, having overheard the commotion, called out, "Miss Shang, I can indeed play blindfold chess. Simply tell me where to place the pieces. We need not sit across from one another. This rain will not cease any time soon, so it would be enjoyable for Miss Jinglan and Miss Jingwei to witness the spectacle." At once, Shang Jinglan's tears ceased, her eyes blinking eagerly at her aunt, while little Jingwei clapped her hands in delight. Shang Danran, intrigued by the prospect of blindfold chess, nodded, glancing at her two eager nieces. Shang Jinglan exclaimed, "Zhang Yuan, my aunt has agreed. This time, I will ensure you leave without a single piece left." "Lower your voice," Shang Danran chided, settling beside the chessboard, arranging the pieces. "White moves first. I shall place my stone in the upper right star position." Zhang Yuan responded promptly, positioning his piece in response, indicating his intention to engage in a fierce battle. As the game progressed, over 50 moves were made, with the pieces densely clustered in the upper left corner. Zhang Yuan's black pieces dominated the corner, while two of Shang Danran's white pieces were isolated, struggling against a fierce assault. Shang Danran was increasingly astonished. She realized that while she had to contemplate deeply for each move, Zhang Yuan appeared to respond almost instinctively, as if he were observing a far larger chessboard. Faced with a precarious situation, with her two white pieces ensnared, Shang Danran was at a loss. She glanced at her two nieces, who were resting their chins on their hands, their eyes darting between the chessboard and their aunt. Little Jinghui whispered to her sister, "It seems aunt cannot win against Zhang Yuan. She looks worried." Shang Jinglan, observing closely, noted the precariousness of her aunt's position. It was unfathomable to her that her seemingly omnipotent aunt could falter in a game of Go against this young gentleman, especially one who did not even look at the board. As Shang Danran contemplated her next move, she suddenly had a clever idea. With a smile, she announced, "I shall play the move plain position. Observe the leap." However, she did not place her stone, waiting for Zhang Yuan's response. This time, Zhang Yuan hesitated, his brow furrowing as he paced back and forth, clearly grappling with the challenge. Little Jinghui, noticing her aunt's growing smile, remarked, "And is truly brilliant. Has she employed a secret tactic? Is Zhang Yuan about to lose?" Shang Jinglan's eyes widened in surprise. She could not comprehend the brilliance of her aunt's move. Shang Danran watched the young man pacing, stifling her laughter, and finally, unable to contain herself, she tossed her piece back into the box, declaring, "I concede. I have lost." Turning to lean against the railing, she laughed heartily at the lake outside, her delicate form trembling with mirth, unable to stop. Sisters Jinglan and Jingwei exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why their aunt was laughing so joyfully despite having lost. The 6 maids present were equally bewildered, for it was rare to see Miss Danran lose her composure in such a manner. Zhang Yuan turned around, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, I see now. Miss Shang has cleverly played with me, forcing me into deep thought." Shang Danran, having gradually quelled her laughter, found herself chuckling once more at Zhang Yuan's words. Bending slightly forward, unable to turn back, her laughter echoing unabated. Zhang Yuan gazed at the young lady who was laughing so heartily that her delicate figure appeared to quiver with joy. Her blend of seriousness and playfulness truly delighted him. In truth, when Shang Danran mentioned the move of Pingwei Wangran, he instantly realized that she was teasing him, for that position already contained a piece and could not possibly be stacked. However, to reveal the ruse immediately would render the moment rather dull. Therefore, he feigned a perplexed demeanor, deeply contemplating the matter. This was not mere foolishness, but rather an expression of charm. Chapter 60. A calm heart in turmoil. The young girl. Shang Jinglan glanced at her amused aunt, Shang Danran, and then at Zhang Yuan, still perplexed by the situation. She inquired, "Aunt, where exactly is the move Pingwei Wangran placed?" Since Master Zhang had no response, how did you concede? Shang Danran's laughter diminished, yet she remained turned away, her charming face flushed with a delightful embarrassment. When her aunt did not respond, Jinglan turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, Master Zhang, where is the move Pingwei Wangran? Zhang Yuan gracefully approached, placing a white stone atop a black one in the center of the board, smiling as he said, right here. Aha! Young Jinglan suddenly understood, bursting into laughter. So it turns out my aunt was teasing Master Zhang. How amusing. Can we say it's a case of though defeated, still honored? Just as Shang Danran was about to maintain her composure and turn around, her niece's remark made her laugh again. Unexpectedly, the more mischievous younger sister, Jingwei, chimed in. Master Zhang, though you have won, you are still humiliated, for you have been played by my aunt. Unable to contain herself, Shang Danran leaned against the railing. Her slender waist soft in her lake green narrow-sleeved robe, accentuating her graceful silhouette. She could be seen to possess long, straight legs, and in that moment, she disregarded the propriety of her posture, laughing so heartily that she nearly collapsed, prompting two maidservants to rush forward to support her. Zhang Yuan observed all this, appreciating the unrestrained spirit of this lady. Seeing their aunt so cheerful despite her loss, sisters Jinglan and Jinghui joined in the merriment, filling the pavilion with joyous laughter. Laughter is infectious. The maidservants, too, felt inexplicably uplifted, their faces beaming with smiles. The young servant, Wuling, was particularly cheerful, reveling in the fact that the young master finally revealed his skill, having previously refrained from doing so, evidently for the sake of impressing his aunt. Eventually, Shang Danran managed to compose herself and turned to face Zhang Yuan, who had stepped past the maidservants to approach. Standing by the railing, she asked, Master Zhang, your chess skills are remarkable, with quite an unconventional style. May I ask from whom you learned this game? Although Zhang Yuan had won decisively, he had also recognized Shang Danran's prowess, noting that her skills were slightly superior to Zhang Dai's, placing her about 2 moves ahead of him. Zhang Yuan replied, my style is derived from the wild fox Zen. I have not been tutored by any renowned Go masters. However, I observe that Miss Shang's play is quite honorable, suggesting she has received guidance from an esteemed teacher. Shang Danran responded, I had the privilege of learning from Guo Balan, a master from Wuxi, who visited my elder brother 5 years ago and stayed with us for several months. He imparted some knowledge of the game to me, though my youthful understanding is limited. So I hope I do not embarrass you, Master Zhang. Zhang Yuan nodded. Guo Balan, I am familiar with him. A grand master indeed. He was well aware of Guo Balan's reputation. Before the rise of Huang Longshi, Guo's skills were legendary, admired by prominent figures such as Yu Xianggao and Qin Qianyi, and his official game manual was revered even by Wu Qingyuan 3 centuries later. A grandmaster? Shang Danran replied, somewhat surprised. Mr. Gui can only be considered a master. The true grandmaster would be Lin fucking from the capital, who surpasses all competitors. With a smile, Zhang Yuan inquired, might I ask how old Mr. Gui is? I assume he has yet to enter the capital? Shang Danran explained, Mr. Gui is still in his youth and is said to have entered the capital earlier this year. Ah, that explains it, Zhang Yuan mused. Once Guo Balan arrives in the capital, Lin fucking's dominance in the chess realm will surely be challenged. Do you know Mr. Gui? Shang Danran asked, intrigued by Zhang Yuan's certainty. I have not had the pleasure of meeting him, Zhang Yuan replied, but I have studied his game records, leading me to confidently predict that for the next 40 years, the chess world will be his domain. Oh, Shang Danran found the young man's remarks quite engaging and smiled as she asked, it seems your skills now rival those of Guo Balan 5 years ago. Do you not aspire to face him one day? Yes, a battle of 300 rounds, interjected Jinglan, excitedly echoing her favorite phrase. Zhang Yuan chuckled. I do not wish to wield my skills to navigate the corridors of power, so I shall leave Mr. Gui to his reign. Shang Danran stifled a laugh, contemplating a question she refrained from voicing. However, her young niece, Jingwei, posed it for her. What does Master Zhang intend to do if not play chess? Of course, I aspire to study, to take the imperial examination, and to serve in office. Chess is also part of my pursuits, Zhang Yuan responded. Shang Danran raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised by his answer, and asked, and what is the purpose of serving in office? I suppose it is to accomplish more, Zhang Yuan replied thoughtfully. I have yet to fully determine my path. I prefer to see how it unfolds. Shang Danran smiled and asked, do you believe you can win your wager with Yao Xingyuan? Zhang Yuan nodded confidently, I believe so. What is the topic for the 8-legged essay? She inquired. I cannot say at present, Zhang Yuan laughed, for Yao Xingyuan is a renowned litigator. He wouldn't leave such a large loophole. The topic will be proposed by Yao Fu, and Mr. Lu Qidong along with county scholar's son will oversee it to prevent any arbitrary topics from arising. For the essay must adhere to proper standards. Thus, you must gain the approval of 36 out of 54 scholars to be deemed victorious, correct? Shang Danran confirmed. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. How long have you studied the art of prose, Master Zhang? She asked. I have just completed reading the 8 Masters' collection and essence of prose. Today, I am accompanying my brothers to the gardens for leisure. After which I will retreat to study the 8-legged essays, Zhang Yuan replied. Shang Danran was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this youth arrogant? Yet he spoke with such calmness and humility, devoid of any arrogance. Was he ignorant? His discourse was measured and insightful, far from the foolishness of the naive. Moreover, having just lost and go to Zhang Yuan, she felt an undeniable psychological influence. Zhang Yuan truly had the potential to win the wager. As the rain continued to fall for a while, the elderly maid, Liang Ma, murmured, May the rain cease soon. My Miss Jingwei is hungry, and so is Miss Jinglan. Isn't that so? Yes, I am quite hungry, Jingwei admitted. Suddenly, Jinglan proposed, if this rain continues unabated, with stormy waves in the lake, and our boat unable to set sail, shall we starve here? Her words elicited laughter from all, and as they looked outside, the stubborn clouds began to part, revealing a clear sky, and the rain gradually ceased. Several maidservants began to tidy up their belongings in preparation to depart. For some reason, Shang Danran felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Just moments ago, she had been serene and content, yet now she was enveloped in an inexplicable sorrow. A feeling that lingered and would not dissipate. She casually asked, When is your wager with Yu Yuan, Master Zhang? It is on the 29th of October. Will Miss Shang be attending to witness? Zhang Yuan replied. Shang Danran's face flushed, and she shook her head. How could I possibly attend? After a brief pause, she added, I shall first wish you success in winning the wager against Yu Yuan. As she spoke, a smile crept onto her face. Zhang Yuan gazed at her smile, causing Shang Danran to turn her head away, her heart filled with embarrassment rather than annoyance. Despite his youthful appearance, there was a maturity in his speech and demeanor, especially in his gaze, which seemed to penetrate into the depths of one's heart. As she lowered her eyelashes, avoiding Zhang Yuan's eyes, she noticed the damp hem of his blue robe and the wet prints left by his shoes, each step leaving a delicate mark upon the ground. Shang Danran felt a flurry of emotions within her. Chapter 61. Zhang Zhizai values beauty over friendship. After the rain, the air was fresh, and the island's flora glistened with droplets. The stone steps were somewhat slippery. Thus, the boatwoman, Ma, carried Shang Jinghui down first, while the other servants unloaded the chess table and other items from the boat. Zhang Yuan and Wuling followed, walking at the rear. Upon reaching the island's shore, they discovered the small, unroofed boat had accumulated half a foot of water in its bottom. Clearing this water would take nearly half an hour, and a wooden scoop was necessary. Of course, if one were strong enough, they could drag the boat ashore and turn it upside down. But it was evident that Zhang Yuan and Wuling lacked such strength. Little Jinghui, ever the loyal friend, cheerfully exclaimed, Brother Zhang, you can't take that boat. Come sit in ours. It has a canopy, so we need not fear the rain. The 4 bowwomen of the 2 black canopied boats looked to the young lady, Shang Danran, awaiting her command. The wind was brisk on the lake, tousling Shang Danran's golden hairpin and pearl headscarf. As she brushed a strand behind her ear, it effortlessly slipped back out. Unaware of the grace and charm inherent in her movements, the silk narrow-sleeved robe she wore was blown to one side by the wind, accentuating her elegant figure. Shang Danran replied, Yes, Brother Zhang and his companions may take this boat. Huang Ma, Kai Gu, please escort Brother Zhang to the east shore. The 2 bowwomen complied, untying the ropes and boarding the boat. Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude to Shang Danran and, with Wuling, stepped onto the left black canopied boat. Unexpectedly, little Jinghui followed, extending her small hand from the shore. Brother Zhang, pull me up. I want to ride in this boat too. The rocky shore was treacherous and slippery from the rain, and Zhang Yuan feared Jinghui might slip and fall into the lake. Quickly, he reached out to grasp her hand. With his support, the little girl grew bolder, stepping onto the boat's bow, laughing joyfully, and waving to Shang Danran and Shang Jinglan who remained on the shore. Auntie, sister, hurry up. The boat is leaving. Shang Danran hurried over, urging, Jinghui, come back to shore. We will take that boat. She pointed to the other black canopied boat. No. Jinghui insisted, I want to ride in this boat. Auntie, quickly come aboard. Zhang Yuan understood that Shang Danran was unwilling to board. They would save that for another day. He said to her, "Miss Shang, why not board this boat? I will go to the other one to prevent Miss Jinghui from moving about." However, Jinghui tugged at Zhang Yuan's hand, declaring, "Brother Zhang must also ride in this boat. It will be lively if we all stay together." With no other option, Shang Danran instructed the elder servant, Liang Ma, and another young maid, "You two go to that boat and keep an eye on Jinghui. Be sure she doesn't wander around." The two servants nodded and boarded Zhang Yuan's boat. Liang Ma guided Jinghui into the cabin, where they settled. Jinghui asked, "Auntie and sister are not coming?" Liang Ma replied, "Auntie and sister are taking that boat." Jinghui protested, wriggling her body in discontent. Zhang Yuan quickly interjected, "Miss Jinghui, would you like to hear a story? How about that?" Upon hearing story, Jinghui immediately ceased her fussing, her bright eyes wide with anticipation. "What story is it?" As the boatwoman pushed off from the shore, Zhang Yuan adjusted a famous comedic tale by Ma Sanli, changing the thief's name to Cheating You. Initially, Jinghui did not understand, but after Zhang Yuan repeated it, she realized it was about a thief trying to deceive a child. Jinghui laughed heartily, prompting Liang Ma to open the cabin window and shout to the following boat, "Auntie, Auntie." Shang Danran leaned out from the neighboring boat and heard Jinghui exclaim, "Auntie, Brother Zhang told me a funny story. It's so amusing. Can I tell you about it?" Shang Danran replied, "All right, you can tell me later. For now, stay seated and don't move around." Impatient, Jinghui clung to the window, eager to share her story. "Auntie, there was a thief who wanted to steal vegetables from a family's garden, but a child was guarding it. While the child's father was inside fixing tools and told the child, suddenly, the boat jolted, startling Jinghui. She turned to see they had already reached the shore. Zhang Yuan gently squeezed the delicate little hand of the girl, smiling, "Miss Jinghui, I'm going ashore now. Farewell." "Where is Brother Zhang going?" Jinghui asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "I'm going home, back to my residence in Shanyin," Zhang Yuan replied. The 6-year-old girl fell silent for a moment, watching as he and his servant jumped onto the shore. Zhang Yuan waved goodbye, but she remained quiet. Noticing the change in Jinghui's demeanor, Liang Ma gently inquired, "What's wrong, Miss Jinghui? Why are you suddenly so glum?" After several prompts, Jinghui finally responded, "Brother Zhang has left." Liang Ma affectionately stroked her head, chuckling, "Oh, Miss Jinghui, Brother Zhang is not your brother. Of course, he must go back to his own home. We will return to ours soon. And your mother is waiting for you." Jinghui nodded but still felt a lingering sadness. On the shore, Zhang Yuan watched the black canopied boat carrying Jinghui turn westward. The following boat veered away before reaching the shore, preventing him from seeing Shang Danran once more. Feeling a tinge of regret, he bowed from afar, hoping Shang Danran might catch a glimpse. Suddenly, he heard someone call from behind, "Jizai, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he saw his brother Zhang Ao, accompanied by 2 servants, striding toward him. Zhang Ao playfully shoved Zhang Yuan, laughing, "I thought you had fallen into the lake to feed the fish. Where did you hide during that downpour?" Zhang Yuan pointed toward the island, saying, "I went to that small island." Just 10 paces away, Zhang Ao inquired, "Whose boat was that?" "The He family's." Zhang Yuan replied, "It likely isn't the He family's. It belongs to the Shang family. Miss Shang sent me across the lake." "Ah, the Shang lady," Zhang Ao exclaimed. "I didn't see her, but you did. How frustrating. By the way, Jizai, how does Miss Shang appear?" Zhang Yuan noticed Ning Zhu holding a rectangular wooden box and quickly asked, "Is that a telescope?" "Let me see." Zhang Ao replied, "This telescope isn't very effective. Everything looks blurry, far and near. You should try it." Zhang Yuan took the telescope, gently adjusting the copper tubes at the back to focus, aiming it at Shang Danran's boat. The square window of the canopy flashed by, so he quickly pulled back, just in time to catch a glimpse of Shang Danran resting her chin in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. Their gazes met through the telescope, and she displayed a look of surprise. "How is it, Jizai? Is the telescope useful?" Zhang Ao stretched his neck to inquire. Zhang Yuan replied, "It's excellent, very clear. Miss Shang appears almost as if she is right in front of me, clearer than when I saw her from the island pavilion. Her meticulously shaped brows resemble a painted masterpiece, and her eyes are sparkling and enchanting, just like her niece Jinghui. Yet she possesses a youthful beauty and a touch of wistfulness. Let me see. I want to know where the Shang lady is," Zhang Ao exclaimed, reaching for the telescope. Wait a moment. Zhang Yuan held it back, observing the boat turning northwest. Realizing he could no longer see Shang Danran through the window, he finally handed the telescope to Zhang Ao. "All right, You take a look. Zhang Ao leaned in closely, laughing. Jiezai, you're truly remarkable. It's indeed clear. Let me see where the Shang lady is on the boat. After searching for a while, he only spotted 2 bow women rowing with their sleeves rolled up. The Shang lady was nowhere to be seen. The 2 boats, one following the other, circled around the island and vanished from view. Chapter 62. The muddy makeup of Du Linyang. Zhang Ao moved away from the telescope, rubbing his eyes. Although he did not spot the merchant lady aboard the vessel, he discovered that the telescope was indeed quite useful, bringing distant sights close at hand, which was a delightful revelation. He exclaimed, "Marvelous, marvelous. It appears that this expenditure of 180 silver coins is well worth it." "What do you say, Jesse?" Zhang Yuan concurred. "Of course, it is invaluable, a unique telescope of the Ming Dynasty." Zhang Ao rubbed his eyes again and peered through the telescope, scanning every direction in the Shangtong garden, saying, "Wonderful. In the future, I shall take this telescope to high places and spy on the private affairs of others. Haha. It is simply ineffable." Zhang Yuan remained speechless. While it was true that many future telescope buyers harbored similar voyeuristic intentions, it was rare to express such sentiments so openly. One could act upon feelings, but propriety must ultimately prevail. After all, it was the year 40 of the Wanli era. After observing for a while, Zhang Ao asked Zhang Yuan about focusing the rotating copper tubes, laughing. "So that's how it works. To adjust for distance, one must rotate these 2 sections of the copper tube. I understand now." He instructed Ningzhu to put the telescope away. A middle-aged steward, wearing a black gauze hat and a half-worn sky-blue silk robe, hurried over, saying, "Ah, young Master Zhang, I have been searching for you. The banquet at Feitao Pavilion is already prepared, and my master awaits your presence. Please, let us go." Zhang Ao brushed off his robe sleeve and, with a stern expression, inquired, "Is the merchant lady also dining there?" The steward replied, "The eldest daughter of the Shang family has already returned by boat." Zhang Ao scoffed. "If she had an appointment with me in the Shangtong garden, why did she leave without showing her face?" The steward smiled obsequiously, saying, "Young Master Zhang may not be aware, but the eldest daughter of the Shang family has indeed met you." "Eh? Met me? Where?" Zhang Ao quickly asked. The steward explained. "While you were drinking in the Songtao Pavilion, the eldest lady of the Shang family quietly passed by." Zhang Ao furrowed his brow in thought and suddenly exclaimed, "There were indeed a few maidservants who walked past the pavilion. I even called them to join me for a drink, but I did not see the lady." The steward replied with a smile, "The eldest daughter of the Shang family was mixed among the maidservants, so she has indeed seen you." Zhang Ao cried out, "How could she do that? She was hidden while I was in plain sight. She saw me, yet I did not see her. Is this not a scheme against me?" The steward, unsure of what Zhang Ao meant, did not dare to respond. He merely said, "Young Master Zhang, it is already noon, and I believe everyone must be hungry. Let us proceed to the banquet at Feitao Pavilion. My master is waiting." "I shall not go," Zhang Ao declared angrily. "I am displeased and cannot swallow any food. I shall not disturb you." The steward, fidgeting with his hands, did not know how to respond and could only bow repeatedly. The more Zhang Ao contemplated, the angrier he became. He said, "How was I to know that the merchant lady would disguise herself among the maidservants to spy on me? Had I known, I would have sat upright, pretentiously reciting poems, instead of scolding the servants and teasing the maidservants." Ningzhu, strong of body but not particularly clever, attempted to validate his master's words, interjecting, "Indeed, my master was scolding the servants at that time, and it was I whom he scolded." Zhang Yuan chuckled, while Wuling, hiding behind him, also laughed. Zhang Ao, in a fit of rage, kicked Ningzhu's backside, exclaiming, "No wonder everything has gone awry today. It turns out I have brought along foolish people." The steward, suppressing his laughter, urged Zhang Ao to join the feast at Tingao Pavilion. Zhang Ao shook his head, saying, "I will not go. Please inform your esteemed master that Zhang Yang has returned to Shanyin." He turned and walked towards the garden gate. The steward followed closely behind, smiling and pleading. Zhang Ao stated firmly, "I have said I will not go, and I do not hold your master responsible. I understand that this matchmaking has failed. The merchant lady has seen through me, and I have no face to see your master. I can only blame the cunning of the merchant lady. I regret not heeding my mother's advice and have fallen into a trap." It was indeed true that when Zhang Ao left home, his mother, Mrs. Wang, had repeatedly urged him to comport himself with grace and refinement, emphasizing that the merchant lady was a beauty of the highest order, possessing the grace of Shi and the talent of Yongsu. She implored her son not to miss out on such an opportunity. The steward realized that he could not retain the fiery-tempered Zhang Ao, so he requested Zhang Ao to wait a moment while he hurried to inform his master. By the time master he arrived from Tingao Pavilion, Zhang Ao, Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Zhuoru had already departed in their sedan chairs. Master he shook his head, saying, I heard that the one coming for the matchmaking is Zhang Baoxing's son, Zhang Yang. I knew this matter would be difficult to harmonize. Zhang Yang is unruly and reckless, and the minister of imperial horse, Shang Mingjian, dotes on his younger sister even more than on his daughter. How could he possibly marry his sister to such a man? Let it be. Let him go. Tomorrow, I shall send a letter to explain today's events to Mr. Su, Zhang Ao's grandfather. After the heavy rain, the roads outside the city were muddy. 6 bearers carefully carried the sedan chair along the road. Near the city outskirts, the path turned to hard stone, making travel much easier. However, Wang Siren slipped on the stone path, getting half of his body covered in mud, resembling a weeping female performer. Zhang Ao burst into laughter at the sight, feeling somewhat uplifted. He ordered the bearers to pause and called out, Siren, sing a couple of lines from the Peony Pavilion. Your muddy-faced Du Linyang is quite evocative. Sing quickly. Wang Siren, unable to refuse, sang a line, breathlessly delivering, originally, the vibrant reds and purples bloom everywhere. Yet all this is left to broken wells and crumbling walls. He sang until he was out of breath, his hands still covered in mud. Zhang Ao clapped his hands, exclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful. Sing again, and move your body while you do. One cannot simply sing without action. Wang Siren, in a state of disarray, was on the verge of tears, looking to Zhang Yuan for help. Zhang Yuan said, Third brother, do not tease Wang Siren any longer. Singing like this is pointless and spoils the mood. Zhang Ao replied, I adore spoiling the mood. Remembering how the merchant lady had sent Zhang Yuan across the lake by boat, a twinge of jealousy arose within him. He asked Jesse, What were you and the merchant lady doing on that island in the middle of the lake? Zhang Yuan shot Zhang Ao a sideways glance, saying, What do you mean by that, third brother? Zhang Ao, with a playful grin, rephrased, I meant to ask if you saw the merchant lady. Is she truly as beautiful as rumored? Zhang Yuan replied, I vaguely saw a figure. It was dark during the heavy rain. And the merchant lady was on another boat while crossing the lake. Of course, I cannot speak of the chess game in the pavilion. One must be wary of gossip. Zhang Ao nodded, recalling that he had seen 2 boats. Jiezi, it seems you have a better fate with the merchant lady than I do. Perhaps you should send someone to propose on your behalf. However, she is a year older than you. In Shaoxing, it is considered taboo for a woman to be older than a man by a year. Are you concerned about that? Zhang Yuan laughed. I am not concerned. Zhang Ao burst into laughter. So you are interested, then? Ha ha. Jiezi, you are stealing the limelight. Today, Zhuoru and I are merely accompanying you on your matchmaking endeavor. Zhang Yuan replied, I have stated beforehand that I will not discuss marriage matters until I have passed the imperial examination. Zhang Ao laughed. Very well. Let the merchant lady wait for you. In 2 years, when you pass the examination, you will be 17, and she will be 18, joyfully entering the bridal chamber. Zhang Yuan fell silent, refraining from further conversation, knowing that otherwise, Zhang Ao would only become more lewd in his comments. Zhang Yuan alighted from the sedan chair in front of the academy and returned home with Wuling, arriving just as the clock struck noon. Both master and servant were ravenous. And as they sat down to eat, the meal seemed exceptionally delicious. Just as they were enjoying their food, they suddenly heard the neighing of a mule from the back garden. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, It sounds like the white mule, Shuejing, is calling. A little maid named Tooting replied, It is indeed the white mule calling, the one that Miss Xinjin caught. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily, realizing that the escaped white mule had been captured by Mu Xinjin, and asked, Where is Xinjin? Tooting replied, Sister Xinjin came here for lunch and then left not long ago. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yuan went to the back garden to see the white mule. This mule was tall and robust, likely a cross between a male donkey and a female horse, commonly known as a mule. Its coat was entirely white, and it was tethered to a wooden stake, restlessly rubbing its back against the wall. Zhang Yuan commanded, Xiao Wu, take this white mule over to the west side. He pondered for a moment and then thought, it would be wise to keep them here for a few days. If I take them back now, they might end up being severely beaten by the third brother. Perhaps it is best to wait until my elder brother, the heir, returns before sending them back. Chapter 63, The Yao's bookstore. As Zhang Yuan observed the white mule in the backyard, his mother, Mrs. L, approached him, inquiring about his meeting with Miss Zhang Ao. Zhang Yuan did not conceal anything from his mother. He recounted every detail, Sensitive as always, Mrs. L examined her son with curiosity, noticing a spark in his eyes that was absent before. With a cheerful smile, she asked, "My son, do you have affection for that merchant lady?" Before his mother, Zhang Yuan would always remain her child, feeling a bit bashful under her gaze. He lowered his eyes to his toes and softly replied, "Yes." Mrs. L felt a mix of joy and worry. Her son had awakened to the allure of youth, indicating that he was truly maturing. What mother would not feel delighted? However, the disparity between the Zhang family and the distinguished merchant clan of Kuaiji weighed heavily on her mind. Shang Danran, the younger sister of Shang Zhozhua, the vice minister of the Ministry of Rights, was well regarded for her beauty. Shang Zhozhua had been a diligent county magistrate in Fujian for several years before ascending to a position in Nanjing and later in the capital. The Shang family of Kuaiji had historical ties with the Zhang family of Shanyin, as their ancestors had been contemporaneous scholars. Yet, tragedy had struck Shang Danran's family. Her father passed away prematurely, and her mother, consumed by grief, followed suit 2 years later. Since the age of 5, Shang Danran had been raised by her brother and sister-in-law, who doted on her dearly. Mrs. L tentatively suggested, "Since you are fond of the Shang lady, should I send a matchmaker to inquire about her family's sentiments?" Although she held little hope, she reasoned that a mother could always wish for her son's happiness. Zhang Yuan responded, "I am but a humble scholar for now. Let us discuss marriage once I have achieved my degree." Mrs. L remarked, "Even if everything goes smoothly, it will not be until the year after next that you can attain your degree. By that time, you will be 17, and how old is Miss Shang this year?" Zhang Yuan replied, "She appears to be 16. 1 year older than you," Mrs. L mused, her brow furrowing slightly before relaxing again. A year's difference does not necessarily indicate a mismatch. What I wish to convey is that by the time you turn 17, Miss Shang will be 18. If she becomes engaged to another in the meantime, you would be left with regret. Upon hearing his mother's reminder, Zhang Yuan grasped the rarity of an 18-year-old lady of high standing remaining unengaged in the late Ming era. Should his mother's words hold true, by the time he achieved success and rode forth on a white steed, adorned with flowers, Miss Shang might already belong to another, and he would be left with profound regret. The mutual affection sparked during their encounter at the Shang's garden might not suffice to guarantee her waiting for him, which seemed overly optimistic. "What do you propose I do, mother?" Zhang Yuan sought her counsel. Mrs. L affectionately ruffled his hair and inquired, "Do you truly believe you can win the wager against Scholar Yao?" "Do not worry, mother. I am confident of victory," he assured her. "Very well," Mrs. L replied. "Once you triumph over Scholar Yao and gain some local renown, I will have the courage to approach the Shang family on your behalf. What do you think?" Zhang Yuan had previously expressed to his mother and the county magistrate his intention to delay discussions of marriage until he had secured his degree, primarily due to the lack of suitable candidates. However, having encountered a worthy companion now, it would be foolish to cling to past statements. Marriage discussions did not equate to immediate matrimony. The notion of marrying at such a tender age required careful consideration. The engagement could be arranged first, and marriage could wait a few years. This was a significant matter. He replied, "I shall leave it to your discretion, mother." At that moment, De Shirtu announced, "Mr. Fan and Mr. Wu have arrived." Thus, Zhang Yuan's lessons resumed, with only 2 volumes of the authenticity of literature remaining. Upon completion, he would begin crafting his 8-legged essay. As the last 2 volumes were read, Zhang Yuan expressed gratitude to the 2 teachers, suggesting they enjoy some tea before he asked one of them to accompany him to the bookstore to purchase literary collections, as he would begin studying them the following day. Mr. Fan and Mr. Wu were acutely aware of Zhang Yuan's wager with Scholar Yao and had closely monitored his academic progress. In less than 20 days, Zhang Yuan had completed over 100 volumes of the 8 Great Families literary anthology and the authenticity of literature, a feat that had taken them half a year to accomplish. They were aware that Zhang Yuan's diligence was unparalleled. He dedicated over 4 hours daily to his studies, and after one reading, he retained a significant portion of the material, an achievement far beyond their own efforts. However, mastering the 8-legged essay required more than rote memorization. It demanded exceptional insight. For instance, a single prompt could be approached in numerous ways, relying on the author's adaptability. With the date being the 16th of August, Zhang Yuan had yet to read a single essay, and with only 70 days remaining until the examination on October 29th, the challenge of composing a coherent and standardized essay loomed large. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuan's calm diligence and extraordinary intelligence left Mr. Fan and Mr. Wu with no room for skepticism. Mr. Fan suggested, I will accompany young Master Zhang to purchase books. You may return home, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu replied, I have no other engagements, so I shall join as well to browse for any new novels to lighten the evening. Not far from Zhang Yuan's residence, several bookstores lined the vicinity of the academy. Accompanied by his servant Wuling, Mr. Fan, and Mr. Wu, Zhang Yuan set forth toward the academy. The academy was a level higher than the county school, featuring a principal instructor, while the county school had a teaching assistant. The layout was similar, with halls such as the Great Achievement Hall and the Mingluan Hall. Zhang Yuan would find it convenient for future examinations, as the county, provincial, and metropolitan tests were all held nearby. At the crossroads outside the academy, numerous shops catered primarily to stationery, offering a wide variety of paper: bamboo slips from Jiangxi, cotton paper from Guangxin, Xian paper from Chongqing, five-colored paper, Shuatao paper, and mirror-finished paper from Korea, among others. Ink was sourced from Huizhou, brushes from Huzhou, and various stationery items like cases, inkstones, brush holders, and paperweights were abundantly available. As they walked, Wuling exclaimed, Young Master, there is a large bookstore here. Zhang Yuan, Mr. Fan, and Mr. Wu looked up to see a sign prominently displaying the words Yao's bookstore. Mr. Fan chuckled, whispering to Zhang Yuan, What a coincidence. This is Yao Fu's bookstore. Shall we seek another? Zhang Yuan replied, This is precisely the place. Who would turn away a customer? It is perfect for Scholar Yao to learn of my diligent study of the eight-legged essay. It will surely astonish him. Mr. Fan and Mr. Wu exchanged glances and shook their heads. Mr. Fan mused that Yao Fu had been busy visiting local scholars and would likely be delighted to hear of Zhang Yuan's endeavors rather than alarmed. Beside the entrance of Yao's bookstore, a sign displayed a red paper with several lines written in the style of the Wei script. New arrivals from the owner of the Ink and Inkstone Studio in Suzhou, volumes 5 and 6 of complete ancient and modern novels. New arrivals from the 1906 Palace Examination. 30 selected works from Qianyi. New arrivals. New arrivals. Zhang Yuan chuckled, observing that advertisements for bookstores had remained quite consistent over the centuries. The four lingered briefly at the entrance before a shop assistant greeted them warmly. Esteemed scholars, are you here to purchase books? Please, come in. Our bookstore offers a comprehensive selection, high-quality paper, and exquisite prints. Feel free to browse at your leisure. As Zhang Yuan stepped into Yao's bookstore, he found it indeed spacious. Divided into three main sections: classics, histories, and miscellaneous works, with dozens of shelves neatly arranged, all filled with stacks of books, rich with the scent of ink. Mr. Wu browsed through the miscellaneous works, perusing the newly arrived complete ancient and modern novels from the Ink and Inkstone Studio, while Mr. Fan accompanied Zhang Yuan in selecting literary collections. The assistant trailed closely behind, enthusiastically recommending various titles, chattering incessantly like a crow. Fan Hongdao remarked, There is no need for your recommendations. We shall observe and choose for ourselves. If you continue to prattle, we shall take our leave. At this, the shop assistant fell silent, awkwardly standing by. Chapter 64. The Strategy of the Arrogant Soldier. The collection of essays by contemporary scholars and monumental texts of the classics was displayed together, occupying a substantial portion of the historical section of the Yao bookstore. Almost all the recent essays from the Hongdao provincial examination to the capital's metropolitan examination were meticulously gathered, edited, and published. There were special collections for the top candidates of the provincial examination and the palace examination, as well as outstanding eight-legged essays from the student examinations, predominantly authored by local scholars from Shaoxing. Notably, the prodigious talents Zhang Zongzi and Qi Hazizi from Shanyin County also had a compilation titled Prodigy's Craftsmanship, consisting of 18 pieces. Zhang Yuan picked up Prodigy's Craftsmanship, glanced through it, and remarked with a smile, This one is a must-buy. He set it aside for further selection and inquired of Fanjin, Mr. Fan, why are all the essays from the scholars of Shaoxing? Are there none from other places in the provincial examination? Fanjin replied, Different prefectures and counties cultivate distinct literary styles. Shaoxing scholars naturally study the works of local luminaries, thus increasing their chances of success in the examinations. However, the literary trends across the 12 prefectures of Jiangnan are quite similar. Zhang Yuan mused, It seems that emulating the examiner's literary preferences is of greater importance. He then asked, Is there a notable difference between the literary styles of the Jiajing era and the present day? Fanjin affirmed, Indeed, there is a considerable distinction. Contemporary essays have subtly merged with classical prose. The rigid eight-legged format fractures the classic texts, allowing authors ample room for creative expression, thereby showcasing their knowledge and talent, particularly exemplified by Master Wang Zizhong of Kuaiji. Zhang Yuan nodded, recognizing that since the Jiajing period, the influence of the orthodox Chengzhu philosophy on scholars had significantly waned. Various schools of thought, including Buddhism, Taoism, and the teachings of Wang Yaoming, along with the influx of Western learning, had surged forth simultaneously. Consequently, the intrinsic nature of the eight-legged essays, which once parroted the sages, faced profound challenges, and the rigidly didactic style had fallen out of favor. Zhang Yuan picked up a finely printed volume, which was indeed the advertised selected 30 essays of Qian Qianyi from the Gungshu Palace examination, a name that resonated throughout the late Ming period. As the foremost poet of his time and leader of the Donglin party, Qian Qianyi was renowned not only for marrying the celebrated courtesan Lu Russian but also for his later conflicts with the Ming Dynasty, which included secretly supporting anti-Qing forces. All in all, Qian Qianyi was a figure of remarkable talent yet complex contradictions. However, that was a tale for another time. It was now the 40th year of the Wanli era, the year of the Rinzi, and Qian Qianyi had recently achieved the rank of flower in the Gangshu examination. Only a couple of years ago, he was still under 30, a charming and accomplished young man. Zhang Yuan felt compelled to study his essays and decided to purchase the book. Fan Jin further recommended a renowned anthology of eight-legged essays compiled by Chen Jitai, titled The Established Essays of the Ming Dynasty. Chen Jitai, a gifted scholar from Linchuan, had been a student at 15 and, though now over 40, had yet to succeed in the provincial examination, a rather disheartening circumstance. The collection 36 topics from the Kuaiji Wang Zizhong examination was, of course, a necessary acquisition. Yet he could not find the eight-legged essay collection by Lu Zhongzhou. Inquiring with the bookstore clerk, he learned that Lu Qidong's anthology was unavailable but could be sourced from previous examination compilations. Lu Qidong had achieved success in the Wanli 29th year. The Xinqiu examination, just as Zhang Yuan was browsing for books, a young scholar in a silk gown entered the bookstore. Upon recognizing him, Zhang Yuan promptly greeted, "Brother Huang. You too have come to purchase books." This young scholar was Huang Ting, known as Huang Mo Lei, who had traveled from Zhejiang. Today being a double day, Mr. Qidong was not holding classes, so he came to see if any new provincial examination essays had arrived. Huang Ting had sacrificed this year's provincial examination to study under Lu Zhongzhou, traveling a great distance. Not dismissing his ambition, but rather to gain a stronger foothold in the upcoming provincial examination in Nanchang 3 years hence. Seeing Zhang Yuan, Huang Ting returned the greeting. "It is Brother Zhang. What books have you acquired?" After glancing at Zhang Yuan's selected essays, he chuckled. "Mr. Qidong mentioned you the other day, inquiring how your studies in the craft are progressing. Has Brother Zhang just begun to learn?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "Indeed, I appreciate Mr. Qidong's concern." Huang Ting smiled but refrained from further comment, as Mr. Qidong had previously remarked that every setback brings wisdom, suggesting that Zhang Yuan was destined to stumble and learn through experience. Huang Ting then asked the clerk if this year's provincial examination essays had arrived. The clerk replied, "The provincial examination consists of 3 sessions, 1 per day, from the 9th to the 11th. Afterwards, there will be grading, announcements, and posting of results, which will not occur until later this month. Today is only the 16th, and the yellow list has yet to be posted. As for the essays, the earliest publication will not be until mid-September." With no books to purchase, Huang Ting decided to return home. Zhang Yuan invited him to his residence for a brief visit, but Huang Ting politely declined, heading back to Dasha Temple instead. Having selected the books he intended to purchase, Zhang Yuan instructed the clerk to tally the price. In total, there were 28 volumes. 20 volumes of Chen Jitai's established essays of the Ming Dynasty, 2 volumes of 36 topics from the Kuaiji Wang Zizhong examination, 1 volume of selected 30 essays of Qian Qianyi from the Gungshu Palace examination, 1 volume of prodigies craftsmanship, and 2 volumes of selected excellent essays from local scholars. Additionally, he included 2 volumes of complete ancient and modern novels purchased by Wu Ting. The total came to 8 tales and 4 fun, a price that struck him as exorbitant. Each thin volume contained only a few dozen pages, and stacked together, they hardly measured half a foot in height. However, reflecting on the fact that these were Ming editions, and the quality of paper and ink was commendable, Zhang Yuan instructed Wuling to proceed with the payment. As the clerk weighed the silver, a sedan chair from Fujian halted before the bookstore, and Yao Fu disembarked, having rushed over upon receiving urgent news from the bookstore manager. With a forced smile, he exclaimed, "Ah, it is young Master Zhang. Your thirst for knowledge truly commands my respect. Zhang Yuan looked around in astonishment. Oh, Yao Bookstore. Is this your establishment? In that case, I shall forego my purchases. Yao Fu appeared notably affable, saying, Young Master Zhang, do not act impulsively. Buying books is one matter, while our wager is another. Let us keep our affairs separate. He inquired about the total amount, stating, for fun can be waived. So let it be 8 taels of silver. Young Master Zhang, would you care to purchase additional essays? To read extensively is to write with divine inspiration. Zhang Yuan replied, Once I finish these 26 volumes, it will be nearly the end of October. Farewell, and I shall see you at the county school then. Yao Fu stood at the entrance of the bookstore, watching as Zhang Yuan and his companions departed, a cold smile creeping across his face. He felt reassured, as he had initially worried that Zhang Yuan might employ underhanded tactics, perhaps by persuading local scholars on his behalf. Thus, he had instructed his capable servants to keep a watchful eye on Zhang Yuan and Shi Zhang. Yet, Zhang Yuan remained confined to his home, seemingly engrossed in his studies, and today had ventured to Kuaiji for leisure, while Shi Zhang carried on as usual, treating Zhang Yuan's wager with indifference. Consequently, Yao Fu was confident of his impending victory, though he felt a pang of regret, pondering why he had engaged in a wager with such a young and inexperienced scholar, even formalizing it with a contract. This young man had only just begun his studies in the 8-legged format, which felt almost like mockery to him. Recently, he had spent considerable sums on banquets and gifts, and the 20 taels he had won from Zhang Dachuan had all but vanished. Just the other day, he had been publicly humiliated by a certain Confucian scholar in Jishan. After encountering Zhang Yuan, Yao Fu resolved not to visit any other scholars, with 54 scholars in total. If he could secure the disapproval of just 19 regarding Zhang Yuan's 8-legged essays, victory would be his. He had already forged connections with those 19, and winning seemed assured, though he lamented the money already spent. Zhang Yuan, do not think that losing merely means you will never participate in the imperial examinations again. I, Yao Fu, shall not let you off so easily. With a cold grunt, Yao Fu returned to his sedan chair and departed. Chapter 65. Observing the mule grazing beginning from the 17th of August, Zhang Yuan devoted himself to the meticulous study of the 8-legged essay, seeking guidance from the esteemed literary figures of his time. Before engaging with the works of renowned scholars, he requested Fan Zhen to elucidate the general structure of the 8-legged essay. Although Fan Zhen was an older student whose own essays were not particularly distinguished, he possessed a solid understanding of the format and methodology. A well-structured 8-legged essay comprises several parts: the introduction, the main proposition, original topic, exposition, entry into the topic, concluding remarks, and a final summary, with an emphasis on rigorous structure and meticulous composition. Fan Zhen elaborated on the construction and methodology of each component, while Zhang Yuan offered slight supplements. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuan nodded and said, Very well, let us have Mr. Fan read from selected essays of county scholars. Clearing his throat, Fan Zhen adjusted his robe, crossed his legs, took a sip of tea, opened the book, and began to read aloud. They completed the reading of the 2 volumes of selected essays of county scholars within 2 hours. Fan Zhen chuckled. Then this afternoon we may delve into the art of the divine scholar. At this pace, young master, you shall finish the collection of contemporary essays purchased yesterday in no time. Zhang Yuan shook his head, replying, It would be unwise to rush through it. I am not yet familiar with the 8-legged essay, and it requires effort to comprehend. Reading 2 volumes each morning is sufficient. In the afternoon, I shall reflect and ponder at my own pace. There is no need to seek speed. Naturally, both Fan Zhen and Zhang Yuan were pleased to take a half-day's rest. Fan Zhen remarked, Then we shall return tomorrow at dawn. If young master has any requests this afternoon, feel free to send for Xiao Wu. With that, they took their leave together. During lunch, Zhang Yuan remained lost in thoughts of the introduction, main proposition, and other elements of the essay, absent-mindedly eating without paying attention to the dishes. Zhang's mother, Madame L, observed with a smile, Look at this child, so engrossed in his studies that he forgets to eat properly. She added a couple of pieces of meat to Zhang Yuan's bowl. After the mid-autumn festival, the weather had noticeably turned cooler, and a light rain began to fall in the afternoon. Zhang Yuan wandered alone in the study, reciting the 2 volumes of selected essays of county scholars in his mind, now thoroughly familiar with them. However, when he attempted to compose an essay on the same topic, he found himself at a loss, unable to break into the subject. His thoughts felt constrained and uncomfortable. Every attempt to formulate an idea seemed to stray off course, akin to running in a cramped room filled with obstacles, shrouded in darkness. where it was impossible to see the impediments. Zhang Yuan was unaware of how many steps he had taken in the study. The small maid, Tu Ting, who had been waiting outside, became dizzy from his incessant pacing and had since vanished. Growing weary, Zhang Yuan sat down and called for Tu Ting to bring tea, but received no response. He called out twice more to no avail and sighed. Tu Ting has become less obedient. She has learned to be lazy, rubbing his legs. He resolved to fetch the tea himself. What does the young master desire? The young girl, Mu Jinjin, appeared at the door of the study. Still clad in a dark blue skirt, her calves exposed, and wearing straw sandals with her toes peeking out, muddied. The only difference from before was that instead of a grass rope around her waist, she now wore a blue cloth belt tightly wrapped around her. Mu Jinjin removed her bamboo hat and placed it under the eaves to keep it dry, deftly unloading her basket, which contained half a basket of withered oranges. Due to the afternoon rain, there were few people in the Daxian Temple Square, and these oranges would go unsold. Mu Jinjin had not intended to visit the Zhang family, fearing that Madame L would buy her entire basket, which would be too burdensome for her. However, her feet could not resist the urge to head toward the academy. And upon arriving at Zhang's home, the doorman, De Shirtu, recognized her and called out, "Jinjin, sister." He then returned to watching two crickets fight in a bowl. Mu Jinjin entered the inner courtyard just in time to hear Zhang Yuan lamenting Tu Ting's laziness and hurriedly asked, "What does the young master need?" Zhang Yuan rose and said, "Jinjin has arrived. Come in and wipe your face in this rainy weather." The study contained a basin of water and a silk towel. Zhang Yuan extended the towel to Mu Jinjin, who flinched in surprise, as it was the young master's towel, and she hesitated, saying, "No need, no need. I can simply wash my face." She approached the basin, splashed water on her face, and washed her hands. Just as she was about to wipe her face with her sleeve, she suddenly realized the young master was watching her, and her hand, which had just risen, fell back down. She clasped her hands behind her, rubbing her moist hands against her waist, but the droplets on her face remained, soaking her collar. And her delicate brows were dampened, resembling the tips of a brush dipped in water. Zhang Yuan extended the silk towel toward her again, saying, "Quickly wipe your face. I have something to ask of you." Hearing that the young master had a task, Mu Jinjin took the towel, swiftly dried her face, and inquired, "What is it?" "Young master?" Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, "My throat is parched from reciting, and I desire some tea, but Tu Ting has vanished." Mu Jinjin responded, "I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare hot tea for you right away." Zhang Yuan interjected, "How long will that take? Please bring me 2 oranges to eat." Mu Jinjin promptly selected 2 large, round oranges, wiped them dry with the towel, peeled them, and presented the juicy segments to Zhang Yuan in her palm. Zhang Yuan took one, tasting a piece, and exclaimed, "Deliciously sweet. Here, Jinjin, you have one." Mu Jinjin, holding the succulent orange segment, shook her head, about to refuse. When she heard the young master raise his voice, "If I say you should eat, then eat. Do not shake your head at my words." Surprised by what seemed like a reprimand, Mu Jinjin quickly popped the segment into her mouth. When she looked up at the young master, she found him smiling and saying, "Go on, eating alone is dull. Bring more, and we shall enjoy together." The orange segments were sizable, and Mu Jinjin's mouth was small. So she filled it to the brim, her cheeks reddening. She hurriedly turned away, chewing and swallowing, then returned with several more oranges. Zhang Yuan remarked, "I shall peel them myself." As he began to peel an orange, noticing Mu Jinjin not assisting, he playfully asked, "Jinjin, would you like me to peel one for you?" In haste, Mu Jinjin peeled her own orange, her face growing increasingly flush, feeling awkward yet reluctant to leave. After consuming several oranges and engaging in light conversation with Mu Jinjin, Zhang Yuan finally felt some relief from the mental strain of the day. The effort of mastering the 8-legged essay was far more taxing than listening to ancient texts, yet the rewards were not insubstantial. He was diligently identifying the positions of the obstacles within the confines of the essay, and once he had mapped them out, he would be able to navigate freely and leap over any impediment. For now, he decided to take a break and practice his calligraphy. Mu Jinjin fetched water from the back garden to wash the brush and returned, saying, "Young master, Tu Ting is watching the white mule graze, deeply absorbed. Do not blame her." Zhang Yuan replied, "I had forgotten about the white mule. I shall go take a look shortly." After patiently practicing the Magu stele, Mu Jinjin helped him wash the brush before he headed to the back garden. At the base of the western wall in the back garden, a patch of dry grass lay beneath an overhang, sheltered from the rain. The white mule, pure as snow, rested contentedly against the wall, munching on the grass. The small maid, Tu Ting, squatted before the mule, gazing blankly as the mule's 2 rows of teeth worked rhythmically to graze, her mouth mimicking its movements. As if she too were chewing on grass. Zhang Yuan chuckled and called out. Tu Ting, the small maid, startled, awoke from her reverie and stood up, dazedly reporting. Young master, the mule is eating grass. Zhang Yuan teased. It seems you are also partaking in the feast. With a burst of laughter, Mu Jinjin, who had just stepped out, could not help but join in. Zhang Yuan continued. Enough of your foolishness. Hurry and brew the tea. After the small maid departed, Zhang Yuan turned to Mu Jinjin and remarked, Tu Ting must have dozed off while squatting here, lost in a dream. Mu Jinjin laughed and chimed in. Perhaps she dreamt of becoming a big white rabbit. Zhang Yuan smiled. Indeed, you should inquire with Tu Ting later. For reasons unbeknownst to her. Mu Jinjin felt inexplicably cheerful and nodded. Very well, I shall ask her. As the end of autumn approached, the sky was dim and overcast. Zhang Yuan gazed at the fine rain cascading from the heavens and inquired, Jinjin, has your father returned from Shaoxing? Mu Jinjin replied, I am uncertain. He had not returned by noon. Perhaps he has come back by now. Zhang Yuan then said, tomorrow, bring the little pan longstaff with you. I truly wish to see it. No excuses allowed. Mu Jinjin bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and responded, yes, young master. Chapter 66. The young lady of the Mu family. The following afternoon, Mu Jingyan and his daughter Mu Jinjin arrived together. Mu Jingyan carried a whistle stick, lifting 2 green-headed wild ducks, which he had captured from the reeds by the Shanyin Canal upon his return from Shaoxing. The tender meat of the wild ducks was too precious for the father and daughter to consume themselves, so they brought them to the Zhang family. Madame Zhang, Mrs. Liu, was busy sewing winter clothes for her son Zhang Yuan, who had grown significantly since last year, rendering his winter attire too small. Upon receiving the 2 wild ducks from Mu Jinjin, she exclaimed, the weather has turned chilly, and Zhang Yuan has been studying hard. I was just considering buying a duck for him to nourish himself. These wild ducks are far superior to domesticated ones. She ordered Yiting to instruct Suegu to stew one of the ducks with cardamom and cinnamon for the young master's nourishment, and turned to Mu Jinjin, saying, how can I accept the wild ducks your father sent without offering something in return? Yiting, give Jinjin 51. Mu Jinjin, overwhelmed, knelt and implored, Madam, if you insist on counting coins, I shall never dare to visit again. I have already been greatly troubled by the fruits I couldn't sell these past few days. It would be too much to accept your generosity on top of that. Madame Zhang quickly replied, oh, please, get up. Yiting, help Jinjin up. She refrained from mentioning the money again, instead examining Mu Jinjin closely. Despite the autumn chill, the girl still wore straw sandals, prompting her to question if Yiting had any old shoes that she could lend to Mu Jinjin. Yiting returned with 2 pairs of worn shoes, but they were ill-fitting for Mu Jinjin. Though Yiting also did not bind her feet and was a few years older, Mu Jinjin's feet were larger. Having walked barefoot for most of her life, only recently donning straw sandals, she had grown accustomed to long treks to the Shanyin Canal dock. Noticing her feet were larger than Yiting's, Mu Jinjin felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. In the affluent Jiangnan region, the practice of foot binding was widespread, and larger feet often indicated lowly status and a lack of refinement. Madame Zhang chuckled. Jinjin must have martial skills. It is only natural for her to have larger feet. Once I finish this winter garment, I shall make you a pair of blue cloth shoes. Mu Jinjin, with tears in her eyes, could hardly express her gratitude, overwhelmed by the kindness she had received. Having lost her mother at a young age and endured much hardship, any act of compassion left her feeling deeply appreciative, as if she wanted to offer her very heart in return. Madame Zhang smiled. It is nothing. I genuinely enjoy these tasks. The shoes for Yiting and Rabbit Ting were also made by me, even if the designs may not be the latest fashion. Just then, Rabbit Ting returned, holding an object and handed it to Mu Jinjin. Sister Jinjin, you dropped something. Upon seeing it, Mu Jinjin blushed. It was her small, double-ended dragon staff, which she had left on the southern corridor when visiting Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang inquired, what is this, Jinjin? Mu Jinjin replied softly, it's the small double-ended dragon staff. The young master wanted to see it yesterday. Madame Zhang chuckled. This is the small double-ended dragon staff. Zhang Yuan mentioned it during lunch. He wishes to see you practice with it. You may go to him. There is no rush to leave. Both of you can have dinner here. Mu Jinjin hesitated, unsure how to decline the invitation, feeling overwhelmed by the kindness of Zhang Yuan and his mother. Would it seem overly formal to refuse a meal? She glanced towards the western building, saying, is it all right to disturb him while he is listening to a lecture? Madame Zhang assured her. He is listening to a lecture in the morning and spends his afternoons pondering the 8-legged essays in his study. I worry he might tire himself out. It would do him good to take a break. Mu Jinjin nodded and, holding the small double-ended dragon staff, stepped out of the southern building. Standing hesitantly by the courtyard edge, she felt awkward about entering. So she turned to Rabbit Ting. Could you please bring the young master a cup of tea for me? Rabbit Ting hurried to the tea area below the southern building, stoking the fire and quickly preparing a cup of tea on a gilded tray. Mu Jinjin leaned the small dragon staff against the corridor and took the tray, entering the western study. She found Zhang Yuan with his back to the door, rapidly flipping through pages of a book while reciting, "Before the topic is broken, I am the author. Once the topic is broken, I am the article." Standing silently by the door with the teacup, Mu Jinjin was careful not to interrupt his concentration. Only when she saw him about to turn did she speak. "Young master, I've brought tea." Zhang Yuan turned in surprise. "Jinjin, is that you? Where's Rabbit Ting?" The young maid, with her hair styled in two buns, stepped forward, calling out to him while holding the small double-ended dragon staff, the longer end trailing on the ground. "Ah, Jinjin has brought the double-ended dragon staff. Excellent. Let us go to the back garden so you can demonstrate it for me," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, closing the book he held. This morning, Fan Zhun and Wu Ting had read the first 2 volumes of the formal writings of the Ming Dynasty to him. The 20 volumes compiled 420 exemplary 8-legged essays from nearly 200 years, spanning from the 17th year of Hongwu to the 30th year of Wanli, with each piece accompanied by concise commentary. The selections particularly emphasized works from the reigns of Zhagajing, Longqing, and Wanli, comprising 2/3 of the total content, making it highly practical for the imperial examination. Zhang Yuan anticipated that once he finished the 20 volumes, he would possess a clear understanding of the evolution of the 8-legged essay format over the last 2 centuries. Delighted by the knowledge gained, he decided to take a break, believing that a balance of work and rest was essential for longevity. As Zhang Yuan strode ahead, Mu Jinjin followed closely with the small double-ended dragon staff in hand, while Rabbit Ting, ever eager to witness the excitement, trailed behind. The trio arrived at the back garden, where Wuling and little Shirtu were gathering grass by the Tuo River to feed the white mule, Shiwejing. Upon hearing that Mu Jinjin was going to demonstrate with the double-ended dragon staff, they rejoiced, and little Shirtu dashed off to fetch his brother, Big Shirtu, to join them. The 2 brothers had already heard from Wuling about Mu Jinjin's skills. With a blush on her cheeks, Mu Jinjin nervously twirled the small double-ended dragon staff in her hands, feeling shy and restrained. Zhang Yuan encouraged her. "Martial arts are meant for self-defense and to uphold justice. This is your talent, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. I admire those with skills. Jinjin, begin." Nodding vigorously, Mu Jinjin bit her lip, tightened her cloth belt, and, grasping the small double-ended dragon staff, straightened her posture. She exuded a newfound confidence, shedding the image of the humble, shy girl, revealing instead a fierce and spirited soul. With a swift shout, she unleashed the staff, the motion creating a gust of wind as the staff whirled gracefully, its tip reaching out over 10 feet. Without waiting for the staff to retract, she quickly spun her wrist, altering its trajectory. In an instant, the double-ended dragon staff danced through the air, its movements mesmerizing. Each strike was potent, and a single miscalculation could result in serious injury. Madame Zhang had also come to watch, standing at the entrance with a smile, while Mu Jingyan and the 3 from the Wuling family arrived from the direction of the well. Mu Jingyan greeted Madame Zhang and her son with a bow, but their attention remained fixated on the captivating display of Mu Jinjin's skill. With another sharp shout, the fluid motion of the staff suddenly ceased. Mu Jinjin stood poised, having finished her routine, her body still and only a slight sheen of sweat visible on her forehead. At 14, the girl had grown into a graceful figure, her curves accentuated by the fitted attire. "Excellent, excellent." Zhang Yuan applauded enthusiastically, his warm gaze making Mu Jinjin blush. Madame Zhang inquired, "Jinjin, how many people could you defeat with such skills?" This question piqued the interest of Wuling, Rabbit Ting, and the Shirtu brothers, who leaned in, eager to hear her response. Mu Jinjin bit her lip, glancing toward her father. Mu Jingyan stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Madame Zhang. "Jinjin was merely practicing haphazardly. Please do not take it too seriously." Madame Zhang, of the L clan, remarked, "How could it be considered reckless practice? These dual section staffs are undoubtedly more challenging to master than a single one." Remarkably, after all this time, she hasn't struck herself even once. "Pray tell, how many foes has she bested?" Mu Jingyan could only respond, with bare hands. "I could easily fend off 4 or 5 men attempting to approach. With the small in hand, I could manage even more. Little Shirtu inquired. Is it possible to defeat 10? Mu Jingyan chuckled. Big Shirtu declared, not just that. With her prowess, I dare say she could take on 20. Hearing the exchange between the two young brothers, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but reminisce about the encounter with the Shang niece and aunt on the islet of Shangtang Garden. Shang Jinglan would surely extol Mu Zhenjin's unmatched bravery, while young Jinghui would gaze in wide-eyed curiosity. As for Shang Danran, he pondered what she might say. Zhang Yuan planned to seek guidance from Wang Siren and Kuaiji at the end of the month, wondering if he might chance upon Shang Danran again. Although the late Ming era boasted a more vibrant and liberated spirit compared to previous times, it seemed unrealistic to expect to encounter Shang Dan and while strolling through the streets of Kuaiji. Well, time will tell. Mastering the eight-legged essay remains of utmost importance. Chapter 67. Taming the Mule in the subsequent 10 days. Zhang Yuan finished listening to the 20-volume work The Literature of the Ming Dynasty and also The Crafts of the Divine Child. He completed the 2 volumes of the 36 topics of Kuaiji Wangji Chong on the last day of August. Fortunately, as it was an auditory experience, it required less mental effort. Otherwise, reading nearly 100,000 tedious words within a mere fortnight would surely have left him dizzy. The rigid structure of the 8-legged essays made them more challenging to memorize than classical texts, as they were monotonous and merely echoed the words of sages, lacking memorable highlights. Consequently, Zhang Yuan could only retain a fraction of the content, though he had thoroughly memorized Wang Siren's 36 brilliant essays. During these days, he continued to listen to books in the morning, ponder the profound meanings of the 8-legged essays in the afternoon, and in the evening, he would watch Mu Jinjin practice martial arts in the back garden. Additionally, he often accompanied several companions from Wuling to graze the white mule, Snow Essence, by the banks of the Tualau River. This white mule seemed to prefer staying in the eastern Zhang, and even when released from its reins, it would not cross the bridge back to the western Zhang. It felt remiss not to ride such a magnificent snow-white steed, so Zhang Yuan attempted to mount the mule. However, it was quite spirited and threw him off, fortunately without causing injury. The next evening, Mu Jinjin summoned her father, Mu Jingyan, holding the reins. He encouraged Zhang Yuan to mount fearlessly. Just as Zhang Yuan cautiously swung his leg over the saddle, the mule began to misbehave, trying to throw him off. Mu Jingyan, with one arm encircling the mule's neck, exerted a firm grip, preventing the creature from moving as it struggled and snorted heavily. Indeed, the yellow-bearded strongman was as formidable as rumored. After several attempts, the obstinate mule was eventually tamed. Upon seeing Mu Jingyan's yellow beard, the mule became docile. Naturally, Mu Jingyan could not attend to Zhang Yuan's riding every day, so a young servant from Wuling donned a painted mask with yellow threads glued to his chin, which proved effective. This spectacle brought much laughter to Zhang Yuan and Mu Jinjin. After several more rides, Snow Essence became accustomed to Zhang Yuan, no longer minding the absence of the yellow beard or threads. Thus, on the evening of that last day of August, as Zhang Dai and Zhang Ao exited the northern courtyard and reached the Sangong Bridge, they were astonished to see Zhang Yuan leisurely riding the white mule along the riverbank. Zhang Ao exclaimed in anger, "What a wretched beast! It would not allow me to ride it. Yet here it is, so docile under your command. It's infuriating." Ignoring his elder brother Zhang Dai's presence, he called out for a whip to punish the mule. Zhang Yuan, having successfully ridden the mule onto the stone arch bridge, dismounted and led it over. Smiling at Zhang Dai, "Elder brother, the mule is returned to you. It came to my garden, and I took care of it for a few days." Zhang Dai chuckled, saying, "I am grateful you tended to it. Otherwise, that white mule would have been beaten to death by the guest from Yan." Zhang Ao interjected, "It wouldn't have been killed, but it would have been beaten into submission. But wait, how did you manage to tame it without a whip?" Noticing the smile on Zhang Dai's face concealed a hint of disappointment and melancholy, Zhang Yuan realized that his elder brother had returned empty-handed from the autumn examinations. Having immersed himself in his studies, Zhang Yuan had not kept track of the news regarding the Hongdao provincial examinations. If Zhang Dai had succeeded, news of his accomplishment would have reached Shanyin before him, creating quite a stir. However, with Zhang Dai's return and the silence from the western Zhang, it was evident that he had failed, marking a painful blow for someone who had been hailed as a prodigy since childhood. This was his first significant setback, and Zhang Yuan felt the need to lift his spirits. Zhang Yuan replied, "You might not be aware, but I made a wager with this mule. I claimed I could recite its owner's, Zhang Zongzi, essay titled Is Literature Not Here?, from the imperial examination. If I could recite it, the mule would submit to me. If not, it would kick me. Zhang Ao erupted in laughter. So you succeeded in reciting it? Of course, Zhang Yuan affirmed. Otherwise, how could it possibly submit to me? Perhaps you should give it a try. Zhang Ao laughed uncontrollably, shaking his head. No, no, I cannot possibly recite elder brother's essay. Zhang Dai joined in the laughter, saying to Zhang Yuan, if you can truly recite that piece, I shall gift you snow essence. Zhang Ao urged Zhang Yuan to recite quickly, fearing that the mule would not remain obedient. Zhang Yuan then recited, is literature not here? Literature wanes. Even sages harbor doubts. Zhang Dai chimed in, that's correct. That is how the topic begins. Now recite the rest. Zhang Yuan recited fluently the 272 characters of the essay, without error, earning Zhang Dai's praise. Indeed, you possess an exceptional memory. This mule is yours. Zhang Yuan shook his head. No need for such a gift, elder brother. I am merely riding for amusement. I have no long journey ahead, so you may keep it. Zhang Ao chuckled. Elder brother may be unaware, but Zhang Yuan has made another wager with a notorious figure named Yao Fu, and the stakes are notably high. The wager involves Yao Fu's scholar's cap. Upon hearing Zhang Ao liken Yao Fu to a wretched beast, Zhang Dai laughed heartily. I've heard about it. I was informed yesterday while on the boat. Then, his expression grew serious as he asked, Zhang Yuan, this wager seems reckless. How can you gamble your entire career on such a trivial matter? Yao Fu's academic achievements are hardly comparable. Zhang Ao dismissed the concern. Zhang Yuan is certain to win. He has a clever plan. Our grandfather was initially furious upon hearing about the wager and summoned Zhang Yuan to scold him. But after their conversation, he allowed Zhang Yuan to dine with him, laughing all the while. I inquired about his clever plan, but he insisted that it was a secret, even keeping it from me. Turning to Zhang Yuan, he said, now that elder brother is asking, you must reveal the truth. Zhang Yuan replied, this matter cannot be disclosed prematurely. If I reveal it now, the surprise will be lost. After I learn the eight-legged form from Mr. Wang Jizhong, likely around mid to late next month, I will be ready to execute my plan. Zhang Ao was eager but could not press Zhang Yuan for details. Previously, he had feigned concern to their grandfather about Zhang Yuan's wager, expressing fears that Yu Fu was rallying support from scholars, but their grandfather, Zhang Rulin, had been unconcerned, telling Zhang Ao to go see how diligently Zhang Yuan was studying. A diligent heart shall not go unrewarded. How could Zhang Yuan possibly lose? Zhang Rulin had also seized the opportunity to lecture his grandson, Zhang Ao, who was unwilling to concede, muttering to himself, what does it mean that a diligent heart shall not go unrewarded? It certainly does, as Zhang Yuan has a clever plan. Zhang Dai then asked Zhang Yuan if Mr. Wang Jizhong had agreed to take him as a student. Zhang Yuan replied, I do not yet know if he will accept. I plan to ask our clan uncle tomorrow. Zhang Dai suggested, our grandfather is free now. You should speak to him. Thus, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Dai approached their clan uncle, Zhang Rulin, while Zhang Ao discreetly withdrew to join the scholars for wine and chess. In the study of the northern courtyard, Zhang Rulin was organizing some documents when he inquired about Zhang Yuan's purpose for the visit. Upon hearing about Zhang Yuan's month of intense study, he asked, what books have you read during this time? Zhang Yuan recounted the titles he had covered, and Zhang Rulin, testing his knowledge, found him articulate and knowledgeable. Zhang Rulin smiled and nodded. Having thoroughly read these works, you are ready to learn the eight-legged form. Tomorrow, I shall take you to Kuaiji to meet Mr. Wang Jizhong. Turning to his eldest grandson, Zhang Dai, he remarked, do you see? Zhang Yuan is both intelligent and diligent. You possess the intelligence. What you lack is his dedication. Zhang Dai nodded in acknowledgement, absorbing the lesson. Chapter 68. The family disciple on the first day of September. Zhang Yuan arose early, frolicking in the back garden before practicing Tai Chi twice. As he prepared to return to the inner courtyard for a bath and change of clothes, he suddenly heard the small door facing the Tulao River in the back garden banging loudly. He thought to himself, who is so rude as to knock at this hour? Approaching the door, he called out, who is there? Receiving no response, Zhang Yuan assumed it was some mischievous child passing by, perhaps Zhang Dingy, who had been wandering about instead of attending school lately. Just as he turned to leave, the banging resumed. Zhang Yuan spun around and shouted, who is it? This time, the response came not in words, but in the braying of a mule. Hastily, he unlatched the door to find Xu Edging, the white mule, who had come early from grazing by the river, its mouth frothy with green grass. Xu Edging had grown accustomed to staying in Zhang Yuan's back garden these days. Wuling, calling from the corridor, announced, young master, the water is ready. Zhang Yuan, delighted to see Xu Edging back, recalled how he had sent Wuling to return the mule to Zhang Dai the previous evening, and how Wuling had been quite disheartened about it. Now, seeing Xuejing return, he rushed over to lead it, affectionately stroking its neck and back. He said to Zhang Yuan, "Please don't send Xuejing back to Xizang. Can we keep it here? Wherever there is commotion, there is also the little maid, Rabbit Pavilion." Upon seeing Xuejing, she beamed with joy and chimed in, "Young master, let us keep Xuejing. It only eats grass, not food." Zhang Yuan laughed and agreed. "All right, I will inform Brother Zongzi later." Wuling and Rabbit Pavilion rejoiced, circling around Xuejing. After breakfast, Zhang Yuan, freshly attired, set out, accompanied by the young servant Wuling. They first went to Xizang to pay respects to their elder Zhang Rulin. Outside the north courtyard's Huimin, the maid who admitted them was not the same beautiful maid who blushed at a glance during their last visit. Zhang Yuan casually inquired, and the maid replied, "Are you referring to Lianxia? Her father is gravely ill, so she cannot attend to you now." Zhang Yuan mused. So the beautiful maid was indeed Lianxia. I wonder why Zhang Yi called her away. Raising his head, he saw Zhang Rulin, who wore a Lingyun cap and a straight robe, standing on the corridor steps. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan enter, Zhang Rulin smiled and said, "You have come early. I have yet to have my meal. Please wait in the study for a moment." Zhang Yuan respectfully acknowledged his elder and proceeded to the study, which was somewhat chaotic, with books and scrolls piled everywhere. This was not due to the negligence of the servants, but rather Zhang Rulin's preference for disorder, as he believed that organizing things would make it harder to find what he needed. On the desk, Zhang Yuan noticed an exquisite name card wrapped in a red cloth, inscribed with 6 small characters by Dong Qichong, whose calligraphy was renowned for its elegance. Having seen imprints of his work before, this was Zhang Yuan's first encounter with an authentic piece. Clearly, Zhang Rulin had connections with Dong Qichong, and Zhang Yuan hoped to meet the illustrious figure himself someday. The desk was cluttered with books on phonetics and etymology, and a huizhou brush lay atop an inkstone, half-dried ink still present. There was also a neatly bound blank book, with a few lines written in small script on the first page, suggesting that Zhang Rulin was compiling a collection of rhymes. After waiting for a short while, a young attendant came to summon Zhang Yuan to the main hall. Zhang Rulin was already prepared, accompanied by 2 attendants and 6 strong servants. Zhang Rulin rode in a covered sedan chair, while Zhang Yuan took a rope chair. The group of over 10 people set off toward Kuaiji, which was approximately 7 or 8 li from the Shanyin Academy. Crossing the Fu River led them to the city of Kuaiji. Zhang Rulin informed Zhang Yuan, "Xuan's retreat at the foot of Kuaiji Mountain is yet to be completed. He is still residing in the city. I sent someone last night to confirm, to avoid an unfruitful visit today. Furthermore, Xuan holds you in high regard, stating that when you visit, he will come out to greet you personally." Zhang Yuan replied, "Recently, I have read Xuan's 36 essays and was quite astonished. I did not expect such literary talent and imagination could flourish in contemporary writings, rivaling that of Tang and Song prose." Zhang Rulin smiled. Learning the contemporary style is easier when emulating Lu Qidong, but it is challenging to master the style of Wang Xuan. You must apply yourself diligently. Do not end up imitating a tiger only to resemble a dog. As they spoke, they passed by Xinghua Temple, surrounded by apricot trees, which, in this late autumn, had shed all their leaves, leaving the branches bare. Wang Siren's residence lay just east of the temple. A Zhang family servant had arrived ahead to announce their presence, and by the time the 2 sedan chairs halted before Wang's gate, Wang Siren had already come out, clasping Zhang Rulin's hand and exclaiming, "Suan, you have arrived quite early. It is still quite early in the morning, and you are already here from another county." Zhang Rulin chuckled. "Xuan's reputation is widespread. My grandson is eager to learn from him, hence we arrived early to await his presence." He then called out, "Zhang Yuan, do not linger. Come and pay your respects." Zhang Yuan stepped forward to bow. Wang Siren looked Zhang Yuan over with a smile, saying, "After more than a month, Zhang Shixiang appears more refined. I presume you have gained much from your studies." Zhang Rulin affirmed. Indeed, Zhang Yuan has diligently studied Kuaiji Wang Jizhong's 36 essays and has gained considerable insight. Wang Siren welcomed Zhang Rulin and Zhang Yuan inside, and as they walked, Zhang Yuan remarked, "The booksellers in Shanyin are despicable. They have printed my works without permission at exorbitant prices and have not given me even a half-tael of silver." Zhang Rulin laughed. "Do you think the booksellers in your county would willingly share their profits with you?" Wang Siren added, "The booksellers in Kuaiji are particularly odious. They encounter me on the road and boast of how Jizhong's literary collection has become popular, claiming that the woodblocks have worn out from overuse. They act as if I owe them a drink to thank them. Zhang Rulin laughed heartily. Upon entering the hall and taking their seats, Zhang Yuan stood beside his elder, not daring to sit. After tasting a few sips of tea, Zhang Rulin stated, Xuan is aware of my purpose today, which is to bring Zhang Yuan to pay his respects as a disciple. The customary gifts have been prepared. Zhang Yuan, bow. Wang Siren interjected, hold on. Within less than 2 months, he has written works that are truly commendable. I must express my gratitude for such talents. Zhang Rulin chuckled. Xuan is aware of this young man's gambling matters. Being a disciple is merely the beginning. How much he learns depends on his own efforts. As for the wager, he has his own plans. There is no need for concern. Oh, Wang Siren looked at Zhang Yuan, a smile appearing on his face. Very well, but I must first test him. Zhang Rulin replied, this young man has been working diligently. Feel free to assess his knowledge. Wang Siren began by asking Zhang Yuan about the books he had read recently. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's responses, he nodded in approval. Indeed, diligent. He then posed 6 difficult questions from the 8 great families' essays and the authenticity of literature, to which Zhang Yuan answered one by one. Zhang Rulin stroked his beard, nodding in evident satisfaction with his grandson's responses. Wang Siren's queries were not easily answered by rote memorization. Wang Siren praised. This young man possesses extraordinary intelligence and analytical skills akin to that of an old scholar. Such insight is beyond that of a mere child. Very well. You shall stay here with me. I will teach you for 3 months. With 3 months, you will grasp the essence of my literary insights. However, to truly master the 8-legged essay, you will need at least 3 years of diligent practice. Zhang Yuan immediately performed a formal bow to acknowledge his apprenticeship. Wang Siren invited him and his elder to lunch. Zhang Yuan, wishing to inform his mother of his decision, returned to Shanyin with Zhang Rulin, agreeing to visit Wang Siren's residence the next day, officially becoming a disciple and residing with the Wang family for continuous learning. Chapter 69. The veteran of romance, upon hearing Zhang Yuan mention that he would reside at the Wang family home in Kuaiji for 3 months to pursue his studies. Zhang's mother, Lu Shi, felt a twinge of discontent. Her son had never been away from her for even a day. She remarked, my son is accustomed to living at home. It may be quite inconvenient for him in someone else's house. Zhang Yuan reassured her, Mother, there is no need for concern. I can take care of myself and will return home every 3 to 5 days. The residence of Master Xue and is not far, merely 7 or 8 miles away. Understanding the importance of her son's education, Lu Shi chose not to argue further. That night, she tidied up his clothes and stationery, and the following morning, she instructed Shi Shuang to carry his belongings and accompany Zhang Yuan to the residence of Wang Siren in Kuaiji. She also sent along the young servant Wu Ling to attend to her son. Although she initially intended to summon a sedan chair for Zhang Yuan, he insisted on walking. At the bamboo gate, Zhang's mother reminded him to return by the 5th day of the month and cautioned him to keep warm in the chilly mornings and evenings. She advised him not to stay up too late studying for the sake of his eyesight, and expressed concern about whether he would adapt to the food at the Wang household. Her words, tinged with worry, came out somewhat repetitively. Zhang Yuan chuckled, Mother, this is hardly a long journey. I am not even 10 miles from home. Lu Shi smiled. Very well, I shall say no more. Off you go. Watching her son and Wu Ling walk ahead, with Shi Shuang carrying the luggage behind, they rounded the academy and vanished from her sight. She then returned to the inner courtyard, first visiting the study in the west wing. The desk, ink, paper, and inkstone had all been cleared away. With her son absent, the place felt eerily empty without the sounds of studying. She thought to herself, my son excels in his studies and writes remarkable essays. Soon, he will sit for the provincial examination in Hongdao, and then head to the capital for the imperial examination. That will be the real journey. And I will have even greater worries then. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly interrupted by the voice of Mu Jiangnan, who asked, Madam, has the young master already departed? Turning around, Lu Shi saw Mu Jiangnan standing by the door of the study, slightly bent over, her heavy bamboo basket on her back. Why are you here so early, Jiangnan? Is there something you need? Lu Shi stepped outside and noticed the young maid's rosy cheeks glistening with a thin sheen of sweat. Her straw sandals covered in dust, indicating she had traveled quite a distance. Mu Jiangnan wiped her brow and, slightly breathless, explained, the young master enjoys oranges. Since he will be away for several days at Kuaiji, I went to the dock to fetch a basket of oranges for him to take along. Madam, when did the young master leave? The dock at Shanyin Canal is over 20 miles away. What a foolish child. Oranges can be bought anywhere. There was no need for such haste. Lu Shi felt a surge of warmth in her heart and urged, "You have just missed him. Hurry, you might catch up." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Jiangnan turned and ran. She chased after him for about a mile east of the academy, nearing the Fu River. When she finally spotted Zhang Yuan's figure, "Young master, Zhang family young master," she called out. Zhang Yuan halted and turned to see Ming Jiangnan approaching at a brisk pace. Once she reached him, the maid appeared somewhat bashful as she said, "I have brought oranges for you, young master." Noticing her flushed face and the effort it took her to reach him, Zhang Yuan appreciated her thoughtfulness and replied cheerfully, "Perfect. I will take them with me to Kuaiji." Shuang set down his burden and combined the 2 baskets of belongings, adding 30 pounds of oranges to the load. Zhang Yuan then said, "Jiangnan, you haven't had breakfast. Have you? Come to my house to eat, and remember to visit my mother often." Delighted, Ming Jiangnan chirped, "Rest assured, young master, I will come every day." Zhang Yuan waved goodbye to her and turned toward the eastern bank of the Fu River, heading for Kuaiji County. The trio arrived at the Wang family residence near Xinghua Temple just as the sun had risen. The steward received them and remarked, "Young Master Zhang, you have arrived quite early. My master has only just risen." He led Zhang Yuan into the inner courtyard, pointing to a couple of guest rooms on the western side. "This is the room assigned to my elder master. He went to study at the Nanjing Imperial Academy last year, leaving this room vacant. My master instructed that you would occupy this room. We have also arranged a small bed for your attendant, and all necessary items are prepared. If there is anything else you require, please do not hesitate to inform me." Zhang Yuan surveyed the room, which was bright and clean, with everything neatly arranged. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your efforts, steward. Wuling, please buy a pot of wine for the steward as a token of gratitude." Wuling presented the pre-prepared 6 coins of silver, but the steward refused to accept it. Zhang Yuan insisted, "I am here to study, and I will likely require your assistance many times if you do not accept even the cost of 2 pots of wine. I shall feel too shy to ask for your help in the future." Pleased by the young man's politeness and courteous speech, the steward accepted the silver, saying, "Then this little offering is gratefully received. Have you had breakfast yet? Please wait here while I check on my master." Shuang unloaded the baskets and oranges and took his leave. Zhang Yuan stood at the door, observing the small courtyard. It was rectangular, with an 8-foot-high Taihu stone on the left, standing tall and steep. Below the stone were several clusters of Yanli red, which in the late autumn were strikingly vibrant, their leaves adorned with small, egg-shaped berries. To the right was a partition wall with a moon gate, currently shut. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "This is the western side of the inner courtyard. Beyond the moon gate lies the residence of Master Xue Un and his family." Yesterday, he learned from his distant uncle Zhang Rulin that Master Xue had 1 wife and 2 concubines, with 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son was at the Nanjing Imperial Academy, while the other 2 were still young. The eldest daughter, Wang Jingshu, married last year into the Qin family of Shaoxing, and the name of the second daughter remains unknown. He reflected that young Wang who accompanied Master Xue to the quarry must likely be his second daughter, roughly my age. While he had previously harbored some curiosity about the Wang girl who sought to purchase Jinping Mei, now, standing in the Wang residence's courtyard, he was solely focused on diligently studying the 8-legged essay form, wishing to avoid any distractions. His singular goal was to win against that troublesome litigant, after which he would have his mother find a matchmaker to propose marriage. His thoughts were straightforward. As he pondered, the steward returned, announcing that his master was requesting his presence. Zhang Yuan followed the steward to the front courtyard study to pay his respects to Wang Siren, who, as a teacher and mentor, no longer engaged in light banter. He addressed Zhang Yuan gravely. "Zhang Yuan, now that you have read hundreds of essays, tell me, what do you find most challenging about the 8-legged essay? What makes it remarkable?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I believe the most difficult part is breaking the topic. If one fails to do so well, the subsequent writing will be entirely askew." Wang Siren nodded. "Well said. Writing an essay is akin to selecting colors. The face lies in the topic, the neck in the introduction, the shoulders in the main body, and the waist in the conclusion." Suddenly, he paused, reflecting, "Why am I using such metaphors with a young man? How embarrassing." Wang Siren likened the beauty of a woman to the quality of an essay, and Zhang Yuan listened with rapt attention, feeling enlightened. When Wang Siren fell silent, he momentarily failed to grasp the reason and interjected, "Thus, the conclusion serves as the ending of the essay. The essence of the 8-legged essay lies in its balance of length and elegance, its charm resting in the distance and proximity of its themes. The face is paramount. Without beauty in the face, even the most exquisite details pale in comparison. Therefore, Breaking the topic is of utmost importance, sir. Is that the principle? Wang Siren gazed up at the wooden beams of the ceiling, contemplating. Is this truly a 15-year-old boy? He seems like a veteran of romance. Chapter 70. A desperate plea at the last moment. Zhang Yuan noticed Wang Siren's indifference as he gazed up at the sky. And he immediately realized that his illusion to beauty had been rather excessive, considering his youthful identity of merely 15 years. However, it was also due to Master Xuan's earlier jest, and he had merely elaborated upon it. Wang Siren's gaze shifted downward, catching a glimpse of Zhang Yuan, who appeared respectful and patiently awaited his words. Wang Siren slightly shook his head and remarked, "Indeed, you are diligent and possess remarkable insight. What further understandings do you have regarding the eight-legged essay? Pray, share them with me." Zhang Yuan, cautious not to overstep, replied with utmost respect. "I owe all to your guidance, esteemed teacher." Wang Siren coldly responded, "So, you are adept at drawing inferences from a single instance. I say one thing, and you are able to elaborate on it threefold." Zhang Yuan, feeling a bead of sweat on his brow, dared not speak further. Wang Siren secretly chuckled, thinking that his stern demeanor had sufficed to intimidate the boy. After all, it was he who had initiated the jest. Softening his tone, he advised, "Young man, be mindful of your desires. You are not yet 16. Indulgence can be detrimental to your health, and do not neglect the cultivation of your character." Zhang Yuan felt as if he were inescapably mired in a misunderstanding. How had he become perceived as a lecherous youth? He found himself unable to clarify and could only humbly accept the admonition. Wang Siren was somewhat pleased with Zhang Yuan's earnest and sincere demeanor and began to instruct him. Before the Wanli era, the opening lines of the essay often consisted of 3 or 4 sentences. However, since the beginning of Wanli, the introduction must be limited to 2 sentences. It is imperative to avoid redundancy. A phrase that encroaches upon the upper text is deemed redundant, while one that intrudes upon the lower text is considered erroneous. The essence of an excellent introduction lies in its fluency, elegance, adherence to classic norms, and naturalness. For major topics, the introduction should be concise and dignified, while for minor topics, it should be harmonious and skillful. For county and provincial examinations, this might suffice, but for the higher examinations, the examiners are masters of the eight-legged essay, discerning in their judgment. If they find the 2 introductory lines striking, then the essay stands a good chance of passing. Conversely, if the introduction is lackluster, no matter how splendidly the remainder is written, it may easily be overlooked by the grading officials. This is wisdom born of experience from masters of the eight-legged essay. Relying solely on one's own intuition will not yield such clarity. Zhang Yuan listened attentively, unconsciously closing his eyes, a habit he had developed, only to suddenly realize that Master Xuan was not like Fanjin or Zhan Xiyuan. It was unbecoming for a student to close his eyes in front of a teacher. Wang Siren noticed Zhang Yuan's eyes fluttering open and had heard of his reputed ability to memorize with ease. He chuckled, "No matter. Do as you find convenient for memory retention." He then shared further insights on the art of introduction, concluding, while it sounds facile when faced with a topic, crafting an introduction that is fluid and skillful is no simple task. I shall first teach you to introduce the 4 books in a concise manner. But there is a prerequisite. Merely being able to recite the 4 books from memory is insufficient. You must also be able to analyze and synthesize them. To analyze and synthesize means you must be able to extract a sentence from the 4 books. Such as Confucius saying, "Clever words and an ingratiating demeanor are rarely associated with benevolence." You must then be able to recall all other sentences from the 4 books that bear similar meanings. I shall give you 3 days. And upon the 3rd day, I will assess your comprehension. Having imparted his words, Wang Siren returned to the inner courtyard, leaving Zhang Yuan to study in the front courtyard study. The 4 books, the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, the Analects, and Mencius, were essential for those seeking to pass the imperial examinations. Excluding Zhu Shi's commentaries, the Great Learning and the Doctrine of the Mean contained only a few thousand characters, while the Analects comprised over 10,000 characters, and Mencius was slightly longer, exceeding 30,000 characters. For Zhang Yuan, who could recite Zhu Shi's annotations with ease, this total of 50 to 60,000 characters was certainly manageable. However, as Wang Siren had noted, rote memorization was futile. One must be able to analyze and synthesize, necessitating that Zhang Yuan methodically explore, integrate, and discern each sentence, showcasing the mental exertion that the eight-legged essay demanded. Having already committed the 4 books to memory, Zhang Yuan did not need to consult the texts. He sat in the study's grand chair, akin to a monk in meditation. pacing the room every half hour before returning to his seat to reflect deeply. Outside, Wu Ling, a young servant, perched upon a small stool, remained at the ready for his master's commands. As noon approached, Steward Wang came to summon Zhang Yuan and his servant for lunch. The meal, served in a food box, had been delivered to the western chamber, featuring fresh fish, salted meat, and seasonal vegetables, accompanied by fragrant Shaoxing rice. After their meal, Wu Ling returned the food box to the kitchen, and Zhang Yuan resumed his pacing in the front study, silently organizing the meanings within the 4 books. Feeling bored, Wu Ling, unfamiliar with the other servants of the Wang household, found no one to converse with and, in his idleness, began to peel an orange. Noticing that his master's teacup had emptied, he went to the kitchen to fetch a cup of hot tea for him. As the afternoon stretched on, Wang Siren emerged from the inner courtyard and approached the study. Upon seeing Wu Ling, who was dozing off, he waved his hand to indicate silence. He then glanced into the study, where Zhang Yuan sat with his eyes closed and seemingly still, save for his hand occasionally tapping the table, which might have led one to believe he was asleep. Wang Siren smiled lightly and, accompanied by 2 young servants, departed for his appointment. The afternoon dragged on, with Wu Ling dozing outside the study, unaware that his master was being observed by a strikingly handsome young gentleman who stealthily approached the study. After glancing at the drowsy Wu Ling, he wrinkled his nose and turned to peer inside, observing Zhang Yuan sitting still with his eyes shut. Waiting for a moment without any sign of movement, the young gentleman quietly stepped into the room, taking a seat across from Zhang Yuan, remaining motionless yet with wide open, bright eyes. Zhang Yuan was absorbed in contemplating the relevant phrases concerning marital principles from the 4 books. Pondering the wisdom of the foolishness of husbands and wives can be understood and the shortcomings of husbands and wives can be practiced. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance and, upon opening his eyes, gasped in surprise, standing up abruptly. The young gentleman on the other side of the table, amused by Zhang Yuan's startled reaction, chuckled and said, "Do not be alarmed, Zhang brother, it is I." Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "It is precisely because I know it is you that I am startled." He returned the courtesy, saying, "Oh, it is you, Wang brother. I was deeply engrossed in pondering the meanings of the 4 books. Please do not disturb me, lest Master Xuan scold me." This Wang lady, appeared more spirited within her own home. She replied, "It matters not. My father has gone to the Yanqing temple, where the old monk is treating him to a vegetarian meal and discussing Buddhist teachings. He will not return for a while. Let us converse." Zhang Yuan felt a pang of distress. This was not a scene to be played out lightly, for it was the late Ming Dynasty, and young men and women could not converse freely. He replied, "I apologize, but I am pressed for time and must focus on my studies of the 8-legged essay." Zhang Yuan's tone was somewhat brusque, yet the Wang lady did not take offense. Instead, she expressed understanding, saying, I know. You are preparing to wager with a scholar named Yao, are you not? But can you really grasp the material with such last-minute efforts?" "Last-minute efforts," Zhang Yuan lamented. "One must at least make an effort, and I am indeed striving to study diligently," the Wang lady enthusiastically suggested. "If the topics have been predetermined, you might consider having someone write for you." Zhang Yuan replied, "That would not suffice. The topics are chosen on the spot." The Wang lady responded, "Then there is no choice but to rely on yourself. What did your father instruct you to learn today?" Zhang Yuan recounted that Master Xuan had tasked him with organizing and summarizing the meanings of the 4 books. To his surprise, the Wang lady exclaimed, "I knew my father would employ this method. He used to teach my brother in the same way. In fact, my father has already compiled a thorough manuscript. Wait here. I shall fetch it for you." With that, she turned and dashed away like the wind. Wu Ling, rubbing his eyes, entered and asked, "Young master, who was that person just now?" Zhang Yuan could only reply, "It was young Master Wang." Wu Ling recalled, It was the Wang gentleman we encountered at the quarry. Wasn't it? No wonder you seemed familiar. Why did he leave in such haste? It startled me." Chapter 71. A daughter's guise. Scarcely a moment elapsed before the Wang damsel reappeared, her cheeks flushed and breath slightly labored. She hastily presented Zhang Yuan with a thick volume, stating, "This is a compendium of 4 books analyses compiled by my father, specifically tailored for writing 8-legged essays. Take a look." Zhang Yuan received the weighty tome. Observing the unadorned cover, he opened it to a page adorned with Wang Siren's elegant calligraphy. He exclaimed in admiration and, after absorbing 2 pages, confessed, "A thorough study of this work would effortlessly resolve the initial stages of 4 books essays. It is practically a secret manual for the examinations." The Wang maiden jested, I have perused this book myself. Without boasting, I dare say that were I to partake in the preliminary scholar examination now, securing a licentiate degree would not be beyond my reach. The young servant, Wu Ling, clicked his tongue in astonishment, tinged with disbelief. The Wang maiden cast a sidelong glance at Wu Ling and instructed, "Withdraw yourself for now. Do not impede my discourse with your young master." Wu Ling retreated outside the study, settling on a small stool to peel an orange. He mused, "Wang Kitsan is surnamed Wang, and this Wang Gongzi is also surnamed Wang. They both appear rather feminine." Zhang Yuan flipped through several pages before returning the book to the Wang maiden, declaring, "I cannot peruse this. Master Xuan would chastise me." The Wang maiden widened her eyes in disbelief. "Surely you jest. Are you truly so pedantic and rigid?" Zhang Yuan chuckled at her words, explaining, "Master Xuan desires that I cultivate my own understanding, rather than merely memorizing this book. This is not out of stinginess or secrecy, but because self-cultivated understanding is far more profound. Rote memorization may seem to offer rapid progress, but ultimately, haste makes waste." "How curious!" the Wang maiden exclaimed. "My father imparted the very same words to my elder brother. However, with your impending 8-legged essay wager against Scholar Yao at the end of October, expediency should take precedence." Zhang Yuan smiled serenely. "Thank you for your concern, but there is no need for haste. Time remains sufficient." The Wang maiden scrutinized Zhang Yuan intently before finally stating, "Very well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Apply yourself diligently." Zhang Yuan assumed she would depart after speaking, but to his surprise, she remained seated, adding, "Indeed. Apply yourself diligently. I shall observe your efforts." Zhang Yuan was caught between amusement and exasperation. "Wang Xiong," he protested, "how can I concentrate on my studies with you watching me so intently?" The Wang maiden retorted, "How peculiar. When you enter the county school and the imperial academy, will you study in complete isolation?" Zhang Yuan was rendered speechless. At that moment, a green-clad maidservant rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss Ingzi, the mistress seeks you. You must return at once." At the doorway, Wu Ling dropped the half-peeled orange in his hand with a thud, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The Wang maiden, who had been sitting with composure, flushed crimson. Without daring to meet Zhang Yuan's gaze, she rose and fled as swiftly as a startled bird. Zhang Yuan's keen ears caught the faint sound of Miss Wang Ingzi scolding the maidservant under her breath. He could not help but chuckle, thinking, now the truth is out. She will likely be too embarrassed to appear again, which is for the best. I would not wish to betray my esteemed teacher, Wang Siren. Wu Ling retrieved the orange from the ground and approached, saying, "Young master, this Wang." Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows sternly. "You are forbidden from speaking of today's events to anyone. Not a word. If it is divulged, I shall thrash you. Once matters are spread, they become distorted, and rumors proliferate." Wu Ling hastily assured him, "I would never dare. I have always been as silent as the grave. Rest assured, young master." Seeing that his young master had closed his eyes in contemplation, he withdrew outside the door, resuming his seat on the small stool, his mind awash with fanciful thoughts. He even forgot to eat the peeled orange in his hand. Although Wu Ling was but a household servant, he had accompanied his young master in reading and writing since childhood, and possessed a smattering of learning. In recent years, the theatrical performances frequently staged in West Zhang had exposed him to plays such as Romance of the Western Chamber and the Peony Pavilion, which he had watched numerous times. Having witnessed the Wang maiden's cross-dressing visit to his young master, Wu Ling was reminded of Romance of the Western Chamber. In his view, the verse beneath the Western Chamber, "Awaiting the moon, the wind gently parts the half-open door. The shadows of flowers stir behind the curtain. One suspects a jade maiden has arrived," was both accessible and evocative, far superior to grand pronouncements. Now, it seemed, his young master was about to enact a real-life version of Romance of the Western Chamber with this Wang maiden. This prospect filled the young servant with excitement and anticipation. He wondered, where is Hongdao? Where is Hongdao? For the next 3 days, Wu Ling eagerly awaited the unfolding of the drama, but to his disappointment, Miss Wang Yingzi did not reappear. His young master remained cloistered in his study, engrossed in his books. Wu Ling lamented, "It is so dull for the young master to be cooped up in the study all day. Why is it not like in the place? Could it be because there is no moon? Ah, it is the beginning of the month, so there is no moon. In a few days, there will be a moon. Let us hope it does not rain." On the afternoon of the 4th day, during the Shan hour, Wang Siren visited the study. For the past 3 days, he had largely left Zhang Yuan to his own devices. But he was aware of Zhang Yuan's silent study and deep contemplation. While it was somewhat unrealistic to expect someone to thoroughly comprehend the 4 books in just 3 days, Zhang Yuan could not be judged by ordinary standards, especially given his youthful vigor and the wager he had made with Yao Fu. Therefore, Zhang Yuan had to achieve this feat within 3 days, or else writing a fluent 8-legged essay by the end of October would be a pipe dream. Upon seeing Wang Siren enter, Zhang Yuan promptly rose to his feet. Wang Siren sat down, gazing at Zhang Yuan. "Have you managed to grasp the essence?" he inquired. Zhang Yuan replied respectfully, "Please pose your questions, master." Wang Siren chuckled. "You seem confident." "Very well. I shall ask you, how many times is the concept of benevolence mentioned in the 4 books? And what are the various interpretations of benevolence?" Zhang Yuan answered calmly and comprehensively, particularly delving into the distinctions between benevolence and wealth, benevolence and ritual music, and benevolence and the gentleman versus the petty man. Wang Siren listened with a smile, stroking his beard. He then selected particularly difficult and profound points, engaging in a question-and-answer session for some time. Finally, Wang Siren nodded in satisfaction. "So quick-witted and eager to learn. Truly a seed of scholarship." "Ha. I dare say Mr. Qidong is hoping you will lose to that Scholar Yao." Zhang Yuan responded. "Master is likely aware of Scholar Yao's misdeeds. I am merely using the wager as an opportunity to motivate myself to study diligently and, incidentally, rid our community of a pest. Would that not be a good thing?" Wang Siren, having heard from Zhang Rulin that Zhang Yuan had another plan to defeat Yao Fu, and knowing that Zhang Yuan needed to study the 8-legged essay anyway, said, "Since you have already achieved a thorough understanding, you may now peruse my compilation of 4 books notes. It contains insightful discussions on how to approach 4 books essay topics. After reading it, you should be able to handle any 4 books essay topic with ease." He turned to the young servant attending at the door and instructed, "Go to the inner courtyard study, to the marked bookshelf, and fetch my notebook with the blank cover." The young servant acknowledged the instruction and departed. Zhang Yuan inwardly groaned. The 4 books notebook was right here in the study. The previous day, when Miss Wang Yingzi had hastily left, she had not taken the notebook with her. He had not looked at it, simply placing it aside. Now, Wang Siren was sending the young servant to retrieve it, which was impossible. The situation was rather awkward, and he was unsure how to explain it. As Zhang Yuan pondered what to say, the young servant returned, reporting, "Master, I could not find the notebook. I searched the entire marked bookshelf, but it was not there." Wang Siren shook his head and said to Zhang Yuan, "Wait a moment. I shall go and find it myself." He rose to leave. Zhang Yuan quickly interjected, "Master, please wait. I have something to say." Zhang Yuan had nothing to say, other than to present the 4 books notebook. Wang Siren was taken aback. "How could it be here? I saw it in the inner courtyard study the other day." Zhang Yuan explained. "Wang Gongzi brought it here for me to read on the afternoon of the 2nd day. I have not looked at it." "Wang Gongzi?" Wang Siren frowned slightly, then appeared to understand. Without a word, he went to the inner courtyard. He returned after about half an hour, by which time dusk had fallen, and the study was shrouded in gloom. Wang Siren instructed a servant to light a lamp and said to Zhang Yuan, "Now that the notebook is here, you may read it. You could not read it 3 days ago, but now you may." He made no mention whatsoever of his daughter Wang Yingzi's private meeting with Zhang Yuan. Since Wang Siren did not mention it, Zhang Yuan naturally would not either. He thought, why make things worse by trying to explain? "I will just pretend that Wang Yingzi is Wang Gongzi." He said, "Master, I wish to return to Shanyin tomorrow to visit my mother. I shall return early the day after tomorrow." Wang Siren consented. Chapter 72. On the Yuqing Bridge on the morning of the 5th day, Shi Shuang took his young son, little Shirtu, to Wang Siren's residence, under the orders of Lady L, Yang's mother, to escort young Master Zhang Yuan home. They also brought 2 eels, each over half a foot long, and 10 pounds of dongyang dates. Wang Siren instructed his steward to return the courtesy with a piece of pujiang ham. After enjoying breakfast at the Wang residence, Zhang Yuan, his servant Wuling, and Shi Shuang's father and son set off back to Shanyin. The weather was splendid, with the autumn sun shining brightly, and the main streets of Shanyin County had already been cleaned by laborers, leaving no dust in their wake. They passed by Xinghua Temple and the Qian Su Wang Shrine, and ahead lay the boundary river between Kuaiji and Shanyin, the Fu River. Having spent 3 consecutive days confined in his study, Zhang Yuan felt a bit fatigued. Standing on the Yuqing Bridge over the Fu River, he watched the river flow ceaselessly beneath the morning sun, its surface sparkling with light. Boats traversed the river while fishermen sang their morning songs, and his heart felt light. Reflecting on the gains from his days of study, he was even more pleased. The guidance of a wise teacher, coupled with his own contemplation, indeed made a significant difference, allowing him to avoid detours and achieve results with half the effort. He recalled that the evening before, his teacher had inquired about Miss Wang Yingzi's notes on the 4 books. Surely, Miss Yingzi would clarify that she was disguised as a boy, and he had not noticed. He wondered whether the teacher believed her and whether he had reprimanded her. When the teacher came to the front yard, he appeared unfazed, yet Zhang Yuan could not discern his true thoughts. After all, the teacher was exceptionally astute. Fortunately, at just 15 years of age, he should not create too many misunderstandings. He resolved to be cautious and avoid further entanglements with Miss Yingzi, who, having revealed her secret, would likely not show herself again. Regarding Wang Yingzi, Zhang Yuan had no particular feelings. She did not evoke the same stirring emotions as when he first encountered Shang Danran. Wang Yingzi felt akin to a neighborly little sister. It would be delightful to converse with her, but in the late Ming era, one could not casually engage in conversation with a lady behind closed doors. His teacher would certainly view him as a potential son-in-law, although he had been chastised for overly embellishing his literary expressions. Yet, from the past few days, it was evident that the teacher was not overly concerned and likely believed that a young man's infatuations were to be expected. As Zhang Yuan paused to contemplate while gazing at the flowing water, Wuling and Shi Shuang's father and son also stopped to wait. The 3 of them wore cheerful expressions, with Wuling inquiring about the white mule, Shi Weijing. Upon learning that the mule had remained with Zhang Yuan, Wuling was even more delighted, saying, "Why didn't you bring the white mule today for the young master to ride home?" Little Shi scratched his head and replied, "I didn't think of that. Shi Weijing won't let me lead it, nor can my brother. Only Tooting and Sister Jinjin can." Wuling chimed in, "I can too. I have a yellow beard." Little Shi responded, "But I wore that flower-faced mask, so it still won't work." Wuling laughed, "You are too small. You cannot disguise yourself." A slender dragon-headed boat, beating its drum, passed beneath the Yuqing Bridge. Zhang Yuan leaned forward to look, asking Shi Shuang beside him, "Uncle Shi, the Dragon Boat Festival has already passed. Why are they still rowing dragon boats?" Shi Shuang explained, "Tomorrow is the birthday of the Sea Dragon King, and we must pay our respects. The Sea Dragon King temple is just over there, where we just walked past." Zhang Yuan remarked, "That is the Qian Su Wang Shrine." Shi Shuang replied, "Qian Su Wang is the Sea Dragon King. That is what the people of Kuaiji call him. The temple will be very lively." Zhang Yuan nodded in understanding. "I see, let us proceed." After crossing the Fu River and rounding the city gate pavilion, they passed between the Yushu Temple and the Shuangyi Temple, arriving at the Shaoxing Prefectural Academy. Upon turning past the academy, the keen-eyed Wuling exclaimed, "Young master, the lady is waiting for you at the door." Zhang Yuan quickened his pace, reaching the bamboo fence gate first, smiling, "Mother, I have returned." Lady L beamed with joy. "I anticipated your return." She scrutinized her son, noting, "You seem a bit leaner. Is it that you do not enjoy the meals at the teacher's house?" Zhang Yuan laughed. "The meals at the teacher's house suit my taste perfectly. I finish several large bowls of rice at every meal." "Mother, where do you see I am thin?" Lady L replied, "That is good to hear. By the way, your sister sent a letter from Qingpu. Come see." Zhang Yuan followed his mother into the inner courtyard, where he read the letter pinned by his sister, Zhang Ruoxi. Her neat script was particularly charming. In the letter, she expressed her joy upon hearing that Zhang Yuan's eyesight had recovered, shedding tears of happiness. She mentioned visiting the Guanyin Temple outside the city to offer incense and gratitude and expressed her delight at her brother's diligent studies. Since Zhang Yuan intended to visit Songjiang next March to celebrate her husband's birthday, she would send a servant to fetch him then. She also included various trivial matters about her 2 young sons, along with a bounty of dried fish from Jiaxing, Nanjing dates, Suzhou hawthorn cake, and pine nut candy. Hawthorn cake and pine nut candy had once been Zhang Yuan's favorites, but now he dared not indulge excessively. He sampled a few pieces, leaving a small portion, while sharing the rest with Wuling, Tooting, and little Shi. When Mu Jinjin visited in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan handed her the package of hawthorn cake and pine nut candy, asking her to take it home. Mu Jinjin, who now sold Shaoxing oranges and Danyang dates, said to Zhang Yuan, "Young master, I will also go to Kuaiji tomorrow." As she spoke, her dark blue eyes sparkled, clearly hinting at wanting Zhang Yuan to guess her purpose for going. Standing by the stone trough in the back garden, Zhang Yuan stroked the neck of the white mule, Shi Weijing, and turned to Mu Jinjin, saying, "Let me guess, you are going to the Sea Dragon King Temple for the temple fair, aren't you?" Mu Jinjin's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, how did you guess so quickly?" "Young master," Zhang Yuan smiled, "tomorrow you can join me in going to Kuaiji. I will wait for you at home. There is no need to rush. A slight delay is perfectly fine." Mu Jiangnan was thrilled, as the young master had voiced her hopes. She joyfully replied, "I want to have to hurry to the pier tomorrow. Today, Father accompanied me to pick up 150 pounds of dates and oranges to take home. The dates can be stored for several days without spoiling." Zhang Yuan said, "That's good. You just need to arrive here before the rooster crows tomorrow." Wu Ling held the reins of the white mule, suggesting, "Young master, why not ride the mule for fun?" Zhang Yuan decided to take a break from his studies and fully relax his mind. He had learned so much over the past 3 days that he needed to give his brain a moment to recuperate. Balancing work and rest was essential. After securing the saddle, he mounted the white mule and rode out through the back garden gate, jogging along the eastern bank of the Tola River. Wu Ling and Tooting followed, with little Tooting joyfully squealing like a bamboo whistle. At first, Mu Jiangnan ran along for a while, but soon felt a bit embarrassed. She was much older than little Tooting and no longer a child. So she stopped beneath a tall willow tree, watching as the young master rode the large white mule. Running far and then circling back, her heart filled with joy. The sound of hooves echoed as 2 tall horses crossed the stone arch bridge, moving from the west Zhang to the east Zhang. The riders were brothers Zhang Dai and Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao raised his whip, pointing at the distant Zhang Yuan, and laughed. "Elder brother, look, that fellow has got a mule and rides it so joyfully, truly a child of humble means." Zhang Dai replied, "Indeed. Shuejing is no ordinary mule. In short sprints, it rivals our 2 horses and possesses the endurance of a donkey, capable of traveling 200 to 300 li and sustaining it for 7 days, while horses cannot do so." As they spoke, Zhang Yuan approached them, reining in the white mule, and clasped his hands in greeting. "Elder brother, third brother, greetings." Zhang Dai inquired about Zhang Yuan's studies with Wang Siren, nodding. "Teacher Xuan is a young scholar. He must possess unique insights into the 8-legged essays, as long as he is willing to share his knowledge. And you are diligent in your studies, you will undoubtedly gain much." Zhang Ao remarked, "Reading those dull texts all day is utterly stifling. Life is fleeting. If you were to wait until you become a top scholar, only to suddenly meet your end, that would be truly tragic." Zhang Yuan chuckled. "Such a lament is rare. One cannot simply refrain from action out of fear of death. That sort of idleness is something only third brother would engage in." Zhang Yi burst into hearty laughter and remarked, "In just a few days, it will be the double ninth festival. My brothers and I have arranged to ascend Yusi Mountain with some friends, and you must certainly join us. The double ninth festival falls on the 9th day of the 9th month, and today is the 5th, which conveniently allows for 3 days of diligent study followed by a day of respite. As the festival is a time to honor the elderly, I shall return to celebrate it with my mother." Zhang Yuan replied, "Very well. I shall await the summons of my 2 elder brothers." Chapter 73. An unexpected encounter. The white mule, Snow Essence, usurped the rooster's dawn serenade, braying at the first hint of light. Its boisterous call silenced the rooster, whose voice paled in comparison. Zhang Yuan stretched languidly, hearing the light footsteps of the maid, Rabbit Pavilion, flitting through the corridor. Since Wu Ling's absence, she had eagerly assumed the care of Snow Essence, leading it to graze by the Tulao River each morning, supplementing its feed with beans, and diligently grooming its coat. She relished the task. This morning, fearing Wu Ling's return would usurp her duties, she bolted from bed at the first bray, eager to resume her cherished role. Wu Ling, also roused by Snow Essence's call, prepared to rise, but paused as his young master spoke from within. "Rabbit Pavilion has already gone." Wu Ling chuckled, falling back onto the bed. Let her, he said, amused. After a moment, he inquired, "Will you ride Snow Essence to Kuaiji today, young master?" Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Wu Ling hastened to the rear garden, instructing Rabbit Pavilion not to release the mule. He further directed her to provide it with beans, ensuring Snow Essence possessed ample vigor for the journey. As Zhang Yuan partook of his barley porridge and yellow cakes, Mu Jiangnan arrived from the village, 6 miles distant, bearing a heavy bamboo basket. Divided into 2 compartments by a small partition, it contained 20 kilograms each of Dongyang jujubes and Shanyin tangerines. A small scale was tucked along the basket's edge. Disregarding the customary inquiry regarding Mu Jiangnan's breakfast, which he knew she would invariably deny, Zhang Yuan simply instructed, "Fetch a bowl of barley porridge from the kitchen." "Young master, I have already eaten," she protested. "Having walked such a distance, you must be famished. Have another bowl." Meeting no argument, Mu Jiangnan acquiesced with a soft "oh," and dutifully went to partake of the porridge. Zhang Yuan smiled, finishing the remaining half of his yellow cake. Rinsing his mouth, and informing his mother of his impending visit to Master Wang Siren's residence, promising to return on the morning of the double ninth festival. Madame Lu suggested, "Perhaps you could return on the evening of the 8th, allowing you 2 nights at home." Zhang Yuan agreed. "Very well. I shall inform Master Wang accordingly." Wu Ling, brimming with enthusiasm, led Snow Essence forth. "Young master, shall we depart?" Madame Lu interjected, "My son, do not ride the beast through the streets. The thoroughfare teems with people, and should the animal become startled, it could injure others or yourself. Perhaps a sedan chair would be more appropriate." Zhang Yuan conceded, "Mother speaks wisely. I shall refrain from riding the mule through the streets." It was not a matter of disliking the walk, but merely a momentary whim. He then instructed Wu Ling to return Snow Essence to the rear garden. Madame Lu, insistent, directed Shi Shuang to escort Zhang Yuan to the Wang residence in Kuaiji. Mu Jinjin awaited at the bamboo gate, and upon seeing the young master and his companions, she quickly knelt to hoist the bamboo basket onto her back. Shi Shuang offered, "Jinjin, allow me to help you carry the load in a wicker basket." Mu Jinjin demurred, No, thank you, Uncle Shi. I am accustomed to carrying it. The distance to the Sea Dragon King Temple is not far." Shi Shuang persisted, "Then allow me to carry it for a portion of the way." Mu Jinjin remained steadfast, asserting her familiarity with the burden and declining assistance. The quartet set forth, with Mu Jinjin bringing up the rear. Her gaze fixed upon the young master's back a few paces ahead. An inexplicable joy welled within her, rendering the weight of the basket inconsequential. She traversed the Yu Wang Bridge with ease, knowing the path to Master Wang Siren's residence lay straight ahead. While the route to the Qian Su Wang Shrine required a leftward turn, Mu Jinjin inquired, "Young master, would you care to observe the Sea Dragon Festival first? There are performers portraying timely rain and black whirlwind. It is quite entertaining." The heavy basket and the rough hemp ropes strained against Mu Jinjin's shoulders, drawing back. The dark blue vest stretched tightly across the developing form of the 14-year-old girl. After 4 or 5 miles, a sheen of sweat appeared on her brow. A blush touched her cheeks, and a timid, captivating light shone in her dark eyes. Wu Ling, equally eager to witness the spectacle, remarked, "It is but the early morning hour. Master Wang has likely not yet risen." Zhang Yuan decided, "Very well, we shall take a brief look and then depart." Shi Shuang offered no objection, content to follow the young master's lead. Despite its official designation as the Qian Su Wang Shrine, the people of Kuaiji affectionately referred to it as the Sea Dragon King Temple, venerating Qian Su Wang, the ruler of the Wuyu Kingdom during the 5 Dynasties period. As the Sea Dragon King, the shrine served as a focal point for prayers during times of drought or flood, its efficacy widely acknowledged. From a distance of 2 or 3 li, the sound of gongs and drums resonated. Rounding a grove of cypress trees, the Qian Su Wang Shrine came into view. Situated on the southern bank of the official river, the plaza before the shrine was sparsely populated, with 2 large stages erected for the upcoming festival. As the hour was early, no performers had yet graced the stage, but the gongs and drums reverberated with deafening intensity. Mu Jinjin announced, "Young master, I shall go sell my fruit." Zhang Yuan replied, "Very well, I shall wander about for a short while and then depart." Mu Jinjin departed to peddle her tangerines and jujubes. Zhang Yuan, accompanied by Wu Ling and Shi Shuang, surveyed the plaza, encountering only a scattering of idle onlookers. Lacking the promised spectacle of performers costumed as Song Jiang and Li Kuei, Wu Ling suggested, "The festivities will not commence until after midday. Young master, perhaps we could return later." Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Master Wang would surely reprimand me. You may return for a brief respite, but do not linger beyond half an hour." Wu Ling, delighted, expressed his gratitude. Zhang Yuan scanned the crowd for Mu Jinjin, spotting her beneath the eastern stage, weighing fruit for an elderly man. Indeed, each pound sold appeared to lighten the load by more than a pound. Turning to Wu Ling and Shi Shuang, he declared, "Let us depart." "Uncle Shi, you may return now. There is no need to escort us further." Shi Shuang protested, "Madam instructed me to ensure your safe arrival at Master Wang's residence." Zhang Yuan shook his head, amused. "My mother continues to treat me as a child." Shi Shuang suggested, "Young master, there is no need to retrace your steps. By following the official river eastward, you can circumvent the Apricot Blossom Temple." Zhang Yuan and Wu Ling followed Shi Shuang along the southern bank of the official river. The road teemed with people, mostly suburban residents drawn to the temple fair. These fairs offered a rare respite for the common folk, providing a chance to alleviate the hardships of their lives. A single-axle, double-wheeled carriage proceeded at a leisurely pace, flanked by 2 maids and 2 servants. Pedestrians yielded to its passage, for in Jiangnan, A carriage signified greater status than a sedan chair, accessible only to the affluent and those of official rank. The riverbank path was narrow, and Zhang Yuan, Shi Shuang, and Wu Ling stepped aside to allow the carriage to pass. As it rumbled by, Zhang Yuan brushed off his sleeves, preparing to resume his journey, when a pure, childlike voice called out, "Brother Zhang Yuan! Brother Zhang Yuan!" It was Shang Jinghui. Zhang Yuan turned abruptly, noting that the carriage continued its forward progress. A small, white hand extended from the side window, waving vigorously. Zhang Yuan took a few steps in pursuit, then slowed his pace, deeming it inappropriate to give chase. At that moment, the carriage halted, and the sound of Jinghui's weeping emanated from within. Zhang Yuan quickened his steps, only to be met with glares from the two servants flanking the carriage. Upon recognizing him as a refined young scholar, their expressions softened. One of the maids spoke to the window, and after a brief pause, the carriage door opened, revealing a pair of small embroidered shoes and a small hand gripping the door. As the maid reached out to assist, the small shoes fluttered like butterflies, and a young girl nimbly leaped from the carriage. A woman's voice expressed concern from within, fearing the girl's fall. Zhang Yuan bowed politely to the girl with the colorful silk braids. "Miss Jinghui, how do you do?" Jinghui, her face still bearing traces of tears, blossomed into a radiant smile, the tears like dewdrops on petals. With an adorable curtsy, she replied in a clear voice, "Brother Zhang Yuan, I knew I would meet you today. As long as I go out, I will meet you, right?" Zhang Yuan mused that Jinghui had likely remained confined to her home since their outing to the Tiyuan garden. As he bent down to speak with her, the maid interjected, "Master Zhang, it is not convenient to converse on the road. Please, let us proceed to the plaza before the shrine." Many villagers were watching, and the situation was indeed somewhat awkward. However, Xiao Jinghui was simply too endearing, and it was uncertain whether her little aunt was in the vehicle. Naturally, Zhang Yuan would not turn around and leave. Chapter 74. The 6-inch golden lotus startles the living. The carriage rolled forward, with two maids guiding Shang Jinghui, who occasionally glanced back at Zhang Yuan, as if concerned he might lag behind. She would sometimes grasp the maid's hands for support, leap slightly, and giggle with delight. Initially, the maids were quite nervous when Miss Jinghui called out to a stranger as brother, insisting on stopping the carriage. However, upon seeing that Zhang Yuan was merely a youth of gentle demeanor, they felt somewhat at ease. One maid chuckled softly to Shang Jinghui, "Miss Jinghui, do be careful as you walk. You might fall." The carriage came to a halt at the southeastern corner of the Qian Su Wang Shrine Plaza. One maid held on to Shang Jinghui to prevent her from running off, while the other leaned towards the window to listen to the instructions from within. Shortly after, the maid approached Zhang Yuan and inquired, "Are you the grandson of Mr. Zhang Su, the top scholar from Shanyin?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Mr. Su is my great-uncle. I am Zhang Yuan, also known as Zhang Jezi, a disciple of the Eastern Zhang clan." The maid expressed surprise and asked, "Were you not the young master who visited Shangtang Garden last month?" Zhang Yuan smiled and clarified, "Indeed, I went to Shangtang Garden that day, accompanying my cousin Zhang Yi." The maid regarded Zhang Yuan with a curious look and said, "Please hold on for a moment." She then returned to converse quietly with the people inside the carriage. Shang Jinghui tugged at the maid and moved closer to Zhang Yuan, tilting her little face to ask, "Brother Zhang, where are you going? The competition has not yet begun." "Why must you leave?" Zhang Yuan explained, "I am studying under Mr. Ji Cheng and Kuaiji. I came over from Shanyin this morning, drawn by the lively sounds of drums and gongs. I must hurry to school, lest I incur my teacher's displeasure." The maid returned and informed Shang Jinghui, "Miss Jinghui, Master Zhang must hurry to his studies. He cannot afford to be late, or he will face punishment from his teacher." Shang Jinghui's bright, sparkling eyes widened as she asked Zhang Yuan, "Will your teacher hit your palms with a bamboo ruler?" The two maids giggled softly. Zhang Yuan chuckled in reply, "If I am excessively late, that may indeed be the case. Miss Jinghui, do enjoy the competition, and I shall take my leave now. We will meet again." It was clear that the individual inside the carriage was not Shang Danran, who knew of his name. It must be Jinghui's mother, so he refrained from further conversation. The maid, concerned about Shang Jinghui's behavior, bent down to advise, "Master Zhang, if you do not leave soon, you will be very late. How about I take you to the temple to see the Dragon King?" Little Jinghui furrowed her adorable brows and pouted her lips. Shaking her hand at Zhang Yuan, "Brother Zhang, you should hurry and not be late. I want to go out again next time, so please remember to wait for me." At 6 years old, Shang Jinghui rarely went out, and having encountered Zhang Yuan on 2 occasions recently, she believed that each outing would guarantee a meeting with him. The two maids stifled their laughter as they led Miss Jinghui away, watching as Zhang Yuan and his companions walked further away. One maid approached the window and reported, "Madam, that Master Zhang has departed." Inside the carriage sat a graceful woman in her 30s, the wife of Shang Zhozhua, Fu Shi, the mother of Shang Jinglan and Shang Jinghui. Last month, when Shang Danran returned from an outing at the He family's Shangtang garden, Fu Shi had inquired about Zhang Yi. Shang Danran had dismissively replied, "A frivolous scion." When pressed for more details, she refused to elaborate, leading Fu Shi to conclude that a union with the Zhang family from Shanyin was unlikely. However, during the night, while Jinglan and Jinghui played on their bed, they giggled and mentioned how Zhang Yuan and their aunt played chess together, with Zhang Yuan's back turned as he played, and how he had shared a joke. Fu Shi was quite intrigued and began to question the sisters. Little Jinghui spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, while the 9-year-old Shang Jinglan recounted the events clearly: rain, chess, and the fairy, but she could not recall Zhang Yuan's name. Only that he was undoubtedly a young master of the Zhang family from Shanyin. This left Fu Shi perplexed, as her sister-in-law Shang Danran had disparaged that young master as a frivolous scion. How could she then have engaged in chess and conversation with him? Moreover, it seemed from the sisters' chatter that Danran had enjoyed herself immensely during the outing at the island pavilion, laughing to the point of being unable to straighten up. What was truly going on? The following day, Fu Shi asked Shang Danran whether she would decline any proposal from the Zhang family of Shanyin. Without hesitation, Shang Danran nodded. Fu Shi probed gently, "Sister, I heard from Xiao Lan and Xiao Hui." Shang Danran's delicate face flushed crimson as she playfully protested, "Sister-in-law, they are merely jesting. Please swiftly dismiss the matchmaker." Fu Shi assumed that perhaps Zhang Yuan had uttered some light-hearted remarks or behaved in a frivolous manner during their chess match, which had led to Shang Danran's disdain. She discreetly inquired with Jinglan, who recounted nearly every word exchanged between Zhang Yuan and their aunt that day, asserting there was nothing improper. When asked if Zhang Yuan was unattractive, she replied he was not. Fortunately, the elderly servant, Aunt Liang, was well aware of the events of that day. She informed her mistress that there were 2 young masters of the Zhang family. The one who came to court was clearly not to Danran's liking, while the one who played chess at the island pavilion seemed to have left a favorable impression, yet was not there for the purpose of courting. Fu Shi pondered, realizing the situation. She wondered if the young master who played chess was already engaged. After discreetly inquiring, she discovered that Mr. Zhang Su had 6 grandsons, of which only Zhang Dai, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Zhuoru were of suitable age. However, Zhang Dai and Zhang Zhuoru were already betrothed, and Zhang Dai had not yet returned from the provincial examination. Could it be that Danran had developed an interest in Zhang Yi's cousin, Zhang Zhuoru? But he was already promised to someone else. From that point onward, Fu Shi ceased to mention the Zhang family from Shanyin. Yet, little Jinghui continued to reference that young master, persistently recounting the joke he had told, and today, while accompanying her mother to see the Dragon King, she unexpectedly spotted him again. It turned out he was not from the Western Zhang family, but rather from the Eastern Zhang clan. Fu Shi was certainly aware that the Eastern Zhang family did not hold a status that matched that of the Shang family, a lineage of officials. Yet upon hearing Zhang Yuan mention studying under Mr. Ji Chong, a renowned scholar of Kuaiji, she was taken aback, for she had never heard of him taking on students. Fu Shi resolved to return and inquire about Zhang Yuan's background. Her husband was far away in the capital, and her younger sister was already 28. If a marriage proposal was not arranged soon, it would be too late. This was a matter that required her attention. Both parents had passed away, and Shang Danran had been raised by her brother and sister-in-law since she was 5. With her sister-in-law treating her like a daughter. Her husband was particularly fond of this younger sister. When Danran was 6 and endured the pain of foot binding, he had heard her cries from outside and, feeling pity, had declared, "Enough, let it be. Foot binding is merely a custom of the moment. Many women in the Tang and Song dynasties did not bind their feet. Since our dynasty, the practice has become more common in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, but it is not universal. After the Zhengde era, the trend of foot binding among women in Jiangnan intensified. If they do not bind, so be it." Thus, Shang Zhozhua was unable to bear it, and his younger sister, Shang Danran, was spared from foot binding. Consequently, their daughter, Shang Jinglan, also did not bind her feet. Now that Shang Jinghui had reached the age of 6, she was expected to bind her feet. However, with her aunt and sister refusing to do so, she too was adamant against it. This left Fu Shi feeling quite helpless. The only consolation was that Danran, Jinglan, and Jinghui's feet were naturally slender. Although they were considerably larger than those of bound feet, they were not grotesquely small enough to frighten anyone, and could be easily concealed. As the warm autumn sun shone down, the crowd in front of the Qian Su Wang shrine grew increasingly lively, with the drums and gongs from the two opera stages resounding more spiritedly. The competition must be about to commence. Madame Fu gazed from the carriage window at her daughter Jinghui, who was bouncing joyfully towards a common girl selling oranges. And she couldn't help but smile, reflecting, if only she were bound, how could she leap so freely? Alas, the pain of foot binding is truly lamentable. I have shed countless tears over it in my youth. Little Jinghui approached, holding two bright red Shanyin oranges, beaming as she said, Mother, the sister selling oranges said she won't take our money. The maid behind Jinghui brought over a small basket of oranges and added, Indeed, madam, that girl is quite strange. She stubbornly refuses to accept payment. Is it because our Miss Jinghui is adorable? Madame Fu chuckled heartily. What nonsense. Quickly, go give her the money. The maid turned back and remarked, They have departed. There were so many people that I cannot discern where they have gone. Chapter 75. Innate talent little she knew. Wu Ling harbored no aspirations for the romantic entanglements depicted in the story of the Western Wing. Unlike the lovelorn Zhang Sheng, who neglected his studies for the sake of Miss Yingying, his young master remained sequestered in his study, immersed in scholarly pursuits. In recent days, his master had tasked him with reading Master Wang's extensive annotations on the 4 books, a tome exceeding 100,000 words, demanding its completion within a mere 2 days. While the young master had rewarded him with a single coin, the remuneration felt meager considering the arduous task. His throat parched, he was compelled to constantly hydrate himself, leading to frequent trips to the privy, which he exploited as brief respites. Upon his protracted return to the study, he was astonished to hear someone reciting aloud. Li, or ritual, is the manifestation of benevolence. Benevolence, being intangible, finds expression through ritual. Wu Ling marveled. Who is this benevolent soul, taking my place in this recitation? Wang Siren, having once again sought refuge in Yanqing Temple to transcribe scriptures for the elderly monk, remained absent that afternoon. Wang Yingzi, stifled by days of confinement, donned scholarly attire and stealthily approached the front courtyard. From the periphery of the corridor, she eavesdropped on Wu Ling's reading to Zhang Yuan. Amused by the young servant's strained voice, she mused, This Zhang Jiezi is indeed an enigma, preferring to listen rather than read. Is this the essence of having a mind that absorbs everything it hears? After a time, the young servant ceased his recitation and departed. After a considerable wait, Wang Yingzi tiptoed into the study, finding Zhang Yuan facing the window, contemplating the slender bamboo stalks swaying outside. Wang Yingzi picked up the volume of 4 books annotations resting on the desk and continued from where the young servant had left off, reciting softly. At the sound of her voice, Zhang Yuan's silhouette stirred, though he did not turn around. Wang Yingzi persisted, reading uninterrupted for over 10 pages until her throat grew parched. Spotting 2 cups of tea, presumably belonging to Zhang Yuan and his servant, and a lacquer tray laden with oranges, she paused her recitation, peeled an orange, and began to eat. Finally, Zhang Yuan turned around, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Miss Yingzi, he said. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan address her so intimately, Wang Yingzi blushed and replied, It's nothing. Allow me to finish reading it for you after I finish this orange. There are but a few pages remaining. Zhang Yuan acquiesced. Wang Yingzi's recitation was far superior to Wu Ling's halting rendition, and her voice possessed a pleasing timbre. Wang Yingzi resumed her reading, completing the remaining 30-odd pages. Nearly 10,000 words. The young servant, Wu Ling, entered respectfully, bearing a cup of tea. Miss Wang, please have some tea, he offered. Wang Yingzi smiled. Am I now a member of the Zhang household? She quipped. Realizing the impropriety of her words, she swiftly changed the subject. Now that you have completed the 4 books annotations, Zhang, you should find yourself unperturbed by any question, whether orthodox or tangential. Tomorrow, my father will undoubtedly instruct you in the methods of receiving the theme, original theme, introduction, and entering the theme. These constitute the head of the 8-legged essay and are of utmost importance. My father has also penned manuscripts dedicated to these techniques, which I shall retrieve for you. No, Zhang Yuan interjected hastily. Did your father not reprimand you for bringing me books last time? Wang Yingzi sipped her tea. Not at all. He merely posed some questions and cautioned me against frequenting this place. However, I shall come as I please, regardless. Is that not so? Zhang Yuan smiled inwardly, thinking, Master Wang still regards Wang Yingzi as a mere child. At 15, she is indeed quite young, and yet to comprehend matters of the heart. Wang Yingzi exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Yuan, and upon finishing her tea, she rose to depart. I must return now. I have been absent for too long, and my mother will be searching for me. I shall come again to read for you." With that she left, her departure as straightforward as her arrival. A breeze stirred, causing the slender bamboo stalks outside the study's north window to rustle. Zhang Yuan stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back, watching as the twilight, like a brush dipped in pale ink, painted the sky in deepening shades. Gradually, the bamboo stalks blurred into a watercolor painting. The following day, the 8th of the month, Wang Siren, true to Wang Yingzi's prediction, began to instruct Zhang Yuan in the methods of, and it seemed Wang Siren had employed the same techniques in educating his own son, hence Wang Yingzi's familiarity with these conventions. Wang Siren lectured for an hour each in the morning and afternoon, subsequently testing Zhang Yuan's comprehension. After a series of questions and answers, Wang Siren was greatly satisfied. He now recognized that Zhang Yuan's strengths lay not only in his prodigious memory and diligent study, but also in his extraordinary comprehension. He often demonstrated the ability to infer from one instance to another and to draw connections between seemingly disparate concepts. Many principles that typically required experience and wisdom to fully grasp, Zhang Yuan could master with minimal guidance, responding to a gentle tap with a resounding echo. As exemplified by his eloquent elaboration on the analogy of feminine beauty to the eight-legged essay, Zhang Yuan's insights were profound. Gazing upon the young man before him, Wang Siren mused, a talent such as this, dedicated to scholarship, would surely make him a renowned scholar. Employed in governance, he would undoubtedly become a celebrated minister. With this thought, he inquired, "Zhang Yuan, I am curious to hear of your aspirations." Zhang Yuan replied, "To triumph over that you scholar." Wang Siren smiled. "And what of your more distant ambitions?" Zhang Yuan responded, "To succeed in next year's county and prefectural examinations." Wang Siren pressed further, "And what of your grander aspirations?" Zhang Yuan replied, "There are also the provincial examinations. If I were to pass and become a student, I would aspire to pass the imperial examinations. If I were fortunate enough to succeed, I would naturally proceed to the metropolitan examinations in the capital, bringing honor to my teacher." Wang Siren smiled. "I am asking about the aspirations that define your life's pursuit." Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "If I were to declare that the great Ming Dynasty is on the verge of collapse, that Master Wang would starve to death, and that I am here to save the dynasty, Master Wang would surely glare at me and strike me with his bamboo ruler." He answered respectfully, "My grand aspirations have yet to be fully formed. If I fail to defeat Yufu next month, any grand aspirations would be mere idle talk." Wang Siren inquired, "Do you not possess a foolproof plan?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I do have a plan, but it requires a well-written eight-legged essay." Wang Siren remarked, "With your diligence and acumen, you should be able to formally begin composing essays by the end of this month, and producing a passable essay should not be difficult." Zhang Yuan exclaimed with delight, "I am entirely dependent on your guidance, master." Wang Siren shook his head with a smile. He had hoped Zhang Yuan would utter lofty pronouncements akin to those of Zhang Zai of the northern Song dynasty. But Zhang Yuan's sole desire was to defeat Yu Fu and to succeed in the civil service examinations. While commendable, it was somewhat mundane. A servant announced the arrival of Master Zhang's family servant, Shi Shuang, who had brought a basket of autumn pears. Wang Siren smiled. "Your mother is sending someone to fetch you home for the Double Ninth Festival, is she not? Very well, gather your belongings and return home. You have been studying diligently these past few days. Tomorrow, ascend to a high place and clear your mind of scholarly preoccupations." According to Shanyin custom, on the Double Ninth Festival, one bathes early in the morning, wears dogwood, eats chestnut cake, and drinks chrysanthemum wine. Zhang Yuan's household was no exception. Fortunately, the weather was fair that day. At the first quarter of Chenshi, 7 to 9 a.m., Zhang Dai, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Zhuoru arrived together to invite Zhang Yuan to ascend Jade Box Mountain. Jade Box Mountain is located outside the Jishan Gate of Kuaiji County, connected to Kuaiji Mountain. Legend has it that Diyu obtained the golden slips and jade books recording the topography of mountains and rivers on the summit of this mountain, which enabled him to successfully control the floods. Because the peak of this mountain resembles an incense burner, it is also known as Incense Burner Peak. One of the scenic spots in Shaoxing Prefecture, and the first choice for the people of Kuaiji and Shanyin counties to ascend to a high place on the Double Ninth Festival. Zhang Dai and Zhang Yi rode on horseback, while Zhang Zhuoru traveled in a sedan. They were accompanied by 20 servants. A theatrical troupe of more than 10 young performers carrying sheng, dizzy, shao and other instruments. Zhang Yuan's mother, Madame L, seeing that Zhang Dai and Zhang Yi were riding horses, agreed to let her son ride the white mule out of the city. Instructing him to be careful on the road, and ordering Wu Ling and his Shirtu to accompany him. The party of more than 40 people marched through the city and out of the Jishan Gate. Zhang Yuan remembered that he had taken this road to Shangtao Garden last time. Jade Box Mountain is located southwest of Hejia Lake in Shangtao Garden. Riding the white mule Xuejing, Zhang Yuan was in high spirits. Although walking is good for health, having a mount is more impressive. The white mule Xuejing was quite spirited, competing with the horses of Zhang Dai and Zhang Yi, not yielding in the slightest. The three left the entourage. The theatrical troupe, and Zhang Zhuoru in the sedan far behind, arriving early at the foot of Dayu's mausoleum. From here, it was no longer possible to ride horses, and they had to walk up the mountain. The Jade Box Mountain has more than 1,000 steps. The mountain is lush and green, and the mountain road is magnificent and winding. Zhang Yuan and his companions paused to admire the steel pavilion before the tomb, while awaiting the arrival of their servants. Suddenly, they noticed 7 or 8 scholars approaching, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing them, Zhang Dai remarked to Zhang Yuan, "These are all students from our Shanyin, quite remarkable indeed." And they were all among the top scorers in last year's examinations. Notably, 2 of them share a close relationship with Youfu. Chapter 76. The Dandy's Charisma. Brother Zhongzi, Brother Yank, it has been a while since we last convened. This gentleman is several scholars engaged in light conversation with Zhang Dai and Zhang Ahan. Noticing Zhang Yuan's unfamiliarity, inquired about him. Zhang Dai smiled and remarked, "To speak his name is to invoke a thunderous echo. You gentlemen are all among last year's county school second-tier scholars. Surely you have heard of him." The group of Shanyin scholars exchanged glances and suddenly exclaimed in unison, "He is Zhang Yuan, Zhang Jiezai." Zhang Yuan smiled and bowed, saying, "Zhang Yuan pays his respects to you all." The 7 Shanyin scholars displayed peculiar expressions. Returning the gesture with a bow, "Jiezai, we are honored." Zhang Ahan laughed heartily. "Jiezai, your wager with that scoundrel Yao has now spread like wildfire. You have indeed made a name for yourself through this bet." A short-statured scholar with a sallow complexion sneered, "But what kind of fame remains to be seen? Whether it be good or—" Zhang Ahan interrupted with a booming voice, "Yangshang Yuan, I recognize you. You are a relative of that scoundrel Yao." Both Zhang Dai and Zhang Yuan chuckled. The pale-faced Yangshang Yuan, now showing a hint of color, retorted angrily, "What of being a relative? When the time comes, we shall see what you can learn in 3 months regarding the 8-legged essay." Zhang Yuan found little merit in engaging in disputes with these individuals, realizing that the outcome would only be revealed at the end of October. Zhang Ahan, however, could not contain himself, knowing Yangshang Yuan was clearly part of Yao's faction. He said, "My Jiezai has already become a disciple under Mr. Wang Jizhong of Kuaiji. Yangshang Yuan, you ought to visit Mr. Wang and see if he will even glance your way. In my view, your scholarly title was likely obtained through someone else's substitution or by means of illicit means." The term substitution refers to hiring someone to take an exam in one's place, a common yet risky practice. If discovered, it could lead to severe punishment. Illicit means involves enlisting renowned scholars to predict and prepare potential exam questions, which candidates would memorize. Though this method is widely used, many fail to guess correctly. The practice of cutting and pasting questions arose as a desperate measure to counteract the predictability of exam topics, which often led to repeated questions over the years. To openly accuse someone of obtaining their scholarly title through deceitful means is akin to a slap in the face, a humiliation of the highest order. Only Zhang Ahan would dare to speak so recklessly, for he was indeed the most audacious dandy of Shanyin. Yangshang Yuan's sallow face turned a deep shade of purple. As he was a scholar who had passed 4 years prior, while he had not resorted to substitution, he had benefited from illicit means, an all too common occurrence. Yangshang Yuan, filled with indignation, shouted, "Zhang Yank, you have gone too far. I will not let this go unchallenged." His anger transformed him, his voice sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a eunuch. "Unafraid of trouble?" Zhang Ahan nodded. "Are you embarrassed now that I've struck a nerve? Go ahead and report me. Quickly have your relative Yao draft a complaint." Yangshang Yuan trembled with rage. If it were anyone else, he would have certainly sought retribution, as the humiliation he felt was akin to having his ancestral grave desecrated. Yet, confronting Zhang Rulin's grandson was a daunting prospect. Zhang Rulin, though retired, held considerable influence within the Shanyin Zhang family, far surpassing that of Yangshang Yuan's relative, Yao Fu. "Zhang Yank, you bully me with your status. I will go to the capital and raise a formal complaint," shouted Yangshang Yuan. Zhang Ahan laughed. "You haven't been to court in years. Go ahead. Run off and make your complaint. If you don't go, you're just a coward." "Huh. Complaining to the court is a tactic to frighten simple folk. You accuse me of bullying, yet I will continue to do so. What can you do about it? You, who consort with Yao, who exploits the innocent and seizes land from the wronged, what righteous deeds have you done? Zhang Yuan had been commissioned by Zhang Yuan to investigate Yao's misdeeds, and he was aware of many of Yang Shangyuan's transgressions as well. Yang Shangyuan found himself at a loss, his anger unresolved as he glared at Zhang Yuan and then at Zhang Yuan, realizing this all stemmed from Zhang Yuan's actions. Zhang Yang, you wish to drive me away. It shall not happen. On the 29th of next month, I will join the scholars of Shanyin to witness yet another talented Zhang's renown. A name that shall echo far and wide. He directed a cold smile at Zhang Yuan, a clear provocation. Zhang Yuan had quietly asked his elder brother Zhang Dai about Yang Shangyuan's academic prowess. Zhang Dai whispered, he is more focused on land and property than on his studies. He is a mediocre individual, hardly worth discussing. Knowing the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent is crucial in any battle, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Dear brother Yang, do not glare at me so fiercely. I offer you a wager to prove your innocence. If my brother Yang claims you cheated in the exams, and you seem displeased, why not accept a bet? I will propose a topic, and you shall write an essay on the spot, judged by first and second tier scholars from this county. If 36 out of 54 agree with you, you win. Zhang Yuan laughed, saying, We are united in this. If I lose, I shall never participate in the imperial examinations again. He feigned a sigh. Should I lose, it would be a pity to waste my talents. If Yang Shangyuan were to lose, it would affirm that his title was indeed obtained through deception, rendering his scholarly cap an embarrassment. Zhang Yuan continued, Brother Yang, this seems fair, employing the same method used by your relative Yao in our previous wager. Surely you can't claim the Shanyin Zhang family is leveraging its influence here. What say you? Will you take the bet? Yang Shanyin was momentarily speechless. He dared not wager, possessing a modicum of self-awareness regarding his mediocre abilities. Among the scholars of this county, he was not particularly well-liked, and last year's second-tier ranking was due to gifts given to the instructor. How absurd! Yang Shangyuan exclaimed. Who does not know that Zhang Yang is a slacker who shuns education? If you wish to wager on the imperial examination, it would be as futile as trying to grasp the moon in the water. This was a clear mockery of Zhang Yuan's ambition for the examinations. Zhang Yuan retorted angrily. Then tell me, what do you propose for our wager? Speak freely. Ignoring Zhang Yuan, Yang Shangyuan pointed at Zhang Yuan. I wish to wager with you. This was both a sign of weakness and an acknowledgement of his fear to wager against Zhang Yuan, as the odds of his losing would be too great. Thus, he shifted his target to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled and asked, What does Brother Yang wish to wager with me? Yang Shangyuan declared, Engaging in the rigid structure of traditional essays is an utter waste of time. Instead, let us wager on our ability to decipher the topics at hand. Each of us shall propose a question for the other to unravel. The one who solves their task with greater speed and skill shall emerge victorious. I have no interest in betting on titles or honors, for it is certain that you shall lose in next month's contest. Today, my wager is silver. The loser shall present the victor with 100 taels of silver. Are you bold enough to accept my challenge? Yang Shangyuan pressed on with fervor. Chapter 77. A taste of skill in the late autumn of Guhua. As the weather turned crisp, the towering cypress trees flanked the Yuangling Kolai monument. The citizens from Kuaiji and Shanyin counties arrived in succession at the incense burner peak to ascend. Upon witnessing a group of scholars engaged in a spirited debate before the monument instead of climbing, they gathered around to witness the spectacle. Yang Shangyuan, noticing that Zhang Yuan had yet to respond, assumed he was intimidated and pressed on. Zhang Ji's, dare you to wager with me? Zhang Yi, unable to tolerate Yang Shangyuan's smug demeanor, interjected, Ji's, accept his bet. If you happen to lose, fear not. My elder brother and I shall cover your stake. Zhang Dai, shaking the reins of his horse, proclaimed, My brothers and I have 2 horses and a mule worth 150 taels. 100 taels is too little. Let us wager 150 taels. I wonder if Brother Shangyuan can muster such an amount? Yang Shangyuan raised his hand. One moment. I must make it clear. I am wagering against Zhang Ji's alone. Brother Zhongzi here is a prodigy of our county and must not covertly assist his cousin. Zhang Yuan inquired, Is the wager 150 taels then? Yang Shangyuan, estimating the value of the 2 horses and a mule to be beyond 150 taels, agreed. Very well, let it be 150 taels. Zhang Yuan stated, My wager stands here. Where is your silver, Brother Yang? Yang Shangyuan sneered, If you win, you shall receive every tael without exception. Zhang Yuan bowed to the gathered scholars and the onlookers. As we lack paper and ink to formalize our contract, you shall serve as witnesses to prevent any deceit. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Who would dare to cheat today? He shall not leave this to you too. The 7 scholars present would serve as arbiters, including Zhang Dai. And given the straightforward nature of the examination, the onlookers featured several scholars who believed Zhang Yuan would not be outmaneuvered by Yang Shangyuan's treachery. His recent studies under Wang Siren had equipped him with the means to tackle this challenge effectively. The terms were set. Yang Shangyuan would pose the first question, a topic from the 4 books, and Zhang Yuan must respond within 7 steps taken by Yang Shangyuan. The same would apply when it was Zhang Yuan's turn to pose a question. Yang Shangyuan was aware that he could not guarantee a quick and accurate answer within 7 steps, yet he believed he was superior to Zhang Yuan. He had tackled hundreds of questions from the 4 books and felt luck might favor him with a familiar topic. Even if he did not achieve a response within 7 steps, he was confident Zhang Yuan would struggle as well, given the obscurity of the question he intended to pose. Standing beside the monument, Yang Shangyuan leisurely inquired, "Are you prepared, Brother Jis?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I hope you do not move too swiftly. Remember, it is a leisurely stroll, not a race." Laughter rippled through the crowd. Yang Shangyuan, with a mocking tone, declared, "Do not underestimate my intentions." The question is from the 4 books, the chapter on King Hui of Liang. As soon as he uttered the word on, he took his first step, which was quick yet not quite a run, prompting jeers from the crowd. Yang Shangyuan remained unfazed by the ridicule, believing that if he could take 7 steps swiftly, victory would be assured. However, the chapter on King Hui of Liang was not a sentence from the Mencius, but rather the title of its first chapter, which consists of 7 sections. Traditionally, examination questions stem from the sections, not titles. Thus, while Yang Shangyuan's question was technically within the 4 books, it was indeed unconventional. As Yang Shangyuan moved swiftly, Zhang Yuan was intensely focused. With each step taken by Yang Shangyuan, an epiphany struck Zhang Yuan, and he exclaimed, "I have it." The usurper of a nation, crowned by 7 chapters of benevolence and righteousness. Yang Shangyuan had completed his 7 steps as Zhang Yuan articulated his answer, and they both stood under the watchful eyes of the crowd, with no room for dishonesty. The judgment of the 7 scholars would now determine the merit of Zhang Yuan's response. The concept of King Hui of Liang being a usurper was apt, as he was a feudal lord who claimed kingship. The first chapter of the Mencius discusses benevolence and righteousness. Thus Zhang Yuan's lines captured the essence of the question impeccably. Among the spectators, some scholars began to applaud, while Zhang Dai smiled in silence, noting Zhang Yuan's agility. Now, it remained to see how the 6 scholars accompanying Yang Shangyuan would evaluate Zhang Yuan's response. Any dissent would necessitate a better answer from them. After a brief discussion, the 6 scholars unanimously agreed that Zhang Yuan's response was flawless. One scholar, a close friend of Yang Shangyuan, signaled helplessly, indicating that the question was too challenging to surpass Zhang Yuan's answer. Yang Shangyuan's face turned a shade of pale, and he forced composure, stating, "Zhang Jis, you possess some talent. Now it is your turn to pose a question, but remember, no running." Before Zhang Yi could mock him, the crowd erupted in jeers. Zhang Yuan bowed to the audience. "Please be quiet. I shall now present my question. Brother Yang, mine consists of just 2 characters. Ziyu, what?" Yang Shangyuan queried. Zhang Yuan fixed a cold gaze upon him, remaining silent and motionless. Someone in the crowd shouted, "The first sentence of the Analects is Ziyu, Yang Shosai. Do not feign ignorance. Young Master Zhang, take your steps." Zhang Yuan asked, "Brother Yang, have you understood? May I now proceed?" With that, he assumed a posture and began to leisurely walk, step by step, with great precision. Yang Shangyuan was drenched in cold sweat. If Zhang Yuan could pose a question using the title Ziyu, how could he not respond to such a succinct prompt? The 2-character question left him at a loss. As he observed Zhang Yuan's slow yet steady pace, he realized that the 7 steps would soon conclude. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Zhang Yuan while deriding Yang Shangyuan, clamoring for the stakes to be paid. Yang Shangyuan, bewildered, had not anticipated defeat. He envisioned himself riding back in triumph, leading a white mule and 2 horses, not considering the loss of 150 taels until it was too late. Such a sum could sustain a family of 5 for 10 years. Yang Shangyuan sneered. "Naturally, I shall pay. However, who carries such a large sum while climbing? I will deliver the silver upon my return." He feigned nonchalance, bowing to Zhang Yuan. Then turned to the other scholars. "Shall we not ascend the incense burner peak?" Zhang Yuan interjected. "Hold on. You must pay your wager before departing." No silver. Then let a servant fetch it. The crowd echoed in agreement. This young Xiaozai seems intent on cheating. Do not let him leave. Just then, Zhang's servants and a group of attendants arrived. Zhang Yi commanded, Nengzhu, Fenghu, keep an eye on this pale-faced scoundrel. If he dares to flee, give him a beating. The two robust servants responded affirmatively, preparing to confront Yang Shangyuan. Despite his scholarly status, Yang Shangyuan was intimidated by the Zhang family's influence and feared a confrontation was inevitable. He blustered, "Who dares to lay a hand on me? I have not refused to pay." Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Speak less bravado. A debt must be repaid. If you lack the funds, return home and ask your wife for it." The crowd erupted in laughter. Zhang Yi remarked, "We cannot allow him to return. This individual is despicable and would undoubtedly hide away if set free." Turning to Yang Shangyuan, he added, "Did you not bring a servant with you? Instruct your servant to hasten back and retrieve the silver." Yang Shangyuan's complexion turned pale as he assessed the situation, realizing that without the silver today, escape would be impossible. He beckoned his servant to his side and whispered a few words. The servant nodded in understanding and swiftly departed.